allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the justice system. The allegations led to the placement of Mchunu on special leave. Parliament's legal advisor, Andile Tejana.
Is an allegation that in presenting their evidentiary overview, evidence leaders have preempted this process by making findings across the entire scope of the terms of reference. Yet the terms of reference require the committee to make its own findings. In other words, to exercise its own judgment, its own independent judgment. The minister's lawyers submit that adopting such an approach is prejudicial to their clients' rights.
Kenyan President William Ruto says partnerships between African economies are critical for closing the intra-Africa trade gap, which is well below the global average of only 16%. Trade between Kenya and South Africa is around 10 billion rand, with South African exports accounting for the vast majority of that trade. Addressing the South Africa-Kenya Business Forum in Midrand in Johannesburg last night, Ruto said there were opportunities for more collaboration between the two countries.
Together, our two nations command the financial strength, industrial capacity, entrepreneurial talent, and innovation ecosystem to power not just intra-Africa trade, but the transformation of our continent. We must move beyond conventional trade and deliberately build integrated regional value chains in manufacturing, agriculture, mining, logistics, pharmaceuticals, energy, digital services, and green industrialization.
At the same function, President Cyril Ramaphosa called on the business community to invest in both the South African and Kenyan economies to drive growth in the two countries. He says efforts should be made to narrow the trade deficit between the two countries, which currently favors South Africa. Ramaphosa also says South Africa has removed the tariff it had imposed on Kenyan tea in response to the tariff Kenya imposed on steel imports from South Africa.
Now, we know that since 2022, total trade between South Africa and Kenya has grown by an average of 3.5% a year. But we want to see much more trading happening between the two countries that will be mutually beneficial, where the deficit is also brought down. Earlier during our talks, we spoke about how, for instance, we should allow more and more Kenyan tea to come into South Africa. And because Kenya had imposed a tariff on our steel, we in South Africa thought that we're going to reciprocate by putting barriers on the tea that should come to South Africa. And earlier today we said, no, let's stop this nonsense.
In another development, some economists have warned the latest trade tariffs proposed by the US could accelerate the fragmentation of global supply chains and push countries towards more regional trade. The US is proposing new tariffs of up to 12.5% on imports from 60 trading partners, including South Africa. This follows an investigation into goods allegedly linked to forced labor. Economist Koketso Manu.
For emerging markets or your more vulnerable markets, it is mostly a growth trade, specifically export story, especially if you have a concentrated offering of exports, and your exports are now, experiencing restriction when it comes to entering the United States markets. Then that will also be something that weighs on your growth.
And finally, hundreds of Libyans have protested outside the headquarters of the UN Refugee Agency, UNHCR, in Tripoli. They are demanding that undocumented migrants and refugees leave the country. Libya is a key departure point for migrants seeking to reach Europe by sea. UN figures estimate the number of migrants and refugees in Libya to be nearly 1 million. Many are from war-torn Sudan. Meanwhile, South Africa has seen a surge in protests against undocumented migrants. Recapping the top story, Parliament's ad hoc committee has received a letter from the lawyers of Police Minister Senzo Mchunu. It states the evidence leader's report has preempted the process by concluding against him, despite this being the role of the committee. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAfm sports headlines, it's soccer. Bafana in Mexico. The countdown to their World Cup opener against the hosts enters single digit. We'll have all that as well as French Open action. It's the young Andrea Mirieva. She's through to the finals at the French Open. We'll have the details around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Overnight roadworks on the N3 southbound today. Joburg down through Galilees towards Van Buren. A little bit of pressure there coming from the Edenvale side, as well as coming off the N12 and R24 route through Galilees onto the N3, basically coming right into that work zone. Peterboroughsburg to Durban checks fine. The road reopened after last night's truck fire at Hammersdale. Traffic moving through there without any problem at all. The N2 coming in off of Munzamtodi through Umgeda Road up from Schlanger towards the airport is looking fine this morning. And Cape Town, it's a nicer clear run in so far on the N2. It's incident free. A little bit of traffic building up from Khayelitsha and again just passing Langa, but no major problems on the highway towards central Cape Town. The N1 inbound fine from Brackenfell, Belleville. And just a reminder, if you're driving a little bit further afield this weekend, the N14 Kuruman through Vryburg, Northern Cape northwest section remains closed. There is a detour. It's quite long though. Takes you down from Vryburg to Warrington, then out from Buckley West back up to Kuruman. So just make sure you've got plenty of time to get around that detour safely. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 6:08. A very good morning to you. Welcome to the National Briefing. My name is Kathy Mutlatlana. It is Friday, the 5th of June. A pleasure to have you with us on the show as you get started for your day. So this morning we'll start things off looking at the weather situation, the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape, where communities are feeling the impact of the second major weather storm in less than a month. In the Garden Route in particular, 93 people have been evacuated and a village there has been cut off. Rivers are already swollen, the dams are already full, and scientists are warning that if the rain continues, as many as 22 communities risk being completely cut off. So the concern is not only about the ongoing floods, it's that the ground has already become oversaturated after weeks of rain, and it has little capacity left to cope. So we'll get a sense of what the response then to this situation is from the local authorities. And then one of the country's most recognizable young politicians is attempting a political comeback. A year ago, Liam Jacobs walked out of the Democratic Alliance in very dramatic fashion in an overnight Facebook Live. This week, he's walked back in and he says he was misled. He also says leaving the DA was a mistake. Well, Liam will be joining us in this hour of the show. We'll hear from him what has been driving his political moves. And then the battle for South Africa's cities. The MK party says it's heading for a decisive victory in this year's local government elections. It's now announced that it will be contesting elections in all 8 metros, and it's expecting to announce its mayoral candidates within the next 2 weeks. So we'll be chatting to the MK about the electoral dreams, but also the perceptions of instability that continue to plague the party. And of course, we're going to have all your key updates. Rob is going to be bringing you your traffic. Zai has your sport, and Ndauleng has your market update. We'd love to hear from you throughout the show. There's so much going on. If you're out in the Western and Eastern Cape, please get in touch with us. Let us know how you're being affected by this weather situation. The number to dial 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Send us your WhatsApp voice notes or text messages on 0614 104 107. And that's what we've got coming up for you in the next 3 hours of the National Briefing.
The National Briefing on SAfm.
All right, it's 12 after 6 o'clock. Let's get into your newspapers and take a look at what's making headlines on the front pages. So I'll start with the weekly, the Mail and Guardian this morning. It's a Friday, guys. It's a Friday. So so the front page of the Mail and Guardian, there's a big picture of the two presidents, that is the Kenyan President William Ruto and President Cyril Ramaphosa at the Union buildings yesterday. The headline there, Migration Diplomacy Drive Unveiled, and that of course has to do with some of the agreements that have been struck between the two presidents, and the Kenyan President William Ruto state visit also highlighting the tension that is shaping South Africa's relations with the continent, along with other barriers to ensuring that there can be interregional trade. And President Ramaphosa then revealing a plan to deploy envoys across Africa and beyond. This is to engage governments on migration. And this matter was also an issue that he raised directly with William Ruto during that state visit yesterday. So, you can tell that South Africa is feeling the repercussions diplomatically of some of the things that are happening here back home. And you can expect to read more about it in the Mail and Guardian. On the front page of The Citizen, a tragedy of SA's broke towns is the headline of The Citizen. And you also see then on the front page of The Citizen, they also are running a picture of President Cyril Ramaphosa and William Ruto. But the main story there is around bankrupt towns and cities that will not be able to provide even basic services soon. It says 500 billion rand debt sinks metros. And that's a warning from officials as the lie of a half-built dam where not a sod has been turned also comes to light. So the situation that we're facing with our country, and just earlier on this week, there was an emergency meeting. Let me not say an emergency meeting, but there was a meeting held between the electricity minister, Eskom, Salga, and some of the other state entities. And this is really around how to deal with the incredible municipal debt challenge that the country is facing currently. What to do with the municipal debt challenge, and I think the story on the front page of The Citizen is really just pointing us to that. On the front page of the Sowetan, I think they cover very consistently the key outcomes coming out of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. They really stay with that testimony. And this morning then, on the front page, Hawks ignored drugs heist warning. Colonel Jacobs tells Madlanga Inquiry his unit neglected securing 200 million rand cocaine after attempted break-in at storage, and investigating officer in the 440 kilogram narcotics haul at Durban admits partial blame for the missing drugs. So that's what you can expect to find on the front page of the Sowetan, and of course a picture of Bafana. They've got one of the players there on the front page. Bafana ready for Reggae Boys is also the top line there. And then on the front page of the Business Day, a couple of stories, in fact, on that front page. There's a picture of the two presidents. This is President Cyril Ramaphosa, William Ruto. But on the side, Joburg woes as a national emergency. And business leaders are issuing a clear warning before elections, and they're sounding the alarm on the financial situation in Johannesburg, and they're urging that they be really significant reforms that the city is implementing to try and save the day. They point to a leadership failure and a leadership in the city that does not have the capacity to deliver. And that's what the Business Day then is also leading with. And then let's wrap it up with the front page of the Star, also going with that headline out of the Madanga Commission of Inquiry. Hawks cop admits he lied about 200 million rand drugs. And then also a picture of the two presidents. So you can tell overwhelmingly that visit has been making, you can find it across many of the front pages this morning.
Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
All right, it's 18 after 6 o'clock. Let's take a look at your weather, and you'll notice that many of the warnings that were issued in the last couple of days have now been revised. Today we've got a yellow level 2 warning, disruptive snow leading to icy roads resulting in traffic disruptions is expected over the northeastern high-lying areas of the Eastern Cape. A yellow level 4 warning, wind and waves leading to difficulty in navigation at sea, as well as small vessels taking on water, is expected between Plettenberg Bay and East London. There are no fire warnings. The advisories, very cold conditions, are expected over the southern Namakwa district in the Northern Cape, as well as in places of the Eastern Cape interior. In Pretoria, the weather's partly cloudy, a low of 6 and a high of 16. The expected UVB sunburn index is high. In Johannesburg, partly cloudy, a low of 3, a high of 14. Vereeniging, partly cloudy, 4 and 13. Mbombela, partly cloudy with isolated showers in the morning, 10 and 23. In Polokwane, partly cloudy, 7 and 17. In Mahikeng, partly cloudy, 1 and 15. In Vryburg, partly cloudy, 3 and 14. In Bloemfontein, cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 6 and 12. In Kimberley, cloudy, 6 and 13. In Uppington, fine, 4 and 16. In Cape Town, also fine, the wind light southeasterly, 11 and 18. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. In George, cloudy with isolated morning showers and rain, wind moderate to fresh westerly, 10 and 15. In Gqeberha, mostly cloudy with showers of rain, wind fresh westerly to southwesterly, 12 and 16. In East London, mostly cloudy with showers of rain, wind fresh to strong southwesterly, 14 and 18. In Durban, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, wind moderate to fresh southerly to southwesterly, 15 and 22. The expected UVB sunburn index moderate. In Richards Bay, partly cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers. Wind moderate to fresh southerly to southwesterly, 16 and 22. In Pietermaritzburg, morning fog, otherwise partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, a low of 6 and a high of 18.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide. in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne. Against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling under 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We buy cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading vision enhancements, like Climate Eyes, which automatically adapts to changing light. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
The Global Briefing on SAFM.
But let's get into our global briefing this morning. North Korea says it wants to grow its new nuclear arsenal at what Kim Jong-un calls an exponential rate. Of course, it's raising fresh concerns about stability on the Korean peninsula and the risk of miscalculation in East Asia. Well, joining us for our global brief this morning is military scientist Dr. Joan Swart. Dr. Swart, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So he's not mincing his words, Kim Jong-un. He says he'll grow the arsenal exponentially, and he's unveiled a new plant to go with it. It's going to double the output in 5 years. So let's talk very practically. What does that mean?
Good morning, Kathy. Great to be with you again. So what he says in his new stance and position on this is it suggests that North Korea increasingly sees nuclear weapons as their foundation of regime survival rather than previously being a bargaining tool. So their earlier strategy was simply to have deterrence through a small arsenal, thereby signaling their capability that they've got functioning nuclear weapons that they can and will use if necessary. Now, currently, what they're saying is that it's indicating that they want a larger arsenal with more delivery systems, which they think will bring them greater survivability, and then what we call second strike capability, which means that North Korea wants to ensure that it can absorb a first strike and that it still has the weapons available to retaliate, which, of course, for opponents make coercion harder, regime change instituted by somebody else less likely, and also negotiations more difficult. So the lesson I think here is that some states may draw is that nuclear deterrence remains the ultimate guarantee against external intervention. And I think the Iran war has also kind of starting to point in that direction.
Joan, if we look at what some scientists are saying, or analysts, they believe that they could be producing as many as 90 nuclear warheads.
Yes, which is not an awful lot if you look at other countries like Russia, of course, China, and the US. They've got nuclear warheads in the thousands, literally. And some other countries, of course, as well, India, Pakistan. And although Israel has never openly declared that they've got it, there seems to be a consensus that they've got about 200 to 300 nuclear warheads as well. So I just think that, the response of countries should involve a combination of stronger deterrence, yes, but also more intensive diplomacy and efforts, as you mentioned briefly, to prevent miscalculation. And believe me, nobody in the region wants to have a military conflict on the Korean Peninsula. So the long-term solution, believe very strongly in this. It remains diplomatic rather than military.
Dr. Joan, I think one of these days we really should do a segment that just analyzes the state of conflict and this question around nuclear. I think it's such a big one, especially right now. Let's move on to Peru. Yes, Dr. Swart?
Yes. No, I just wanted to say that, we need to restore confidence in international law, international agreements and arms control arrangements and the mechanisms for just managing this before they actually escalate and get out of control.
All right. Peru is choosing a president this weekend, but all of it happens under the shadow of extortion and gun violence.
Yes. So they are thinking to have the military play a supporting role in the security threat that you're mentioning. And I want to touch briefly on that. So the military, I think, can support security, but it cannot substitute for functioning civilian institutions. And locally, we kind of starting to see that in the Western Cape with the gang crime problem there as well. So the military can secure infrastructure, protect polling stations, for instance, during an election, support intelligence gathering and provide logistical support, but they should not become the primary policing force, and they should also not conduct ordinary law enforcement indefinitely. And you may ask why, and I would say it's because militaries are designed to defeat enemies. They operate in a different legal environment. They've got different objectives. They've got a different intelligence ecosystem, which is more geared to national threats on the international arena. And they've got different accountability as well. So they don't investigate crimes and they don't gather evidence, arrest people, maintain community policing, which is a very important point as well. So there are definitely risks to deploy security forces during an election because you need to balance security and liberty or freedom are not opposites, but they both depend on strong institutions and you need to keep a balance between the two.
All right, Dr. Joan Swart, thank you for your time this morning. We're completely out of time for that particular conversation. Also, something to note is, the deepening ties between Indonesia and Turkey. They've now announced joint production and arms transfers. And as Dr. Joan was reflecting on it, there does seem to be a silent arms race at play right now, but I really do want us to take some time to reflect on this issue more broadly and a bit more deeply so that we don't miss the fuller picture of what is happening globally. On that note, it's 6:30, time for your latest news headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa is today expected to launch the rollout of life-saving HIV prevention medicine at the Lillian Ngoyi Stadium in Mpumalanga. Lenacapavir is administered via injection twice a year, offering patients 6 months of continuous HIV protection per dose. Parliament's ad hoc committee has described as premature the decision by lawyers of Police Minister Senzo Mchunu to write a letter to it. The letter states the evidence leader's report has preempted the process by concluding against him, despite this being the role of the committee. And Kenyan President William Ruto says partnerships between African economies are critical for closing the intra-Africa trade gap, which is well below the global average at only 16%. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning, Joburg's N3 stays under a bit of pressure going south through Edenvale into Galilees. That's an overrun of the overnight roadworks yet again. N1 south, some queuing pressure. Brockfontein down to Old Joburg Road. Looks like something's happened as you come out of Pretoria and just sort of hit that Centurion section, all backed up towards the Old Joburg Road exit. Looking okay between Pietermaritzburg and Durban this morning. A lot of closures this weekend. We'll detail those as we go through the show this morning. A lot of closures starting from tonight and extending right through until Sunday night. All over that N3. Cape Town, N2 inbound, pretty heavy this morning from the airport through to Mowbray Main. At 35th Avenue, queuing coming off Stellenbosch Arterial through Robert Sobukwe, driving in from Belhar in towards that Bishop Lavis area. Very slow. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zakan, it's 6:32. A very good morning to you. So, this is now the final dress rehearsal against Jamaica for Bafana Bafana, and then the game. It's game on to tomorrow.
Yeah, good morning, Kathy. Thursday next week is the concert happening at the Azteca, and tomorrow night is just the sound check with Jamaica. So we are excited. It is our team, Bafana Bafana, that we are rallying behind. We're excited to see this final warm-up match. SAFA confirming that the team will face Jamaica tomorrow in a closed-door friendly in Mexico. The match will not be televised, and it comes after Bafana's delayed arrival in the country following those travel disruptions. Coach Hugo Bruges is expected to field his strongest available side as he fine-tunes preparations, and that's for next Thursdays.
What do they mean it won't be televised? So what are they going to do? They're just going to give us the score, or we won't even know?
We're going to be looking through a peephole somewhere. Playing detective, looking on social media. I mean, really, why? But that's how it is for now. But anyway, we'll still be with them in spirit. But now let's bring it back home. Amazulu's squad is getting a shake-up. Their goalkeeper, Richard Ofori, and striker Tabiso Kutumela set to leave the club. The pair follow Bongani Zungu, who recently departed as a free agent after a frustrating spell under coach Arthur Zwane. The club has yet to confirm Zwane's future, though expectations remain that he will continue at the helm. Meantime, Liverpool have confirmed the appointment of Andoni Arola as their new head coach on a 2-year deal. The Spaniard succeeds Arne Slot, who was dismissed just a year after guiding Liverpool to the Premier League title. On to rugby, and the Springbok Sevens captain Impi Visser saying the Blitzboks mental approach will be decisive as they chase the World Championships crown in Bordeaux this weekend. South Africa remain top of the standings, 38 points, despite losing last week's final in Valladolid to Australia. They lead Argentina by 4 points and the Aussies by 8. The Blitzboks face Britain and Kenya today before meeting Fiji tomorrow in the pool stage.
This game is 90% mental, 10% physical. I think everyone's fit, everyone's strong, everyone's got skills. So ultimately, it's the guys that's well prepared in the mind that's ultimately going to be successful.
On to tennis, and Poland's Maja Kwalinska is one win away from a fairy tale French Open triumph after becoming the first qualifier in history to reach the women's singles final at Roland Garros. The world number 114 defeated the 25th seed Diana Schneider to continue her astonishing run. She'll now face 19-year-old Russian teenager Mira Andreeva, who swept past Marta Kostyuk to reach her first Grand Slam final. Victory for Kwalinska would make her only the second qualifier in the Open era to win a Grand Slam, following Emma Raducanu's US Open triumph in 2021. Here's Maja Kwalinska.
Great moment for me, I really appreciate it and I'm grateful for it. I definitely feel like the crowd helped me a lot and gave me a lot of energy today. I feel like I'm in the bubble, I would say. I don't know what's going on. I'm just very happy to be here. I just try to focus on every single match, give my all, and then after the tournament there will be time to kind of process it. And
That's your sport on the National Briefing. We'll be back serving it up some more at the top of the hour. I'm Sai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAfm.
All right, let's get into the market briefing then this morning. Good morning, Ndauleng. I hope you're just as happy as I am that it's finally Friday. The U.S. government is considering taking equity stakes in AI firms. Not a surprise, especially with this news about public listings.
You're absolutely right, and they're jumping on that bandwagon. Before I get into it, happy Friday, Kathy. Now, we see senior U.S. officials reportedly exploring early discussions with major AI companies about the government taking equity stakes in the sector. The idea is still at a conceptual stage, with proposals including firms voluntarily contributing shares that could later be used to fund public benefits such as household payouts or broader state programs. Now, the move reflects growing debate over how governments should share in the gains from rapidly scaling AI industries. The report comes as OpenAI and Anthropic prepare for high-profile IPOs, intensifying scrutiny of valuation and wealth distribution. Now, the US already holds a near 10% stake in Intel, highlighting a precedent for direct government ownership in strategic tech firms. And sticking in tech, a sharp sell-off in global chip makers has reignited concerns that the AI boom may be losing momentum. More than $650 billion was erased from the value of major chip makers after Broadcom delivered revenue guidance that fell short of market expectations, triggering a broad retreat across AI-linked shares. The reaction highlights how much optimism has already been priced into the sector, with investors increasingly questioning whether massive spending on AI infrastructure will in fact generate the returns needed to justify current valuations. Now, the sell-off matters because AI has been a key driver of global equity markets, corporate investment, as well as economic growth expectations. Any signs of slowing demand could challenge the narrative underpinning one of the global economy's most powerful investment themes. Now, that sell-off dampened sentiment, pushing equities lower across the board. Wall Street closed in the red overnight, while Asian markets opened weaker, extending the cautious tone into the new session. Locally, the JSE was not spared, with the all-share index ending the day nearly 0.5% lower. This came despite some relief in oil markets, where Brent crude eased to around $95 a barrel. In currency trade, the rand weakened even as gold posted gains, a divergence that typically offers support to the local unit. Now, it's currently trading at 16.33 to the dollar, 21.93 against the pound, and 18.97 versus the euro. That's your market brief this hour. I'll be back with your local market moving news just after 7:30.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAfm.
It's 6:40. Let's get into our African Focus. Refreshing morning, Advocate Mantula.
Jumbo Africa is Kathy, but I say refreshing but chilling morning across South Africa as we are in this winter season. Kathy, as you know, on our special focus this morning as we end the week, we know the visit of President William Ruto has ended today, by the way, since he have landed on Wednesday. A very important visit as you look at turbulent geopolitical issues, conflicts globally, global crisis also on the fuel prices, inflation across this African continent, and the engagement between President Ramaphosa and Ruto on the issues of multilateralism, dialogue, diplomacy over confrontation, like issues of immigration, migration, issues of Ebola virus, epidemics in Africa. I think those are key issues, but also what they have signed. And I think this morning we are trying to connect with our international editor, Ms. Sophie Mukwena, who is always at hand to give us the rundown of this meeting of minds between Kenya and South Africa.
Absolutely, Advocate Mantula. And Sis Sophie, good morning. You are on the line.
Yes, I'm on the line, Katie. Just a little correction, Advocate.
Yes,
I am now a correspondent, not an editor. There's now an acting international editor. Yes, yes.
Okay, Sis Sophie, but they'll say once an editor will always be an editor, Sis Sophie, as you are
Yes,
still
yes,
corresponding,
yes.
giving us all the news across Africa. I missed you on the question of Botswana and South Africa last point. I know you were somewhere, but Sis Sophie, take us through the visit of President Ruto to the country.
It was quite important because when you look at these two countries, South Africa and Kenya, they are the big economies in their respective regions. When you look at South Africa in the SADC region, but also on the continent. The same with Kenya when you look at East Africa or IGAD, including the African continent. And therefore, it is these kinds of working relations that can lead to a more integrated Africa. As you know, that you have to start by integrating at a regional level, and then you can then move to continental level. But secondly, when you look at the geopolitics, it's quite important for African countries to constantly engage in terms of how do you deal with these external factors, because they have a huge impact on our region, Africa or Sub-Sahara, being a region that is not developed like your developed north. And lastly, you look at issues of peace and security on the continent, and those countries that are much bigger and more powerful or more able to assist. When they work together, you are able to address the challenges of peace and security. And we saw what happened with the DRC, and SADC, including EAC, had to work together on the matter of the DRC, even though it's still not resolved.
Absolutely, Sophie. Finally, Sophie, the six packs, the six agreements that have been signed. I see maritime, gender equality and women, arts and culture, technical, vocational education. What benefit will it bring to an ordinary South African?
I think when you look at these agreements, when you look at sports, it's soft power, it's people to people, which is a good thing because you are integrating people. I mean, they will engage at the sports level. Sports, it's soft power. The same with art. Art, it's soft power where you have your perhaps your performers, you have your musicians, sharing expertise, and you know they command following, you bring people together. And then you also have the critical ones like the marine one. The marine one for me is the most important one at this moment, where we saw during the conflict in Ukraine, there were problems with the Black Sea. And the issue of marine, the war was playing itself in the waters. That affects the economy. You'd recall we couldn't access or get the fertilizers and grains, and that was going to contribute to food shortages, particularly in the sub-Saharan. You look at the recent conflict in the Middle East, the war is now in the Strait of Hormuz, where supply chain is now affected, and a very important product that is oil, and oil power the economy because it's all about transport, lifeblood of commerce. If you don't have fuel, you are going to have challenges of inflation. The cost of living is going to be high. Poor people will struggle with food because food is going to be expensive. That is why you see this almost like socio-economic despondency or in some cases, unrest, including what's happening in South Africa. It's the pressures where ordinary South Africans are feeling the pressure, and some of these pressures are external. And therefore, that marine contract is very important to ensure that there's security in the waters and transport of goods in the sea, because you know that sometimes we work together with East Africa. They have the harbor, we have facilities as harbor in South Africa, and therefore the transportation of goods or movement of goods is quite important. And to do that, you also must ensure that your waters are safe.
Thank you very much, Sophie, for coming to us live and direct on SAfm Africa in Focus. Sis Kathy?
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Certainly an important moment for us and for Kenya. So Advocate Mantula will round it off with the 5th of June, 1977.
It's almost 51 years, Kathy, when it happens. In Seychelles, there was a military coup. The president was out in London in the Commonwealth meeting. You see, that relation of the colonized and the colonizer. Now, almost 200 community members caused a coup, and these community members were coming from Seychelles People's United Party, who were trained in Tanzania, overthrowing President James Mancham, who was in Commonwealth Heads of State meeting in London 51 years ago. Asante sana, Sisketi, as I see leading the True Conversation, SAfm observing the Soweto Uprising Month.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with "Ta! Ta!"
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Eastern Cape. First up, Amalinda. There is some protesting going on there. It's between Amalinda Main and SPCA. So you've got sort of Main Road, Four Tracker Road and the N2 in that area. It's that part of East London where protesters are out burning tyres. So if you go through Amalinda, just expect some delays and diversions around that scene. Pretty heavy backlogs on the M1 North this morning. A crash before you get to William Mandela in Joburg. Traffic coming up from Bayersdorp through Malabongwe is all backed up. Crash on the Mike 1. It's northbound going into Grayston Drive, but southbound having an impact there as well. So northbound to Grayston, southbound to Call It, if you like. Heavy pressures into that scene. It's a crash involving, I believe, a minibus taxi. N3 South, roadworks overnight, overrunning this morning at Galuli's. Quite a backlog passing Edenvale from Modderfontein Road down into Galuli's. That's all heavily backed up. And pressure on the N1 from Brockfontein down to Old Johannesburg Road. That's very heavy. Durban's N2 already queuing from M7 up through Westwood Mall into the roadworks. And Cape Town, watch for this one. No traffic lights. N7, N2, Heideveld Lange area. That's all going to be backlogging, particularly trying to get off the N2 onto that M7 bridge highway system. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
You're still tuned in to the National Briefing. It's 6:50. Let's turn our attention to this story now. Well, a year ago, He walked out of the Democratic Alliance on a late night Facebook Live. And this week, 25-year-old Liam Jacobs walked back in and apologized. He left the DA for Gayton Mackenzie's Patriotic Alliance and then, at least according to him, turned down a seat to Parliament to return to the DA, saying that he was misled by lies and should never have left the organization. The DA sounds very welcoming. It has called it correcting a mistake. Liam, good morning to you. Thanks for agreeing to come to speak to us on the National Briefing.
And a very good morning to you and all of your listeners across our beautiful country.
Liam, let's start by getting this elephant in the room out of the way. There are many who believe that your decision, both to leave the Democratic Alliance for the PA and now to return, has been driven less by political conviction and more to do with perhaps lucrative behind-the-scenes offers that we members of the public never get to see or even hear about. What do you say to that?
I say that anybody who knows me and has followed my political journey from start to where it is now knows that it is not cash, it is not money that motivates me to get up in the morning and do what it is that I do. It is a love for the people of this country that inspires me to do what it is that I do. So when it comes to things such as these lucrative behind the scenes dealings that many people have spoken about and turning down a seat in parliament, I think it becomes apparent what this is really about. Because, you know, if it was about money, then surely I would not have turned down a return to parliament, which would have amounted to over 4 million rands worth of salaries in the next few years. That is something that I looked at and on the basis of principle could simply not accept, and it is not something that my conscience would allow me to accept. So this move is something that is purely a principle and values-based move, and it is something that speaks to an experience that a lot of people have experienced with the Patriotic Alliance, which is where you give trust and you trust Gayton, you trust the Patriotic Alliance, but then you realize that when you trust this party and you trust this leadership, they prove you wrong, because what is said outside and what is portrayed outside is not what actually happens on the inside. Things aren't as they seem.
Liam, I'm going to get into some of those details in a bit, but I want to start again more broadly. So I understand your father is also a member of the Patriotic Alliance. Gayton Mackenzie says he's a very loyal member for that matter. How have conversations around the dinner table been since you informed him of your leaving the PA? What does he make of this decision?
Well, look, he's my father, and I think it's always an interesting dynamic when there are different political convictions inside of a household. And one thing that overrides all is the love that a parent has for their child and the love that a child has for their parent. And that's the thing that comes first. My father understands that I'm also my own man who is going to make his own decisions in this life, and he loves me no less for that. So it's been all right, and it's actually been fruitful and exciting on my side to have some of my thoughts and convictions challenged, and I'm sure on his side it's the same feeling.
You've talked about lies that you were told. Give us one lie that Gayton Mackenzie told you and that you later realized was a lie.
Let me give it to you like this. I think the one of the biggest lies is that the PA actually exists as a political party. Now, political parties are things and organizations that have structures, that have systems in place, that have checks and balances in place. And when I arrived in the Patriotic Alliance, what I found was the complete opposite. There aren't real structures that exist. There aren't real systems that exist. It is a party that functions off of the whims of one man. And that is something that was a massive, massive shocker to me. And I'll give you another one if you'd like. And that is that the Patriotic Alliance is a different political party from the likes of the ANC, which I found to be something that is contradictory when you look at their behavior within the national government. I think these are two
When
things
you
that
when you
really
say
stand
that
out.
it's different to the ANC, what do you mean? A different party? What do you mean?
So, what I mean by this is that you'd assume that parties have their own independent and unfaltering and unwavering identities when placed in relation to other parties, and when you analyze these parties on the political spectrum. So, what I'm bringing this to is the role of the ANC of the Patriotic Alliance within the GNU, and then the role of the Democratic Alliance within the GNU. Now, you think that the PA is its own independent voice within government, within national government, within local government, but instead it exists rather as a power hungry machine that is obsessive over power, obsessive over position, to the point that it sells its voters out to the very same ANC that it campaigned against.
If we are to look more deeply into this idea of Gayton Mackenzie being the single individual around which then everything in the PA hangs, how did you find this to practically play itself out? So there are no meetings that take place to talk about campaigns to organize where different people are commissioned, with different objectives. Everybody sits around the table. There's that independence really and that openness to onboard ideas. Is that what you're saying, that it all begins and ends with him?
Well, I'll leave the simple question for yourself and the viewers also, because I think this is an interesting thing to think about, is that if everybody is appointed, for the most part, by one man, challenging the very same person that appointed you could run the risk of you losing where it is that you stand on the basis of you challenging the authority or the idea of who appointed you. And it
Did
comes back.
you challenge Gayton Mackenzie's authority?
When we talk about challenging authority, I'm always going to ask questions or raise my views when certain things do not feel aligned to values. But you'd find again that there is not
What
that
were the
culture
things he
of.
was most uncomfortable with that you raised?
Let me finish this point. It has got to do with that culture of openness. And when people are appointed into positions and not democratically elected, not placed into positions by constituents, the loyalty becomes tied to the individual instead of the principle. And that is something that exists as a large contestation throughout the party at large. And it's a shocker, to say the least.
What was he most uncomfortable with that you raised with him?
Look, I'm not one to divulge many internal discussions. I think that is unprincipled in and of itself.
So, so did you and
But
Gayton have a fallout, Liam?
no, there was no fallout between myself and Gayton Mackenzie. This is a values and principles based decision. I would not make a decision like this on the basis of any fallouts.
What's the biggest lesson that you have learned out of all of this?
That people can and do make mistakes often, and that when you make a mistake, that you should own that mistake. You should own it, and you should not be afraid to correct that mistake. That is what it is. And on top of that, it is also not to fall for populist politics in this country. Populist and racial nationalist politics in the Republic of South Africa do do not have space in our political arena. That is a fundamental truth that we must protect, and we must protect non-racial politics within our political arena, and we must protect our democratic values no matter what.
Catherine Fellows FM listeners, good morning. My name is Tulani Nzima in Croydon. Kindly ask your guest to how does he feel going back to the same political party? I remember, if not mistaken, it was Helen Zille that said the PA used money to induce that guy to join them. How does he feel? Not whether or not, but the fact that it was said by the very same DA that he is coming back to now. Thank you.
Liam, a question from one of our listeners.
The interesting thing is that that is the opposite of what Helen Zille said. Helen Zille, when asked about this, actually said that she knew that I was making a mistake at that point in time, knew that I am a young politician, and understood that many times young politicians take knocks and they do not know how to react to those knocks. And the DA at large and Helen Zille never ever spoke about financial inducements. And that, like I say, is never ever going to be a motivation for me. Financial inducements or anything of that line is never ever going to be a motivation for me.
Liam,
So that was never said.
We're going to have to leave it there. Liam Jacobs on his return to the Democratic Alliance. It's time for a 7 o'clock news update, and good morning.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, President Ramaphosa to launch rollout of new HIV injection, and Ruto calls for stronger Africa partnerships. Good morning. President Cyril Ramaphosa is today expected to launch the rollout of life-saving HIV prevention medicine at the Lillian Ngoyi Stadium in Mpumalanga. Lenacapavir is administered via injection twice a year, offering patients 6 months of continuous HIV protection per dose. South Africa is reported to have one of the highest HIV infection rates in the world, with approximately 8 million infected persons. The presidency has hailed the treatment as a major breakthrough in the fight against HIV. Spongile Shabalala is the chairperson of the Treatment Action Campaign.
We have a number of preventative tools, starting from condom, PrEP, and other tools that are not talked about a lot. This one, we believe that it will do much because it has less administration. So, for instance, when you are getting it, you'll get it once every 6 months, which no one will know, unlike with the PrEP pills that people are having stigma around it. But with this one, it will be very discreet. You will just go to the facility and you get your injection, and then you continue with your life.
Parliament's ad hoc committee has described as premature the decision by lawyers of Police Minister Senzo Mchunu to write a letter to it. The letter states the evidence leader's report has preempted the process by concluding against him, despite this being the role of the committee. Last week, the evidence leader indicated adverse findings against Mchunu. The committee is looking into concerns of national security resulting from the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwenazi's allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the justice system. The allegations led to the placement of Mchunu on special leave. The committee's chairperson, Soviet Likhanyane.
The action is premature because especially people who are lawyers, they were supposed to have advised the outlined correctly. And the Honourable Minister himself knows the procedures here in Parliament, that at this stage the committee does not have any report. We have received draft reports which are now before the committee for consideration. We have not even said a single word, is or are or I on the report, nothing.
Kenyan President William Ruto says partnerships between African economies are critical for closing the intra-Africa trade gap, which is well below the global average at only 16%. Trade between Kenya and South Africa is around 10 billion rand, with South African exports accounting for the vast majority of that trade. Addressing the South Africa-Kenya Business Forum in Midrand in Johannesburg last night, Ruto said there were opportunities for more collaboration between the two countries.
Together, our two nations command the financial strength, industrial capacity, entrepreneurial talent, and innovation ecosystem to power not just intra-Africa trade, but the transformation of our continent. We must move beyond conventional trade and deliberately build integrated regional value chains in manufacturing, agriculture, mining, logistics, pharmaceuticals, energy, digital services, and green industrialization.
In other news, the former Deutsche Bundesbank president, Professor Axel Weber, has credited the late former Reserve Bank governor and finance minister, Tito Mboweni, with building credible institutions. Professor Weber delivered the Tito Mboweni inaugural memorial lecture in Cape Town yesterday. Mboweni died in 2024 following a short illness. The current Reserve Bank governor, Lesija Kganyago, says Mboweni has also been recognized as a key architect of South Africa's macroeconomic and labor policies.
It is also fitting that this beautiful city is South Africa's legislative capital, where Tito delivered his last budget as finance minister before retiring from public service later that year. Some of you may recall how he ended, and I quote, "A prosperous future is possible for our beautiful country. Gloria est consequenda. Glory must be sought after."
And finally, U.S. President Donald Trump is to use legislation from the Cold War era of the 1950s to boost his country's coal industry. The Defense Production Act grants presidents authority over industries deemed to be critical to national security. The BBC's Tom Simmons has more.
Donald Trump's plans include redirecting $200 million from climate change projects to a coal plant in Maryland and 2 new ones in Alaska and West Virginia. A new coal export terminal will be built in California, capable of handling 12 million tons a year. He claimed today's announcement would bring down household costs for Americans. The Trump administration sees coal as a critical source of energy for the US, especially during the war with Iran.
Recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa is today expected to launch the rollout of life-saving HIV prevention medicine at the Lilian Ngoyi Stadium in Mpumalanga. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
If your rent was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 27-year-old Lynn a mind-blowing 638 Rand on her 2025 Haval Jolion. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Why wait? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines. Soccer. Bafana's final World Cup warm-up against Jamaica has been moved from today to tomorrow and will be played behind closed doors in Mexico. And more soccer with Orlando Pirates set for a major World Cup payday, with FIFA due to pay the club more than 51 million Rand. Let's find out more at around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning, very busy for a Friday in Joburg. A taxi crash on the Mike 1 North between Caller Drive and Grayston. That's queuing you up both ways, north from Houghton, south from Sandton. Heavy on the Mike 1. The N1 has a crash driving north into William Mandela, so delays coming up from the Randburg side. Roadworks on the N3 north at Heldenace, causing a backlog from Elands interchange, and southbound. Overnight roadworks badly overrunning this morning into Galulis. It's heavy coming past Edenvale. Breakdown on the M1 south near Old Joburg Road, so swinging through Brockfontein interchange towards Joburg. It is heavy one this morning. And Durban's N2 North already queuing up as you line up between the M7 and Westwood Mall, and shortly thereafter you stay in traffic all the way through to a crash at Queen Nutty Drive. So effectively from the M7 to Queen Nutty Drive, traffic all the way through. Make sure you've got a ton of time to get through that if you've got flight connections to hit. Cape Town, the N2 inbound, no traffic lights at the N7 Jakes Curville off ramp. Expect that to be really busy, and the N1 just queuing up as you head in towards that Sable Road exit at Century City. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 11 after 7 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. A very good morning if you've just tuned in. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. Pleasure to be with you as you step into your day. Coming up on the show in this hour, the Western and Eastern Cape are counting the cost of the second major storm to hit in a month. We'll be getting a sense of what's happening on the ground with our reporters. And then we'll also speak to the Western Cape MMC for local government and environmental affairs. And then the MK party says it's heading for a decisive victory in the local government elections and will name its mayoral candidates in all 8 metros within 2 weeks. We'll test that with the party's Secretary General. And of course, the reality check will conclude with the contributions of economist Dr. Lebohang Pego. And during the hour, we'd love to hear from you. The numbers to use to get in touch with us this morning. The studio line 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
Sanmuran, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Mahlangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanmonani, hello, my name is Zazi Kunene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Awafani. Catch Amalanga Awafani on SABC 1. Do yourself a favor, tune in every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC 1. Mzansi Show.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
Well, the Garden Route has now been battered by 2 major storms in under 5 weeks. Just as it was recovering from the first one, every dam in the district is full, and the village of Witterdrift, we were told, is cut off by a mudslide. 93 people have been evacuated. Our reporter on the ground in George is Sagri Chetty. Sagri, good morning to you. Paint a picture for us briefly this morning. What is the state of affairs where you are?
Well, good morning to you, Kathy, and to the listeners. Yes, indeed. I've been told that the storm is not as severe as the previous one a month ago, but there are casualties nonetheless. You were talking about Witterdrift, that is in the Beetle municipality, Plettenberg Bay. Yes, that area has been cut off, and so has quite a few other areas being cut off in the Garden Route. We've heard that people in mountainous areas in the Langkloof, just outside of George, they have also been cut off, and this morning the mayor of George has just told us that rescue helicopters will be going out there to assess the situation and to also deliver aid to those communities. And also in Oudtshoorn, we've got the Kangal Valley, where another community has also been cut off. In fact, those people, they have been cut off since last month. due to a rock slide that completely closed off the road to the Kango Caves. So that community also cut off and having to find alternative routes through farms and stuff just to get into Oudtshoorn. But also this morning in Wabonkrau, that's just outside of George, there's a rescue mission that starts this morning. This is after a man and a woman last night in Wabonkrau were trying to cross a flooded river. Both got into some difficulty. The woman they managed to save, but the man unfortunately disappeared into the floodwaters. So at first light, rescue officials will start the search for him.
Sagri Chetty is going to stay on that story for us. Let's go to the neighboring Eastern Cape. That's where we find Kim Daniels out in Gqeberha. Kim.
Yeah, it's a beautiful morning actually in Gqeberha this morning. We've been driving around since about 6, just checking on affected areas, checking on road closures. Some of the roads are still closed, like the 3rd Avenue dip in Newton Park, some roads in Motherwell, in Kariche as well. But as I mentioned, it seems as if the rain has passed. We saw the sun come up this morning. Speaking to authorities yesterday, they mentioned how this time around, in comparison to the floods that we had 4 weeks ago, the damage isn't as devastating. But we will be going back to the municipality now at 8 and just chatting to them to find out from them what is the extent of this damage. But I mean, what we can tell from the ground, it wasn't as devastating as it was 4 weeks ago. About 700, almost 700 people were displaced. They got moved into various shelters across the metro. Those being churches, community halls, even spaza shops. And most of these residents come from the areas of Motherwell, of KwaZulu, of Missionvale, KwaNabuhle, Kariche as well. And these are areas prone to flooding because they are so low-lying. I think a major priority for the municipality was to ensure everyone's safe, to make sure no lives were lost and no injuries occurred. And so far, so good. No fatalities or injuries have been recorded.
All right, Kim Daniels, I'm so sorry to do that, but we're going to have to pause it there with you. We've got limited time, so let me bring in Anton Bradell. He is the MEC, not the MMC, I apologize for that, of Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning in the Western Cape. So Anton, I want us to start with this warning from scientists, particularly in your province, that if the rain continues, there is a risk that you could have at least 22 communities, informal settlements that are cut off from the rest of the areas in the province. Speak to us about how real those threats are right now.
Thank you, Kathy, and good morning to the listeners. Yeah, Kathy, currently 15 to 20 communities are cut off. Smaller communities out living closer to the mountain areas, etc. And with First Light today, the 4x4 people, we've worked very closely with the Joint Operating Centre, will go out. Our disaster teams will go out. And as the Mayor of George stated, we've got helicopters on standby to provide them with food, the necessary food and medicine, especially. And then also blankets, etc. We've got a well-organized support system to get to the people. We're very grateful that since Monday we could start to communicate to the communities and ask them to prepare. And we've seen, and luckily actually the cold front just before that, from the 8th to the 13th of May, which cut off certain communities. It was quite obvious the same communities will be cut off. So we asked them to prepare for 10 to 14 days to buy extra food, etc. And that also helped. We've managed to save 3 people last night who tried to cross the river in Zuwar area, a mother and 2 children. And it's sad that they're going to go out for a search operation to see if they can find the man and the wife they've saved last night also crossed the river. We've just listened to that. But the husband who disappeared underwater, we will have a search and rescue to see if we can find him this morning.
Anton, what do you understand about the conditions that drive people to try and cross rivers despite the severe state of the weather?
I just think people don't understand the power of water. And it's like, I said it this yesterday morning, I addressed people and I asked them, please, even if you've got a 4x4, it doesn't mean the car can swim. Please don't drive through the water. You can't see how deep it is. As soon as the water gets under your car, it lifts it up and there you go down the stream. The power of water, I don't think people understand. So yeah, that's mainly it, and it's problematic. But I must say that our campaigns do work, because this time it was only 3 people or 4, 5 people that got into trouble. People try to get out of the area. They wait too late. They don't understand it rain now, but the runoff comes a bit later from the mountains. So that time difference is sometimes difficult for people to adjust to. So therefore, we've got early warning systems to phone people downstream, and to now again the Gouwert rivers, the Keerboom rivers, although the rain is like calmed down, but downstream a lot of water will still flow from the mountains, and so we will keep in touch with the people downstream and we will monitor it. We've got setback lines on our rivers. We know which areas are likely to flood, so we send out early warning systems to them and ask them to please evacuate and just get out of harm's way.
What becomes the most challenging aspect of running operations when it gets too dangerous? Because I know that at some point, even this week, your teams had to pause the work that they were doing in clearing roads simply because the weather was untenable.
Yeah, it's Eskom. We had to rescue 2 teams of Eskom in the mountains as well. So they sit with the same problem. At a certain stage, you must also protect your rescue workers. So it's training, and having the right equipment helps a lot. So we've built the system over the last 12 years. And to be quite honest with you, I think the system holds, because this time around, what made this disaster different than the 2017 drought, the George building collapse, those kind of things, that was normally in a certain area, and we can shift resources and we can bring in extra people. This time, we've been hit right through our province, all districts. And that is the system, but the system holds. Yes, we're very sad that we've lost 11 lives, but we're very glad that we saved 651 lives. So we will keep on building. We need to understand that in the Western Cape, because of climate change, it will get hotter and drier. And drier doesn't mean that we're going to get less rain. We're just going to get the rain at once. And that's the problem that we sit with. Looking at how can we better our river clearing programs, alien vegetation, manage those kind of things, manage our estuaries, get setback lines. We've got a setback line program where we ask people to move further away from rivers, etc., to enforce those kind of systems. It will be unpopular because people like to live on the edge of the rivers.
Okay.
But that's the kind of things that we need to institute.
Anton Bredel, let's leave it there, the MEC for Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning in the Western Cape.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Well, let's move on to this story now. The MK party says it's heading for a decisive victory in next year's local government elections. After a 3-day meeting of national officials in Durban, the party says it will announce candidates for all 8 metros. This is within the next 2 weeks. However, since its formation, the party has seen a number of high-profile departures, disciplinary disputes, contested disciplinary disputes, leadership changes and abrupt shifts, all bringing a cloud over the organization. We'll now be joined by Sfiso Mahlangu, who is the national spokesperson. We were set to speak to the General Secretary. Sfiso, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning. So you're setting the bar high in terms of your expectation going into the local government elections. How are your candidates, your mayoral candidates, being chosen? Is it going to be by local structures, provincial structures, or the national leadership?
Well, good evening to you and your viewers. Your introduction was somewhat biased, I think, colleague. You say high level departures, which brought the party to some instability and suspensions. Only 2 people have been suspended from the MKP. Only 2 people. So any reportage of numbers and drones of people having left the party or having been suspended
Were those not
is
high
simply not true.
profile? Sfiso, were those not high profile?
No, we don't have low profile and high profile individuals. If something is wrong and 2 people are suspended, awaiting a disciplinary or an internal investigation, that's where we leave it. An investigation is underway and we will report to you once the investigation is done. There's no instability there. People for the longest time have been suspended from the ANC, even the Minister of Social Development, but no one makes a hoo-ha about that. 2 people have
the
been
story
suspended.
about the Minister of Social Services of the ANC has been front page news. But let's get back to the question I asked. Let's get back to the question that I asked you, Sfiso. Let's get back to the question I asked you. How are you going to be choosing your candidates for contestation of the local government elections?
Well, we're going to choose them by 3 ways. We undergo a course and workshops with them. We have some vetting processes. We're looking for the best crop among people who required to be councillors and ultimately mayors of the party. The second step is that it's going to be ground up. In our ground up approach, we're simply saying if the community doesn't want you, we can't have you as mayor. The reason we haven't announced our candidates, our mayoral candidates yet, is because we want it to be a ground-up approach. So we're doing it in this way. Our community members get to elect the person that they want, so that we're not in conflict with the community when we introduce somebody and the community says, no, actually, that's not our guy. We want Mr. or Mrs. X, right? So it's a ground-up approach in that after we've had several trainings, which we're undergoing now, we have a policy workshop at Birchwood Conference Center from the 3rd to the 5th of July. We would have really gone through the rigorous process of getting our best candidates in, and then we do the ground-up approach. The third place we're working on is really to take all the people who are then candidates into an expertise profile. So for a city like COJ, a municipality like COJ, we'll look for somebody who has a lot of municipal experience, a lot of financial experience, a lot of qualifications, academically, somebody who's articulate, who will fit into the type of municipality that we're going to. If for one in the Eastern Cape, we'll look for somebody who has got some experience with tribal authority, some people who's engaged the chiefs, some people who understands rural development, who understands a bit of economics. So we're looking at those approaches into the selection process. So we haven't rushed this process because we don't want it to just be, a rushed through type of thing. We've taken our time with it, and we'll begin doing this right before the policy workshop. And at the policy workshop, whichever branches or provinces we haven't announced will announce at the policy workshop in July.
When it comes to the leadership, right, of the MK party, in the last year we have seen high-profile departures from your organization. And yes, you might talk about 2 suspensions, but the point is that there have been leadership disputes within the MK party that have left a sense of instability in the organization. Do you think that that is one of the issues that you have to try and settle in the minds and in the imaginations of South Africans, that this is a party that is now settled?
I think that's just the persuasions of media. Oftentimes it's just propaganda, and it's media sensationalism to say the party is unstable. There's no instability here. We're a new party, of course. We're not even 3 years old. All parties at inception go through, processes of getting the right kind of candidates, which I think we have at this point. We've got a leadership that is mature and can really, deliver the demands of our people. And South Africans trust us in doing this. That's why they gave us the numbers that they did in 2024, even against the IEC's shenanigans. The people of South Africa showed that they believed and they loved the party. Now there's a sensationalism going on in the media about instability. Can these people run a government and so on? Let the voters decide that, not the media. Let the people of South Africa vote for who they want, and equitably, the ones whom the people have voted for shall take their positions and lead the people. That's how a democracy works, right? The people elect, and then those they elected lead the country. So there's the talk about whether we are ready. We don't determine our readiness. It is the people of South Africa that have studied our policies, right? Our people's mandate, and trust us to lead this country. And they are going to do that at the upcoming elections with the local government. And of course, we're ready. And of course, we're trusted to do so. So we're ready to do that.
We're out of time. Let's leave it there. Sfiso Mahlangu, who is the national spokesperson of the MK party. It's time for your latest news headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, suspended head of organised crime, Richard Chiviri, has been fired. The SAPS has confirmed his dismissal. It is reported to follow a disciplinary hearing last month. The SAPS has declined the reason for his dismissal. President Cyril Ramaphosa is today expected to launch the rollout of life-saving HIV prevention medicine at the Lilian Stadium in Mpumalanga. Lenacapavir is administered via injection twice a year, offering patients 6 months of continuous HIV protection per dose. And US President Donald Trump says he has spoken directly to the militant group Hezbollah about a possible end to fighting in Lebanon. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning from Joburg. First up, crash on the M1 North at William Mandela has been cleared. That traffic starting to move. The big one is a taxi crash between Corlett and Grayston going north. Traffic all the way through from Boyston this morning up to Sandton, southbound through Sandton down to Melrose, getting caught in that as well. Crash on the R24 eastbound, just as towards the M12 R24. So if you're coming through Galulis out towards the airport, expect some delays there. The overnight roadworks on the M3 going south into Galulis have wrapped up. Major delays for Durban motorists trundling up the N2 very slowly. Roadworks after Spaghetti Junction. Crash scenes between Umgeni Road and Queen Nundy Drive. It's heavy from the M7 right through to Inunda Road this morning. The M19, Umgeni Road, very slow. Reservoir Hills into Springfield. And a crash on the M4 south at Virginia Airport. Heavy going both ways through there. Cape Town, no traffic lights. N7 at the M2. And lots of traffic on 35th Avenue, Jan van Riebeeck as you come up from Bishop Lavis all the way through to Parow. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, good morning again. So Bafana, that warm-up against Jamaica, it'll now be played tomorrow.
Yes, Kathy, plenty of million-rand questions around it. We know it's behind closed doors. We know it's moved from today to tomorrow. But what we don't know is what Hugo Broos is planning behind them. We're just going to have to wait and see. Maybe he doesn't want, the Mexicans to be spying on him. But yes, that warm-up match has been moved to tomorrow. Kickoff 11 p.m. South African time. The match will not be televised. And Coach Broos is expected to field field his strongest available side. Aubrey Modiba will not feature against Jamaica tomorrow as he continues his recovery from a hamstring injury and is expected to be ready for the Mexico clash, which is the World Cup opener next Thursday. In the meantime, Orlando Pirates are in line for a financial windfall of more than 51 million rand, and that's through FIFA's Club Benefits Program. The Buccaneers have 8 players in Hugo Bruges' 26-man Bafana squad, with FIFA compensating clubs for every player released for World Cup duty. The payout could increase if South Africa advances beyond the group stages, with Pirates currently tied alongside Mamelodi Sundowns and Al Ahly as the most represented African clubs at the tournament. On to rugby, and the Springbok Sevens captain Impie Visser says the Blitzboks mental approach will be decisive as they chase the World Championship crown in Bordeaux this weekend. The Blitzboks face Britain and Kenya today before meeting Fiji tomorrow in the pool stage. Victory in Bordeaux would secure their 6th tournament win of the season and defend their World Championship crown. Here's the captain, Impie Visser.
GB will come at us again this weekend, and we know Kenya always comes at us. But I think if we just play towards our potential and we uphold our standards, we can give them a decent score over this weekend. But I think it's just for us to go back to our basics, to focus on the things that we do well, the processes, and how we can implement that to the utmost best.
And tennis action, Poland's Maja Kwalinska is one win away from a fairy tale French Open triumph after becoming the first qualifier in history to reach the women's singles final at Roland Garros. She defeated Diana Schneider. She'll now face 19-year-old Russian teenager Mira Andreeva, who swept past Marta Kostyuk to reach her first Grand Slam final. And finally, motorsport. Mercedes have confirmed George Russell and Kimi Antonelli will be allowed to race each other freely, provided there is respect between the teammates. The pair clashed twice in Montreal, making minor contact in both the sprint and the Grand Prix. Russell won the sprint, but his challenge in the main race ended after 30 laps with an engine failure, leaving him 43 points adrift of Antonelli in the Drivers' Championship. Here's Antonelli.
I'm not thinking about championship or anything like that. I just think about enjoying the driving as much as I can, and try to do my best, trying to improve, raise the bar, and then we'll see where we end up. But definitely I really want to enjoy as much as possible every weekend, and I want to leave the weekend and say I did everything I could. So that's what I'm going to do.
We'll be back in the fast lane here on the National Briefing Sport. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
All right, let's get into our market brief. So the private sector in Ndauleng yet again raising its hands to save the day. I don't know how we should feel about this, but it's pledging to help Johannesburg with its financial woes.
That's right, Kathy. Big business leaders stepping in to help tackle Johannesburg's deepening financial and service delivery challenges. Business Unity South Africa, Business Leadership South Africa, and Business for South Africa say they are ready to deploy private sector expertise to support infrastructure repairs, improve service delivery, and help stabilize the city's finances. Now, the initiative builds on earlier collaborations in sectors like energy and logistics, where public-private collaboration helped address operational constraints. Now, in return, business groups are calling for stronger governance, greater accountability, and decisive action against corruption from city leadership. They argue that Joburg's recovery is critical for national economic growth, investment, and jobs, given the city accounts for roughly 16% of South Africa's GDP. Over in corporate company news, miner Wesizwe Platinum is preparing for a significant restructuring at its Bakubung mine in the northwest, with nearly 500 jobs potentially on the line as the company seeks to improve efficiency and lower operating costs. The move comes at a difficult time for the country, where unemployment remains one of the economy's biggest challenges. Now, Wesizwe has abandoned its previous production plan in favor of a revised long-term growth strategy and will begin consultations with Labour and other stakeholders under Section 189A of the Labour Relations Act. Moving over to market-moving news, tracking equities, another volatile session is expected ahead, with the JSE likely to open softer, tracking weaker global sentiment. Asian markets and US futures are both in negative territory following a broader AI-driven sell-off that has weighed on risk appetite. In commodities, oil prices are relatively muted, with Brent trading around $95 a barrel. Meanwhile, the rand is on the back foot, lost at 16.33 to the dollar, 21.93 to the pound, and 18.97 to the euro. That's your market brief. I'll be back next Monday with the latest in business news. I'm Ntauleng Lechela for the National Briefing.
Get into the beautiful game with the Free Spa Limited Edition Soccer Ball when you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products, like 750-gram Nescafe Recoffee Tin or 800-gram Value Pack for 129.99. Save 39 Rand. Or 750-gram Cremora Coffee Creamer for 49.99. Save 20 Rand. Price is valid from 25 May till 7 June 2026, while stocks last. Only at Spa. T's and C's apply.
Sanbonan, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Masangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanbonani, hello, my name is Zaziko Nene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Awafani. Catch Amalanga Awafani on SABC 1. Do yourself a favor, tune in every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC 1. For sure.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
All right, you're listening to the National Briefing. We're going to be getting into the reality check in a moment. But first, this breaking news story this morning. We've received a media statement from the South African Police Service confirming that Major General Richard Shibiri, the former component head for organized crime, has been dismissed from the organization following the conclusion of an internal disciplinary process. The statement says the disciplinary processes were conducted in accordance with the applicable SAPS prescripts and that principles of procedural fairness were followed. Major General Shibiri was found guilty of misconduct relating to conduct that brought the organization into disrepute, including associating himself with a known criminal. So there we have it, breaking news. Major General Richard Shibiri is now out of the police force. He was suspended when he appeared before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. And you remember in March, he was really under the spotlight. And this is over loans that he took from Kat Matlala and the relationship that he enjoyed, he seemed to enjoy with Kat Matlala. He argued that he took that loan to fix his son's car. But the commission pointed out to him that he didn't even need to have taken out that loan because at the time he had enough money in his own bank account to cover those car repairs. And so this has really brought a lot of scrutiny to him and the position he occupied, and he has now been fired as the organized crime head. And that's the latest then developments, and that, I think, a direct fallout from the Madlanga Commission. I'm sure you'll have a lot to say about it. I'll take your calls a little later on in this hour. That said, let's get into the reality check.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
Lebohang, Dr. Lebohang Pego, good morning again to you. Thank you so much for having joined us this week on the reality check. Today, of course, we're getting ready for what will be your final contribution to us as you think about the state of the country, what it is we need to be doing to make this country the country that we dream it can be.
So today I'd like us to talk about youth and dispossession and the struggle over the future. And morning, Kathy, and all of the listeners. Every June in South Africa, young people are described as their future. And many young South Africans are asking different questions. What future exactly? Because this is possibly the first democratic generation born free in 2000 who are more educated, more connected, and more globally aware than the generations before, whilst also feeling less materially secure. And this contradiction really, really, really matters because a lot of young people today are doing everything that they were asked to do: study, get qualifications, adapt, get more qualifications, be entrepreneurial, be digitally agile, get some more qualifications. But millions of people are still entering adulthood through debt, temporary work, high living costs, high housing insecurity. A lot of people cannot leave home, and shrinking pathways into a stable economic life. So the issue is not just youth unemployment and whether industrialization is the path for them. The issue is that a lot of young people are feeling suspended between formal inclusion and material insecurity, between the promises of democracy and the realities of neoliberal life. So they're educated but economically uncertain, politically visible, but still very much dispossessed. I think that June 16th is often remembered as a student uprising about Afrikaans, but the language issue was always tied to the political economy. Bantu education was designed to shape what kinds of futures Black people could enter, and Black youth, African youth in particular, what kinds of power they would remain excluded from. So the apartheid economy required African youths as labor, as sacrificial lambs, really, for mines, for factories, for farms, and as domestic workers, but not as owners of land, not as owners of infrastructure, not as designers of finance and productive power. And this also matters because today's generation is confronting a whole different set of related questions. What does freedom mean inside an economy where ownership remains deeply concentrated and still deeply racialized? Post-1994, expanded political rights somewhat, more successfully, much more successfully than economic sovereignty. And a lot of people have entered democracy, so-called formerly free, born free, but it's just not working out for them. One of the other things as well is that, South Africa now absorbs large numbers of graduates into labor markets that often struggle to absorb them meaningfully. Others leave, Kathy. Doctors, nurses, engineers, researchers, teachers, developers across the world. Between 2013 and 2025, South Africa lost more than 12,000 doctors and nearly 59,000 nurses from public health facilities. And this is in a country that has fewer than 80 doctors per 100,000 people, well below many global averages, and also in a country which struggles to place young graduate doctors. It is just absolutely bizarre. And to find funded posts despite severe pressure inside public hospitals. So this contradiction says something very profound about the political economy itself. A country that can't really find a meaningful place for its young people, its young nurses, accountants, engineers, will eventually begin exporting not only talent, but it's also exporting our own future, our own development, our own aspirations. We cannot keep saying that we want to be a STEM nation and we want to enter the digital, enter the digital spaces and enter the 21st century as at the cutting edge, whilst people in the meantime are passing mathematics, basic mathematics at 30%. There's a big disconnect there. How do you go from there to sending people to space? Because when skilled people leave, the country loses public investment, it loses research capacity, it loses institutional memory, the potential for mentorship, and the potential for new possibilities. Now, previous generations, despite apartheid's brutality. They entered economies built on violent extraction and racial capitalism, yet they still entered systems that knew what to do with millions of workers. Today's generations enter very different economies, much more technologically advanced, much more financially concentrated, much more unequal, and often less capable of absorbing large numbers of people into secure adulthood. And this has become a global crisis. Artificial intelligence is expanding, automation is accelerating, platform economies and gig economies are also growing. But stable pathways into life are not expanding at the same pace, which raises much deeper political questions. What happens to a democratic society, Kathy, when millions of young people can access education but not stability? And this is where also the conversation becomes very key, this conversation, because simply calling for more industrialization isn't enough. The old industrial economy itself was tied to extraction and exploitation. And many countries today are confronting a different reality. Automation that is rising and manufacturing that requires fewer workers and global supply chains that remain stubbornly unequal. So the issue is not whether South Africa should copy older industrial models. It's whether this country can build a more sovereign and life-sustaining economy under current conditions. And that probably means a completely different set of priorities: public transports, food sovereignty, care economies, social reproduction, agro-processing, digital infrastructure, green manufacturing where possible, community energy systems, public health care, housing, regional trade, cooperatives, creative industries, and stronger public investment in research and knowledge, not because these ideas are fashionable and trendy, but because societies become unstable when millions of educated young people or people who have parallel forms of education and skills, or don't have skills, in fact, have not been given any form of skill that is viable for this form of economy. If they can't find meaningful places economic life, we're clearly looking at an economic time bomb. And because sovereignty isn't just abstract, freedom is not abstract. Liberation is not this abstract thing, Sarafina. It's about whether societies can sustain life materially with dignity. And in closing, I want to say that then the unfinished question of June 16 is no longer whether young people can access schools, universities, formal rights, can access apprenticeships, can access workplaces. The deeper question is whether they can meaningfully shape, own, and transform the society that they inherit. At some point, societies have to decide whether young people are merely being prepared to survive instability as fodder, or whether we actually love them, whether we actually care for them, whether we actually respect them, and whether we really see them as our generational dividend. Were they really meant to inherit economic power, democratic ownership, material security, and were they really meant to be liberated? Because a generation cannot endlessly survive on resilience, on hustle, on adaptation, and on broken promises.
Dr. Peko, wow. Sure, what a solid contribution on the state of young people. And as you're talking, I'm thinking about how do we ensure that we're able to retain those that are the best amongst us, the talented amongst us, because those might well be the first to leave. Because, of course, it's not just South Africa that will want them. It's the rest of the world that will also want to use those skills and expertise. Let me thank you so much again for your contribution, and really that significant food for thought around the ecosystem that we are creating as a society for young people. What do we truly mean when we say young people are the future? And I think when you look at what Dr. Peko has said this morning, it's that the case that we present, our environment, does not speak to what we say.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good news, the crash on Joburg's M1 North at Winnie Mandela, which backed traffic up from Randburg. That's all being cleared out of the way. Traffic is starting to move again as well on the Mike 1 North, going up through Melrose into Sandton. There was a taxi crash there earlier before, but that seems to be out of the way. Traffic is eased up nicely. Crash on the N3 North, ramp through Galulis onto the R24 out towards the airport. So if you're coming from Germiston, you've got the roadworks on the N3 at Held Mason, and you stay in traffic all the way up to that ramp and past that scene just before the R24 split off from the N12. N1 South moving better now through Centurion. The breakdown at Bruckfontein has been clear. There is a little bit of traffic between the R21 and Boerta Avenue on the M1 South, but that's really about it. Durban, jam-packed running north up the N2 today. You've got the roadworks near Westwood Mall and then a crash up before Queen Nundy Drive. So very heavy from about Booth Road Bridge territory. By the time you get into Spaghetti Junction, you're stuck in some real heavy stuff right through to Queen Nundy. The M19, Gena Road section from Reservoir Hills coming through that N2 north on-ramp and then down into sort of Springfield Park down to Macro. That's heavy. And a crash on the M4. This is the Ruth First Highway. It's southbound near Virginia Airport, but it's jam-packed both ways. And don't forget, of course, the roadworks out of Verulam through Phoenix. Again, the R102, Chris Harney, JG Champion, Phoenix Highway all backed up as a result of that. Cape Town, a bit of pressure through Somerset West this morning and to outbound, but also inbound. Just really slow going. And a crash up on the Potsdam Road near the My City stop. It's just north of Bloberg Road near the taxi rank. That's causing quite a backlog of traffic on the Coburg Road, passing the refinery, trying to get through to work at Killarney Gardens. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Good morning, Kathy, and your listeners. Kathy, I wonder if the MK party is a party or are they the ANC's rebound? Good luck. Thank you.
Good morning, SAFM and the listeners. Zacharias is getting. Yeah, Matanga is doing a very good job, but at the end of the day, we still want Zondo. Those who are implicated thereby Zondo, they must also face the music. And what I like about it mostly are the politicians. They must also face the music. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's off the back of this breaking news this morning, right, around Major General Shibiri, the organized crime head who has now been fired by the SAPS. So that's the latest news then in as far as that matter is concerned. Simpiwe, you're in Richards Bay. Good morning.
Hi, Ausketi. How are you?
Good. Go for it, Simpiwe.
Good. I just want to commend you on how you handled the interview with MKP party. I think you were very, very, very calm and the discussion appeared balanced. However, in contrast to the interview that you had yesterday with the ANC chief whip, which sounded less balanced, and at times the questioning came across as if you were interrogating. It almost sounded like you were the ad hoc committee member. And knowing how you are, I thought there was a time when you almost lost it. I understand the ANC is a ruling party, but we do expect a bit of a balanced interview from you, not the advocacy journalism. I just thought I should say that, and please don't chop my head.
No, I have no reason, Simpiwe, to chop your head. Every interview has a different tone, right? And ultimately, what we strive for is accountability. There were things that Mdumiseni Ntuli was saying that I found really just left me floored in the moment, and so I needed to interrogate what he was saying and hold him accountable for that.
There are questions that you could have asked without putting weight into his mouth. There was a time, actually, Mdumiseni was more calmer than you. There was a time when he waited patiently, and this time the MKP was speaking over you and you were the calmer one. So that's why I'm saying when I compare the two.
Okay, Simpiwe, that's great. Look, I don't want to get drawn into a debate about the interviews. I think I've taken your reflection. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of where now we must dissect, you speak, I speak, and then we're getting into it. But I think for me, it's fair enough that you've spoken about how you feel about it, and I'm content to leave it at that.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Impiwe. Let me go to, is it Matumelo in Mafikeng? Good morning.
Morning, and good morning to the listeners. I'm very happy about Dr. Tleko's analysis and contribution. I agree, it was very solid. And I want to add maybe that intergenerational integration is also an issue for the youth, because the older generations are somehow feeling threatened by youth and their new ideas, and at the same time, government structures often fail to maintain those people from the older generations who have the heart for the youth and who have ability to build a bridge for their integration. This is my personal experience. I'm working in Department of Health.
Yeah, and Matumelo, I think you're right. We're just not seeing enough integration. It's almost like we're a society living in silos whose experiences are removed from each other, right? As if it's the first time ever in the world that some of the challenges that we're facing we're actually encountering today.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we are encouraged to take packages. I'm of the bit older generation, but yes, it also depends on you, how you promote youth, how you give them opportunity to display their skill and develop their skills within the working environment.
Matumelo,
thank you.
Thanks
That's
for that
all I
call
want to
and that
say.
contribution. Thank you so much. Matumelo out in Mafikeng. Let's take you to the latest news update. It's 8 o'clock.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, organized crime boss Shiviri has been fired, and Trump speaks on a possible end to fighting in Lebanon. Good morning. The South African Police Service has confirmed the dismissal of suspended head of organised crime, Richard Shiviri. This follows a disciplinary hearing which took place last month. He was thrust into the spotlight when some witnesses at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry linked him to alleged underworld figure Vuzimuzi Cat Matlala. National Police spokesperson Ethlenda Mate.
The disciplinary proceedings were conducted in accordance with applicable SAPS prescripts and principles of procedural fairness. Major General Shibiri was found guilty of misconduct relating to conduct that brought the organization into disrepute, including associating himself with a known criminal.
Meanwhile, suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lisija Sinona will not appear before the Matlanga Commission today because his legal representative is ill. Sinona is expected to testify on a date yet to be announced. He's facing serious allegations, including sharing sensitive information with Matlala. The Commission's evidence leader, Advocate Mahlape Selo.
To assure the commissioners that I happen to personally know the counsel that represents Major General Sinona, and I actually spoke to her on the phone. She had called me, and she did sound under the weather.
A new witness is expected to take the stand today. Yesterday, Hawks Durban Unit Commander Gavin Jacob concluded his testimony. He focused on the 541 kilograms of cocaine that was stolen from the Hawks offices in Port Shepstone in June of 2021. The drugs were valued at an estimated 200 million rand. President Cyril Ramaphosa is today expected to launch the rollout of life-saving HIV prevention medicine at the Lilian Ngoyi Stadium in Mpumalanga. Lenacapavir is administered via injection twice a year, offering patients 6 months of continuous HIV protection per dose. South Africa is reported to have one of the highest HIV infection rates in the world, with approximately 8 million infected persons. The presidency has hailed the treatment as a major breakthrough in the fight against HIV. Sibongile Shabalala is the chairperson of the Treatment Action Campaign.
We have a number of preventative tools starting from condom, PrEP, and other preventative tools that are not talked about a lot. This one, we believe that it will do much because it has less administration. So, for instance, when you are getting it, you'll get it once every 6 months, which no one will know, unlike with the PrEP pills that people are having stigma around it. But with this one, it will be very discreet. You will just go to the facility and you get your injection and then you continue with your life.
And finally, US President Donald Trump says he has spoken directly to the militant group Hezbollah about a possible end to fighting in Lebanon. He told reporters at the White House that Hezbollah had called him. The BBC's Tom Simmons has more.
The group's leader, Naim Qassem, described the talks as futile, humiliating and widely opposed in Lebanon. Trump told reporters in the Oval Office that he had spoken with Hezbollah, and he said he'd then spoken to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about the situation. Trump's conclusion, progress was being made between Israel and Lebanon deserved to have peace.
Recapping the top story, the South African Police Service has confirmed the dismissal of suspended head of organised crime, Richard Shiviri. This follows a disciplinary hearing which took place last month. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Theft, accident and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
Buying house brands at the grocery store saves money, but you could really save by switching to Outsurance Essential Car Insurance made for older cars. 38-year-old Portia pays only 512 Rand a month for her 2015 Kia Picanto and has no upfront access payable, so no unexpected out-of-pocket payments. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 Rand. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAfm Sports Headline, we're getting behind the other national team. The cricket captain for the Proteas women, Laura Wolford, is targeting return to form as South Africa prepare for their white ball series against Ireland. And in rugby, the Bulls are one win away from another URC final. Let's have you the details around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
One of our top stories this morning down in East London, the protesting that's broken out around the Amalinda side. So the N2 has some burning tyres on it near Amalinda Main. Amalinda Main is closed, and Trekker Road that runs to the top of the N2 also under pressure as well. If you can, just try and avoid that whole Amalinda area. It's quite aggressive and quite widespread protesting on that side this morning. Joburg, the approach coming through Midrand has normalised, looks pretty good for a Friday morning. N1 North is again busy, moving through Randburg up towards William Mandela. And a crash on the N3 North ramp to the N12 East at Galulis, just causing extra delays between Germiston and the airport. Talking about travel to the airport, Durban's N2 is really under pressure. Crash earlier this morning up by Inunda Road has now been cleared, but it's left a backlog of traffic from about Booth Road Bridge through Spaghetti Junction, up through Mgeta Road and beyond Inunda Road. The M19 coming from Reservoir Hills and Dunkeld Road side, very heavy to get into that N2 this morning as well. And a crash on the M4 at Virginia Airport, heavy both ways between Blue Lagoon and Schlanger. If you're driving Cape Town, a taxi crash, or a crash at least, on the Kuberg Road, Potsdam Road, running to Kalani Gardens. That collision just up by the taxi rank causing delays. And the highway's a little bit lighter around Cape Town, but we do have a crash outbound Nelson Mandela Boulevard, slowing traffic to Hospital Bend. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 9 after 8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. A very good morning to you. If you've just tuned in, my name is Kathy Mutlatlana. Pleasure to be with you on this Friday, the 5th of June. So coming up in this hour as the build towards June 16th continues, that's Youth Day. We're going to be looking at jobs and safety with the Gauteng Traffic Wardens program. It's been turning unemployed youth into a tourism asset. We'll find out just what the impact of that project has been. And then we also meet the filmmaker telling the buried story of students who studied under the barrel of a gun at Tiflop University, and that is a story not very often told, and he's telling it for the screens, the cinematic screens. So we'll find out more about that, and of course we'll end off the show with Built-in Mzansi. We will open the lines a little bit earlier, get to hear from you. So much happens in the week. We don't have a chance to take as many of your contributions as we would want to. So today we're certainly going to create room for that. The numbers to dial 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your WhatsApp voice notes and text messages. 0614 104 107. It is a Friday, so we'll take not only your reflections around today, but of course the week that has been.
It's not about the score. It's about the moment. The sun sitting heavy on our shoulders. The lights humming above us. All that matters is this. A crowd lifting together. Strangers becoming friends. Family being family. This is what it means to be a cricket fan. We share the moment. And in that sharing, we become something more than the result. We become unbreakable. The Proteas 2026-27 tickets are now available. Book today at cricket.coza. Unbreakable spirit lives here.
If your streaming subscription service was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to OutSurance saved 32-year-old Parushka a whopping 729 Rand on her 2020 Haval H2. Get a quote now, and if OutSurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Why wait? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAfmRadio.
Let's get into the story. It's 13 after 8. The Gauteng Traffic Wardens program says it's double duty for them. They're making the streets safer and also putting young people to work. Safer streets, they say, gives visitors confidence not only to spend more in the local economy, but also to improve, the public image around safety concerns. We're joined by Baba Rauganediwi, who's the Chief Marketing Officer for Gauteng Tourism. Baba, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning. So let's talk about the Gauteng Traffic Wardens. How are they different to the crime wardens that were launched in the province?
Good morning, Kathy. Happy Bafana Friday. Excited to be here in the national briefing. This is the same program. You'll recall that the program had to be recalibrated to include aspects that are related to police officers as it was declared. So they are the same cohort that are in our streets, in our spaces and places, assisting in making our province, our cities, our spaces visitable, livable, and also supporting the drive to work, stay, and play in our spaces, in our communities. An important aspect of the province's youth development agenda as we build up towards the 50th anniversary of the 1976 Soweto uprising.
So let's talk then about that recalibration of the crime wardens. Does that mean that they've, in a bit more detail, what about the program and the project has changed?
The program continues as it is. Over 8,000 of these wardens have gone through extensive training. You will recall that they actually went through training in Potchefstroom, taken through their paces by the South African National Defence Force. So it's a multidisciplinary cohort that works in conjunction with law enforcement agencies. They are part of crime prevention operations. They are part of our sporting, music, and lifestyle event, assisting with traffic management. They are in the communities, deployed through the ward system. So they are part of the effort to combat crime. As you are aware, Gauteng through Premier Ali Sufi wrote in a program that includes, among others, the use of technology, buying 2 helicopters to complement SAP's work. So it's a group that is supporting South African Police Service. You are aware that the concurrent function around policing, among others, the provincial responsibility harbors on traffic police. So the Gauteng Traffic Police is part of the overall body that house these wardens. Most importantly, if you look at the composition of these wardens, they are young people, very energetic, who have taken the baton of making sure that they prevent crime in our communities where it happens, but equally make a living for themselves. Some of them have been able, through whatever that they've been getting out of this program, improve their studies, and others have been now taking care of their siblings as part of ensuring that they make a difference in the community.
So Baba, what is the impact? Because you as Joburg, as Gauteng Tourism then are speaking from an impact point of view. What is the impact that you are saying they have had in our communities, and how is this directly then related to the kind of tourism that we are seeing to the province?
The program has been in existence for now almost 3 years. We have seen massive impact in terms of, one, the reduction of incidents of crime that were directed at our tourists, especially in tourist hotspots. You remember there were cases in areas like Meldy's Drift, areas in the Cradle of Humankind, areas in Orlando East where Vilakazi Street is. Their deployment and working together with community policing, working together with the tourist monitors, have resulted in more bumps, boots on the streets, ensuring that law enforcement has been coordinated. And we have seen the ripple effect of that being a whopping increase. For example, last financial year, we generated over 30 billion rand into the visitor economy through international arrivals. And this is as a result of tourists feeling safe in their destination, spending more, and as a result, that money trickling back to SMMEs and other product owners that are in the value chain.
All right, let me thank you for your time, Baba. Gaugane Diwi, Chief Marketing Officer for Gauteng Tourism. Is that the impact that you have seen if you're a resident in Gauteng where you have these wardens deployed? I think it's certainly encouraging if we are seeing those positive signs, especially around our tourism hotspots.
It's not about the score. It's about the moment. The sun sitting heavy on our shoulders. The lights humming above us. All that matters is this. A crowd lifting together. Strangers becoming friends. Family being family. This is what it means to be a cricket fan. We share the moment. And in that sharing, we become something more than the result. We become unbreakable. The Proteas 2026-27 tickets are now available. Book today at cricket.coza. Unbreakable spirit lives here.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling on a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Kathy, good morning. Firstly, well done on your introduction to the morning show. You've really added a lot, and I love the way you ask some really direct questions at the perfect time. I really like it. But, Kathy, why did you have to go and ruin my lovely Friday morning when you said the MK are saying that they are going to take KwaZulu-Natal? Please, we can't have it. We've basically had that for the last 20 years, and it's been an absolute disaster. So we need something new. And, let's hope we get what we deserve. Brad Marisburg.
Donald Trump says he has.
Hi, Kathy. The MK party, the tribalist, let me put it that way, tribalist party is indeed ready to govern its people of KZN. They must not include South Africa. Yeah. They are just ready to govern its people of KZN. Simple as that. These are tribalists. That's why they're so chaotic.
Kathy, why this government, they just thinking we always need security for us to live in, like, the daily life. Instead of like hiring a lot of paramedics and nurses so that, even at the hospital, the clinics, there will be no line and so on. Why we always like just needing the security to doing what? Everything just about the security, give them some firearms and so on and so on. It doesn't help. The nurses, I think, at the health system is where like actually we need like a lot of stuff.
Good morning, Kathy. There's nothing diplomatic about this new spokesperson for MK. He's just as arrogant as Nshamulo. I thought he was going to be better.
Good morning, Sis Katie. Good morning to the SAFM listeners. I'm very, very worried now, especially the quietness of our government in terms of listening to the cries of people on the ground about this illegal immigration. I'm very worried. I've just seen the statistics now. The application for the firearm license has increased to 60%. In my view, if we are not doing something, we are heading for a disaster. Segwanele Pretoria.
All right, thanks for those responses. A lot of them, of course, as you can hear, focusing on the conversation we had with the MK party. Let me go to Mtata. Tabo, good morning.
Morning, Aunt Kathy, and good morning to
Yo,
SAFM
Tabo,
listeners.
Aunt Kathy, so early on a Friday morning hour, Mara. Yo.
Ngizama respect. I have a lot of respect for you.
Okay, let me say I appreciate it, Ke. Yes, what do you want to talk about?
Ndiyaqala uthetha nawe. My input now today is on the sentiments of Julius Malema in regard to the foreign nationals.
Yes, Tabo, feel free to talk. Tabo.
Yes. When I'm listening to the news outlets, especially the ones for international, there is a sentiment that South Africans are being xenophobic. So now it pains me because our brothers and sisters, we love them so much from neighboring countries. To prove that we love them so much, a woman that has given birth in South Africa is entitled to the grant for their children. They are also getting the 350 for COVID. So also we as South African government, we are deploying soldiers throughout Africa on peacekeeping missions. So it cannot be that it is always pointing out to the fact that at some point we were in neighboring countries there, but we were not doing what the foreign nationals are doing here. So now, I'm not talking about our soldiers were in training camps. So now we have a problem. Malema is saying that we as Africa, we must not be, we are
Afrophobic.
Afrophobic, that's the name. He is doing that at a very high cost of himself, losing votes. Because... Yes, because I don't know where he is staying. He's staying under the rock because the cross-border crimes, the tracker companies are reporting that SUVs in a worth of plus minus 500 million are leaving the country annually.
Thabo, in your view, very quickly, do you think that the issue of migration is going to be a big consideration when people vote in the local government elections?
Yes, in one way or another, because the cons, we South Africans feel the cons. When he says that we are Afro what, he's staying in the gated communities in Sentin. But now I've just mentioned the cross-border crimes. And then cash in transit haste, if police can tell you some of foreign nationals are involved in the cash in transit haste.
Okay.
Illegal minings, no one has to tell you that. We saw how many that were taken out of those shafts and they were undocumented.
All right.
Foreign nationals. And then you go to prostitution. We have got highest rate of people missing ever since our brothers and sisters came here, the foreign nationals. There are so many people that are missing. They are used in brothels that are in here. That
you're talking about trafficking, yes. Okay. All right, Thabo. Look, I think that you've made the point, and quite extensively so. And perhaps that's also one thing that we need to be having more conversations about. How much of an influence is migration going to be in the local government elections? Yes, we know it's a national issue, and some of the reflections post the 2024 national elections did suggest that the EFF lost voters, particularly because of the stance of the party on migration. But is it going to be such a big factor in a local government election? Well, that's what we're going to have to wait and see. So I'm going to be taking more of your calls on the other side of 8:30. I do see many of you trying to get through. For now, though, I want us to turn our attention to this particular story. And we're going to be in conversation with Teboho Malope, who's an award-winning filmmaker. And we're talking about the film Studying Under the Barrel of a Gun. Teboho, good morning to you.
Morning. How are you, Kathy?
I'm doing well. Teboho, what a story this is, right? June 12, 1986. We talk about June 16, 76, but almost a decade before that, there were events, of course, that in many ways mirrored what happened in 76.
Yeah, what's interesting is that the 76 events and the 86 events are very well connected. It's that it was the 10-year anniversary of 1976 when they declared a state of emergency, and they wanted to shut down the young people that were already organizing to do something big. So when they occupied the University of Mankweng, the University of Teflop in 1986, they were worried that it was the 10th anniversary of June 16. So there's a clear line between 76 and 86, and that's the story that we're about to tell.
And give our listeners a bit of insight into what really goes into the story. And it's about, a campus, Teflop campus, University of the North in Limpopo, under siege.
So when they declared a state of emergency in 1986, June 12, over 1,000 soldiers went and they ascended on Turflop University and they took it over. So imagine today you at Vets or you at UJ or whatnot, and then suddenly you wake up tomorrow morning and the soldiers surrounding your campus. The soldiers that knock in your reses and they flip your beds because they suspect that you're a comrade. There are soldiers that set up a military barrack on your soccer field so you can't play sports. There are soldiers chilling at the library, at the cafeteria. So basically, your whole campus becomes a military barrack. And the reason for that was good because the students there were starting to militarize. They were starting to be politically agitating. In fact, the story goes all the way back to 1969 when Biko launches SASO at the University of Turfloop. And then Onkgo Potsetiro at 1972 does a speech where he challenges the regime, and then the regime takes him out. Like they kill him in 1974, the first student activist to be killed by the regime. That leads to 1976. Onkgo, by the way, trained Tsetse Mashinini and those youth activists that end up leading 1976. He gets killed in 1974. So that university has a long history, a build-up of politically agitating. So by the time we get to 1985, guys like Nick Lesufi, guys like Josephine Moshovane, they're torching the school, they're agitating, they're supporting Frelimo marches. And the school, the regime says, no, 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 this has to be shut down.
Sure.
And so in history, that university is the first and last. There's no university in the world that has ever been taken over by soldiers, except for University of Turfloop. Today it's known as the University of Limpopo. And the occupation lasts for about 3 years.
Sure. What a rich history. We're out of time, but when can we expect to see it? You've whet our appetites.
June 12th, it goes out, selected cinemas, a couple of Ster-Kenny-Cores. You can go see it in Joburg. You can see it at Rosebank, at Eastgate, Southgate, and Mall of Africa in Brooklyn if you're in Pretoria. And if you are in Limpopo, where the story really happened, you can go see it at Mall of the North.
Wonderful, wonderful. Tebogo, thank you so much for joining us. What a story and what a rich history, right? What a rich history.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan has returned to the High Court in Johannesburg in a renewed bid to have his electronic devices returned. Police seized them from his home last month. The South African Police Service has confirmed the dismissal of suspended head of organised crime, Richard Chiviri. This follows a disciplinary hearing which took place last month. And advocacy group The Treatment Action Campaign says government should ensure South Africans fully understand how the life-saving HIV prevention medicine works in their bodies. President Cyril Ramaphosa is today expected to launch the rollout of Lenacapavir at the Lilian Ngoyi Stadium in Mpumalanga. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. If you're driving from Pretoria down through Midrand to Joburg, got a good Friday, an easy Friday, no major problems on that run through. There is a crash on the R21 towards the airport just by Atlas Road, and Republic Road out of Randburg towards Sandton. A crash at Winnie Mandela causing some delays there. Durban, the N2 going north, that's all cleared up. We had major problems this morning up to Queen Nutty Drive, but it's all eased. There is a crash on the M19 approaching Reservoir Hill, so coming in from Claremont, New Germany. Stay slow. And the M4 jammed up from Blue Lagoon, heading through towards Virginia. Through Phoenix, still very busy with the roadworks to continue there as well. Cape Town, a very easy Friday. All these sort of highways are a lot lighter this morning. In fact, very light. The only real problem on the highways is going out of town. Nelson Mandela Boulevard crashed before Hospital Bend. That's causing a little bit of onlooking inbound. And Amalinda area of East London locked down this morning. Protesters on the N2, on Amalinda Main Road, and up on Voortrekker Road. Widespread protesting, major disruption in and around that Amalinda side of East London. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
It's 8:33. Zai Khan is in studio. Good morning again, at least for the final time this Friday, Zai Khan. Before you get into your sport.
Good morning, Zai Khan. I just want to say thank you so much. You have managed to revive my interest in soccer. I'm finding myself now wearing my Pirates t-shirt making a follow-up on the team that won, the team that lost. I'm still going to get to watching the full game, but it's because of the way you're presenting. It sparks that interest. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. You're doing a great job.
Aww, our
thank
very
you.
own Zycon.
Oh, thank you so much for that. It's actually a big compliment, when someone who you kind of loves sport and then you find someone who enjoys it because of the way we do the stories in the morning.
But by the way, Zycon has quite a story. And, when she says she loves sport, she really, really means it. One day she must tell you the story of how she switched careers, left one career and came to do a whole other because she was like, I'm tired. I need to be doing sport. It's in my blood.
There we go. That's how we tell our stories, with passion and vigor and verve. And we've got other women
it's also a Friday.
Yeah.
And there's 25 minutes left of the show.
Yeah.
Zai, go into
Let's
it.
go into it. Speaking of women who make people want to watch sport, we've got the Proteas captain, Laura Wolford, hoping to find her best touch ahead of the Women's T20 World Cup. They're taking on Ireland tomorrow.
Yeah, not too much. I think very cool to play that many games, though. I think it'll be a pretty special day. I think, just getting to make your debut for South Africa is pretty cool, and playing 100 games is crazy. But yeah, hopefully many more where that came from.
We've also got rugby with South African teams. The Bulls and Stormers advancing this weekend in the URC semi-finals. Local players have dominated the competition, although only the Stormers have lifted that trophy, winning the inaugural title in 2022. The Bulls will face the defending champions, the Glasgow Warriors, while the Stormers will travel to Dublin to tackle Leinster. And Bafana's final warm-up match before the FIFA World Cup has been moved to tomorrow. SAFA confirming that South Africa will face Jamaica in a closed-door friendly in Mexico, kickoff 11 p.m. Now, the Football World Cup is an event like no other and requires the players to be mentally, physically, emotionally ready. This is how Bafana and Kaizer Chiefs legend Itumeleng Khune sees the spectacle.
Going into the biggest stage like your World Cup, obviously you become nervous. You don't know what to expect on your first game of the World Cup. So you just have to control your emotions, because each day comes with different challenges. Because remember, even the training schedule starts to change, because maybe we're over that maybe a couple of months before. Like I shared my story that we went for a month in Germany because we were coming to play the World Cup in June. So we went to train and play friendlies in Germany. Then we went to a warmer place in Brazil.
And finally, host cities are shining a spotlight on their signature dishes for the upcoming World Cup, set to take place in America, Mexico and Canada. Now, Miami's Cuban sandwiches to barbecues in Kansas City. Food is one more way to showcase identity beyond the soccer stadiums. Here's the Cuban chef now, Daniel Figueredo.
Well, listen, if you want a little piece of our culture, right? The Cuban sandwich, croquetas, and cafecito are really the way to go. It's a way to experience it next to having a cigar and putting on a Panama hat, right? The Cuban sandwich really is like the thing you have to have when you come to Miami.
And that's where we'll leave it for now. We'll have more with John Herika. He'll be dishing it up at around 12:30. I'm Zycon.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Hi, Kathy. Tabo just made my day. Imagine. Hi, Aunt Kathy. I have never heard it ever on radio. He is just out of line, but in a funny way. You have good listeners. Thank you. Enjoy your day.
And that's the thing, right? I take it with this from whence it comes. I think, our listeners are they're so amazing. And that's the beauty of radio. You get to build these connections with people. But I also realize that there's some things I need to start dealing with on a personal level, which is the fact that, I'm around the corner from the fourth floor. If I go around the corner and look, The fourth floor is not far from where I am, so I need to start accepting that iminyaga ihambile. So I must accept when people say Auntie Kathy, Mama Kathy, Rahadi. I'm now I'm now the elders of society. When we talk about the elders of society, we're talking about people like us. Okay, let me go to Cape Town. Alfred, good morning.
Good morning. I want to make a feedback. Katie, I'm very appreciative about your show. It's very, very fruitful because you update us what happened in this country. Our guys for us are very, very appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alfred. We appreciate that feedback. Thank you. Tlaisani, you're in Pretoria. Good morning.
Morning, Rahadi. How are you?
Wabona, Litomil. I just told you, allow me to ease into it, okay? Allow me. It's a journey, this thing. It's not an overnight process, so please. Yes, Tlaisani.
I would love to respond to the gentleman who made a call about foreigners and Julius Malema. Look, it's easy to shift blames around to saying this one is responsible for our problems or this or that. But the truth of the matter is that we open our doors for these people to cook for us, clean for us, take care of our gardens. We buy from them, Sis Kathy. I can bet many people do not buy, they don't do their hair sorbet or sorbet for women or Tammy Taylor to do their nails. We go for these people to make sure that they want to get the cheap labor and all these things. And it's easy to complain and say this one is doing this with foreigners, but if we as South Africans can make a decision to starve them, I bet these people can leave. But the problem is that we open our doors for them. We give them our backyards to hire and open these doors. It is us who open this, and we must take accountability for that. Shifting blames around, I don't think that will serve us.
Tlaisani, I think that one of the real questions that we have not grappled with enough as a country is around what killed the economy of spaza shops in our townships in particular. Because spaza shops used to be owned, ran, operated by South Africans. But what led to the end of that or to the death of that? Because until we understand, the problem that created this challenge, all we're doing, and somebody raised it, one of our callers also raised this earlier, all that we're doing is creating a vacuum that our communities might not necessarily be well capacitated to take up.
Okay, honestly, from where I come from in Zanin, it's a small village. We've got few South Africans that are running spaza shops. I always try my level best to support them. But it's easy for a South African. It's hard. Okay, let me just say it's hard to start a business. But it's easy for me to say, or someone to approach me and say, give me a backyard, I'll give you 3,000 a month. That sounds easy. It's an easy thing. So I feel like with the high unemployment rate, the economy not growing, it's easy for me to opt for a 3,000 rand guaranteed every month rather than me risking to open a business which things might not even work out. So I feel like it's I don't know. But that's just my view on that.
Okay, Tlaisani, thanks for that. And we need to ask that question, right? We need to ask that question because growing up, okay, down the road, there's a spaza shop, and that's being run and operated. But you go back into the same townships, villages today, those shops are gone. They are gone. And if we don't understand what caused or what led to that, then we might not be able to revive South African participation in the local and informal economy in the way that that we want to see happening. Calvin, you're in Bloemhof. Good morning.
How are you?
Good, Calvin. Go for it.
Good. Maybe I should start by answering your question as best as I can. You see, the problem began, Osketi, with marketing in South Africa. You are correct. Growing up, we knew Hori, Espaza Skababzwane, Espaza Skabablatwayo, and things like that. But then, with the growth of television and marketing and things like that, we started being taught that international brands are better than South African brands. And the mindset over the years grew to being a spaza operated by a foreigner is better than a spaza operated by a local. That is what started changing our mind shifts. We started moving away from Mobaplatjoyo going to my friend because my friend is cheaper, because my friend is not local. And as that's how they took over. Now, going into my main thing, you see, the biggest problem that we are sitting with as South Africa is a lack of leadership on our part as the ANC. As the ANC, we have distanced ourselves from the very society that we are supposed to be leading. Again, growing up, there used to be street committees, there used to be block committees that were run by the ANC. And the ANC would provide information to communities directly through its branches. But now, the ANC no longer does that. Whenever there's problems in society, the ANC is so focused on running government, on running municipalities and other things. We have distanced ourselves and created a vacuum between the ANC and the society we are supposed to be leading. That is why today you've got the very enemies of the revolution, the very enemies of our people today can call a conference of the left, which is meant at weakening the majority of the Africans in terms of governing themselves. This thing of the SACP and MK today claiming that they will be running KZN, the only intention there is to weaken the rule of the ANC. And the reason why we are seeing all these things of march and all these things, we are not saying that we don't have a problem of foreign and or illegal nationals, but we are saying the ANC is not providing the leadership that it should be providing, and it's time that the ANC goes back to basics and goes back to the society that it's supposed to be leading. Nature does not allow a vacuum. Where there is vacuum, there will always be opportunists like Jacob Zuma and Julius Malema who are trying to take over, and that will be led by his stomach, Solima Paila.
Calvin, we'll leave it there from an ANC member. At least that's what it sounds like. But yeah, some reflections there. Magdalene, you're in Bloom. Good morning, Magdalene.
Morning, Auntie Chetty.
Hey, I surrender. Hey. I surrender. I give up. Yes,
No,
yes,
no.
Mtanam. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Auntie Chetty. Okay, Cassie, I'm very much interested in what happened by the president of Kenya visiting South Africa. I honor him. Point is, he's a man who's got the value, who says something's happening in South Africa about the immigrants. But my people are immigrants in South Africa, so let me go and hear and sit down and hear actually what is it that is happening and what is it that we can do. And I like his comment when he say we need to develop our own people within our countries. That's what he said, and I honor him for that. So we are going to turn the coin as South Africans. We are going to say Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, the president of ANC. Yes, you were mandated by the ANC. But now we are turning the coin to say we are mandating you as South Africans because we voted because we wanted democracy. So we wanted equality. So we've got principles that are running, that are directing us what to do as South Africans. So public participation is going to be the priority.
Okay.
Number two, transparency and access to information. How so? The forums supposed to be engaged or be invited to the meetings of all the Democrats who are coming to South Africa. At least 3 people from the forums must come to those meetings in order to iron out the whatever it is a problem to the South Africans, because forums are the grounded people.
Okay.
They are the ones who are taking care of the public, of the citizens of the South African. So
Magdalene?
that's what we need.
Let's pause it there. Mandla in Boksburg, you also want to talk about the visit from the Kenyan president.
I want to follow whatever approach the caller before Magdalene used. Maybe he sang you praises using your clan praises, Kathy. You gave him as much time as there is to give. So he probably did something right. I want to learn from him. But I am glad you are in a very generous mood.
Now you're taking up all your time with your opening
yes,
soliloquy.
With my complaining.
Yeah, this is why we don't have. This is not Shakespeare. Hauna nagwadi monologue mo Mandla. Go for it. What do you want to talk about?
I am appropriately chastised, Katie. Thank you very much. No, I wanted to talk about the visit by the president of Kenya. I wanted to test whether, specifically on where the agreement on gender, whether South Africa is going to be able to use that to lean on Kenya, especially on the LGBTQ rights. Kenya is one of the countries where same gender relationships are outlawed. And it would be interesting to hear and follow up how South Africa is going to take advantage of this bilateral agreement to infuse a bit of human rights in how Kenya handles this thing.
Well, you heard what was said yesterday, that South Africa doesn't get involved in these matters, right? We don't have leeway or scope for us to get involved. At least that's part of what was expressed. Mandla in Boksburg, we'll leave it there with that contribution. Okay, for a final time this week, Rob Byrne, good morning. Rob, what are your weekend plans? Is Bafana high up on that agenda? Oh, wait, never mind. The match is not going to be live, so never mind, Rob.
The plan this weekend, no plans, which is a really nice way to go into a weekend. You got an open one, so that's nice. Yes, right, the roads this morning, R21 south towards the airport, coming in from Pretoria, crashed by Atlas Road that we told you about earlier this morning. That's all being cleared up. The highway's looking remarkably clear around Gauteng. Example, Pretoria down through Midrand, very light. Little bit of a backlog N1 north up to Buccleuch from Rivonia, and a bit of traffic between Woodmead and the Marlborough Drive heading south in towards Sandton. But apart from that, you're good to go. Durban side, well, Durban's been really busy earlier this morning. All the incidents on the N2 running north up towards Inanda Road have all been cleared. Crash on the M19 at Reservoir Hills, also out of the way, and the M4 starting to move again towards Mhlanga from Blue Lagoon. Ironman event this weekend in Durban, so don't forget that one on Sunday. And loads of closures starting tonight and continuing right across the weekend between Durban and Pietermaritzburg, and extending from Pietermaritzburg up through to Sadara on Saturday night. The N3 out of Durban will be closed at Pinetown at Paradise Valley Friday or tonight, tomorrow night, Sunday night, 8 p.m. until about 4 the next morning. 3 consecutive overnight closures there. Closure tonight from 9 p.m. until tomorrow morning. Ashburton through to Market Road, and then a Saturday night closure, Pietermaritzburg through to Hilton and Sadara. So lots of sort of ducking and diving around alternative routes this weekend. All starts tonight. And the Amalinda area of East London, a little bit slow on the Amalinda main road up around Trekker Road, but the because of protesting, but the blockage on the N2 that we had in that area appears to be lifted. Cape Town this morning also having a pretty decent run through the traffic. A little bit of congestion over the elevated freeway, but apart from that, it's not looking too bad. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Here from Rift Valley Station 23. Auskit, can you please bank all this response from all these prominent figures of all different political parties, so that when the day comes, something happens there, when you ask them, is this not your response, then you can answer to it.
Morning, Kathy and listeners. Kathy, The gentleman who's talking about the Terfluap reminds me, there's a place called Itsose. In 1976, just after the 16th of June, all the high schools were manned by the soldiers. They were teaching us, the soldiers, with their guns, and only white soldiers. Mokorwa.
Sure. I think there's just so much of our country's history that we still need to mainstream, right? And this is why the work of young people, old people becomes so important. Without memory, what anchors us? Without memory, what becomes the foundation of everything that we hope for and that we want to build for the future?
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
All right, it's 8:55. Let's get into our Built in Mzansi segment for today. Our next guest wrote a motivational book for her peers at the tender age of 14. She also went on to open her own non-profit organization, and this was to motivate and reward academic excellence among high school learners. This morning, she's with us, and it's a new challenge that she has set herself. Baswelihle Zilwa, author, youth motivational speaker, and also the founder of Future Global Leaders Club. Baswelihle, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So you are young, but clearly that has not been a deterrent to you moving and operating in purpose.
Yes, hi, Sis Kathy, how are you?
I'm doing so well. You see, you can call me Auntie Little.
Oh.
The door is open. Yes, Little. That was just so sweet. So, Little, tell us a little bit about the work that you've been doing.
Yes, so as you mentioned, I am now 18 years old. And this year, I am dedicated my 18th year to launching the Leisha's 100K Teens Challenge, where I want to motivate and inspire 100,000 teenagers across the African continent. I want to inject self-belief and ignite 100,000 teenagers' dreams into action. So my journey, in motivating and inspiring teenagers, it started at 13. That's when I founded the Future Global Leaders Club. And then at 14, that is when then I published Lisha's collection of motivational quotes for teens. And, at the time, I was just, sharing my source of motivation with other teenagers out there. So I was very, very surprised, very pleasantly surprised by the impact that it actually had, amongst the teenagers, the massive mindset shift that occurred because of my book. And because of that, impact of both my book and my club, last year when I was doing matric, I actually won 2 African Continent Awards. So it was the Youth Empowerment Champion and the Next Gen Innovator of the Year. So, when I received these awards, I was very excited. I felt so honored and privileged to get them. But to me, they were not just a personal achievement, but I also saw them as a responsibility and a call to serve. So, which is part of the reason why I am now dedicating this year, in reaching and motivating 100,000 teenagers across the African continent.
So, Lihle, you talk about motivating teens. Sometimes it sounds like, you're speaking from the outside, and yet you yourself, are still very much a teen. And I wonder, how does that influence the approach you have? Because are these conversations that you are having with yourself, are these initiatives that generally provoke you, but you want to share them with other people?
No, most definitely. Most definitely. In my journey, it's mostly been, started from things that, maybe I've experienced and, thinking that, maybe there are other teenagers out there that are in the same boat as me. And me then sharing what I'm doing to help myself, sharing it with them in order to also keep them motivated and inspired. And actually, one of the dreams actually of the 100K Teens Challenge is to host teen self-belief conferences. And I'm actually very excited because the very first one is happening on the 19th of June, 2026, in the Eastern Cape in Mthatha, at the AOG Convention Center. So yeah, these conferences basically have that theme of injecting self-belief and really equipping teenagers with or all of us with, the right mindset to actually succeed.
Lihle, it sounds like you know exactly what you want to get done. The hashtag is hashtag Lihle's 100,000K Teens Challenge. On that note, we'll be back with you again Monday between 6 and 9 a.m. Up next, the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
In our top stories, Khan returns to court over seized electronic devices and Sunny Pass closed due to heavy snowfall. Good morning. Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan has returned to the High Court in Johannesburg in a renewed bid to have his electronic devices returned. Police seized them from his home last month. Khan's initial urgent application was struck off the roll last Friday. This after it emerged that the devices had already been handed over to the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. Khan is now challenging both the legality of the police search and seizure, the subsequent transfer of his devices to the Commission, and the handling of the data contained on them. The South African Police Service has confirmed the dismissal of suspended head of organised crime, Richard Shiviri. It follows a disciplinary hearing which took place last month. Shiviri was thrust into the spotlight when some witnesses at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry linked him to alleged underworld figure Fuzimuzi Cat Matlala. National Police spokesperson Ethlenda Mate.
The disciplinary proceedings were conducted in accordance with applicable SAPS prescripts and principles of procedural fairness. Major General Shibiri was found guilty of misconduct relating to conduct that brought the organization into disrepute, including associating himself with a known criminal.
Advocacy group The Treatment Action Campaign says government should ensure South Africans fully understand how the life-saving new HIV prevention medicine works in their bodies. President Cyril Ramaphosa is today expected to launch the rollout of lenacapavir at the Lelenengoi Stadium in Mpumalanga. Lenacapavir is administered via injection twice a year. The presidency has hailed its rollout as a major breakthrough in the fight against HIV. Sibongile Shabalala is the group's chairperson.
Remember, taking lenacapavir today doesn't mean that already I'm protected.
HIV. People, they still have to take oral pills at least for 28 days and to make sure that the injection is in your system. People still think that lenapakavir is one of ARVs that suppress the viral load. There are still mixed messages. So as Treatment Action Campaign, we are going to go out in communities to educate them as to say why it's important for them to take lenapakavir and why it's important for the country to give choices to people on how they are taking ARVs. And that is why we are asking our government to make sure that we have enough doses of lenapakavir.
The search for a man swept away by flood waters in the farming community of Wabomskral outside of George in the Western Cape last night has resumed. He was with a woman who was rescued. George Mayor Browan Johnson.
But unfortunately, at 9, they stopped the search and rescue effort, and they will continue at first light. But we see actually our rural areas, since George is an agri-tourism destination, that our rural areas are struggling in terms of their infrastructures. Many of the roads washed away, like our Vlakteplaas, the Sneyberg area has been cut off, and we will try to get helicopters later today or over the weekend to just get some aid there. And also the Kamanasi area.
And finally, the only road pass between South Africa and Lesotho over the high escarpment of the Drakensberg in KwaZulu-Natal has been closed due to heavy snowfall. The KwaZulu-Natal Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Department says yesterday's severe weather conditions have forced the closure of Sunny Pass. The department, Senzelwe Mzila, says disaster management teams have been dispatched to the area.
In the area of Sunny Pass, the Lesotho side, the road Sunny Pass has been closed. This follows the heavy snowfall. This has impact on travelers coming from KZN that might be going towards Lesotho. The MEC for Kokta has also called upon parents to ensure that children are safeguarded and that those that utilize braziers and heaters use them wisely, as they do pose a risk. Disaster management teams have been dispatched to this area to conduct assessments and provide relief to the affected.
Recapping the top story, Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan has returned to the High Court in Johannesburg in a renewed bid to have his electronic devices returned. Police seized them from his home last month. For SAfm News, I'm Anne Musa.
Who says talking never solves anything? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend? It's my way, Chomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month. My way insurance? Yes. Now I have more money back in my pocket. Even though hubby switched to my way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way.
Ooh, savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
I was with Hector Peterson when he was shot. The boy was in that picture where a boy was carrying. He was the first student I saw going down. I saw him being shot on the head and he fell down. I could not believe it.
My name is Nsako. You know, for me personally, 50 years is a long time ago.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm sure we all know that image, you know, Hector Peterson being carried in, you know, that other man's arms. And I'd like to say that I'm personally very grateful, you know, to see such bravery, such courage in the face of danger.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome. Oh, it is Friday, thank goodness. Lovely to be with you this morning. And indeed, we have another packed show for you today. The team is with you. Melissa and Kenil, we're producing the show and taking your calls. Mpo is on audio. Sibusiso is behind the camera today. And remember, you can listen to us or watch us in several different ways. Apart from listening on the radio, you can also listen to us live on DSTV channel 814. Go to our website, listen live there if you like, and that means you can just keep listening while you're on the move over the course of the morning. We're also streaming our broadcast, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. If you're joining us from any other part of the world or the country and you're watching what's going on in studio, you're very welcome. Don't forget, if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads the podcasts of our interviews onto the website, so you can catch up on all our interviews there on demand whenever you have time. And of course, we always start the program with an open line, which is what we're doing once again today. Our studio line number 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. And it's lovely that as soon as the show starts, it's a bit of a race. It's a bit of a race to the telephone lines to see who actually gets there first. But we're delighted to see that you enjoy communicating with us, and we welcome more of your calls. Remember, keep those voice notes short, 30 to 45 seconds long, short, sharp, and audible. That's what we want from you. All right, let me tell you about some of what's coming up on the show, and this is just in the first hour. We're about to have a lovely conversation, I know, with Professor Tulio de Oliveira. He's the director of the Center for Epidemic Response and Innovation at Stellenbosch University. He won a very coveted award, really. The president has bestowed on him the highest civilian honor that can be received by a South African citizen. So, in fact, we're going to speak to two of Stellenbosch University's professors who've managed to achieve this. One on the science and medical side, Professor de Oliveira, and on Monday we're hoping to speak to the recipients of the Humanities Award. But they really have done brilliant work. And Professor de Oliveira played quite an important part in keeping the nation informed and up to date. In fact, keeping the world and the World Health Organization informed too during COVID. So we're going to have that conversation with him. I'm sure that'll take us back a couple of years to the dark times of COVID. But it's always good to honor the people who saw us through those times and also set an example for the rest of the world. And then we're talking a little bit later on in the program about taking municipalities to court. Nobody wants to do this, right? You hope that you have a problem with your municipality or several problems, you address those problems to your municipality and your officials respond. But how many municipal officials are actually responsive to what people are saying? By and large, South Africans are finding that no matter how many times they complain, they're completely ignored. And, it's become a very, very frustrating thing. And some of them have felt, look, this has become a rights issue. We are paying our rates and taxes. We're not getting any joy. And this is becoming potentially life-threatening in certain cases. So, fortunately, the South African law actually allows us to do that. It allows us to take municipalities to court. That's not to say that it is an easy process. By no means is it easy. However, it is possible. So we're going to speak to a lawyer on that a little bit later on. And then I want you to tell me about this, particularly our male listeners, because you're the guys that we're going to be talking about much later on in the show. It's about the issue of anxiety and depression, actually, a cocktail of both of those. And we know there are many mental health illnesses that are often grouped together. Anxiety and depression tend to be two of those. But I looked at the numbers. The South African Depression and Anxiety Group released these numbers, saying that 1 in 5 men in South Africa is suffering from some form of depression or anxiety. Now, unlike women who go and seek help when we know that we have a problem, and that's most of us, that is, the men don't do that. Men tend to try and manage it themselves And they often don't succeed in managing it properly because they don't have the tools to do that without professional help. And then they wait till it gets to crisis point. And that's the point when they actually act on it. And I was just reading something recently. I don't know if you know about the writer Tsidiso Moletsane. He was the winner of the Sunday Times Literary Award a couple of years ago. And I'm familiar with his mum as well. They're kind of a talented family of writers, right? The mother and the son. And he wrote a lovely novel, Junks, that actually that actually won the award. He's young. He was really, really young, but exceptionally talented. And he struggled. He struggled with these problems. He eventually ended up dying by suicide, and it devastated his mother. And she was writing about that and about how one revisits texts and voice messages and so on. And in that moment, her son comes back to her again. But sadly, the reality is she's lost him and she's got to learn to live without him now. And I wonder how many families in South Africa have experienced exactly the same thing, where they didn't know what their child was going through or the extent of it. And eventually it ended in suicide because either those boys/men did not know where to go and seek help, or they thought they could manage it themselves. There are particular pressures on men, right? Masculinities in the patriarchal society in which we live mean that men feel they have to conduct themselves in a certain way. Sometimes they feel as though they can't talk about their emotions or their feelings. They must just carry them quietly and try to manage them on their own. We need to change that in our society. We need to give men and boys the space to be able to speak about their problems and not make them feel ashamed for having these problems in the first place or for trying to manage them in the best way possible. So much later in the program we'll have that conversation, but I'm happy to start speaking to you about that right now because I think it's such an important issue. And then on a more positive note, there've got to be tons of you out there who've thought of a story. Maybe it's your life story, maybe it's something that happened to you or a friend, and you want to put that into a book. You think it's a great idea for a book. But of course, the world of publishing is so inaccessible to many people, right? And the great thing is, if you can get into contact with that world, if you can get into that world, and if you can do a great job of getting your book out there, and people get to know you and you become an established writer, it really does change your life. And I often think that there's a generation or two of writers, particularly black writers, who've been completely lost because they've had to write in English or they can't access the publishing industry and so forth. And FASA, which is an organization that's been involved in this whole thing for a very long time and has started a project in 2023 to start developing indigenous writers, is doing a pretty good job. And they're opening their fourth cycle now where they'll be accepting manuscripts. And I think they do some really good work in terms of developing those manuscripts because especially as a first-time writer, you often don't know where to go with the manuscript. You need guidance, you need input from an editor, you need mentorship in order to see that book through to the end. We don't generally have those processes in South Africa. Weirdly enough, they have them in other African countries like Nigeria. You'll see lots of Zimbabwean writers who made a name for themselves overseas. You do have the investment in that kind of thing in those countries, and they tell their stories, and their stories get out to the world. You think of stories like The Girl with the Louding Voice, beautiful story set in Nigeria. And telling a story that many people around the world had no idea of, and all of a sudden, here we are we're gaining an insight into what that community's life is about by reading a story like that we otherwise would have known nothing about. So think about that, and please listen to our interview towards the end of the show if you are somebody who's interested in becoming a writer. The submission dates will be soon, and you need to start thinking about that. All right, so that number once again, 086 000 2032 if you want to speak to us. WhatsApp 0614 104 107. I'll start with Dwaisa in Ezingolweni. Good morning to you, Dwaisa. What's on your mind this morning?
Hey, good morning to you, Joanne, and to the SAfm listeners. Hey, Joanne, it is disturbing, It is disturbing beyond the words can explain to realize that, in fact, some of our cops, especially Hawks members, have been involved for years in drug trafficking. by listening to Kevin Jacobs' testimony before the Madlanga Commission, I think the other day and yesterday, and I'm sure he completed yesterday.
Yes.
Joanne, all to look at. You look at the way it was done. The guy was on leave, and he has to abandon his leave and come to this fast. And everything they do, the wrong things they do when the drug busts are involved, is to make sure that they tamper with the crime scene. And they know very well once you contaminate the crime scene, that everything is irreversible.
Absolutely.
Your DNA is disturbed. Your fingerprints are disturbed. So it's mind-boggling. And lastly, these drugs which were eventually stolen in Port Shepstone, there was no need for them to be taken to. It transpired yesterday that in fact there was no need to be taken to Isipingo first place.
Yes.
Because there were other warehouses, other police stations nearer, like your Madden Wharf, nearer to the harbour.
Exactly. He didn't even bother to call those places, right, to find out if they could hold the drug consignment.
And this is a Hawks guy, a top Hawks guy, a Hawks guy, and he lied. It was obvious that he lied by saying that he tried his best to make sure that there were spaces in other nearer police stations, but he was exposed that in fact he lied. He never did that. That was not done.
Yes.
And lastly, you also have to look at another example of where another Hawks guy, it was Marvin Mahane, another truck which was transporting the drugs to Johannesburg. Exactly the same mistake that they do, and it's just I'm just putting it mildly when I'm saying mistakes, because they are done deliberately to make sure that as I said, the crime scene is tampered with.
Yeah, thank you, Dwayne.
To me, it's frustrating.
Yeah. No, it is frustrating to watch. It is, and but Justice Madlanga is a very patient man. But sometimes you see a tiny little crack, a fissure in his composure when he's starting to get annoyed in terms of the line of questioning he takes. But yeah, some of it is quite absurd to watch. Johnny in Mpumalanga is on the line to us. You want to talk about unrest in the Western Cape, Johnny? Good morning.
Good morning, Joan. I was just wondering what the media in South Africa is, what is its approach to covering the unrest? Because now we saw up to 6 buses passing here in Malelane, and carrying Mozambicans back to their homes in Mozambique.
So they're being deported, is that right, Johnny? Are they being deported? Is that what you're saying?
What I know is that we had a lot of stories about the Ghanaians and the other people from the other countries.
Yes.
They were carried by aeroplanes, but now the Mozambicans they are on the buses, but nothing has been reported. So it makes you wonder whether the media is impartial, because the people here, they're in the buses, they were telling gruesome stories of their experience in their hundreds. And there are many more who are still left in the Western Cape there, who left their houses. Now when they speak to their brothers and sisters, their things, their televisions are being sold now on the streets because they left their houses, they were running, they didn't pack anything. Now they are in halls in the town, somewhere there.
What location is that exactly, please, Johnny?
We saw these things on social media now.
Oh, on social media. Okay, so it's not in your town.
And it is in the Western Cape where they are sending the videos as well.
Okay.
And the Mozambican government is already repatriating the people.
Okay, no, we'll follow up on that for you. It's a good question. Thank you, because I haven't been following updates on that. But let me look into that for you. Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much for flagging that with us, Johnny. Mike in Manzimtoti is on the line to us. Mike, you want to speak about a pension issue. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Joanne, and good morning to your listeners. I consider myself to be an old age pensioner.
Okay.
But SASSA, in their wisdom, have depleted the 2,300 or 2,400 that I should get. I'm a 79-year-old gentleman. I worked for 60 years of my life. I paid regular taxes. I went to apply for an old age pension last year.
Yes.
And the lady that interviewed me said, oh, yes, definitely I'll be able to get a pension.
All right.
And she did a calculation and she said, oh, you own a house. So I said, yes, I do. The value is 1.3 million, and the bank, I owe the bank half of that. So it's, the real value to me is 6 or 700,000.
Yes.
And then she said to me, oh, and your wife works. I said, well, my wife works, but she also earns a pittance. So she said, well, we do a calculation for you. And she came out with a response. She said, we're going to pay you 566 Rand a month. So I was shocked. I blew my top, but there was nothing I could do.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote a letter to SASSA, and I got a response from a senior executive manager.
Yeah.
And he said I should go back to the office where I'd made the application. So that was pointless to me because they sit and they won't help. But 2 months ago, they reduced my pension from 566 to 495, and I can't phone anybody.
Mm-hmm.
There's absolutely nothing I can do. I've been to 2 offices. I went to the one in on the Bluff, and I went to one down at Mgobaba, and both of them said to me, oh, but you own a house. Now, my wife and I have gone onto the SASSA system,
mm-hmm.
and if you're living in your house, it doesn't matter. You can live in your house, and it doesn't affect your application at all.
Okay.
That's what it says in black and white on the SASSA
mm-hmm.
website. So I'm just wondering if there's anybody else that's had a problem like me. I know people that have got literally millions in the bank for your pension. It's ludicrous. You got the Minister of Social Welfare. She's been skimming the top, and I can't doubt that it doesn't happen all the way down.
But let's find out for you, Mike, let's find out for you, because there's obviously a formula that they use to calculate this. If you've been sent back to the office, clearly the calculation may not have been done properly, and you say that it's just gone down in the last couple of months as well, so there's no explanation for that. Let us get hold of SASSA for you. I'm going to put you back to Genelwe now. Genelwe, please just keep Mike's details. Let's get hold of Paseka from social, not from social development, from SASSA more specifically, and let's just find out what the calculation ought to be, how it ought to be made, and what you are eligible to receive. And let's see if we can get that corrected for you, Mike. All right. Thank you very much for that call. We'll try and sort that out for you. And then is it Shasha in Potch? You want to talk about Mdumisen in Tuli? Good morning to you.
Morning, Joanne, and thank you very much for taking my call. Now, just want to commend you on how you handled the guy who phoned on your show and complaining about how Kathy questioned Dumisani Nduli. Now, we can't expect that people must come on the radio and dictate to you guys how to question their leaders or whatever. Now, I just want to make an example of, if a loyal dog, if its owner dies, that dog is going to make a lot of noise around that dead body and bark, etc. So what I'm saying, the ANC is dead. Now, come 4th of November. 4th of November is going to be the memorial service of the ANC. 2029 is going to be the burial of the ANC, because the ANC is dead. They committed suicide. And my suggestion lots of us are suggesting that our next president is going to be Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, even though our advice is that we don't want him to belong to any political party. I know that Shadrach Sibiya said all the political parties want him, but our advice to him is that don't go to any political party. I mean, this must sound like a dream. It's not. This is going to be a reality one day. It is going to happen.
So, do you think? I don't know. Does he strike you as being someone who wants to enter politics? Even Shasha, I'm not convinced that he's that he's keen on it. You know, and there've been a few people like that. I know Tuli Madonsela was asked at some stage. Some people have asked for Imtiaz Suleiman to do it. But I think they are so caught up in the work that they're doing, and they're so passionate about it. They can't see themselves in politics.
Something is going to happen. Going to 2029, something is going to happen. Many people are going to meet with him. We are going to convince him otherwise.
Okay. I'd like to see that how that plays out. It's going to be very interesting indeed. I think the country. Thanks for sharing that with us, Shasha. I think that the country's just hungry for ethical leadership, right, and people who will speak out against corruption. And I'm sure there are lots more people out there, but I think politics is a dirty game and it kind of deters many people from getting involved. So listen to one of your voice notes now about elderly people saying they don't get grants for particular reasons.
Hi, Joanne. I work as a domestic worker, and most of my boss, some they like old ladies, but they say they don't earn SASSA grant because they actually own the property. That say it's how it works. So I don't know if it's true or something. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that feedback. Let's find out more about that. I think we need to understand that so we can help Mike and anyone out there who needs assistance with this matter, because there are probably more of you who've had this experience. Right now it is 9:30. Let's catch up with Anne Musa for your latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, the former organised crime head Richard Chiviri faced several allegations, which included offering bribes to police officers investigating the killing of VAL engineer Armand Swart. The South African Police Service has confirmed sacking Chiviri after a disciplinary hearing in which he was found guilty of misconduct. Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan has returned to the High Court in Johannesburg in a renewed bid to have his electronic devices returned. Police seized them from his home last month. And over 2,500 residents have been displaced following heavy rains in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality in the Eastern Cape in the past 48 hours. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
50 years later, Youth Month, the voices.
The wanton destruction of property, the killings and violent demonstrations are not only totally deplorable, but in the final analysis rebound to nobody's advantage. In a situation of lawlessness and total confusion, even dialogue, which in fact is and should be the origin of redress to genuine grievances, is rendered fruitless.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later, only on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
All right, it is just after 9:30 here on the Daily Discourse, and if you've just tuned in, thank you for joining us. I'm Joanne Joseph. We're having a lovely conversation. I know it's going to be a great conversation in the next half hour. We've got sitting in front of us Professor Tulio de Oliveira. He's Director of the Centre for Epidemic Response and Innovation at Stellenbosch University. He's just been bestowed with the highest civilian honour that the President could confer on him, and it's all to do with the amazing work that he did during the COVID period COVID, you might remember that he was responsible for identifying the Omicron and the Beta variants of the COVID strain, or these two strains of the illness. And what is so interesting is, I mean, we were just having a chat about this off air, is that South Africa is making a concerted effort to develop students and academics in the field of STEM or STEAM, as the case may be. And I think so many young people out there don't actually realize the full potential. They don't realize how well South Africa does in this regard and how much better we could do as a nation if we just keep developing this. So we're going to have that conversation in just a moment. And I'd love to take your calls on this. If you are an academic in the field, I'd love to hear from you. If you are a student in the field, if you're someone who's aspiring to be a student in the field, or if, like me, you're just an ordinary person who marveled at the talent and skill of our incredible scientists during this period of COVID, where we worked so closely with them to keep the country updated on what was going on. And they, in turn, worked incredibly hard in their fields to keep the world informed of what was going on. South Africans were really in the lead in regard to this. And every now and then, when we feel a bit depressed about our country and we feel a tad defeated, perhaps it helps just to remind ourselves that sometimes these amazing things happen in our country because we have these outstanding people in our ranks. So President Cyril Ramaphosa bestowing two Stellenbosch University academics, in fact, with the country's highest civilian honours. And as I mentioned, Professor Tulio de Oliveira is a brilliant bioinformatician who played a vital role during the COVID outbreak. And it is so lovely to have him in studio with us today. I hope you're watching online. You'll actually be able to see him in studio with us this morning. So, Prof, good morning to you and welcome. And I'd like you to just explain to us, because it's a big word, what exactly does a bioinformatician do?
Mm-hmm. Okay, first, good morning to you and to all your listeners. It's great to be here, the South Africa SAfm studio. Yeah. So, what a bioinformatician is, if we think about the word bio, mean life, biology, so, and informatics. So we use advanced computer systems, informatics, a lot of artificial intelligence, big data analysis, to analyze biological data, such as DNA sequencing, proteins, or results of tests of patients. So that's what a bioinformatician does. Spend a lot of time in front of big computers, programming, and doing analysis, so you can understand how the diseases evolve, but also how to use that information to derive like treatments, to then affect and to treat people with disease such as HIV, AIDS, or tuberculosis.
So I mean, it really is the kind of research that changes lives on the ground.
Yes, it is, because if you think, a lot of our big discoveries recently, and we are talking the modern medicine, it comes from analysis of DNA sequence, or what it means of genomes. So, for example, once we have a genome of a pathogen, we can use that information to derive the diagnostic. So, for example, many of your listeners are aware of the big outbreak of Ebola that is happening in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And then once we could identify the virus, then it was easy to develop the diagnostic, and our teams, both at SERI and CRISP, are involved at that. We are supporting the response by sending them diagnostics, for example. But it's the same. Once you have the DNA sequence or the genome, you can derive a treatment. Yes, so as you are aware, today is a very important day for South Africa. Absolutely. We are rolling out a very efficient HIV prevention tool, the lenacapavir, and a lot of this is coming from the use of DNA sequence, and South Africa is very advanced on that field.
That really is wonderful to hear, and you've raised two important issues that I was going to bring up in a moment. Firstly, the issue of Ebola, and secondly, the issue of the lenacapavir. Let's start with Ebola. I mean, there's panic in the continent, in certain areas of the continent, that this is going to spread, given things like air travel, even road travel and so forth. It's less easy to insulate ourselves right now from the spread of disease in the world. What is our response like to this as South Africa? Should it appear in South Africa? Are we able to respond to it effectively?
Okay, thank you for that question. So what's happened at the moment? The Ebola outbreak is very contained in a small geographic region that's in the northeast of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and that's a region that's quite isolated. It's isolated not only because very far from the main urban centers, but this region have been in extreme conflict, armed conflict, for the last 10, 20 years. So mobility from that region is very, very restricted. So I did a talk, it had quite a big piece that came in the New York Times of our working to understanding the mobility. And what we see is that it's very unlikely that that's going to spread very fast. It's likely to be contained in the region. But what is happening is a very sad situation, because you are in a region that's extremely poor, with weak health system and in conflict. So in reality, our hearts really go to the population there, and also the medical doctors and nurses that also get infected there. Yesterday, one of the person that work in a lab that do the diagnostic just died, and it's quite sad for the region. And the best that we can do as South Africa, as a nation, is to support the response there. So South Africa is engaging both with the World Health Organization, with the Africa CDC, and with people that's on the ground, like the Doctors Without Borders. Our own team is supporting by providing not only data intelligence but reagents, so that the response can be containing where it is happening.
All right, that's encouraging to hear. I want to ask you about lenacapavir on a more positive note. It's amazing how HIV research has moved on in the last few years. We've gone from a decade of AIDS denialism to providing our population with all of these different options as patients. Tell me exactly, please, how it works, first of all, and how you think it's going to change the picture in South Africa in regard to HIV.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I work with HIV AIDS research for 20 years, and today cannot help but to bring a smile in my face. Yeah, it is absolute amazing, some of the breakthroughs that happened in the last 10 years. First, when we came with a new drug called dolutegravir that can be put in a small pill with very little side effect that do not develop resistance, which has been rolled out in South Africa in the last 3 years, showing fantastic suppression level. What it means, people that are infected with HIV taking a small pill, 1 pill a day with very low side effects, and begin to live a completely new life. And that's why HIV has not been a lot in the news. Almost like a little bit what's happened with load shedding. Was a massive problem, and now it's less of a big problem. And then today, our president, Cyril Ramaphosa, which was very nice seeing him 2 weeks ago. Today, he will probably have another happy day, not only giving orders. So he's going to launch the rollout of lenacapavir. For short, we call LEN. It's an easy name. That's going to be in Mpumalanga. And that's a very effective, long-acting antiretroviral. What it means, that's delivered through an injection, and that work for 6 months. And that what it means, that anyone that is risk to get acquired HIV, if taking this injection, which is not very different from the injection that people is using now for weight loss, it will protect you for 6 months for acquiring HIV, and that's going to be rolled out especially for pregnant woman, young woman, or risk populations, men who have sex with men. And that's a massive breakthrough. And that's a breakthrough that all the main trials were done in South Africa.
Incredible.
By great colleagues, both at University of Cape Town, at Caprisa, at Stellenbosch, that participate on proving that this injection, it was 100% efficacy. So this means 100% of people that took the injection did not acquire HIV during the trial.
I mean, it is absolutely astounding how far it's come. I want to ask you to take us back to those dark days of COVID for a moment, please, because I remember, being in the media at that time, we had to both inform the nation but also calm the nation in many ways, because it was really a difficult time for South Africans. And you had your ear to the ground. You were working very actively, trying to recognize and identify the different strains of COVID. Tell me about how you and your team worked at that time under pressure.
Okay, so first, we got very used to work under pressure. Especially during the late 90s when HIV/AIDS was a big problem, and then with tuberculosis, we also do a lot of outbreak response. So, to be honest, people don't realize, but when the pressure grows, the more calm is my team. Yeah.
Really?
We have a very senior team, both based at the medical school, the Nelson Mandela School of Medicine at University of KwaZulu-Natal, and at the SERI at Stellenbosch University, that involve multiple doctors, laboratory technicians, and a lot of bioinformaticians. And what we did during the COVID, we could see that would be a problem, so we did prepare. So we managed to import all the reagents before we have a travel ban. We set up the systems to characterize the strains, and we form also a network. We managed to get 8 of the big universities in South Africa, the NHLS and the NICD, to work together in a network for genomic surveillance. Because one thing that we know is that when we work together, especially in South Africa, we can really do well. And so we work day and night. One of the good things of the level 5 lockdown is that we didn't have any traffic to go to the labs. It took us half of the time to drive. And we never stop. And we end up leading the world, not only on the discovery of the variants, but the evaluation of vaccines, and also how to implement effective response. And sometimes it is the simple response that made a difference. In South Africa, for example, as we identify a new variant before it causes a big wave of infection, taking out alcohol from the system, it freed the hospitals.
Right.
And now we had the medical personnel to respond to that. I think in general, South Africa did much better than most places in the world, even during difficult circumstances. And it was quite important that we had this good relationship between scientists, the public, and the government.
There was also a group, though, that was watching your work very carefully, making lots of accusations about vaccines and so forth, and almost a generation of people who don't vaccinate or choose not to vaccinate, sometimes because of conspiracy theories, things they've heard, just decided they were not going to take the vaccine and discouraged people from taking all kinds of vaccines as a result. Do you feel that there was somewhat of a setback in regard to that during COVID?
So yes and no. Why I say yes? The anti-vaccine movement in the world had grown a lot since COVID, and it's very sad because vaccines are the most efficient tool in our prevention toolkit. But in South Africa, we took a very pragmatic approach. We decided that we didn't want everyone to be vaccinated. And you remember, we say if you are young and healthy, it's going to be okay. Your body will be able to deal with COVID. But if you have advanced age or comorbidities, it's quite wisely to be vaccinated. And people don't realize, but in people above 55 years old, in South Africa, we got close to 90% of people vaccinated for COVID. And that's the population that matter, because that's the ones that could get sick and die. And people, no one wants to be responsible for not murder, but from one of family members to die. So in South Africa, we are still okay. And it is more important than ever what's happened. The recognition of science in South Africa is really important. So the orders that were given 2 weeks ago, for example, two of the scientists in South Africa, Professor Salim Abdul Karim and I, got the Order of Mapumbugwe in gold, which last time that have been given for a live person was 10 years ago. So it's so good to see South Africa taking serious science, because one thing that we know is that science and scientific response end up saving lives.
Absolutely. Tell me, I mean, you're a very humble person. I was watching your response to receiving this award. The thing you said was, well, it's not just me, it's my team. There's a whole team of us that does this. How important is it to your work to ensure that you're surrounded by people who are similarly committed to the same goal, and have a skill set and a dedication to the work that results in this kind of prize?
Yes, but I'm biased. Yeah, of course, I'm a big fan of my team. I have many members in our teams that we work together for 20 years.
Wow.
To be honest, some of them we move organizations 2 or 3 times. Yeah. And despite I set a new institute at Stellenbosch University, we still have a very thriving institute at KwaZulu-Natal, CRISP,
Yes.
and they are the essence of the work. And more than that, we are also extremely committed, all of us, to bring the next generation of scientists. We have a very large fellowship program. We have received 900 fellows from 50 African countries in the next 5 years that come to learn a lot of the response to epidemics, and they go back to the country. So it's not surprising that our fellows have been involved now in the Ebola response, in the Mpox response, in the response for HIV or TB in multiple African countries. And that's quite important because we have to get the new generation to be very well equipped to respond to epidemics where they happen, because we know that viruses and bacteria do not respect borders. So it's very important that South Africa become a beacon of training, not only for South Africa but for the rest of the continent, because if we protect and respond to epidemics as they happen, they will not enter South Africa.
I mean, that's really important, what you're talking about. And I see at the universities, there is just brilliant work being done. And I'm astonished that, it's not surprising because many of the universities do take this very strong stance on research. But I see they've also been able to attract massive funding for these research projects. Has funding ever been a problem, or are you finding there's adequate funding to be able to do this kind of research?
Okay, so first, the first part of your question, many of your listeners will not realize, but South Africa is a global powerhouse, especially in medical research. We really punch above our weight, as a country. So we have been doing that for decades. We are the country that did the first heart surgery. We are the country that developed the CAT scans, very advanced in nuclear medicine. We guide the world on the TB and HIV/AIDS, and also on COVID. So South Africa is very advanced in medical scientific research, and that is big investment that had happened both from external funders and from our government in the last 30 years. However, at the moment, we are in a very difficult phase, because it was large cuts of funding for medical research, especially from the American administration, which is sad, not only from South Africa. That's why we see these big outbreaks such as Ebola in the DRC and so on. And I really hope that they come to the sense, because the same way as we have this large training fellowship to protect the other countries, they have to do the same so they protect America. And it's more than time that our government increase the funding, so we can fill the gap.
I want to take a question, and I'm not sure if you're going to be able to hear it, Prof. I'm going to ask you to just grab those headphones, please, and put them on so you can listen to this. Thank you very much. This is from one of our listeners for you.
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to fellow SAFM listeners. Can you please ask the doctor, the professor, how does someone not being vaccinated endanger the next person, especially the one that has been vaccinated? How does it work? Can you please ask that? And yes, I'm one of those people that did not take the vaccine, and I don't think I'll ever take a vaccine ever in my life. Can you just ask this question? I mean, it's like you are wearing a bulletproof and I'm not wearing a bulletproof, but somehow I'm putting you in danger. I don't understand. Can you please ask the professor? Thank you.
Good question. Thank you for that, Prof.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah. So one thing that we know is that if we decrease the vaccination rates, and especially in young children, yeah, that we're gonna feel a lot of outbreaks that had disappeared, such as polio and measles and rubella. We already see the biggest outbreaks of these viruses happening in the US, especially in communities that decided not to get vaccinated. And that's why it's so important to maintain a high level of vaccination, especially for pathogens that may infect young children. It's a very sad thing to see a child to become paralyzed from polio for the rest of their life, yes, or dying for a preventable disease. Yeah. And that's quite important. We also know that in general, man has much less, more risk behavior than women. It's not surprised that men end up living short. Yeah. So my suggestion from you, even if you don't want to be vaccinated, it will still take care of your health. Yeah, because you're gonna have lots of people that still love you. Yeah. And would not like to see you sick for preventable diseases.
That sounds like a very good motivation indeed. Prof, Michael in PE is on the line to us, and he has a question about the COVID vaccine. Michael, please go ahead.
Morning, Doc. I wanted to ask you, right, if the vaccine was to protect you, why do you still have to wear a mask after taking the vaccine? That's the first question. If the vaccine is supposed to protect you, why did people still have to wear the mask after taking the vaccine? And the second one is that we were told that if you take the vaccine, right, it protects you, but it is not going to protect you until somebody else to you also takes the jab. Why is that?
All right, lovely questions, Michael. Please go ahead, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Michael, for your question. Yeah, so the masks, especially for respiratory pathogens, the main reason that people use masks for respiratory pathogens is not for protection of oneself, but it's to decrease transmission. Yeah. And that's something that's extremely used in Asia. So, for example, a lot of times I travel to Asia, I go to Singapore or Malaysia or Thailand, and that is quite cultural. Anyone that have a respiratory infection, they will use a mask, especially in public place, so they avoid infecting other person. So that's the main use of a mask. You have some special masks, that's what you call N95 masks, and you're gonna see the people responding to Ebola using that. That one, but that's very expensive masks, that filter all the air and avoid you to be infected. But that normally we restricted to medical personnel that's responding to outbreaks, because we need them to be fully functional to respond to outbreaks. So that's the main use of a mask, and that's why people that have been vaccinated, they suggest in case they got infected, and again it's quite clear to explain that vaccines most of times they don't prevent infection, but what they do, if someone is infected, you do not develop disease, to avoid to transmit to someone else.
Right. Thank you for answering those questions so well. And I think this one is more a compliment, but looking forward to playing it. It might be a bit soft and poor. Let's listen in.
Molo Join, you know, I'm glad that you brought that doctor, your guest. You know, him and Dr. Karim, believe you me, whatever I'm doing, but once they appear, whether on radio, on TV, or on TV, I stop what I'm doing, and pay attention to them. Those guys are clear. They are not doctors because they wanted money. They have been called. They accepted the calling. It's the calling. They clear. They explain so that even I, as a layman, can understand.
No, true. I really have to second that. I think these are our national heroes, without a doubt. One of you says, good morning. Please can you ask the doctor why, even when research is funded and done at public universities, that the IP for that research is acquired by private companies for profit? Jen in Cape Town asks that.
Okay, thank you. That's a very important question, and that's something that we are taking very serious. Yeah. Normally what it means that the universe generate IPs, and a lot of time that's in the function of a patent, or create a company, a startup company, And a lot of times that IP, to be very efficient, is bought by external companies. But that's also quite important because that provides money back to the university to then invest back in basic science. And it's quite phenomenal to see what's happening in South Africa. It's happened a lot, not only around Stellenbosch, but around the rest of the country, that we are really starting to move to very advanced basic science to the generation of new companies and startups. So this year around February, we host a very large event that we call the Sweat Africa, where we brought 150 of the top startups in the African continent with over 50 investors together, just to highlight a lot of the innovation that's coming from South Africa and Africa, not only medical science, but also many people do not know, but South Africa produces large amounts of components for satellites.
Oh, right.
Many people do not know, but South Africa is the main producer of IP for CAT scans that are used all around the world. And that's what we need. We need this innovation to enter the market, because by entering the market, generate not only money for the country, but also an entrepreneurship, which we are doing very seriously at Stellenbosch University.
Prof, I want to thank you so much for making the time to come into studio and speak to us this morning. It's been an honor speaking to you, and thank you for answering our listeners' questions so well. And I wish you everything of the best with the research that lies ahead, and thank you for all you're doing for our country and our continent.
Oh, and thank you very much. Also to highlight the importance of big media like SAFM on really fighting misinformation, and it's very important to have that venue so scientists can really talk direct for the public. Also, thank you very much for the work that you do.
Thank you, Prof. Thanks very much. 10:01, and Musa standing by with your latest news bulletin.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
In our top stories, more details on Shiviri's dismissal and thousands of Nelson Mandela Bay residents displaced. Good morning. The former organised crime head, Richard Shiviri, faced several allegations, which included offering bribes to police officers investigating the killing of VAL engineer Armand Swart. The South African Police Service has confirmed Shiviri has been fired after a disciplinary hearing found him guilty of misconduct. He had also been accused of having links to an alleged underworld figure. Horisani Sitole reflects on Shiviri's appearance at the Matlanga Commission.
Shiviri became a prominent figure at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry for his alleged involvement with alleged underworld crime boss and entrepreneur Vusimusiket Matlala. Last month, police raided Shibiri's home and confiscated firearms and devices. During his testimony at the commission, Shibiri admitted to taking money from Matlala but claimed it was a loan. Further arrests are expected on this matter.
Crime Intelligence Deputy Head Feroz Khan has returned to the High Court in Johannesburg in a renewed bid to have his electronic devices returned. Police seized them from his home last month. Khan's initial urgent application was struck off the roll last Friday. This after it emerged that the devices had already been handed over to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. Khan is now challenging both the legality of the police search and seizure, the subsequent transfer of his devices to the Commission, and the handling of the data contained on them. A senior investigator attached to the Hawks in KwaZulu-Natal, Kwazikwake Sibiya, has taken the stand at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. Yesterday, Hawks Durban Unit Commander Gavin Jacob concluded his testimony. He focused on the 541 kilograms of drugs stolen from the Hawks officers in Port Shepstone in June of 2021. The drugs were valued at an estimated 200 million rand. Sibiya started by reading out his statement.
I am a Lieutenant Colonel in the South African Police Service. I hold a diploma in criminal justice and forensic investigation from the University of Johannesburg, along with a certificate in policing and a national diploma in policing from SJN College. Additionally, I have earned both a national certificate in security management and completed a program in security management through UNISA. In 2005, I began my career with the police as a student constable. I was appointed as a constable in 2007. Most recently, December 1, 2024, I was promoted to a lieutenant colonel at DPCI.
Over 2,500 residents have been displaced following heavy rains in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality in the Eastern Cape in the past 48 hours. The municipality says at least 21 wards have been affected, with 141 incidents recorded. Dozens of homes have been flooded and roads remain closed. The South African Weather Service earlier issued a warning for disruptive rainfall. The municipality's Director for Safety and Security, Shedrick Sibiya.
I must indicate that the roads are still closed and everybody who are moving around, they must just move around with caution because the soil is still saturated and we don't want to have any fatalities reported. As at now, we have not yet had reports of fatalities and we want to keep it like that.
And finally, Anthropic co-founder Jack Clark has called for the slow progression of artificial intelligence. He has warned technology is nearing a point at which it could develop without human input.
Right now, it's like the AI industry has a gas pedal, but it doesn't have a brake pedal. And what we're saying is we want to do some of the work required to build that brake pedal so we in the world have an option. It's not obvious today that you want to do that, but at some point in the future, you might say, let's get all of the benefits we can for, say, biology and medical research, and let's take a pause or take a moment on AI research where we can absorb the societal changes implied by this.
Recapping the top story, the former organised crime head Richard Shiviri faced several allegations, which included offering bribes to police officers investigating the killing of Val engineer Armand Swart. The South African Police Service has confirmed he has been fired after a disciplinary hearing found him guilty of misconduct. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Stay tuned to SAFM coming up. Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
into the beautiful game with the Free Spa Limited Edition Soccer Ball when you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products. Like 2-ply Baby Soft Toilet Rolls, 18s for 129.99, save 40 Rand. Or 175-gram Lifebuoy Hygiene Soap, including natural range. Buy any 2 for 30, save 10 Rand. Price is valid from 25 May till 7 June 2026. While stocks last, only at Spa. T's and C's apply.
In case you missed it.
How do you distinguish between xenophobia and anti-immigrant sentiment, and why are those two things not the same? So how are they related but not the same?
So xenophobia is prejudice. It's a form of prejudice centered on foreigners. From the term xenos, foreign, and phobos, to fear or sometimes hatred. So xenophobia is a form of prejudice, much in the same way you have homophobia or racism.
Dr. Stephen Gordon is with the Human Sciences Research Council.
That was National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana. The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. We're into the second hour of our program this Friday morning, and I think we've started off on a very feel-good note. The issue of Professor Tulio de Oliveira in studio with us. He's, of course, the Director for Epidemic Response and Innovation at Stellenbosch University. Many of you joined in that conversation, which was wonderful. But sometimes I feel that we just need, amidst all the bad news in South Africa, we just need to take a breather from that and focus on some of the positive things that are going on in this country. And I think that interview was very well received, probably for that reason. I'm going to shortly take some of your voice notes, but let me tell you what's happening in this hour. Firstly, we're talking about the issue of the Eastern Cape floods. We're starting to learn that it's not as serious as we had thought, so thank goodness. Things are not looking so bad on that weather front for them. But the Western Cape seems a little worse than this, judging from Kathy's conversation with the MEC this morning. Having said that, I think we do need to catch up with the Eastern Cape and just find out which particular areas have been affected by the floods and by the heavy rains there over the last few days. We're also hoping to get hold of our reporter to talk about the issue of Richard Sibiri and the essentially the fact that he's been let go of, he's been fired. And that is over his relationship with Kat Matlala. So we'll get the details of that hopefully a little bit later in this hour. And then later on, we're talking about addressing municipal issues through legal means. If you are at a municipality, you're completely at the end of your tether because you feel that you have no other choice but to go the legal route, it is possible. We're going to find out what that takes should you need that kind of input. I'm going to play out some of your voice notes in a moment, but remember our studio line and WhatsApp line remain open throughout the show. 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 06 104 107.
Good morning, Joanne, and morning to the SFM listeners. It's Mfunda from Durban. Joanne, I'm absolutely delighted that someone has decided to finally take the presidency to court regarding our role as a country in perpetuating the genocide in Gaza. We are supplying millions and millions of weapons to the proxy which distributes the weapons to Israel, and it is not justified that we will enjoy the fruits of a genocide as a country while people are dying. Thank you.
Joanne and your team, good morning. It's Kosnati speaking here. Look, my sister, ANC members, they must stop coming on the radio and cry loud here, like they are acting like they are victim, while their leaders has been looting the state money, has been looting our tax money. Now, if things are not going in their way, now they are coming on the radio and crying. ANC, they must go out there and fix their messes.
All right, we'll keep those voice notes coming. And right now, I'm going to take you to this story as we head into 12 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. Yesterday, you're aware, we caught up with the Basic Education Department in the Eastern Cape, and they told us they'd closed schools in 3 districts as a cold front was really taking hold there, starting with heavy rain. Well, since we were last on air, the steady rain has continued, and certain areas of the Eastern Cape are already flooded. Let's bring into the conversation Bielo Olifant, who's the Eastern Cape Cooperative Governance spokesperson. Mr. Olifant, good morning to you. Please just tell us how heavy the rains have been in Buffalo City, the Sarabatman district, and several other areas on the ground.
Good morning to you, Joanne, and good morning to the SAfm listeners. In a nutshell, the areas that have been affected is the Sarabatman district, Nelson Mandela Bay, as well as Buffalo City and the adjacent interior municipality, Sanders River Valley, Kokama, and Kocha. Basically, it is these municipalities who are situated on the coastal belt of the sea. Thanks this morning, the weather seems to be better. It is not as serious as we anticipated. We anticipated level 8. However, the South African Weather Services has then revised it down to level 5. However, the damage that has been caused by the floods from the 2nd of June to yesterday, it's severe. In short, the rains have caused a widespread socio-economic and environmental and infrastructure damage, especially in informal settlements. The people who have been hugely affected are people who live in informal settlements. Their houses have been waterlogged. Water has been seeped through their houses, etc., etc. But be that as it may, the joint teams of the province, the municipality, and as well as the Disaster Management Center are on the ground. They are not on the ground alone. They are also helped by the humanitarian organization, namely the Gift of the Givers as well as the Red Cross. So it's a multidisciplinary team of work, of teams who are on the ground as we speak. Thanks God, no fatalities have been recorded thus far, and the teams are activated. It's just an integrated response to help the vulnerable and needy communities. That work continues.
All right. I'm partially relieved by what you're telling us in terms of the lack of casualties and the scale of the disaster. Tell me, are you carrying out large-scale evacuations right now, or are essentially the people remaining in their areas and receiving aid?
People have been evacuated. If I can tell you now, the statistics is that 2,664 people have been housed in emergency shelters, in community halls, and in the places of safety. So 2,600 people is a sizable number of people. And as we speak, 59 homes have been flooded. Their furniture have been destroyed, and 18 stormwater drainage systems within the city of Nelson Mandela Bay have been flooded, and 8 roads have been closed. However, the teams are on the ground to help out in the situation as we await for the South African Weather Service to give us more information about what we must anticipate as the days go by.
And Mr. Olifant, what about the power situation on the ground?
As I can tell you now, 8 electric pylons, these big poles, have been destroyed, and some areas of the metro are without electricity as we speak now. However, the integrated teams are on the ground, and you can imagine the life without electricity in this bone-crushing cold. It is very cold. However, the teams are on the ground.
All right, that's good to hear. I just want to ask about this issue of the floods from a few weeks ago, compounded with these ones. It looks as though living on the coast, the Eastern Cape, many people living on the Eastern Cape coast are going to frequently experience weather of this nature. How is COGTA working over the long term to make sure that the residents of these areas that are badly affected repeatedly are actually able to cope with what is happening from a climate change point of view?
This is because of the climate change and the effects of global warming. However, the provincial government have actually embarked on a very long response integrated strategy to prevent the situation. However, our infrastructure cannot cope anymore because there's these floods after floods. It's hardly a month ago when we experienced huge floods where roads were destroyed, some of the communities were cut out. So it becomes a very difficult situation. However, we are not working alone as the provincial government. We are working with the National Disaster Center from Pretoria. So it's not only a Eastern Cape isolated plan, but it's an integrated national plan together with our neighboring province, which is the Western Cape. So we're sharing best practices and experiences to help one another. But however, everything depends on the budget. So when it comes to budget of all the infrastructure that I've just alluded to, you'll find that it stretches our resources because it's a back-to-back flood. So it stretches the resources of the province. But the national government, under the Ministry of Treasury, they are also helping us out as well as the humanitarian aid. But from a government point of view, provincial government point of view, indeed the resources are overstretched.
Well, thank you for putting us in the picture to what's going on there. That is the Eastern Cape Cooperative Governance spokesperson, Bielo Olifant, bringing us an update on what is coming out of the Eastern Cape during this awful weather.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Taking your calls and your voice notes. Let's take the first call. Mamsi in Cape Town is on the line to us. And Mamsi, yes, of course. We spoke earlier about the NFASA submissions. If you are a writer, if you are a publisher, even if you are involved in various different processes involving writing, the NFASA grant is something that you need to consider. Mamsi, what are your thoughts on this?
Good morning, Joanne and the listeners, and thank you so much for being there for us to air our views. And I just want the listeners to understand that there is nowhere else where we can vent our angers or something, but we mustn't take it personally. And also, I'm humbled by the fact that all the time you introduce yourself, you also introduce the team behind the scenes that are doing the other work. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you,
and then, with about the first thing I wanted to ask, remember the Minister of Education and the Minister of Sport, they signed a mandate that they would do something in schools. I think the Minister of Education was doing something about literacy. Now with the people that are writing the books, who do they reach? I'll tell you this thing. When they said, I think something that I got up like when I was studying. It says, if you want to deprive someone information, write it down. Now in the new technology, when you're writing things like an SMS, people...
Oh no, Mamsi, we've lost our line to you. I'm so sorry. That is that is the sound of our lines going pop, and I'm sorry about that because you started a very interesting conversation. No harm. What I will do is I will pose your question to Professor Ngubane when we get to him. The issue of getting our stories out and the notion that if they're hiding in books, the stories are not going to reach people. I think it's changed a little bit over the years, to be honest. I think, books were less accessible to people in the past, or I should say text right? Let's just say text, because we're reading a lot of different things now. Now we read publications online, we can access digital. So I think that has changed the picture a little bit. But I will ask that question anyway about who the books reach, because I think that's a very important question to ask. And even if we publish books, if they're not going to reach people, there's really no point in doing it in many cases. All right, 21 minutes past 10. I will listen to some of your voice notes next.
Morning, Joanne. I'm worried. Some of the politicians and the media are pushing the narrative that says all these marches that are taking place belong to the Zulus, which is not correct. Check what happened yesterday in Mpumalanga. There was a huge march that took place in Mpumalanga. Those people were not Zulus. Those people were proudly patriotic South Africans. Some of those people were Ndebeles and Swatis who are patriotic about this country. So this narrative that are pushing by some of the politicians, just like the lady from the EFF, the lady from Malawi, the EFF member, she's pushing the narrative. She's trying to divide people. And now she's calling this march xenophobic, tribalism, or whatever. Vigilantism. We are not vigilantism. We are proud patriotic South Africans. We are proud patriotic South Africans.
After flood, it's hard.
Hi, good day. It's AJ from Kariga. The Nelson Mandela Metro are reactive. They don't do anything proactive. Even if they're given warnings from the weather service, they only wait until all the damage is done, and then they want to call the gift of the givers or anybody else to assist. But the municipality themselves don't do anything to assist these people. Last night, 150 people were in the Maduna Road Hall in Kariga. No response from the municipality. Those people were just dependent on communities and NGOs to look after those 150 people.
Interesting, because the culture spokesperson seemed quite confident that they are helping them, that they're working with the private NGOs. Obviously not being on the ground, I wouldn't be able to tell, but perhaps that assistance is uneven. And also perhaps there might be too much dependence on the NGOs. I know that the Red Cross is always out there, the gift of the givers are always out there. But sometimes I see, and this is what I've seen on the ground when I've done stories, where I've gone out to meet communities and so on. They often tell us that once the NGOs become active in an area, that government steps back, because it's as though, the work is being taken care of, we'll take our attention elsewhere. And that should certainly never be the case. Let's listen to this one on Justice Madlanga uncovering the drugs crisis in the country.
Good morning, Joanne. This is Matubula. Joanne, I thank the President for giving us Madlanga. What we're hearing from Madlanga, it is so shocking, painful, and destroying at the other side. But our young people have been destroyed by these drugs. Nyaupe, cocaine, whatsoever names we're hearing from Madanga side when it comes to drugs, which are being kept by our police. The police are taking care of these drugs. What must we say? Because we're hearing this evidence from Madanga. Where we're going is too far. Good morning, this is Akimatibolo.
Thank you so much for that. And I think the Madlanga Commission will depress you if you watch it for too many hours in a row. Thomas in Newcastle is on the line to us. Thomas, you want to speak about killings that you've heard about in your area?
No. Sorry, JJ. How are you?
I'm
not in my area.
Okay.
Not in my area.
Right.
The story broke, I think, late last week into this week about the killing of 2 foreign nationals and 1 South African citizen who was mistaken for a foreign national.
Oh, I know which story you're talking about. You're talking about the Nhlamulo Sambo story.
You go.
So it was 2 Mozambican nationals who were killed, and then he was killed, I think, a day later.
Hence I said 3, because Sambulo was counted as one of. And I've been a bit concerned, JJ, because with that situation, there's been just a nice, convenient quietness. I don't know whether it's because on the last report that SAFM gave, in the last that I heard anyway, they said 2 foreign nationals, and then they left it there. So I don't know whether it had been finally established that the guy had not been shot, the young guy, not been shot because of the foreign national story that was being told. And we haven't had anything. And if, now I'm putting a bit if, the story is true that it wasn't related to the whole perceived xenophobic attacks on foreign nationals, then I have a problem with our broadcaster that would bring a report so confidently. I remember 2 people took you on early this week on the issue. One even said, I have relatives who stay there. Now, I don't know how it had ended up, but my concern is if it was true that Sambulo was not shot because of that being mistaken, it should come back, because now we've left a thing that says South Africans have killed their own just because they feel dark-skinned South Africans are foreign nationals. As we in the Zulus, I always take on people who says Lamashangan when they're talking, because I said, no, you can't be saying Lamashangan, because we do have Shangan people. I know they don't like to be called that, but we have them in South Africa as South Africans. So anyone who says, talking about foreign nationals and says, Lamashanga Nawahap, that is wrong. So we should be openly speaking into those things. And if our public broadcaster has made a mistake, they must come back and set the record straight.
Yeah. So, Thomas, we did do that the other day. And I think that may have been the conversation that you missed. So we had our reporter, Tanya Kraus, on it. And essentially, after they had reported the story, the police held a media conference, right? And they separated these 2 stories out. So firstly, they said that the 2 Mozambican nationals, and of course it's still all preliminary, right? Because investigations are still on the go. But essentially they said that the 2 Mozambican nationals had seemingly been killed in xenophobic violence, and it looked as though 200 people had also been displaced in that violence, right? But that Nhlamulo allegedly, and a friend, a 15-year-old friend, had broken into somebody's shack. And apparently they were either ransacking the shack or robbing it. And the owner of the shack came back. And the one report that came to me was that the 15-year-old rolled under the bed and was able to hide, but that unfortunately Nhlamulo got caught up in it, and he was allegedly attacked and killed. Not allegedly killed. He was certainly killed, but that's what we understand to have happened. And
sorry, not to cut you. You see, with me, the problem I have is we were so energetic to say yes, and people were saying now we're killing our own and saying all that, and the whole bringing to the actual kill of the story, it's being done somewhat like subtly, in my opinion, because I'm an avid listener of SAFM. I'm an avid listener, but I didn't hear that.
But we did do it. We did do it, Thomas. I give you my word, we did it. Yeah.
I'm saying it was done once. I don't blame that I don't dispute that but you did it once, and then that was it. But the fact that it had happened, it took 2-3 days or so of SAFM talking about this, and even
it took 1 day actually, because we'd reported it the previous day, and then the following morning after the media conference, we immediately got hold of our reporter in the first hour. So we did our best to correct what had been put out initially. All right. So, Thomas, thank you very, very much for flagging that. And, of course, we're keeping an eye on it. And if there's anything that we report that we are not happy about, if we've not held ourselves to that standard, we certainly will correct it on air. 10:30 here on The Daily Discourse, and Musa standing by with your latest headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines on SAfm, I'm Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. A body of a man that flood waters washed away in the farming community of Wambonskral outside George in the Western Cape has been found. The man he was with was rescued. The former organized crime head Richard Chibiri had faced several allegations. They included offering bribes to police officers investigating the killing of Val engineer Aman Swart, and a senior investigator attached to Hawks in KwaZulu-Natal, Kwazi Kwakhe has taken the stand at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. Yesterday, Hawks Durban Unit Commander Gavin Jacob concluded his testimony. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAfm, let's talk.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
I'm Samela Kilpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
I got up very early. 4 cops were marching to the Orlando police station. That was my first picture. Then I went into the township. All hell broke loose.
Do you think that your generation is using social media effectively and impactfully compared to a generation that did not have?
I know with my circle at least that there's a few people in my circle who are activists online. They're always posting things about free this country, free that country. And then I have other mutuals. It's just posting their brunches and their lunches and, oh, I'm in another country, whatever. So it honestly depends on your circle and who you surround yourself with.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
The clock is nudging us towards 25 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse, and that means that you are going to get to have a conversation with our guest and me about the issue of municipalities who are taken to court by residents in the area who feel they are simply not delivering. There must be hundreds of examples of this all over the country, of people who are just so exasperated with their municipalities, and they have spoken to them, they have written to them, they have gone to their offices, they have begged them to do their jobs, and getting people in the municipalities to do their jobs has been a huge problem. You may remember we spoke to a professor about this last week, a Wits professor, and he spoke about the issue of labour law, the fact that in the past, municipalities and municipal work used to be regulated by a certain kind of labour law. It's not anymore. There's now a kind of generalised law that applies to people's appointments, to their KPIs, KPAs, exactly, how their delivery is monitored and so forth, which I think is a big problem in this country. I think given the scale of non-delivery at municipal level, we really need to develop a system in which municipal officials are held to account and service delivery is guaranteed for our people. But when that doesn't happen, apart from all the begging that you have to do to be able to get what is due to you and what you are paying for most of the time, I should say most of the time because some people do not pay for services. Those of you who are paying are, of course, entitled to these services. And when you don't pay or when you don't receive the service that you've paid for, there is a legal option that could be open to you. So we're going to discuss exactly how that works. We're inviting on a lawyer, and I would love to take your calls and your messages on that. I'll listen to one of your voice notes on this subject now.
Morning, Joanne. That and your team. The politicians only
wants to blame now the rain and the weather, and they do this and do that. They don't do this. They don't do it at all. Port Elizabeth is a mess. Northern areas is a mess. They're only looking after the ANC wards. That's what they're doing. Echo from Port Elizabeth, northern areas.
Echo, we're getting so many calls from our listeners in that area of the Eastern Cape saying nothing is being done. And I think you might want to listen in to this because perhaps this could be an option. I'm not recommending that you necessarily take the legal route. There are so many other ways of resolving these issues first. And if you've got a listening municipality, you may be able to resolve this. But this is an option for those who are finding that services are not being delivered despite their many calls falling on deaf ears. Service delivery has become so bad around the country that residents' associations and individuals have been taking their municipalities to court, and some of them have been winning. Citizens who are tired of dealing with potholes, intermittent or no water and electricity, clogged stormwater drains, and a host of other issues have turned to the law. But I want to find out how effective this actually is. Jarissa Page Green is a partner in the Public Law Department at HBG Schindler's Attorneys. She joins us on the line now. Good morning to Ms. Page Green, and thank you for your time. Firstly, how serious will the matter have to be taken to court?
Morning, Joanne. Thank you so much for having me. It's really nice to be able to chat about this. Unfortunately, it's not about how serious the matter is. It is unfortunately about how desperate the consumer is. It's about the prejudice suffered and to what extent the consumer would actually go to protect their rights and to hold the municipality accountable. The seriousness of the matter is we've got smaller matters that aren't as serious. It's not life-threatening, but we've got consumers who are just fed up and they just want to take the municipality to court. And it actually depends on how serious. How desperate the consumer is.
So tell me, what processes would the consumer have to have exhausted before they decide as an individual or a residents association to actually take the municipality to court?
So every municipality is different in the sense that they've got their own policies that regulate their internal processes. But in general, there is an internal dispute resolution process set out in most of the policies relating to disputes with the municipality. So, for instance, in Johannesburg, you would need to log a query, which is you would need to call in through the call center. And the most important thing there would be to get a reference number. Without that reference number, no one will help you in the future. There's a certain amount of days that needs to run after obtaining the reference number. After that, if there's no outcome on your dispute, or if you're not happy with the outcome of your dispute, you would need to proceed with a letter of demand. That is a formal letter that's served on the city. You would then need to give them a further 30 or 60 days, depending on the policy. And after that, if they still haven't resolved your query to your satisfaction, you can lodge a letter of appeal directly to the municipal manager. He or she is the entity responsible for all municipal workings. And unfortunately, at that point, you have run out of internal dispute resolution processes that you can follow. At that point, your only relief would be to go to court. Some people do refer matters to the ombudsman. In my experience, the ombudsman is not very helpful in resolving matters. The outcome of any case referred to the ombudsman is also not entirely binding. So you sit with a consumer that is essentially just fed up. They have no other remedy except going the litigation route.
And tell me, are there many examples of residents who've taken their municipalities to court and won?
Yes, no, many examples. Unfortunately, the municipality, or fortunately for clients and consumers, the municipality is, as we all know, not great at its job. So very often you just take them to court to just enforce the rights you already have. In those instances, there's very few defences that the city can raise to those specific claims or the specific relief that you seek. So I would say if you do have a strong case and you've got an attorney that's honest with you from the start, you should have a very, very high success rate, or at least a very high possibility of success. In our practice, we don't advise clients to go to court if we don't believe in the matter. I'm hoping all attorneys follow that specific outlook on litigation. So in my opinion and in my experience, the likelihood of success against the municipality, if you've got a solid dispute, is very high.
How expensive is it to go the legal route, Ms. Page Green?
Unfortunately, it is extremely expensive. Our courts, although back in the day it was designed for a layperson to be able to bring a matter to court and to litigate it, and it is in principle still possible. The way in which the courts work these days, it is almost impossible for a layperson to take any matter to court by themselves. So you would have to have an attorney that represents you, and most often you will also have to brief counsel to move the matters once you've gotten to court. It is very expensive. I'm not gonna lie to you, because the municipality is a very tardy litigant. They do everything they can to delay the process, and at every point at which they delay it, there are further costs that need to be incurred by the consumer, who would in that instance be the applicant or the plaintiff. I cannot give you a rands and cents amount, but I can tell you we're looking at probably from start to finish. And when I say finish, I mean exhausting appeals and taking the matter basically as far as our law allows, probably hundreds of thousands of rands. Unfortunately, that is just the cost of litigation against the city. If you're lucky, you can get away with less than that. The city has in recent times come to the table and tried to settle matters. But unfortunately, even if you do settle on the steps of court, you've already spent legal fees, and the chance of recovering 100% of that is not good. In terms of recovery of costs, you probably at maximum only going to recover about 75% of what you've spent.
Gosh, I mean, there's also the issue of time spent, because you've spoken about all the delays involved here, and I assume it takes years to litigate in matters like this.
So luckily, and as of late, once again, the High Court, specifically in Johannesburg, they have actually turned a new leaf, and the waiting period to obtain a court date has reduced significantly. Last year, this time, it would have taken you about 10 months from the date on which you applied for a hearing up until the point where that hearing date was allocated. So say if you applied today, 10 months from today, your matter would only be heard. But today, as you apply, the matter should be ripe for hearing. So there was this massive delay. That time period has now reduced to, say, I think it's more or less 4 months now. So that has assisted the applicants or the plaintiffs, whoever's bringing the application to court, significantly in cutting down on the delays. But the rules are the rules, and they provide for specific mechanisms that the city can unfortunately abuse. And these mechanisms are causing significant delays. It's causing applicants and or plaintiffs to bring applications to court to force the city to comply with the rules of court. That is a further application within an application that you need to bring just to get them to come to the table. So on average, from date on which you launch your court proceedings, and just keep in mind, this is after you've now exhausted months and months of the internal dispute resolution process. So from date on which you launch court proceedings, I would say on average it takes about a year to 2 years to get a result that you can actually enforce.
In terms of enforcement, I mean, how easy is it to monitor the relief that the court provides? Is that monitored, or do you just have to keep running to court if the municipality decides it's going to disrespect what the court has handed down?
So to monitor the compliance is relatively easy. If you've got competent attorneys, they are able to review invoices or do inspections or liaise with the city's attorneys about progress. So in terms of monitoring the compliance, that is not the difficulty. The difficulty is ensuring compliance, and the city, unfortunately, or I mustn't say the city, I mean municipalities in general. Some of them are better than others, but in general, they do not comply with court orders unless there is a contempt of court application brought against the municipal manager, and that municipal manager is subject to being arrested or to having to pay a fine for every day on which the city does not comply with the order of the court. The one thing that people must realize is this is an entire further court application to be brought. So you're starting at scratch again, where you're launching on day one, and you're only going to be heard, say, in the next 4 or 5 months. So the enforcement of the order is a whole other issue that that consumers would then, one, need to fund, and two, need to see through. That's unfortunately just where we're at, and that's unfortunately the rules of court. This is the only thing that they allow. There's no other means to enforce a court order. Everyone, or most people, will recall there was some outrage, I think it was last year or the year before last year, where the City of Johannesburg's municipal manager was arrested at his private residence. That is just the extent to which people will go to ensure compliance. And like I said, it's not really about how serious the matter is, it's about how desperate the consumer is.
Thank you so much for putting us in the picture there. Sharissa Page Green, a partner in the Public Law Department at HBG Schindler's Attorneys, talking to us about the issue of taking the municipality to court.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
10:47, we're listening to your voice notes now, and we're taking your calls. Give us a shout on that number. Our studio line is 086 000 2032.
Good morning, Joseph. I'm Takatayo in Mangwevi in Ilani location. The African Union, the president of African Union, they need to just converge and make sure that this thing of illegal foreigners who are coming to South Africa is the matter on the table to be discussed, because really it is unfair. How can you allow someone to leave your own country undocumented to another country? What kind of government are you? To me, it is like them. They're just saying, if we cannot feed you, go to South Africa. South African government doesn't care about its own people. They are going to take care of you because you are foreign nationals.
You know, interestingly enough, I interviewed the UN Special Rapporteur last night. His name is Gerhard Madi. And as you know, an individual like that is not employed by the United Nations, but he takes on this voluntary portfolio and he engages various countries. And he told me that he has actually engaged other African countries on the issue of what they are doing to stabilize their own countries so that people are not just fleeing their borders all the time into South Africa. But I think his job is further complicated by the fact that he needs an invitation from those countries to go and visit them, to go and have a conversation with them. He's even he's written to the South African government to try and assist this country, and he hasn't had a reply for quite a while. So, I think it's important to perhaps have these conversations with the outside world, with anyone who can assist with this. But clearly not many African countries want to even engage on this issue.
Good morning, Joanne. I would like to concur with Thomas. You know, when the media is reporting, even during the times of print media, when they report a story, it's a front page, big picture, big letters, and then they find out somewhere after the story has been published that no, what we published was actually not true, and then they are forced to retract. When they retract, they don't put it like in the front pages, they put it at the back, like a very small section where nobody's going to even see it. So that's how we've come to know our media in South Africa. We understand anyways. So yeah, thank you to Thomas for flagging that. Thank you.
That used to be the case, but now you've got the Press Council and the Ombud, and consequently, they give a ruling on it. If a complaint is made, they give a ruling on it, and then they will say in so many words, okay, if it was printed as a front page article, the retraction must also be a front page article, for example. They will try to do the equivalent in situations like this. One of you says, hi, Joanne, if migration is a big factor in elections, then sadly we're going to elect politicians that have used the migration issues to get support rather than choosing people that are honourable if there are any left in government. The migration issues are definitely a massive problem, but focusing on that alone will sadly not solve our problems. The eye of the people has been shifted away from our core issue, government inefficiency and corruption. You sort that out, you see change. Be careful, voters, says Naveen in Durban. I think there's something to that, certainly what he's saying about the issue of politicians taking the spotlight off their own non-delivery by using this issue of migration. And then I'll listen to one now on why commission reports are private.
Good day, my sister. I just want to confirm one thing. Last week, the report was given out to the president, and he's now claiming that he's studying it. What is so difficult? Why must he study the report? Why can't he read it to the South Africans? Why can't he read to us? Because that report, it addressed only two things: the shutting down of the PKTT on the 31st of December and the stoling of those 27 and 121 med advocates into the Mkunusu office in Pretoria. It must only address that. What is so difficult with the president? I thank you.
Thank you. I think Kathy actually addressed this with Jeremy Michaels the other day on the Madlanga Commission. And it seems that, all these reports are not final reports. I think once the final report is available, it is released to the public. But as far as I understand it, the interim reports are not. Let's take a call from Ignatius in Bethlehem. Good morning to you, Ignatius.
Good day, Joanne, and how are you?
I'm so well, thanks. Are you named after Ignatius Loyola?
Everybody keep on saying that.
Are you Catholic?
Yes, originally my family background are Catholic.
Ah, right.
So, from the paternal side.
I see. Family. That probably explains why.
Yes.
Go
thanks
ahead.
very much, Joanne. Mm-hmm. Yes, you know what, Joanne? South Africans, let me put it up front. I'm a Pan-Africanist and Black consciousness adherent myself. So I will never in my life call a brother from Zimbabwe, Malawi, Swaziland, Lesotho, anywhere in Africa, a foreigner on the African continent. But the point that I want to deliver to you and your listeners, the question that I want to ask the listeners to answer, is it acceptable that those two Mozambicans who were killed in Mossel Bay, then we move on and we don't get angry, we don't have to talk about it, and we are only angry if the boy from Limpopo was killed and was mistakenly killed as a foreigner. And that was sorted out by the police. But now we should forget about these two guys from Mozambique and we should move on and as if nothing happens. So their lives don't matter. So what is that? I don't understand. Why, as South Africans, are we keep on taking the country backward with this thinking? That is acceptable when a brother from Mozambique is killed in the same events of March and March, and now we should just not be talking about it. And the listeners want to blame you and the media that you are reporting falsely about South Africans that are killed, and you are saying that they were killed by the xenophobic mobs. I think that thinking is absolutely problematic, and we need to look at it. I don't accept it. Any person's life on this planet Earth is valuable. We shouldn't kill people because they are Mozambican or Malawian, even if they are illegal. We should not kill them. We should hand them over to the police rather than kill them over if ever they have broken the law in the country. I'm not saying illegal foreigners should actually roam around the street of South Africa, but they should not be killed. They should be handed over to the police, and we should not keep quiet when they are killed and we act as if nothing has happened because they are Mozambican. What is that thinking? Do we forget where we come from as South Africans?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Why are we forgetting so fast where we come from? When we were killed by the settlers in this country, and it was bad for us. We could not walk the streets of South Africa. We could not, do things as normal. But now we just want to act as if everything is fine. Absolutely, I'm disappointed really with this thinking.
Yeah. Ignatius, I thought of exactly the same thing. And coming from me, that would be a very inflammatory thing to say, but I thank you for raising it, because not one person, we had a flood of calls and messages, not one person commented on the deaths of the two Mozambican nationals. And I think we have potentially fallen into a bit of a trap here that the colonials set for us. They did a great job of devaluing African lives in general, South African lives in our particular context. And we have started to do the same. We've now got a pecking order of lives, a hierarchy of lives that are more important than other lives. And that's why nobody is called in to say, spare a thought for the two people who were killed or their families. It's because, in much the same way, black people internationally have had to fight for recognition and for the value of their lives to actually be brought to the center, right, in terms of the Black Lives Matter campaign. I think that, a similar thing is happening here, where the lives of certain people have become more valuable than the lives of other people. Right. And I think we need to give careful thought to that. And we need to give careful thought to the idea of whether we are buying into those colonial/apartheid ideas around the value of any African lives indeed. It's a question that we ought to ask ourselves. Whatever the answer is to that, it's worth asking the question. Thank you for that call. Brian in the Northern Cape is on the line to us. Brian, you've got an issue about the importing of people to do mining.
Hi, Joanne. How are you?
Hi there. I'm so well, thanks, Brian. Go for it.
Thank you very much. No, my issue is that we are here in the Northern Cape in an area called Aggeneys, Springbok.
Yes.
And here the mining houses are bringing people from India to come and work in South Africa while dismissing South Africans.
Wow.
So now my question is, if the state, if the provincial government, the local government is aware of such an activity and they are not stopping it and they actually condone it, now who are we to chase other people away? And what would be the purpose of chasing people away if people then, young people are being brought to South Africa to come and do, in fact, get training and get paid for the training while they are here because they do not bring any special skills. They actually learn from our people here. And once our people impart skills to them, then they lose their jobs.
Sure.
So I think we really, sorry.
So sorry, I just had a question, Brian, which is, are these international mining companies, to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay.
They are. I would love to give their names.
You can give my producer the name of the company and we can follow it up.
Okay.
Yeah, and because I'm very interested to know why they would do that. And obviously the people coming into the country have got to have a scarce skill. So if they're mining in a particular area or in a particular way that that is unique to India, and they've got that experience that is not available in South Africa, that's one thing. But if they're just bringing in miners who can learn a basic fundamental skill, which South Africans have already, that seems a very strange practice. So I'm going to put you back to my producers, have a chat with Genilwe, give her the details of that company. Let's just follow it up and see if we can find out any more about that. I'll take a quick one from you, Margaret in Observatory. I've got 1 minute before news, but I want to hear you out before then.
Hi. Hello, thanks, Joanne. I will be quick. I just wanted to say that every time I turn on the radio, somebody's talking about immigrants and how bad it is and something has to be done and we need to get rid of them. And I'm thinking we are putting all our energy into the wrong place. And the place that energy needs to go into is to make governments become more accountable. And this frankly suits government to sit back and have the issues pointed at other people, our neighbors, where it's easy to access and easy to brutalize human beings on the ground. It's not that easy to get to government and demand change. But I really think that all this energy is being put in the wrong place. And it's government that needs to get their act together.
Margaret, thank you. Thank you for that quick call. And I think you must tell me how you feel about that. Are people who are marching and people who are angry turning their anger on the wrong people? Is that anger meant to be directed at government? And what do you do when when your cries fall on deaf ears and government knows you're shouting, but they simply turn away from you and completely ignore what you're saying? What do you do then? What step do you take as the next step, perhaps, to resolve this problem? It is 11 o'clock on the Daily Discourse, and it is definitely Ondela Mbana with your latest news bulletin. Over to you, Ondela.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, body of a man found in a river in Wambonskral and new AI vaccine could prevent pandemics. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana and a very good morning. Police have confirmed that they found the body of a 40-year-old man that flood waters swept away in Wambonskral outside George in the Western Cape last night. Police spokesperson Chris Peace says the man was swept into the Solent Klip River along with a woman who was rescued. The search for the man was called off and it resumed early this morning. Police and rescue officials are currently on the scene of the recovery of the body. This is the first casualty of the storms which started in the province on Tuesday. They brought with them heavy rain and floods. The weather has since cleared up. Police say a 23-year-old suspect arrested in connection with the death of a teenager in Mossel Bay in the Western Cape will appear in the local magistrate court today. Ntlamulo Sambo was fatally stabbed in the early hours of Sunday morning in the midst of unrest in the Kwanongqaba township. Deputy Police Commissioner Tibelo Musikiri says the death was not related to the unrest involving alleged undocumented migrants. More than 50 informal structures were destroyed and hundreds of people displaced after violence erupted following a march. 2 Mozambican nationals were killed on Friday night. A senior investigator attached to Hawks and KwaZulu-Natal, Kwazikwakhe Sibiya, has been requested to explain his involvement in the interception of the 541-kilogram cocaine consignment at the Isipingo depot in June 2021. He is testifying before the Madlenga Commission in Pretoria. Sibiya says that large-scale drug investigations were not his area of expertise when he was called to assist. Sibiya is currently a member of the Hawks Serious Organised Crime Unit. This is what transpired between him and Commissioner Sesi Baloyi.
Was only promoted on the 1st of September 2021. Okay. So June I was not yet promoted.
So in June you are still under that temporary transfer?
Yes.
Is that what's happening?
Yes.
In June. Okay, thank you.
The former organized crime head Richard Shibiri had faced the several allegations. They included offering bribes to police officers investigating the killing of our engineer Aman Swat. The SAPS has confirmed sacking Shibiri after a disciplinary hearing in which he was found guilty of misconduct. Shibiri had also been accused of having links to an alleged underworld figure. Scientists in Britain say they've safely carried out the first human trials of a vaccine designed with the help of artificial intelligence. A single jab could train the immune system to give protection against thousands of variants of viruses, including Ebola and bird flu. The BBC's James Gallagher reports.
Vaccines train our body to fight infection, but some viruses are so adept at changing their appearance and mutating that we have to constantly play catch-up. The team fed the genetic codes of a range of coronaviruses into an artificial intelligence tool. It produced a so-called super antigen. It's a key component of a vaccine that might train the immune system to give protection against the entire family of coronaviruses, even if they started to mutate. The antigen's been tested in small safety trials, but it's too soon to know if it would offer protection.
Recapping the top story, police have confirmed that they've found the body of a 40-year-old man that flood waters swept away in Wambonskral outside George in the Western Cape last night. I'm Ondelambana for SAFM News Headlines at 11:30.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAFM. Leading the conversation. 50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
All of a sudden, they just went out of their cars and came advancing towards us. The first white policeman threw a tear gas. It was the first time we saw a tear gas can. We didn't know even what it was.
Yeah, hi, my name is Akani Swana and I'm 24 years old. I live here in Johannesburg. And I mean, the significance of the youth uprising, I feel a great sense of gratitude, also a sense of inspiration. You know, what they did on that day was very courageous. It was a great big sacrifice. And I feel like us as the youth in 2026, we can learn so much of that and try to implement that bravery, that courage, that grit. The compass of social media today, I feel like a lot of us are getting a bit weak. So just a whole lot of strength is what we can learn from that day.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
6 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in our third and final different and interesting topics in addition to the usual fare that we chat about every day. And remember, you can weigh in on any of these topics that's on your mind. 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. So I want to tell you what we're going to talk about in the next hour. I raised this issue towards the beginning of the show, and I want to take more calls on this from you because we need to start bringing this out into the open far more than we currently do. The South African Depression and Anxiety Group saying 1 in 5 men experience anxiety, and many are saying, many psychologists and psychiatrists are saying that number also talks to men suffering from depression, and men really struggle to come out and talk about what they are going through. And it seems that the problem only actually surfaces when they are in crisis. And by that time, it's really very late in the process to deal with it. The situation is much worse than it ought to have been. Whereas if they had spoken up a little bit earlier and asked for help, it would have been easier to manage and understand. So I'm going to take one call before we actually speak to our guest here. Niti in Cape Town is on the line to us. Niti, good morning to you. Tell us a little bit about what you know about depression in men.
Joanne, thank you for taking my call again, man.
Sure.
We will disagree, and at the end of the day, we will agree. The point that I want to raise is this one. I'm in the township, and when we call here, we are not asked about our qualifications or anything.
Yeah.
So when we phone here, we phone with the experience and sometimes the topic.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the father to 2 kids.
Okay.
One is a teenager already. And in the past, the way we were raised, every child that is a friend of my daughter was my child, not a potential girlfriend or something like that.
Yes, important. Yeah.
Important.
Yeah.
So my point today that I want to drive is that that might lead to depression and anxiety for these youth that we are raising now. It's the carelessness. I want to put it like this way. It's the carelessness of the 1970, 1980, 1990. Those are the parents that we don't have what you call that sort of a psychology or a check-in with my daughter that why are you doing this? Why are you vaping in front of the old people? So that teachings that said society. I've lost a brother that that he ended up being in drugs.
Gosh.
And we are trying by all means, there's people that don't have support from government, don't have support from any NPO organizations. We are registering our own NPC, but we don't have the knowledge of how to attract funds so that we can be able to encourage these kids. Because I'm a manufacturer, I'm a boiler maker, but I'm an entrepreneur most of anything. I can only assist 3 youth. I cannot assist all of them.
Mm.
And I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yes, that you've got no help. You've got no help in the area in which you are. And I think you're also talking importantly to the fragmentation of the family, which was mentioned during one of our interviews yesterday with on the issue of social development and social workers in schools. It's all very well saying men come out and speak, but if there's not a forum or a platform or a support system for those men, how do they go about it? Yeah. I hear you, Mniti. Thank you very much for flagging that. And let me actually put that question to our psychologist and see, or our psychiatrist, and see where that goes. Because I think in the communities in which we come from, we're also not encouraged to talk, right? We're not encouraged to go and seek help and go and seek counseling. And often that in itself is a cultural issue. I also come from a community like that, right? I'm of Indian descent, and in traditionally Indian communities, people were not encouraged to talk about problems. And you would find, there would be all sorts of social issues as a result of the fact that people couldn't talk, but they wouldn't go and seek help. Thank you for flagging that with us, Mniti. Let's get into the conversation at 11:11. The South African Depression and Anxiety Group, as I said, mentioning that 1 in 5 men experience anxiety. Interestingly, women are generally more commonly thought to experience anxiety and be diagnosed with depression and anxiety. But experts say that may be because women are just more likely to go and seek help. I'm going to speak to a member of the South African Society of Psychiatrists, Dr. Alicia Porter, about this. Dr. Porter, welcome to the program and thank you for your time. I see that men tend to wait till they're already in crisis before they consider seeking help.
Hi, good morning, Joanne. It's good to be with you this morning. So the problem with men is that their struggles often go it's not that they don't struggle. Their struggles often go unrecognized and untreated because it's very masked. So with men, with women, when they're anxious or they're depressed, they present as sad or with panic attacks. Whereas with men, oftentimes this can look like anger or withdrawal or substance usage or even risk-taking behavior or aggression rather than the commonly recognized signs. So because it looks so different, it doesn't mean that it's not happening. It's just not recognized as such because of these differences. And then it's around, the societal and the cultural aspects where, we raise boys with the narrative that, you need to be strong.
Yes.
Vulnerability is seen as weakness, asking for help is weakness. And this whole idea of resilience is that we shouldn't ask for help. And the other question, that we need to ask ourselves is that it's not so much about encouraging men to be vulnerable, but what do we as society do when men do become vulnerable? Oftentimes, we can't handle that because of these narratives. And so men suffer in silence. The suicide rate in men is higher than in women, which I think speaks to the severity of the condition. And it's only when it's very late or very advanced do, men present when they have no choice, but treatment is then more complicated.
I mean, you've said so much there. Let me try and extrapolate some of what you've been talking about here. You spoke firstly about male anxiety and or depression often resulting in a substance abuse problem. Tell me why that tends to be the first port of call men will opt for when they find themselves in trouble from a mental health point of view.
Because they can't ask for help, and so oftentimes the substances are used as self-medication. So it's used to medicate the anxiety or the mood, and in the short term you're going to get relief, but long term you're going to get these consequences of the substances because it's unregulated, it's uncontrolled. So It's that self-medicating that is often seen where, yes, it's the substance that, the substance use is the presenting complaint, but oftentimes it's anxiety, it's depression that's actually driving that substance usage. But that's what it looks like. So it's about kind of having a curiosity around the changes that we see happening in, the men around us and actually questioning what is actually driving, what is the underlying driver. And oftentimes the substance is a symptom, but it's just not your usual symptom.
You know, I see men also tend to engage in risky behavior. They account for the largest number of car crashes, for example, road traffic injuries, murder even. Why do men direct their energies towards that kind of behavior? Is it, again, the fact that they don't have an outlet?
Yes, they don't have an outlet. And as I say, I think the pressure or the cultural and the societal norms actually perpetuate the stigma. And oftentimes, people don't ask for help for something that they don't think is the problem. So we're not naming it. So we're not saying this is anxiety or depression when it is, and it just snowballs and the consequences get more and more. So men externalize their distress, whereas women would internalize the distress. Still distress, it just looks different.
You know, SADAG reminds us that men consume nearly 4 times more alcohol than women in this country. Do you think, Dr. Porter, that is the result of anxiety and depression, or would you say it causes anxiety and depression?
I think it's the other way around. I think that alcohol, substances are used as a coping mechanism, albeit not a healthy coping mechanism. And again, when alcohol intake increases, we don't stop to ask, why is this happening? It's often because that is the way, in an unhelpful way, that you're using that to regulate your nervous system, which, again, like I said, in the short term, it provides some relief, but the long-term consequences of that prolonged usage becomes problematic. And so I do think that when somebody presents with alcohol use, we should be screening for depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress, and those kind of things.
That's an important thing that you're saying there. Male suicide is often not spoken about, but we're seeing these rates increasing. And would you say this is the direct result of this situation in which they find themselves, in which they are expected to be strong and resilient through it, but often find they cannot cope at all?
100%. And one of the biggest risk factors for suicide is untreated depression, untreated anxiety. And so not to treat the depression and anxiety is a very, very big risk factor. Because they say that 90% of people who commit suicide, particularly even in the younger age groups, it's related to depression, but not everybody who's depressed is necessarily suicidal.
Important thing to note.
And I think,
add.
And I think that the increased rates of suicide is actually speaking to a depression and anxiety problem rather than it's just a linear increase.
All right. I think this important conversation is one that we're opening up to you at home or in your offices or in your cars. And you don't have to give us your name if you're not comfortable, or you can use a pseudonym, or you can call in anonymously. Perhaps there's something that you want to talk about or a question you want to ask about something that you've been going through as a man who hasn't had the ability to talk to anyone, who feels embarrassed perhaps to go to a therapist or a practitioner or a counselor of some kind to get help. We're here to actually give you a forum to try and find a way out of it during this short discussion. Give us a call on our studio line 086 000 2032. Dr. Alicia Porter stays with us to bring you more important advice and a greater understanding of how this has come about. And we'll take a short break and continue this conversation with her in a moment.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAFM, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide with me, KG Mweketi.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
21 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. We're talking about the issue of male depression and anxiety, and the fact that men can often not find an avenue to whom they can go and open up and speak about these difficult issues that may be plaguing them, and how they often leave it till things have spun out of control to do that. And what we are saying to our male listeners today, and even to our women listeners who are supporting men or boys, that there is another way of doing it, and there are people who will listen to you, and we need to get into the habit as a society of giving everybody a chance to be heard on issues that trouble them. T-Man is on the line to us from Four Ways. T-Man, hi there.
Hi, Joanne. How are you?
I'm so well, thanks, T-Man.
I'm sorry to ask, how are you? I always ask people that they mustn't ask. Can you ask for the doctor? I was working a little bit strenuous job. I was with the state security.
Mm-hmm.
And then I resigned after the 21st of July, those rebels, because according there were information that we couldn't release, because some of us we could foresee who are foot soldiers. Now I couldn't sleep, literally sleep, and I'll spend days. There won't be anything as if I'm feeling voices. No. I couldn't sleep. My eyes would be red. I'll be itchy.
Sure.
I ended up resigning at work. It's been 1 year, 2 months that I've resigned. So I went to a psychiatrist.
Yes.
He prescribed me Zolpidem and Mitra tablets. So they helped me. Now, I don't know the long term of it, because I've been on this for the past 12 months.
Okay. Let's put this
Yeah.
question to Dr. Porter. Dr. Porter, the long-term prognosis if you are on these medications?
So, I do think that you need to go and be reviewed on a regular basis, and basically together with your psychiatrist, you then can check in to see, how long you need to be on the treatment for, what he or she is treating you for, and those kind of things. So I do think it's very individualized, and it depends on the individual and the treatment that has been selected. But that monitoring and review is very important.
All right, T-Man, keep at it, please. Make sure you don't miss those appointments. Ernest in Bloem is on the line to us. Good morning, Ernest.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm so well, thanks. Go for it.
I would be fine and well, but the moment I get into the car, I start getting anxiety.
Okay.
What could be the reason?
Dr. Porter?
That's quite a broad question, Joanne. And I think for Ernest, in order to get some assistance, it actually may be worth going to speak to a professional, either start with a psychologist or a psychiatrist, to actually sort of investigate or sort of determine what might, firstly what's happening. It's not so much what's wrong, but what's happening, and then take it from there. But it would be very difficult for me to
Yes, it is a bit vague. Ernest, have you had a bad experience in your car? Have you had an accident, or do you feel intimidated going outdoors? Is it something like that?
No, I'll be driving around. I do have a car. I drive around, but the moment I need to drive out of Bloom, that's where I get anxiety. But I would take somebody with. Then I'll be able to drive smoothly and go and come back. But the moment I'm alone in the car, even to drive more than maybe 60, 70 kilometers outside Bloom, then I'll start getting anxiety.
Okay.
But it may, so what I would say to you, Ernest, is that the anxiety is a signal. It's telling you something, and you need to work out what is the anxiety communicating, what is happening. It may not it might just be that it's happening at that time, but I think it's important that, you actually figure out what is the signal trying to tell you with regards to your nervous system, with regards to, what's happening in your life and those kind of things. But it definitely needs further exploration.
Ernest, please do try and seek help in your area, and maybe you can answer that question, as to what's holding you back there. One of our listeners, I just want to see if we have a call up yet. No. One of our listeners, we do. Okay, so I think we are going to be speaking to France in Mokopane. Good morning to you, France.
Good morning, Joanne. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Go ahead to have your chat with Dr. Porter.
Thank you. Doctor, thank you very much for this platform. For me, my anxiety is based on what I went through at the workplace, especially. And they combined the process of psychiatrist and the psychologist. They gave me medication. They diagnosed me. They said it's what they call GAD, Generalized Anxiety Disorder. It's the fear that I have, mainly because of the dismissal that happened. We tried through the union to declare unfair dismissal. However, the commissioner ruled it in favor of the employer. Since then, I am struggling to cope. I'm struggling even to get employment. I do have a degree, but every time I apply, I'm not sure whether it's a stigma or what, I'm not able to be successful. As we speak now, I've been separated from my wife and kids. I'm staying currently with my parents, the side of Mokopane.
All right.
What I've realized is they don't understand depression, especially our parents and our siblings. Sometimes the treatment that I'm getting is clear indication that they don't understand it. So it's what I'm going through now. But I think at the center it's loss of income, which affected me a lot. It's not only the GAD that they diagnosed me, it's also what they call TPST, post-traumatic stress disorder, and the other one, they call it MDD, major depressive disorder. So those are the three that they diagnosed them. So
thank you, Franz. Let's just hear from Dr. Porter on that, please.
Sounds like you've gone through a very difficult time, and that's why I think conversations like this are important. So I think this is how we start to break stigma and normalize these conversations around mental health. And I mean, I will say that stigma is really real, and the silence around these conditions are really real. And so we need to be creating more awareness, and it's thinking around what can you take from this experience and how do you move forward, rather than what can, needing to wait for everybody else to understand. What can you do at this point? But I think that's why these conversations around mental health become so important in terms of creating that awareness to at least get families and society, even from a cultural point of view, to understand what we may be going through. We really need to start normalizing these conversations.
Definitely. Dr. Porter, I'm going to ask you to please just stay with us for a few more minutes if you're able to, because we have a few more callers and I just want to let them have their say and connect with you if you don't mind, please. We'll go quickly to our news headlines now with Ondela Mbana and we'll continue the conversation when we come back.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the trial of 3 people accused of theft at President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala farm in Bela is underway in the Modimolle Regional Court in Limpopo. And retired Interpol Ambassador Andy Mashaile says more officials linked to the alleged underworld kingpin Vusimuzi Ket Matlala are likely to face serious consequences soon. And police are still at the scene of the recovery of the body of a 40-year-old man that floodwaters swept away in Wabomskraal outside George in the Western Cape last night. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
31 past 11 and Dr. Porter has kindly agreed to give us 5 more minutes before she has to run. I want to take a call from Zola in Bloem about the issue of men experiencing anxiety and depression. Zola, hi.
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to the good doctor. How I dealt with my depression, Joanne, after my divorce, I did not see myself as a victim. I admitted that I messed up and things went wrong because of me. Instead of blaming someone or my ex-wife, I just said, Zola, get yourself right. And I had to eat right and exercise. So I think people who become victims are people who point fingers at other people. I first look at myself, get myself right. Then that helps me to calm down and deal with myself before I say or and solve. So if you see yourself as a victim, it's a problem. You won't admit that you have to get yourself right. That's how I dealt with it, Joanna. Thank you.
Zola, thank you for sharing that with us. Dr. Porter?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really important, and a few important things that, our caller highlighted was that, kind of starting with yourself. What are the things that I can do? And, we cannot underestimate the value of a good night's sleep, a healthy lifestyle, exercise. These are all things that help us to cope with stress, but also they're nervous system regulators. And it really starts with, I like what the gentleman said, I to admit and acknowledge and name it in order to be able to tame it.
Yes.
And oftentimes it's that we go around and all of these things are happening, but we're afraid to actually give it a name. Like, this is what it is. It's depression, it's anxiety. Instead, we go, this is aggression and substance usage. And so I think there's great value in naming and acknowledging, and that is how we then are able to tame it.
I've got some messages coming through here, Dr. Porter, and many of them are referring to cultural norms. One of them saying men go through these mental health problems because of socioeconomic reasons. We have government and society focusing on women empowerment, so men have far less opportunities, while society in the black community still expect the man to be a provider. Even when we are both working, the female partner and society still expect you to provide, and when you can't do that, you're constantly reminded of how much of a failure you are, says Sydney in Witbank.
What I often like to think is liken, mental health struggles to physical health problems. If a man develops chest pain or a severe headache or an injury, nobody tells him to simply toughen up and ignore it. And the same is that we don't wait for a heart attack to happen before we start exercising. So why do we then treat mental health concerns differently? Because the World Health Organization says there's no health without mental health. And so why do we wait for a crisis to happen before we do anything about it? We're very happy, particularly as men, to talk about physical fitness. And, if you have an injury, you go to the physio, you do all of it. But what about the emotional fitness? And starting those conversations around how are you? And giving the space to say, I'm not okay. But it goes back to how we raise our boys, that vulnerability is seen as weakness or asking for help is seen as weakness, when actually the real strength is asking for help. So I think there's a bi-directional sort of relationship where, yes, there are these cultural norms, but we also kind of continuing to enable or continuing to perpetuate these norms when these are the things that we need to be addressing.
Dr. Porter, it's been lovely speaking to you again, and I think we must do it soon because this is a topic that has garnered a lot of interest, and it's an ongoing conversation that we need to have in society. Thank you for bringing your expert opinion to the conversation. Dr. Alicia Porter, she is a member of the South African Society of Psychiatrists, and we'll continue to have that conversation. You're more than welcome to send us a message or a voice note on 0614 104 107.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC heavyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
11:37 it is on the Daily Discourse. I just want to read out a couple of your messages before we go on to our next conversation. I'm a male in my 40s. I get suicidal thoughts now and then due to low mood or depression, which is linked to my ADHD. Never thought of acting on them, though. And one of you says, good morning, JJ. The issue of men suffering from anxiety and depression is very real. In many cases, it's driven by cultural norms and societal expectations that tell men they must always be strong, resilient, and never show vulnerability. From a young age, boys are often taught to man up and suppress their emotions rather than express them in a healthy way. As a society, we need to rethink these messages and create environments where men feel safe to speak about their struggles without fear of judgment. Until we address these deep-rooted attitudes, many men will continue to suffer in silence, which can contribute to depression, substance abuse, reckless behavior, and tragically suicide. A societal shift is needed, and one that encourages emotional well-being alongside strength, says Litsuelo from East London. It was a long one, but I thought it was important to get that message out because I think there's a lot of value in what was said there. And one more voice note before we move on.
Morning, Joanne. You know, a lot of men are putting themselves under pressure because in South Africa, actually, let me say in South Africa, we are given the same opportunities, men and women, we are given the same opportunities. Even a lot of women in South Africa any more than men. So gone are the days where men should put themselves under pressure thinking that they are the only one who should provide. We are all given the same opportunities.
Thank you very much for your messages. We're heading towards 20 minutes to 12 here on the Daily Discourse. And here's a positive story. Writers of the Country, listen up, the Arts and Culture Department and the Academic and Non-Fiction Authors Association of South Africa, and FASA, is now accepting applications for the DSAC Publishing Hub. It launched 3 years ago, but it's done a significant volume of work since it kicked off. Now, it's again offering you the chance as a writer to have your book published in the indigenous language language in which you've written it. And FASA chairperson, Professor Sihaukele Ngubane, joins us now. Prof, good morning to you, and thank you very much for joining us. I've just been looking at the volume of work that ANFASA has produced since 2023. This is a relatively new project, but I see you've done volumes of work, not just conventional books, but audio books and braille books as well.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for inviting us to your program. And we, as ANFASA, in partnership with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, have made progress since 2023 when we initiated this publishing hub. And as you have alluded to just now, that we have already funded 91 books across indigenous languages. Braille was quite a milestone for the minority group who have lived with disability and cannot access these books. So we have provided Braille and audiobook formats since inception in 2023, and it has proved to be helping those people who are in need of accessing our books.
You know, one of our listeners actually called in and asked the question. Her name is Mamsi. She asked who the books actually reach. And I think her fear was that if the books are being published, but they're not reaching people who really need to read them, then this is a bit of a pointless exercise. Tell us about the reach, please.
Yeah, that has always been a challenge for us because I remember last year I had a similar question, and we were hoping that we can partner with the Department of Basic Education so that these books can reach the public through the prescription. But the system that they use is quite exclusive to some authors, because these are authors that some of them are new authors. They are not known in the market. It would have been nice if these books could reach the education sector for readership. So what we are hoping for is that we are keeping these books in our shelves, and if the opportunity arises, then we can sell these books to public for reading. And the other thing that we think we can do is also to try and do advocacy on the culture of reading. People are not reading books unless they are prescribed for schools. But if they are not prescribed, people are not keen to buy the books for leisure reading. So it remains a challenge for us. These books are there, and they are still there. Nobody is accessing them. But some of the universities have prescribed few books, but it's not up to this volume that we have produced so far.
Right, and that is a worrying thing. I mean, from your lips to the DBE's ears, Prof, we all know, those of us who've been involved in publishing or writing, have a very good idea of how difficult it is to get one's foot in the door there. And so I hope they're listening to us and they're open to having a conversation about this with you. What is interesting to me about your project is that it's not only for writers, actually. It is for writers, it is for publishers and editorial professionals. Tell me why that is important.
Yeah, this is part of campaigning for mainly the indigenous languages, which has been in crisis. We have seen that some of the publishers in South Africa are no longer publishing indigenous books because of the market, as I've indicated earlier. So that is why we are making this major call to new authors to publish the books. And we want the three spheres to benefit through this project. Like publishers will get some money to do editing, what we call development editing, to improve the manuscript, and also the authors themselves will get a grant for research and writing process. So the selection panel also get something. It's also an economic empowerment to most people, because we are getting experts to do the adjudication, and they get something out of the exercise, and authors are being able to produce this manuscript. That's why they are giving a grant of about 25,000 each. And we are promoting also women and youth under 35 years and writers with disabilities to apply for this call.
All right. We'll take your calls on this. Are you a budding writer? Are you somebody who is an editor? Do you have some sort of experience writing books, and would you like to now attempt your own? You're welcome to give us a call, and you can ask the Prof a question, 086 000 2032. Your WhatsApps are also welcome, 0614104107. Tell me, Prof, the genres that you are accepting in terms of manuscripts, what are these?
Which is mainly fiction in all 11 official languages. By fiction, you include novels, poetry, anthologies, short stories, collection, and drama. And we also accommodate writers of narrative, non-fiction, and biography and history, politics, sports, health, and children's literature. So the scope is very wide for people to write on, except for religious texts, self-help, novellas, and film scripts or television scripts, which is not included. But the rest of the genres that I've mentioned are eligible for manuscript.
I want to ask you as well, in terms of the application date and the application process, can you just talk our listeners through that, please?
The call for publishers, the deadline is 12th of June, which is next week, and the manuscripts are expected to be in by 26th June, which is our deadline. Then the selection announcement will take place in August 2026 this year, and we are hoping to have a book launch on the 27th of November, which is the last day. So all the activities end in June. So this is going to be a busy month for those members of the society who would like to submit their manuscripts within this month.
All right,
So
thank you.
26th June is the final deadline for manuscripts.
26th of June. Okay. So if you are a writer, if you're an editor, if you are an editorial professional that deals with publishing, remember the 26th of June is the date by which you must have these submissions in. Go to the ANFASA website and have a look out for that. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us today, Professor Sihawukele Ngubane from ANFASA, giving writers writing in indigenous languages a space in which to be heard.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
I'll take your call as we head towards 11 minutes to, well, it is 11 minutes to 12 here on the Daily Discourse. Okay, I'm waiting for that call to come in. I will read some of your voice notes. One of you says, morning, JJ, talking about depression in men. I don't think there's a more depressed man in South Africa than the migrants. Anxiety is high among us. I'm sure it's across the board, you know. It's a difficult country and society in which to live. And I can quite understand that if you're a migrant, the anxiety is equally high, but it is for South Africans too. One of you says, morning, Joanne, the guy who spoke about Mozambicans who were killed by March and March vigilantes is right. The hate of African migrants in this country is very high. Even the police only focused on this one case involving a South African boy. Are we not humans? And then one of you says that thousands of South Africans have had to leave South Africa to have a better life, and in fact, just to earn a living. They are accepted into other countries. What is wrong with people in North Africa moving south in order to survive? Shame on the people bad-mouthing the foreigners, says Shelley in Knysna. I'll take a voice note on this too.
Good morning, Joanne, this is Salim from Durban. You know, when you look at the migrant problem, it is an international problem, and every country in the world's got this problem. People are moving because they're seeking opportunities. People are seeking safety. People are seeking better life. People are moving. And, no matter how much you can do, how harsh the laws are, and how much you can, manage the borders, this problem is not going to disappear. It's a problem around the world, and every country is faced with this.
That's actually quite true. I was actually doing some reading about migration, and I think we're sitting at around 4 to 5% of our population, right, being of migrant, not descent, but of migrant grouping or categorization, if you like, and people are making the comparison between Europe, for example, European countries and us. Some of them have 20 million migrants in their countries, which really does, in those numbers, change the face of a country quite dramatically, culturally, linguistically, religiously, and all the rest of it. So, there are, sometimes when we make these comparisons, we can just see the numbers that other countries or continents are experiencing compared to ours. Let's listen to this one on the state of the SANDF. This is an important issue that we raised in regard to how SANDF soldiers are being looked after at military bases. We now know that the South African National Defence Union is taking the Defence Ministry to court over the issue of the way they're being put up at Ikapi. Let's listen to this voice note.
Joanna, good morning. I'm Takatayo in Mangwevi in Land location. It is disturbing to hear that the Defence Force vehicles, some of them, they are not prepared. They're just piling in these bases. So we can't even be defended by them, but they're getting budget every year. If this was a business really like ShopRite and Pick and Pay, we were going to say that the other cooperative must just take over because their government is failing to run this country. Most of government institutions, they are just dying under the ANC.
Good morning, Joanne. This is V here from Britsville Extension 23. Joanne, I find it very much strange. People keeps on blaming Malema, blaming Zuma. Malema and Zuma, they are not there at ANC anymore. But corruption is still going on at ANC. Me, myself, I left ANC because of this corruption. They are out, but the corruption it keeps on going on. I don't understand how come people they keep on blaming those people. Malema brought the foreigner. Malema is not in parliament. He's not a minister.
Thank you for those voice notes, and you can keep them coming. We've still got 7 minutes to go on the show. I'll try and get through as many of those as I can before the end. Kabelo in Limpopo is on the line to us. Kabelo, good morning. You want to talk about depression?
I want to talk about depression. Yeah,
Yes.
This thing it's so real, especially as men. And the thing about our African beliefs is that as a man, you don't cry. Like you need to bottle it all inside because I'm going through a lot. And I can't tell my friends. When I tell my brothers, they'll tell you, you are a man, you need to carry that. And sometimes you get that thing of suicidal thought. Today, in the morning when my son went to school, you see how cold it is without no proper clothes, no proper food in the house, and I've got a wife and a son, and I can't take care of. The pain of you as a man failing just to buy your wife sanitary pads. You know how painful that is when you have nothing. And when you tell friends can only buy you alcohol, they can only say, no, drink, man, and it will pass. You drink tomorrow when you wake up, the stress is still there because as a man, you need to keep it in. If you are crying, but you are weak. So it's very painful, Sometimes it gets to you like, why don't I just take my life? Or why don't we cook something, then all as a family we eat and we all pass on because I can't take care of these people. Sometimes it gets to me like today, after my wife went and take my boy to school, and she went to say, I said, why don't I take my own life so that funeral covers can take care of them because I can't. I'm a failure as a man to them. Like I'm a truly failure. I don't even know even when they come back from school, what are they going to eat? What are we going to sleep with? So it's just that thing of saying we as men. And I'm just lucky that I have a wife who understands, who support me. But sometimes I feel like it's also too much for her. I feel like, it's get to a point where you feel like you are a failure when you see your kids don't have proper school clothes for winter, don't have food, warm meal on the table. They only eat at school. When they come back, you just need to make a story so they can sleep up until they wake up tomorrow morning. It's one of those.
Oh, Kabelo, you make me very emotional with this call. Thank you. Thank you for being brave enough to call into the program and share your story with us. And it breaks my heart to hear what you are going through. What I want to do is I want to just put you back to Kenelwe, and perhaps we can give Sadag a call and just see if we can get a partner or two on board just to help Kabelo through this. Kabelo, I don't want to hear that that something has happened to you. Please, I'm asking you just to hang in there, and I'm asking you to just hang in there till we can get you some help. Okay, we are going to try to do this on this show. I'm going to ask Kenelwe to put you in contact with someone that you can talk to, who can give you the help that you need, who can listen to you and hear you out, and just try and help you with a solution to this problem, even if it is just a solution that helps tide you over for a little while. I really want to know that you're still with us and that you can get help. So please don't give up yet, Kabelo. We will try and get you some help. But thank you for being brave enough to call in. And yeah, I mean, we're a distance away, but we feel for you across the miles. That much I can tell you. Let's take a call from Jabulani in KwaZulu-Natal. Good morning, Jabulani. You want to talk about the issue of migrants?
Good morning, ma'am. Jabulani here.
Yeah.
I just wanted to share my thoughts on this thing of what now they call xenophobia. I'm scared that it gets to be called xenophobia when we are, let me say, South Africans are trying to address their concerns.
Yes.
But when you look into the challenges, one of the things that they are complaining about are the things that even SAPS itself cannot be able to address. You look recently into what has happened to what we say was a huge consignment of drugs that went missing in all the stuff. And it shows that even the steps that we are saying we should be taking, whoever that is breaking the law to, sometimes may have no capacity to catch the drops, if I may say so. So I am saying really this thing is more complicated than we think it is. But at least it's now the community that is speaking to say really it needs to be attended to. It's not that people are hating other people. No, it's not. But it's the social ills that sometimes may identify themselves along some communities. It's easy to say we are using the, I can say, the legacy of apartheid and all the stuff. But I think the challenge here is we are congested in one place and we get to have all these ills that we may have in one spot in the continent. So I don't believe it's xenophobia as they say.
All right, Jabulani, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. And many of our listeners are telling us, that these are genuine grievances because they're struggling. And I think in a country like ours where you feel unheard, that is how it gets turned on the people that you may believe are entirely responsible for this. But I think we need government to be more vocal on this, Jabulani, and I think we need government's reassurance for our own citizens.
Yes, I agree.
That it will be okay,
I agree with you.
that they will intervene. Jabulani, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. Yours is actually the last call of the day, and that is how we wrap up the Daily Discourse for the day and for the week. I hope it's going to be a good weekend for you. I don't want to end on a sad note. I am deeply affected by that call from Kabelo. Not joking. But we've got to hear our brothers and sisters out in this country, and we've got to try and help each other as best we can. And if you come to the Daily Discourse, certainly this is something that we are going to try to do for you because we really do care for you. It's on that note that I'm going to wrap up the show today. Have a wonderful weekend. Take care. We will see you all on Monday. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Joanne. It's 12 o'clock, Friday, the 5th of June, 2026.
Warm welcome at noon here at SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. My name is Bongi Wazwane, standing in for Sakina Kamwendo, coming up this hour.
The affected members have been placed on suspension pending the finalization of disciplinary investigations. The SAPS remains committed to maintaining the highest standards of integrity.
It's breaking news at this hour. 9 police officers served with letters of suspension in relation to the Medicare 24 contracts. Government launches the rollout of HIV prevention injection. Lenakapiver in Mpumalanga. And John is here with sport.
Mexico put on a big performance last night as they prepare for their match against Bafana at the World Cup. Meanwhile, Bafana face Jamaica tomorrow night, and it's also men's semi-final day at Roland Garros.
Share your views with us. 41391. SMS are charged at R1.50. Call us 086 0002032. Send your voice notes at 082 692 3909. You can post your comments as well on X at SABC News_radio. Use the hashtag update at noon. All these and more coming up in the next hour. But first, though, the news with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Bongi. On the top stories, Phala theft trial underway in court and body of a man found in a river in Vabomskral. For SAfm News, I am Ondela Mbana and a very good day. The trial of 3 people accused of theft at President Cyril Ramaphosa's Phala farm in Bilabila is underway in the Mudimule Regional Court in Limpopo. Emmanuela David, as well as the Joseph siblings Floriana and Delinasho, allegedly stole over $500,000 in February 2020. The state is cross-examining David, who is detailing the work he did the year before the theft.
I was employed as a close protection officer in Devon. Close protection officer is more like a bodyguard. This was as a private person, and I do not want to mention their name without their consent. My net before deduction, it will be 25K a month.
A senior investigator attached to Hawks in KwaZulu-Natal, Kwazi Kwakhe, has vehemently denied allegations of misconduct regarding the drug bust in Isipingo in 2021. He is testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. Sibia says that large-scale drug investigations were not his area of expertise when he was called to assist. He also says that he did not engage in any process designed to facilitate the theft of the 541-kilogram cocaine consignment.
Failure to call the local criminal record center. I deny that I failed to call the RCRC. I was a subordinate officer acting under his command and had no authority to make such a call. Failure to transfer the exhibit to the forensics laboratory, FSL. I deny this allegation. My involvement with the exhibit is non-existent beyond being present at their discovery. Participation in a scheme to store exhibit in an unsafe storage to make them vulnerable to theft. I deny, yes. I deny this serious allegation in the strong...
He says more officials linked to the alleged underworld kingpin Vusimuzi Matlala are likely to face serious consequences soon. His statement follows the confirmation of the SAPS that has hacked organized crime head Richard Chibiri after a disciplinary hearing found him guilty of misconduct. Mashairile says the SAPS is trying to hold implicated officials accountable.
I am certain with no doubt in my mind that this comes as a result of the alleged association between himself and Vusiket Matlala and the 70,000 rand loan. And I can certainly say a number will follow. There are many more who have been linked to Vusiket Matlala. I'm sure the X is going to fall on them also. This is a turning point in the life of this organism called SAPS. We are seeing SAPS cleaning itself, renewing itself.
The U.S. is imposing new economic sanctions on the Cuban president and some of his immediate family as Washington ramps up pressure on the island. Miguel Diaz-Canel has called the measure aggressive, adding that they reinforce the blockade and the conflict between the two countries. Many Cubans are not surprised but say they are worried about escalation.
It's a maneuver to justify a possible invasion of Cuba, and we will always be against war, wherever it comes from and whoever it is against. Peace is the most important thing.
All Cubans know, whether they're on one side or the other, that since the triumph of the revolution, we've been paying for things that the United States has done to us. This new sanction is one more. It's nothing different or distinct.
Recapping the top story, the trial of 3 people accused of theft at President Ramaphosa's Phalaphala farm in Bilabila is underway in the Modimolle Regional Court in Limpopo. I'm Ondilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 12:30.
This is the Weekend View with Bongiwe Zwane.
Thank you very much, Ondela. At this hour, of course, so we started off the show with breaking news. The 9 officers who have been served with the notices of suspension, they were serving in the Bid Evaluation Committee that is linked to that Medicare 24 tender. There's also the dismissal of the suspended Major General, that's Richard Shibiri, the former component head for organised crime. There were disciplinary processes that he was undergoing, and you'd remember he appeared before the Matlanga Commission at some point. He's now been dismissed by the SAPS. We'll focus on the story as well at this hour as well. This is the new injectable prevention for HIV, and it's groundbreaking in terms of, a significant milestone when it comes to the efforts of fighting HIV in the country. 114th day of the Matlanga Commission, and still focusing on that Potchefstroom drug bust. And of course, lots of questions still to be asked. And today we were expecting to hear from the Major General Lesetja Senona, who is with the Hawks in KwaZulu-Natal. He's the head there, but his lawyer taking ill, not being able to come to the commission today, so we're still going to be told when exactly he's likely to return. There was a post-cabinet briefing, lots being spoken about by government there, as you know, just as far as issues of migration, issues of e-tolls, as well as other issues around the country are concerned. And also, we'll be getting you an update on the weather front of how things are looking. Snow on the Sunny Pass. We're going to be getting an update there, and also mop-up operations following heavy rainfall that caused flooding in Nelson Mandela Bay and Kucha municipality. And we'll also get an update from the garden route at this hour.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
All right, let's start with breaking news. The South African Police Service has confirmed the suspension of 9 police officers who served as members of the Bid Evaluation Committee in relation to the Medicare 24 tender process. The affected members have been placed on suspension pending the finalization of disciplinary and related investigations. Here's the police spokesperson, Brigadier Atlenda Mate.
SAPS confirms the suspension of 9 police officers who served as members of the Bid Evaluation Committee in relation to the Medicare 24 tender process. The affected members have been placed on suspension pending the finalization of disciplinary investigations. The SAPS remains committed to maintaining the highest standards of integrity, transparency, and ethical conduct in all its operations. As the matter is subject to ongoing processes, the SAPS will not comment further at this stage.
That was Brigadier Atlenda Mate, police spokesperson. And of course, you'd remember there was the dismissal of suspended head of organised crime, that's Richard Shibiri, and it follows a disciplinary hearing which took place last month. Let's get reaction now and speak to Corruption Watch spokesperson Janine Erasmus. Janine, good day to you, and thank you so much for your time. Perhaps we start with news just in, and this is the 9 police officers that have now been served with notices of suspension in relation to the Medicare 24 tender process. How are you processing that against the backdrop of what we heard about Major General Richard Shibiri?
Hi, Bongiwe, and thanks for having us. Well, yeah, it's a case of surprised but not surprised, I guess. We expect almost every day. We expect new revelations of of criminality within the South African police force. So as far as Corruption Watch is concerned, this is a good thing. It's good that these things are exposed, but it's also concerning because it shows us how vulnerable and how compromised the police service really is.
And 2 questions arise from what you're saying. The first one being, I know you say that it is good, but is it enough?
it will be enough when we see changes. Well, at the moment, there's not much that you can do at the moment except deal with the situation as it is. But there are changes that need to be done so that we prevent this from happening in the future. We need, less political interference. We need our crime intelligence unit to work to its full capability. We need serious consequences for misconduct, which is now, you can say that this is what is happening now. These things need to be done before the police service can be fixed. So we definitely need to see those changes happening, and we need to see the political will happening to make those changes come about.
And the second question is around, I remember in 2024 when you released that report that showed that policing accounts for some of the highest share of corruption complaints, for example, and you speak about the vulnerabilities as far as our police are concerned, and the impression that is created in the public domain. What about the system, from what you've heard, for example, in the Matlanga Commission, the ad hoc committee and everywhere else? What about the service is making room for these vulnerabilities?
Yeah, as you say, Bongiwe, it is concerning that we're having all these revelations at Matlanga and the ad hoc committee. We're seeing that the corruption, we knew it was there, but we're seeing that it goes deeper and wider than we ever suspected, that it goes even to the very, very top. So, so we see that, as I said, there isn't really a political will at the moment to fix the SAPS. We need leadership stability. We've had numerous national police commissioners since Jackie Selebe stepped down in 2009. I think we're on our 8th one at the moment. None of these people have finished a single term. They've all, and many of them have stepped down because they've been implicated in wrongdoing and corruption. So that is already an instability that has been flowing down from the top to the bottom ranks, and we need things like that to be fixed. We need concerns from the public and civil society to be taken seriously, because Corruption Watch, for instance, and I know other organizations like the Institute for Security Studies, we've been saying this for years. But and we've been researching, we've got reports, we've got evidence, but nothing actually is done substantially, to make these things go away. So we need people to, we need it to be taken seriously. We need civil society to be brought in to the process, because we can assist. We've been studying this for years. We've been researching. So, it must be a collaboration. We can't just be left out of the process.
And there's something you've touched on, which, some people have described as a poison chalice, and that is the position of the Commissioner of Police, in light of what we've been seeing. And this particular position is so critical when it comes to running the SAPS. And at the same time, we've been seeing what has been happening. And I wonder, from where you are as Corruption Watch, with the work that you would have done, what about this particular office makes it a poison chalice?
It's difficult to say. From our point of view, we've been involved in leadership appointments in law enforcement and Chapter 9 institutions in the country. We've been advocating since about 2016 for proper due diligence to be done, for the process to be transparent, for appointments to be made on merit, and without fear and favor. So, this is something that has a bearing on the instability at the top of the SAPS. The fact that appointment processes might not be done according to, in the way that they should be, and therefore people are appointed to that top position are not suitable. They are not fit for purpose. And really, that is such a critical position, as you say, Bongiwe. It's such a critical position that we need the very, very best person that we can possibly find to be in that position, because that, those guys are protecting South Africans from crime. They're protecting the country, but they themselves are criminals.
And It's very sad, when we have to look at this because, for example, even Afrobarometer has done studies that show public trust, has appeared to been going down in some institutions, public institutions, and they're also counting the SAPS, etc. And the image of the SAPS that continues to be fractured in the public domain. What does that do, especially for the men and women who are honest police officers going out there every day in their bid to fight crime?
Bongiwe, that is the tragedy of the whole matter. It's that there are so many really good policemen and women out there, and they're going out there and they're doing their best, and they're being let down by leadership. And they themselves then are tarred with the same brush that that the corrupt officers are tarred with, and it has a kind of a knock-on effect. People are hesitant to report crime. Women are hesitant to go to the police to report GBV incidents because they can't trust that their concerns are going to be attended to, or that something is not going to happen to make that docket go away. I mean, we've seen it so many times. And if we really want, if we want to tackle crime, which is a huge it's a problem in South Africa, and this is one of the reasons. It's because people don't trust the police. I'm talking generally now. People don't trust the police, and they don't report the crime. They don't report crime in the numbers that they should. We don't see communities, standing up against the criminals in their midst. But we also don't see. From the police side, we also don't see the police tackling those the crime incidents that are reported with seriousness and diligence.
Appreciate your time. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Corruption Watch spokesperson Janine Erasmus speaking to us about our breaking news story at the South. 9 police officers have been served with the intention notices of suspension. So of course the suspensions there come in relation. They're in relation rather to the Medicare 24 contract. You'd remember that Medicare 24 contract centrals around, Vusumuzi Cat Matlala. And this comes, of course, up against the backdrop of the dismissal of another senior police officer. That's the head of organized crime, Richard Shibiri.
This is the Weekend View with Bongiwe Zwane.
Now, one person has lost his life in the garden route storms that swept the district over the last 2 days. Police have confirmed that they found the body of a 40-year-old male who was swept away in floodwaters on Wednesday night in Vabomskral outside George in the Western Cape. The body was recovered this morning after the victim was swept out into the Solen Klip Rivier. For the latest now, let's speak to Head of Garden Route Disaster Management, Gerald. So thank you so much for your time. Firstly, perhaps you start by giving us an update.
Yes, good afternoon, Bongiwe and all listeners. Yeah, it looks better in the district, if I can say that. Overnight we still had showers, light showers of rain, isolated light showers, but it's cleared up mostly. We've got blue skies in some areas. But yet again, there's a lot of water still en route to us, coming from the northern areas. We saw on the N1 how it looked at Liugamka. Now all that water comes down to the sea. So it comes past my district, and we're monitoring rivers. I just saw the level of the Gamka Poort Dam at 187%. So imagine that amount of water that's coming past to us now. And we're monitoring where it crosses roads. On the R62, the College-Dorp, there's people monitoring there now as the water is there, and once the structures is overtoppled, we will be closing some structures. We're aware of, I've got a list here of 25 areas where people is still cut off in the district. As soon as the water levels subside, we can access those areas and repairs can continue there. I heard you report about the male that unfortunately we lost during an incident last night. We also are currently responding to another incident at the Kango Mountain Resort area where somebody also was swept away by the river. I'm waiting for confirmation of rescue teams if they could reach the person or what is the situation there.
And of course, this is, it's quite devastating to have to hear about these particular reports. But perhaps maybe you can tell us a bit more when it comes to the distress calls, for example, when one thinks about this 40-year-old male and this other person you're talking about. What do you know at this stage?
At this stage, I know that people crossed the river, and we've been calling on people to not cross rivers that's in flood. Don't go and walk through a low water structure. It is too dangerous. Rather find a route around or stay on the safe side, not crossing it. So last night, it was a male and a female that crossed the river at Kliprivier in Womskraal. And now again, it's people that has gone into over a low water structure and then they get swept away by the river. So that's basically what we know of what the incident entailed.
Sure. And when you look at, some of the damage, has it been as extensive as you've seen before, or did you find that this time things were a little bit better?
No, the damages, look, the assessments we did after the 6th May storms and then the subsequent gale force winds on the 11th of May, for municipal infrastructure alone, it was already over 700 million rand of damages. So this time around, the damages is mostly on the road networks and obviously on the farms. There's going to be a lot of damages. The damages on the roads will be in excess of 1 billion, as the damages also after the 6th of May was over 1 billion. So a lot of these areas we only could do temporary repairs, and obviously with the temporary repair now being washed away, the damages will just be exorbitant. It'll just go more and more as we see how the roads look at this point in time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Otto, for the regular updates. Gerard Otto there, the head of Garden Route Disaster Management.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
President Cyril Ramaphosa is accompanying the Health Minister, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, in Mpumalanga for the official launch and the rollout of the groundbreaking HIV antiretroviral medication, Lenacapavir. The rollout takes place at the Lillian Ngoyi Stadium in the industrial town of Secunda. HIV prevention advocates have the rollout of Lenacapavir, but are concerned about the limited number of doses available in the country. Let's speak to the Director at Advocacy for Prevention of HIV and AIDS, Yvette Raphael. Yvette, good day to you and thank you so much for your time. Perhaps we start with someone who may not even know why everybody is talking about Lenacapavir and the benefits of it, particularly when it comes to the fight against HIV. How do you respond to someone who's asking us today, what is the significance?
Thank you so much, Bongiwe, for inviting me. Lenacapavir is important because it is a twice yearly injectable that prevents HIV, and young people are able to access it at their local clinics. Fair to say that this injection will currently be available at 1,365 facilities across 6 provinces in South Africa. It's important for young people to go out there and get this HIV prevention jab so that they are prevented from acquiring HIV in 2026.
Yvette, I remember in my conversation last year sometime when there was talk of this with the minister, one of the big conversations was around the cost of it and the accessibility. When you speak to the minister, listen to what is taking place today, the issue of accessibility, is it still a huge concern, and the cost?
So much has changed over the years. Over the year that we spoke last, so much has changed. Many funders have come forward. We have the Global Fund, we have the Children Investment Fund, we have Gilead, we have so many partners coming on board to make sure we procure Lenacapavir for South Africa. Currently, we have 4,650,000 vials that are procured for South Africa and ready to go into our clinics.
And so, of course, that speaks to, the fact that the country is readying it itself to do this. So let's speak about the healthcare facilities that are going to have to be administering this, because there has been a conversation about how at times young people are stigmatized, do not want to go to some of these facilities because they feel that the people they encounter there are not actually friendly enough. So how then, from a readiness point of view, are you going to be, as advocacy groups, preparing the healthcare facilities to do this?
Yes, what the work for Lenacapavir preparedness is not something that we are starting today. Advocates, young people knew the results since 2020, end of 2024, and we have been preparing. Young people have been educating their peers, but also, most importantly, they went to their local clinics to check for readiness. Each and every clinic that will be receiving our young people has to be sure and know that our young people will be doing community-led monitoring, checking if those healthcare facilities are friendly and ready to receive young people in those clinics.
All right. Thank you so much, Yvette. Appreciate your time. Yvette Rafael, the Director of Advocacy for Prevention of HIV and AIDS. A very significant, groundbreaking moment currently taking place in Secunda. This is the launch of Lenacapavir. It's, the injection has been seen as a significant step, particularly for the country when it comes to the fight against HIV/AIDS.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
The late former South African Reserve Bank Governor Tito Mboweni, who also served as the South Africa's Minister of Finance and Minister of Labour, has been credited for building credible, effective and accountable institutions. An inaugural memorial lecture was held in Cape Town for the late former Minister of Finance. Former Deutsche Bundesbank President Professor Axel A. Weber delivered the keynote address. Mboweni died, you'd remember, in 2024 following a short illness, and the event taking place at the Cape Town International Convention Centre and the city where he delivered his last finance budget speech. Mlamli Maneli reports.
Late former South African Reserve Bank Governor Tito Mboweni has been honored for his contribution to the country's economy. He's been credited for building credible, effective and accountable institutions. Current Reserve Bank Governor Lisicha Kganyago says Mboweni is also being recognized as a key architect for South Africa's microeconomic and labor policies.
It is also fitting that this beautiful city is South Africa's legislative capital, where Tito delivered his last budget as finance minister before retiring from public service later that year. Some of you may recall how he ended that last speech, and I quote, "A prosperous future is possible for our beautiful country. Gloria est consequenda." Glory must be sought after.
In his keynote address, Professor Weber described Mboweni as someone who throughout his public life was a leading voice in building sound economic policies and capable, transparent and responsible institutions.
Dr. Tito Mboweni understood earlier than many that South African economic destiny could never be separated from the health of the global economy. Throughout his career as Labour Minister, as Reserve Bank Governor and Finance Minister, he consistently argued that macroeconomic stability, institutional credibility, and international cooperation were indispensable for sustainable development.
Mboweni's family member, Fumani Mtembi, delivered an emotional tribute for her late uncle, describing him as a public intellectual.
What we have inherited from a century-old project of applied intellectualism as a robustly progressive society, this very DNA as the outcome of dazzling intellectual prowess grounded in Ubuntu. For that, we stand in deep gratitude and deep pride. For that, we thank the South African Reserve Bank for contributing so strongly to the intellectual life of our democracy. Thank you for celebrating the beautiful mind of a beautiful black boy who lived his life in service of the beautiful struggle. Mackenzie.
The Reserve Bank says this is one of the series of lectures to come in his honor and contribution to the financial well-being of this country. I'm Lamli Maneli in Cape Town.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for that reporting there. That is Mlamli Maneli bringing us that report on the lecture honouring the life of the late former Finance Minister Tito Mboweni. Lots to get through still at this hour. Remember, we still have stories around immigration. The president deploying envoys to countries across Africa as well as other continents. This follows the recent immigration tensions. It's not the first time we've been here. In 2019, we were here as well, where the president deployed these envoys. So we'll talk about this, just this particular move. What does it signal? What does it do, particularly when, they have these conversations with the other, countries, and how then should the conversations be different from then to where we find ourselves today? So it's 12:30. Let's check in with the news desk. Ondela is on standby with the latest news headlines.
Thank you, Bongi. On the news headlines, the SAPS has confirmed the suspension of 9 of its officers in relation to the Medicare 24 tender process. The Matanga Commission of Inquiry has told a senior investigator of the Hawks official that he was chosen to assist with the 541-kilogram drug bust because he was not likely to ask questions. And one of the accused in the theft at the President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala farm in Bilabila has told the Mudimula Regional Court in Limpopo that he used to save money in his bank account. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
All right, let's check in with the markets now. Isaac Wardendal, investment strategist at Old Mutual Wealth, joins us. Isaac, how are things looking as we close off the week?
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, it's been a pretty quiet week in terms of economic news. Markets are looking ahead to this afternoon's release of US employment data. But yeah, at the moment, the Rand trading 16.26. The JSE All Share trading at 112,000 points, 950. It's up about 40 basis points for the day. And then, of course, the variable that we've been spending so much time on the last 3 months is the oil price. That is just shy of $95 a barrel. Obviously, during the week, we saw some missiles flying in the Gulf. But it seems that the ceasefire is still holding. The talks are still ongoing. There's no news whether we're going to see the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. So this thing keeps dragging out. And so, yeah, we saw those petrol price increases during the week, but luckily, of course, also a diesel price cut for South African motorists. Maybe just one other piece of economic news during the week. We saw new tariff announcements from the US. I think that didn't really move the market. Those 10 to 12% increases on about 60 countries, including South Africa. I think there's a broad expectation in the markets that the courts will eventually overturn those tariffs as well. And it does feel like the whole tariff story is very much last year's news, and markets have moved on.
Quite interesting to hear. One would have thought maybe the markets would react some way. So it's quite interesting to hear just the fact that markets have moved on from that. Isaac Wardendal, investment strategist at Old Mutual Wealth.
SAFM Sport with John Gerika.
John?
Yes.
It's the Reggae Boys.
Are you ready?
Yeah, boy.
Okay. You can't watch it? So tough.
What do you mean?
It's behind closed doors. So there'll be one of those training matches. You can't show any video of it. It'll be just doing it by. It'll be like during COVID. Remember when the players were just by themselves?
Yeah, but like...
Yeah, no, that's the way it is.
Okay.
It's going to be played 90 kilometers northeast of Mexico City. It was supposed to happen tonight. And that was. The Reggae Boys, Jamaica, are ranked 71st in the world, higher than last week's opponents, Nicaragua. They were 131st. Bafana are 60th in the world, by the way. So South Africa against Jamaica. Behind closed doors, as I said, we'll only really get a result. We're not really going to be able to get much analysis from it either. But let's hear from Bafana captain and goalkeeper Ronwen Williams. He's playing the World Cup more than just for himself and for the nation.
But it was my late brother's dream for me to be at the 2010 World Cup. So now that I can do it 16 years later, obviously, it was his dream for me. I'm living that dream now. And, like the motto of my foundation says, your dreams are valid. so I'm living out the dream that he had for me. So this is a special moment for me. Obviously, sad that he's not here, and obviously lost him in 2010, just 2 months before the World Cup. And now to see his brother doing it, playing, probably walking the team out, leading the team out, that's what dreams are made of.
More than just football sometimes. Huh?
Sure.
Meanwhile, Bafana's first opponents next week is Mexico. The host nation beat Serbia 5-1 in a warm-up last night. It's flatters to deceive there because 2 of those Mexico goals were own goals scored by Serbian players. Let's go to rugby. The Sevens Circuit is in France this weekend. South Africa take on Great Britain at 6 minutes past 3. Not 3 o'clock, 6 minutes past 3. And then they're up against Kenya at 24 minutes to 9 tonight. Fiji are the 4th team in the group. The Blitzboks meet them tomorrow just after 11 a.m. Here's Captain Impie Visser.
GB will come at us again this weekend, and we know Kenya always comes at us. But I think if we just play towards our potential and we uphold our standards, we can give them a decent score over this weekend. But I think it's just for us to go back to our basics, to focus on the things that we do well, the processes, and how we can implement that to the utmost best.
You cannot get a Sevens bite without them mentioning processes. It's just what they do. Meanwhile, the women's seven-side are clinging to slim hopes of regaining their core status. The equation is simple. Drawn against France, New Zealand and Argentina in Pool A, the Bok women must deliver a top 8 finish in Bordeaux and then hope that other results go their way to secure core status for next season. First match is against France in about 10 minutes from now. URC semi-finals happening this weekend, both on the road for the South African sides. At 3:30, Glasgow Warriors host the Bulls. Here's Bulls hooker Johan Grobler.
You're probably one of the best, well-balanced teams in the competition. So it's not going to be an easy challenge. I think the last 3 games were that side, if I'm correct. Always a challenge facing them. So you're going to have to be on top of your game and then just create momentum, use our pack and hopefully get a dominant set piece. So, and then execute when we get into the 22. I think that's going to be vital for us.
Other semi-finals, Leinster against Stormers. That kicks off at 6:30 tomorrow. It's men's semi-final day at Roland Garros. Jakub Menchik up against Alexander Zverev. Zverev was the Olympic gold medal winner in 2020, and he makes his way to a Grand Slam final. He was asked which is more valuable to him.
The gold medal for me is the most difficult thing to win, because you get a chance once every 4 years. And it's special in a way that there's so little people that have done it. And I think you do it for your country, you do it for the people back home. So I will never trade my gold medal for anything. But I wouldn't mind to add a few things to my list as well.
Other semi-final today is Matteo Arnaldi up against Flavio Cobolli. So no Yannick Sinner in the final, but with Arnaldi and Cobolli in the semis, there will be another Italian making it to a championship final. Meanwhile, yesterday in the women's wheelchair singles semi-final, South Africa's KG Monjane was beaten in straight sets by Xenia Chasteau, who is from France, so she'll be a big favourite in the final. Some cricket for you. World Cup warm-up for South African women up against Australia yesterday. Australia winning by 85 runs. Convincing victory. Remember, South Africa won the first of those warm-ups against Australia. Australia turned it around. Laura Wolfhard put on a good performance, though. Unbeaten 47. Ayabonga Kaka picked up 3 wickets. Here's all-rounder Nadine de Klerk.
Yeah, probably not our best day out, if we're honest, and I think that happens sometimes. But I think, again, we kept on taking wickets, which I think is crucial in T20 cricket, and then they just had that one big partnership that probably took them to that 200-plus score. Then we leaked a lot of runs in that back end, but like I said, we're trying different things, and I think people's trying to nail down their death plans, because it might look different for different batters as well. So I think you don't want to overthink it, you don't want to look too much into it, but yeah, obviously couldn't get close to that score, so pretty good effort from them today.
Let's go to Test cricket. 16 wickets in one day between England and New Zealand in the first Test at Lords. England all out for 140. Session 1 of day 2 now. New Zealand 83 for the loss of 8. They trail by 57 runs. Fast bowler Josh Tongue has picked up 5 wickets in their innings. Cycling news. Stage 7 today. The women's Giro. It's 159 kilometres. Mostly flat. There's one big test towards the finish. A breakaway should make it today. Is a big mountain stage tomorrow. So I think the leaders will sit back. Anna van Bregen leads by a minute over Demi Vollering. And Formula 1 is back to normal times at last. It's in Monaco. Practice today at 1:30. Qualifying is at 4 o'clock tomorrow with the race at 3 o'clock.
Okay. I still want to know, though.
About what?
Know that. I just want to know why can't I see
Because
them?
that's the way. That's why.
It's so wrong.
Yeah, no, well, wait. You see, it's little secrets that they're keeping now.
Do you think they can do what we did in 2010?
Which is what?
That goal by Shaba?
Oh, there's many things. I think we're going to... I think we'll beat Mexico.
Okay.
And upset the World Cup. It'll be like the beginning of the... It's the same as the Mexico game here. It'll be the beginning of something brand new. Remember beating them at home. It'll be close, but it'll be a good game.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
Bongiwe. I hope you're well, Eroya from Durban. You know, I'm not a great fan of the MK party, but one thing I'm glad about them is that they keep the EFF from becoming the third most popular party in South Africa. And they were one of the reasons the EFF lost a lot of votes in the last elections. And so in other words, they are the better of the two evils. That's my take. Errol, Durban.
Good morning, Bongiwe. Good morning to the listeners of SAFM. Bongiwe, last week, it was Saturday or Sunday, on your show early in the morning, you were speaking about the robbery that were taking place on the Naledi Pando house. Bongiwe, everyone in this country is a human being. All of us, we are crying about the crime that is taking place in our lives. There is no need for you to come out here, feel sorry as if Naledi Pando is a god or is a special. No, she must face she must feel what we feel as a South African. You can't act like that, sister. No. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sam. Smiling way back, Captain. Is every news like it's talking about the police involved with the sub, involved with the crime and all that, and the harbor, something missing, and the gun missing, and the drugs missing. And the police of Africa is supposed to look after the country everywhere, whether the border or the airport or the harbor, all that. I mean, they're supposed to be patriotic. But none of them is patriotic. There is a good people, really. Sorry to say that. There is a good, but there is a majority of corruption and the paid, particular drug, it's shocking, really. A lot of things drug involved with it. In Western Cape, even some police, they get paid for the drug dealer, really. So the police need to be overhauled, really. I mean, they must be patriotic, like compared like other country, really. It's a shock in the police part of the problem.
All right, thank you very much for those voice notes. It's interesting to hear that, especially because around the robbery on Dr. Naledi Pando's house, I remember at the time, the question was to the SAPS to say, what exactly happened there and what do we know? But I suppose the fact that, at some point we appear to normalize things, it doesn't mean things are okay. That doesn't mean it's acceptable for South Africans to experience crime on a daily basis. So I think at times we have to be, especially cautious because crime is a huge problem in this country. And we have got to lament every single incident of crime the same way when it does happen. But thank you so much for those voice notes. Let's quickly go to this. Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, says President Cyril Ramaphosa will address the nation on migration policy. She says that citizens have constitutional rights to protest, but no one may take the law into their own hands. Further adding that no shutdown will be tolerated. And here is the Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni.
The deadlines. So South Africans have the right to protest and they can march in terms as provided by the Constitution. But South Africa have no right to take the law into their own hands. And as we have indicated before, there's nobody who's going to do a shutdown of this country. And we must be very clear about that. And if we then disclose what our categorization of the people behind the marches and everything else, we may compromise the work that is being done by law enforcement and net joints. So what we are communicating, which the president will detail, is the issue that there is work that is being coordinated, as we have indicated in previous briefings and also in the debates in Parliament and also in other statements issued by our colleagues within the criminal justice cluster. Government has been for the longest time ceased with work to deal with migration. And we have been consolidating that work, but we'll leave the details of this comprehensive approach to be explained and outlined by the President to the nation. And historically, you will recall that even the Department of Labor have been involved in a number of inspections. Some of them have been joint inspections. But we'll leave let's allow the President to address the nations. We'll be willing as GCIS to come back and field questions with the Justice Cluster and net joints if needs be, if there are questions that the media would like address arising from the state, from the address by the President to the nation.
And that was the Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni. Meanwhile, President Cyril Ramaphosa says South Africa will be dispatching envoys across Africa and other continents following recent immigration tensions within the country targeting foreign nationals. Speaking alongside Kenyan President William Ruto in Pretoria yesterday during the state visit, Ramaphosa said the envoys will engage countries and stakeholders on migration challenges. So let's get some analysis now. We speak to Managing Director at Reputation First Group, Tshepo Matseba. Tshepo, thank you so much for your time. It's not the first time we're here as a country. I remember in 2019, President Cyril Ramaphosa sent envoys and repeated what he has said recently. And I quote, South Africans are not xenophobic, and he wants the rest of Africa to know this. Your thoughts on the decision to send the envoys again?
Yeah, it's the methodology. Good afternoon, and thanks for inviting me. I think the president's posture to send envoys to different countries when we face issues or to canvass a particular issue in a moderate and through diplomatic channels it has been a pattern, and it has worked before, depending on the issue that we are dealing with. And I think it's a given the noisy nature of the current immigration or illegal immigration wave of protests and the sensitive nature that it has become, it is prudent of him to actually attempt to have this conversation behind the scenes on a much more polite line, country to country, as opposed to handling it through social media or through the media, and allowing the visuals that the world and the continent is seeing to become the order of the day in terms of how we transact between South Africa and other countries.
And when you look at, this particular, move, does it help when it comes to easing some diplomatic tensions? And how far does it go when it comes to issues around, restoring some of the reputational damage that would have been caused by it?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the announcement was made at the presidential level sends a positive message throughout, especially in Southern Africa, West Africa, East Africa, demonstrating that South Africa is not aggressive and towards the conversation. It does not take or ignore the concerns of other African leaders who have said we feel like our citizens are being exposed in your country, and therefore someone should do something about it. In addition, it does also send a warning signal, because you would expect someone like the African Union themselves and other regional structures in Central Africa, West Africa, East Africa to actually, including SADC, to actually be voicing this type of things, as opposed to leaving it for one country to resolve, because the immigration and migration patterns that we're seeing and the crisis of illegal immigration actually is a symptom of what's happening in the other parts of Africa, that the environment has become uncomfortable for citizens to thrive. Opportunities are less, but there's too many wars that are allowed to perpetuate over and over time without resolute and consistent resolutions. And so you expect regional structures to lead. But the essence of a president of South Africa taking that posture, I think it's a positive one and should be encouraged, while simultaneously urging the other partners in the different regions to take the lead and not leave the big challenge such as this to one country to resolve.
So in light of that, then, what becomes a decisive message that these envoys take to these particular countries in order to entice them, as you say, to work together, to get to the table, to have some of these just difficult conversations?
I think the core message is that we are in this together. So South Africa cannot thrive in Nigeria without Nigeria, but in the same way that Nigeria cannot thrive in South Africa and other markets without South Africa. So there is that's as an example, there is a symbiotic relationship. There's also a need for a recognition of Africa, especially from an investment perspective. There's a recognition and a need for a recognition and acknowledgement that African countries are key contributors to South Africa's economic development and growth. So when you look at a country like Mozambique, it's probably the biggest partner of South Africa in terms of trading, day-to-day trading on an annualized basis. And therefore, the message ought to demonstrate that we are also willing to work in a mutually beneficial way and sustain these relationships. And that's because South Africans and South African companies are doing business in other African countries. The last thing you want is for citizens, beyond government, for citizens to simply close shop and say, well, we won't buy South African products, we won't use the South African services. And that will make it difficult for companies like Standard Bank, MTN and others to trade effectively, but also making it difficult for entrepreneurs, engineers that are experts out of South Africa to different parts of the continent. And so I think the message is one of diplomacy, but additionally of functional trade, that we are together in this exercise, and it won't be beneficial for either one of us if we don't recognize that there's a migration patterns taking place. And I think importantly, the South Africa as a brand and an ecosystem needs to empower the envoys with one single core set of messages around safety and security, that actually we hold a different posture, a posture that says all people who are in our country, irrespective of their status, ought to be protected and their human rights preserved, and therefore that we condemn fully all illegal operations of search and seizure by groups and individuals. We reject vandalism of property. We reject the abuse of human rights, and that we are for a legal way of relocating those who are here illegally back to their countries of origin, and at the same time doing so in a humane manner in line with our constitution, the Bill of Rights.
All right, appreciate your time. Tsepo Matseba, Managing Director at Reputation First Group.
Get into the beautiful game with the free Spar Limited Edition Soccer Ball when you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products. Like 1 kg Kellogg's Cornflakes for 72.99, save 12 Rand. Or 200 gram Jacob's Crown Coffee or 230 gram refill, excluding decaf, for 159.99, save 40 Rand. Price is valid from 25 May till 7 June 2026 while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
The only road linking South Africa and Lesotho over the Drakensberg Sunny Pass in KwaZulu-Natal has been closed following heavy snowfall. The KwaZulu-Natal Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Department says severe weather forced the shutdown. The department saying that disaster management teams have been deployed to assess conditions and assist affected travellers. Let's get more now. Senzelwe Mzila is the KwaZulu-Natal Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Department spokesperson. Senzelwe, thank you so much for your time. From the assessment, what's the latest?
Good morning to you and good morning to the listeners. The province of KZN has been under a level 2 severe thunderstorms weather warning. This is for yesterday and today, and we have had a incident that has taken place within the area of Umlalazi, where a severe thunderstorm affected areas yesterday. We have also experienced snowfall in areas surrounding the Drakensberg region. As you've mentioned, one of the eventualities of this is that we've received reports that in the area of Sunny Pass, while on the Lesotho side, of course, the road had to be closed. And this, of course, does affect anyone who might be heading towards that direction and coming from KZN. Our teams are continuing to monitor areas that are surrounding the Drakensberg that are within our province. And so far, we've not had any major incident.
Any travellers stuck?
No, well, at this moment, we are engaging together with our teams within the Herikwala district. This is the area that is specifically bordering the part of KZN and Lesotho. And so far, we've not received any reports from our teams based there. We are also working closely with our teams in Underberg. We have deployed resources specifically to this area, as this is one of the areas that gets largely affected by snow during the winter season. So we do have our yellow plant equipment graders that are on standby in those areas should temperatures continue to plummet further.
And what kind of advisories are you then issuing to the listeners who may be in some parts of KwaZulu-Natal?
Well, we are encouraging them to continue to take heed to the weather warnings that are issued by the Weather Service. We also ourselves are continuing to issue updates pertaining to the weather and any incidents that have occurred. We are also concerned as the weather conditions continue to plummet. We are concerned about the welfare of residents. We know that there are those who rely on braziers, who rely on other ways to keep warm, and we are concerned about the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. We are also concerned about the safety of children, especially minors, and we are encouraging parents to ensure that children are not left unguarded around heat-producing appliances.
Appreciate your time, KwaZulu-Natal Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Department spokesperson, that is Senzelwe Mzila.
We're delving deeper into the world of mining and engineering. From the coalface with Martin Creamer.
All right, it's the time again on a Friday when Update at Noon presents another update from the coalface with Martin Creamer, publishing editor of Engineering News and Mining Weekly. Martin, thank you so much for your time. I mean, exploration opportunities beginning to unfold in the Western Cape as a new mining license system rolls out.
In South Africa, we need exploration, and more exploration. We've fallen behind very badly because the system set up by the government worked very, very poorly. So they've been taking steps to create a new cadastre, that's what they call it, these mining licensing systems, and they've missed their deadlines. But this week, they reported to Parliament that there's been an unfolding in Western Cape, so that they can actually have operational setting of licenses in the Western Cape. And now what they want to do is move from the province of the Western Cape to the other 8 provinces. And we just hope that happens quickly, because really the Western Cape isn't well known for mining, whereas a lot of the other provinces are, but they wanted to get things right first. And, you know, in other countries, this is quite a risky business of exploration. Often they get tax breaks. We don't even get that here. So we need every assistance we can. Otherwise, mining industry will get smaller and smaller.
Now, with Gauteng's gold mining revival being spearheaded by a contracting business owned by Soweto residents, this is interesting.
It's incredibly interesting. Now, you've got Sam, he and his wife, Sam Molefe, the Molefe couple, they have got a business. Now, you say, well, how can he own a mining business? Or what it's called is a contracting business. So he is born in Roodepoort. He's now mining gold in his Roodepoort. And when I say mining himself, he's got a company that's been contracted to do it, because he's doing it at Kwala Shallows. Kwala Shallows is owned by an Australian company, Westwits Mining, and they have already produced gold there. So it's extremely exciting for someone he's still living in Dobsonville, Soweto, and as a youngster he used to go by taxi to the Witwatersrand Technikon to learn mining, and now he's a mining contracting business owner, already employing 193 people, and they're looking to possibly be employing 1,000 people, and a lot of them will come from the local area. They also are looking to get local suppliers, and they do a lot of contracting with people who supply the mine who are local as well.
What a positive and encouraging story. I mean, also I see there's a massive change for the better in South Africa's approach to mining.
You know, we must look out for these 8 letters, Pyrofuza, Pyrofuza. They met and they intensified how we can add value to our natural resources. This is what is wanted now all over Africa. They do not want to export in raw material. They want you to do something with it. And now this particular pyrofuser, they're looking 50 years ahead. They've got the government with them, they've got business with them, they've got community with them, they've got scientists with them, and it is an incredible foundation that they're laying. They need everybody to work together, to think together, to aim together, and we're already seeing that happen. So that when we do things, we get the best value. And we noticed that, when you export, say, chrome, you only get a fraction of what you will get if you export ferrochrome. But we haven't been able to make much ferrochrome anymore because of the high electricity price. So what this will do is make sure we become competitive again, look long, work together, and make sure that whenever we export something, it's at the top value, and our natural resources can then bring in funds that can help the rest of the economy, as has happened in the past. But we lost that.
All right. Thank you so much for ending us off on that interesting note, Martin. Martin Creamer, they will be back at the Coalface same time next Friday. It's 1 o'clock. It's time for us to bid you farewell. We'll see you again tomorrow morning on the Weekend View, bright and early. Ondela Mbana is on standby with the latest news. Have yourselves a blessed afternoon.
Thank you, Bongi and the team. On the top stories, 9 SAPS officers suspended and families of Air India crash victims offered compensation. For SAFM News, I'm Ondela Mbana, and a very good day. We'll start with news just in. The SAPS has confirmed that suspension of 9 of its officers in relation to the Medicare 24 tender process. They are members of the bid evaluation committee. Alleged underworld kingpin Vusimuzi Ketmatlala is the owner of Medicare 24. The suspension of the officers comes after the dismissal of organised crime head Richard Shibiri. National Police spokesperson Athlenda Mate.
The affected members have been placed on suspension pending the finalization of disciplinary investigations. The SAPS remains committed to maintaining the highest standards of integrity, transparency and ethical conduct in all its operations. As the matter is subject to ongoing processes, the SAPS will not comment further at this stage.
The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has told a senior investigator, Hawks official, that he was chosen to assist with the 541-kilogram drug bust because he was not likely to ask questions. Kwazikwake Sibiya, who is a member of the Hawks Serious Organised Crime Unit, is testifying before the Commission in Pretoria. Members of the Hawks and Crime Intelligence have previously revealed procedural discrepancies at the Isipingo depot during the processing of the scene of the drug bust in June 2021. The Commission's advocate Sandile Khumalo.
But the impression I get, based on what your 2 senior colleagues had done, is that they deliberately chose somebody who is clueless about these types of matters so that you wouldn't question them even when they are doing something improper.
One of the accused in the theft at President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala farm in Bilabila has told the Mudimule Regional Court in Limpopo that he used to save money in his bank account. Emmanuela David also says that he generated money through doing odd jobs. Prosecutor advocating Ketene Munyai has been cross-examining David, who is one of the 3 accused in the case.
I requested the phone to show him the financial flow on that Luno account, but then I realized that the actual app was deleted. I cannot access to it. Says now requires set up your profile. That tells me now this app on the phone is new, because mine immediately when I hold my phone, my facial recognition open, or then there's a passcode that I punch in. But this one on the phone now, it says set up your profile, which now tells me it's a new app downloaded on the phone.
Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, has reiterated government's stance that there will be no shutdown in the country on the 30th of this month. This as civic organizations such as the March and March movement plan mass demonstrations across the country against undocumented migrants. Ntshavheni says South Africans have the right to protest but are forbidden from taking the law into their own hands. She addressed the media in Pretoria on the outcomes of Wednesday's cabinet meeting.
So South Africans have the right to protest. and they can march in terms as provided for by the Constitution. But South Africa have no right to take the law into their own hands. And as we have indicated before, there's nobody who's going to do a shutdown of this country. And we must be very clear about that.
The family members of those killed in the Air India crash in the western city of Ahmedabad says the airline has offered compensation if they give up their right to sue. An investigation is also underway into the cause of the crash shortly after takeoff a year ago. The BBC's Achana Shukla has the report.
Families in India say they are being faced with a painful choice: settle now or pursue accountability for the loss of their loved ones before they know what caused the crash. The BBC has seen the settlement documents. The amounts vary widely, from a few $1,000s to $500,000, but all ask them to sign away all future legal rights, not just against the airline, but also the plane maker, parts supplier, the regulator and the government. Lawyers representing 25 UK families say they've been offered higher amounts and aren't being asked for such a sweeping waiver. Air India says the settlement offers are fair and within the law.
Recapping the top story, the SAPS has confirmed the suspension of 9 of its officers in relation to the Medicare 24 tender process. They are members of the Bid Evaluation Committee. I'm Ondilambana for SAFM News at 1:30.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on heala.org. That's HEALA.org.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
It's more than likely, Tsetse, that you're being described up and down the country at the moment as a communist.
There is no truth in that as far as I'm concerned. It is just that in South Africa, if you're not doing what the government expects you to do, then you are a communist, of course.
June 16 is a reminder that young people have always had the power to shape society. For my generation, it's not only about remembering the students of 1976, but also about recognizing that young voices matter and can drive change. It represents courage, sacrifice, and the belief that education is worth fighting for.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Makadzi vozvivenga bendingane zvamwana wavo zvisafani nazvavamwe nombidzera vengo. You taught me how to stay and not to be a runner. You taught me how to wait for snow in the summer. Now my eyes are full of rain, my heart is full of thunder. You taught me how to wait, but taught yourself to love another. So where do I go? What do I do? Far too eager, but I found grass that's greener, and loving you won't do me no won't do you no good, won't do me no. Indlela wenza ngayo khombisa uthando lwalungekho kwaseqaleni, kwaseqaleni. Ngokuya ngawe awenza ngalutho kwaseqaleni, kwaseqaleni. So where do I go? What do I do? Do I stay or walk away? Do I wait for you? You. So where do I go? What do I do? Do I stay or walk away? Do I wait for you? You taught me how to stay and not to be a runner. You taught me how to wait for snow in the summer. Now my eyes are full of rain, my heart is full of thunder. You taught me how to love, but taught yourself to love another.
It is the incomparable Munei with the What Do I Do? What a beautiful track, a wonderful way to begin our Friday with you this afternoon. How are you doing? Good afternoon to you. Hope you are having a good day. It is a Friday, and we try to take things a little bit easy from our side on a Friday. Can you see the song put me in a mellow state of mind? Definitely recalibrated my energies, but mellow state of mind in a good way, We're going to be catching up with Sbahle Mota in just a moment, looking at the Madlanga Commission for Day 114. It seemed as though things were heating up at the Bridget Mabandla Justice College this morning. And then for full access, Munei himself is going to be in studio, the award-winning composer and vocalist. We're going to be catching up with him, learning more about his art, his motivation, his process. And this is ahead of the new album, Shumela Venda. And then on the other side of two, because it is Friday, Siwela Langeni is coming through. And also, we're going to be in conversation with Dr. Atambile Masola. So that's coming up in our Friday book circle. 061 410 4107 is our WhatsApp line, and 086 000 2032 is the number that you can call us on. And of course, we are live streaming across all of our social media platforms, so you can engage us there as well on X, on Instagram and Facebook, and wherever you are, we are at SAfmRadio and at Bridget Masinga.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
For news on South African industry and mining, Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly has you covered. Click through to Creamer Media's Engineering News each day for the latest on the people and companies shaping the energy transition and South African industry. Keep your finger on the critical minerals pulse by visiting Creamer Media's Mining Weekly. For deeper insight, subscribe to the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, out on Fridays. Creamer Media, current, credible, comprehensive.
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading vision enhancements, like Climate Eyes, which automatically adapts to changing light. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
So South Africa, history repeats itself, and it all begins with a moment we'll never forget. South Africa versus Mexico on the 11th of June. Relive the rivalry, feel the pride, and witness the kickoff of the FIFA World Cup 2026. You can catch the opening match live on SABC3 at 9 p.m. and stream it as well on SABC Plus. Follow every moment on SABC radio stations nationwide. This is more than a game. It's our story, it's our passion, and of course our time. All of us all in. Only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
All right, before we get to our full access, we're going to catch up with Sibahle Mota, who's our SABC news reporter, who's on the ground for us at the Madlanga Commission. Good afternoon to you, Sibahle. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
I mean, let's get to the order of business. When we left off yesterday, the better part of the day obviously hadn't yet concluded at the Madlanga, but already things were very heated with Colonel Gavin Jacob. Where did we leave it? Where did the commissioners leave with him last night? Because I caught a snippet in the evening, I think about 30 minutes before they concluded the sessions, and it seemed as though there was still a lot of issues that needed to be ventilated, where the commissioners weren't quite satisfied with the answers that they were given.
No, definitely, Bridget. I think one of the questions that a lot of South Africans also had in mind when Jacob was on the stand is why was, Colonel Sanda never promoted? And this was one of the questions that was posed by Advocate Mahlapeselo to say, is there a reason why, he was not promoted? I mean, because judging from his extensive experience, he should have gotten a better position than the one that he was occupying or he is occupying. And that's when we even heard, Jacob just not being really straightforward as to why he did not qualify for an even higher position or anything like that. So what we saw generally from Jacob's testimony is just that a lot of processes, just processing that crime scene, were flouted, and his explanation of even choosing certain destinations for these consignments to be stored and did really not hold any water for the Madlanga Commission, as well as his role, and the fact that he did not have the relevant experience to sort of process that sort of consignment. And this was a question where he was even asked is to say, why did you not take Sanda? Why initially it was believed that this consignment weighed 27 kilograms, and this was something that you could have delegated to Sanda, but he said, no, actually it was my first time, working in such a drug bust, and it's good for the ego or something like that. So I think, after he had finished, he was seemingly getting very agitated and very irritated with the commissioners as well as the evidence leaders.
Yeah. Also interesting to note then, I think just as someone from KZN, when that inference was made around the community of Umlazi, almost being used as a scapegoat for shortchanging some of those processes, Justice Madlanga really took issue with what seems to be a profiling of an entire community of people. That they posed a risk, and so steps had to be skipped in order to ensure that that particular community, that exchange was very interesting, because I think it was more than just about what was said, but it was about the inference of in fact, the word profiling was used in that exchange to say, why are you profiling these particular people from this particular community? It goes without saying, of course, there are criminal elements in Umlazi, but you are profiling that entire area.
No, definitely. And at face value with his statements, it sounded legitimate. Even when he said it, I think I didn't really raise the question of possible profiling. But when Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga actually, pointed it out and put it to him, it was a clear case of profiling. And interestingly enough, today's witness has somehow, contradicted his statements to a certain extent, saying that when they were on the scene, he was never really, worried about any invasion happening while they were at the depot. But what worried him is that a lot of people working at the depot had now surrounded them and wanted to see this large consignment. So again, I think what Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga had put to him was perfectly justified, that he was using a group of people to sort of justify his action in moving this consignment unlawfully against the national instruction to Isipingo police station.
Catch us up quickly on this morning's exchanges, Sibahle, because this morning's exchange also seemed to be centered around the chain of events that unfolded and the manner in which it unfolded seemed as though it was pre-orchestrated to ensure that this consignment was left sort of barren, unguarded, but also that should this matter ever find the light of day in different sort of legal inquisition, that there would be room to contest how and what and, how things folded.
No, definitely. So I think Gwaziwake's CBS testimony, who's another Hawks member, needs to be understood in the context that he was possibly one of the underqualified police officers to be asked to assist on the scene by Jacob. And what we are hearing is that at the time that he was called, he was in the Hawks' economic unit and had never, ever dealt with any drug consignment. So what the commissioners have actually put to him is that they believe it was deliberate, or his selection was deliberate in that manner, that they knew he was underqualified and was possibly even clueless about how drug consignments are supposed to be handled or drug busts are supposed to be handled, and that they knew by selecting him that he would not ask the relevant questions. I mean, we've even heard him corroborating the statements or the testimony before the Madlanga Commission that the crime scene was not cordoned off. The LCRC responsible for DNA and fingerprints were not called. So we are seeing that there is a theme to sort of, underqualified police officials actually getting involved in that drug consignment.
Well, we'll wait to see how we wrap up this weekend. But from our end, that's where we'll leave it today. Sibahle Mota, always appreciate the time. SABC News reporter who is tracking the Madlanga Commission for us. It's gone 20 past 1 o'clock. A quick pause on our end, and then we come back with Munei, and we have a look at the new album Shumela Venda, but also just getting to know the creative a little bit better, unpacking some of his process. That's coming up in just a matter of moments.
SAFM is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
Munei is laughing because I'm saying I always stress the Munei of his name, and it purely, I can't remember who it was. Not Zoe Mudicha, but it was one of, there's a sect of creative cool kids. And you'll collaborate, you'll fan each other out, yes. and one of them was here, and I was listening to we were talking about you, and they were like Munei, so I was like, okay, well, I'll just, because they are the friend, they know better.
I wonder who it was.
I can't remember, but I'll remember. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
It's such a pleasure to have you in studio. I mean, we opened up the show today with one of your. Is it a new track? In fact, oh my goodness, I'm forgetting.
It's a new album.
It's a new album.
It's a new body of work.
It's a new whole body of work. Now, Kunja, what was the song we opened up with? Now Sibahle has gotten into my head. What do I do? Yes, my take is. What do I do? It was a beautiful song.
Oh, thank you.
It put me in a mellow mode. Tell me about it.
So that's from my my EP just before this body of work.
Yeah.
And What Do I Do is a song with Tando Zite and Gozo Zwane, who are also part of my creative cool kids that I make stuff with. And it's just, yeah, it's quite a mellow song about questioning affection towards someone, but also feeling like this is not working out. So what do I do with myself and all of these feelings? Yeah.
Oh, a beautiful song.
Thank you.
Let's talk about your finding yourself in the music, right? How did that journey come to be? Because from what I read, you're from a small village outside of Toando.
I guess it was with growing up and the spaces I was exposed to, but growing up in a small village, you're sort of exposed to quite a few things. So there were no concerts I was attending. I was mostly attending traditional things. So if there was an inauguration of a king, I'd be there and there'd be these women playing and singing. But as I grew up and went to school, then I developed an interest. High School Musical, we were watching interest in music and my identity in music. And I realized that the people I'd been listening to back in the day, like Angelique Kidjo on radio, Salif Keita, those were the people that sort of stuck with me. Yeah.
I mean, as a kid, I can't imagine that you are the one going to the CD rack. Was it still a CD? No, you younger than CD.
We didn't even have a CD player. We had a cassette, one of those Omega radios that you could slot a cassette in.
So you were not going then putting a TDK of Angelique Kidjo, Salif Keita.
No.
So this is clearly the influence of the adults.
Yes.
Their musical influences infused in you.
Absolutely. And it was because it was my granny and she doesn't really know much about technology, be it olden technology or new technology. She was mostly just listening to the local radio. So that's where we were all listening or getting our music.
Yeah. I love it. And then you find yourself out of the small village. And by the way, before we even find ourselves out of the small village, the beauty of living in a small village. Talk to me about that. Who I had not Amifaku. Oh, Nkosiam, she will come to me now. Another young, beautiful songstress from deep in KZN. She grew up in a small village. And we're talking about that sentiment around small villages and how sometimes it can have a negative connotation, but just the beauty of growing up in that environment.
No, absolutely. Now that I'm a little grown, I don't see any negative anything. I think maybe in my late teens, my first years in the city, I did feel like I missed out on a lot of pop culture. There's certain things that people grew up doing that I didn't do, certain way of consuming things that I didn't because, I was going to play with other kids in the fields. But in summer, we'd be climbing up mountains to go look for wild fruit.
Yeah.
And when you say that to someone in the city, they don't even know what an apple tree looks like most of the time. So I have this deep reverence and love for the village and also the value system that you find in the village and a sense of community that has been carved and already exists in the village that you now move to the city and have to rebuild from scratch and find your people. So it's been interesting sort of like having to reference the village in my everyday life and way of doing things.
Yeah. One of our listeners just said, Bridget, it's Nomfundo more that you're looking for. Yes, indeed. It is.
Wow.
It is Nomfundo because her recent album is an ode to, it's called Fam Julia. And it's an ode to growing up in the village and what you talk about, those value systems, growing up in the environment and being part of the environment, the whole communalness of it. And it's a beautiful thing. I feel like, in all honesty, people who've lived their lives in urban metros, once they get a glimpse of that slow, still contentment, there's an envy to
there
having
really is
had
an
that.
envy. True. I still feel that. I know I can't do what I do here back in the village, but I'm working towards it. I'm working towards maybe just living there and coming here to do some work when the time allows.
Right. I mean, I feel like there's plenty of international stars that would say the contrary, right? I feel like a lot of folks that I like from like Mali and that region, they've managed that duality of going back and spending significant time in that quiet stillness and then being international when they need to be.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. I crave that for myself.
Oh, I'm sure you're going to make it work. Monet is joining us this afternoon for Full Access ahead of the new album, Shumela Venda. We're going to get into that body of work in just a minute, because I also want to just get into your headspace about your process a little bit. I caught you performing at the Atelier, if I'm not mistaken, at Nyrox.
Oh, yes.
And it was such a beautiful performance. It was just you and the guitar underneath that big tree that they have next to that iconic statue.
Yes.
And it was reverent to be there in that moment. You were really, it was the BMW.
Yes,
dun,
the
dun, dun.
BMW.
Yes,
I forgot what the full name
I forgot
is.
the full name. Oh, but you were beautiful to watch.
Thank you.
Really beautiful. Let's take a quick pause for the headline news, and then we'll come back on the other side.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, UN-AIDS says South Africa's rollout of the HIV/AIDS prevention drug lenacapavir as a perfect step towards expanding measures to fight the disease. The SAPS has confirmed the suspension of 9 of its officers in relation to the Medicare 24 tender process, and Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, has reiterated government's stance that there will be no shutdown in the country on the 30th of this month. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Stay tuned to SAFM coming up.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
A world with respect is a world with no GBVF. I know violated women and men who stay quiet when it happens. It is not a distant reality, and our silence enables the abuser. Most women surveyed reported experiencing controlling behavior in relationships. Being a man is not about control. It is about responsibility. Choose to stop harm, call out, and change bad behavior. A world with respect is a world with no GBVF. No excuses. Refuse to be a bystander. This Youth Month, as young men and boys, we must lead the change against gender-based violence and femicide. Stand for dignity and safe communities. Join the movement alongside the GBVF Response Fund.
Protecting your family means staying one step ahead. And that starts with knowing the facts about human papillomavirus. HPV is linked to over 99% of cervical cancer cases and claims the lives of more than 5,000 women in South Africa every year. HPV doesn't discriminate and will at some point affect both men and women, young and old. Protect yourself and your loved ones. Ask your healthcare provider about vaccination. This message was brought to you by MSD.
SAFM, playing your music.
kare abana butu abana burenda ola balana ya bakekuru VBS ya showinga shumera vena
All right, this is from Mone's brand new project, Shumela Venda. Let's talk about this song.
Yeah, this is the title track,
Yeah.
Shumela Venda, and it's the old slogan of the Venda Banta, the Republic of Venda, when it was a
Oh.
Bantustan. So the slogan was Shumela Venda. And if you know some Venda people, they usually have a sticker on their car that says Shumela Venda. And this is sort of like what started the whole investigation into the Bantustan nostalgia. Why is it that, you know, people who were born post Bantustans feel the way they do about Bantustans, especially if the Bantustans weren't really made for them to prosper? And yeah, it's also one of my favorite tracks. on here. Yeah.
It's so interesting because this conversation about Bantustans is one that even us on the show, we want to school ourselves about this year. I came across a focus docu on Carte Blanche about that. Why do, and it was one particular one, I forget, Gamangope, that they were focused on. And even though it was not essentially, it was a containment area for
Yes,
blackness.
true.
But also it was a containment area that was strategically designed to benefit blackness.
Yes.
So that blackness wouldn't spill over.
Yes.
Stay there and be
Stay
content there.
Be great in your own corner.
Yeah.
So those were some of the sentiments of when I speak to my granny about why she loves Mpepu's government so much. You know, that's what she calls it. You know, during Mpepu's government, she said, "Oh, women could become police officers. People could do this. The industries in Venda were thriving."
Yeah.
And when she compares it to now, she says, you know, things are way worse than they were then. And as someone who wasn't born then, I have this weird feeling about Bantustans and all other products of apartheid, but I'm also curious to hear from people's lived experiences. I can't really disregard her lived experience if she believes it was better then. So I wanted to investigate that, and also what was life like, not necessarily from a scholarly point of view, but you know, what was falling in love like, and also the parallels of governing then versus now. Like I learned that, you know, Mpepu believed in a government of no opposition. So if you were trying to be the opposition and you were coming with alternative ideas for people to think about, you know, he would eliminate you. And so I ended up landing on this one figure who was a general in the army, who Ramushwana, who then took over government like in the late 80s. And what he did that was so different was that his coup was bloodless, you know, sort of as a way to communicate his difference to those who had ruled before him. But I also loved him because he showed so much potential, and he didn't really get to live it through because just shortly after that, then the Republic of Venda was absolved back into Greater South Africa. And that mattered to me because I thought to myself, we as Venda people, we don't really have mainstream heroes, you know. Xhosa people have Nelson Mandela, they have Steve Biko, they have all of these people. And those are the people who fought for our collective freedom. But I think it's important to be represented in the greater struggle, but also for me to be reminded, and for those who are also from Venda to know that there were other people doing other things as part of the greater struggle. And that's at the core of my investigation with this project.
I think that's such an important journey, Mune, because not only, as you say, for your own personal identity, sense of belonging, interrogating, and but also the element of who gets to be remembered and why. You know, that's been a recurring question, because it's like, so are only the heroes and the liberators that are associated to the ruling party the only ones that matter, the only representation that matters? In the context of such diversity and so many people, there were leaders in different silos doing different things for their people and for the greatness of South Africa. But those voices have not been archived.
True.
Those names have not been unearthed.
True. And I mean, another thing that I found, you know, that adds on to that was a documentary by Milisutando. It's called Milisutando, and it looks at one of the other Bantu stands. And it was so interesting to see how, you know, we were using sort of similar references. I mean, it came out first, and she worked on it way longer. But also I loved how, you know, through her point of view, I was able to see other things and other struggles that I couldn't find and that I couldn't resonate with in my own investigation, you know. But the recurring theme that I think was really interesting for me was this idea of being led by your own and being cared for by your own, but also being harmed by your own. And I think it's very important to me that, you know, we archive these stories because, again, as a Venda person, there's such little representation in mainstream media, and I do want to add my little bit to that.
I mean, listen, as a medium of sparking conversation, the arts are very important.
True.
And I think and by the way, we had Milisutando here talking about that documentary.
Yes.
And as a medium of sparking the conversation, particularly so more important in the time that South Africa finds itself in. How ironic that we are observing all these great anniversaries this year. You know, the Women's March, June 16. All these anniversaries are culminating this year, which as South Africans, we should be, in this moment, we should be in glee, right?
Yes,
because
absolutely.
It should be reflective of how we've progressed and how we've evolved for the good and the positive. And yet when you switch on the headline news, we have taken 50 steps backwards with so many things.
You know, there's so much happening. And again, another thing I was also looking at, is there really a difference between the way the main government in Pretoria, which is one of the tracks, you know, which is the last track actually in the album, where I decided to end with Pretoria and asking Pretoria, which represents this, you know, nationalist government, to say why did you do this? But then now I sit down and I ask myself, is there a difference between how they were doing things then and now, or rather the results? And with the most current ongoing issue, you know, the segregation that, you know, I guess that the apartheid government really pushed for, that I think we're enabling now through the xenophobic attacks and the rhetoric and all of that that's happening. These are things that I, as a, you know, born free, as they call it, I'm asking myself and wanting to see what this freedom is, which has recently had the National Arts Council, you know, disbanded. And as an artist, then I have to ask myself, like, what is the difference? Was black art being funded then? Would it have been? Would people like Miriam Makeba and Hugh Masekela, they couldn't survive here, they couldn't thrive here for political reasons. But now, even though the persecution is not so much political, but rather economic, do we all need to now flee to Europe because it's better for an artist to thrive there? So I'm interested in all these questions, and the project itself doesn't really answer a lot, but I wanted to spark other questions. I want people to know about Venda, but once they know about Venda, I want them to ask, what's the theme and why that? And I want them to also draw their own parallels. And that it's very infuriating. I think that's been the general feeling every time I have to speak about it. So I'm like, I was making this for fun and I was making this for my own study, but I just keep getting angrier and angrier. Yeah.
Well, listen, I think a good hearty emotion, because art is emotive. You must feel something one way or another. It's either you're going to really love it or you're really going to hate it, but you must have a strong, passionate emotion. Because if you're just like, meh, then it's like, well, has the artist done what they were supposed to do? And it's also, it's refreshing to see young artists like yourselves carry on that baton of questioning. Because when you speak truth to power, you run the real risk of affecting your personal career, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's quite real. I mean, I guess it's a choice one has to make. I don't think if I had to make art, I would choose the easier route of what's easily palatable, what's not going to upset the politicians, what's popular. I don't think that's for me. I think I would rather opt for maybe an engineering degree or something that everyone will say is more lucrative. But I think it's a big responsibility to do this, and I want to do it in a way that really fulfills me and makes me feel like I have contributed something positive.
I love it. Now, let's talk about how, even in the context of these great deep themes and questions that you're asking, you're still making beautiful music.
Oh, yes, there's the fun.
It's still music that, it just sits on the soul so beautifully.
It's fun. I mean, outside of questioning things, I enjoy the process and just the process of making music and picking up the guitar and figuring out what to play and it landing a particular way and it feeling good. And for this particular project, I collaborated like mostly with friends. One of them is Tandai Shoko, who also produced Tandiswa's Sankofa. And it was just so beautiful. He would come and we would sit there and have a meal and we would just speak. And then he would play. We wouldn't really speak about the themes and we'd just play music. And the text came later. It's fun to play music. I've been enjoying that. Shumena Venda, especially, I think it's before we recorded it. That was sort of the joke. Hey, when are we shumeting? When are we shumeting? When are we shumeting? And yeah, that's been fun. Another collaborator is Shinoa Nokedi, who's a close friend of mine. He's also a musician in his own right, and we made Bushani together, and it's outside of his world. For me, it's like this sounds like this world. For him, it sounds like that world. So there's also been that beauty of cross cultures coming together and the fun of it being in studio and also feeling like you're able to, you're able to put 7 musicians in a room and say, you do this. That's been really fun, to be honest. Yeah.
It's also, I think, a little bit of a trust element.
It is.
Like in all of each other. Like, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. When I listen to different artists just talk about the process, because, you talk about being in conversation and then the lyrics come after. And it reminds me of, Jermaine Dupri. And he often talks about some of the most iconic songs that we know that he's produced came out of just conversations with people. Name an artist, Kelly Rowland, Asha Mariah.
Yes.
It just was those conversations. Yeah. And then in the midst of it, he's then puts a beat to whatever was said or just the beginnings of a beat. And then suddenly that sparks a lyric. And I'm thinking about Jill Scott in her sit down with in real life Angie Martinez, and she spoke about how the sonic comes first, the audio comes first for her, and then that tells her the mood of the song.
Yes.
And she boiled it down even, which I never thought about because I don't have your gift.
Yes.
And then she was like, and once the mood of the song comes, she goes, even the way you say an A, like when you're in love, the A comes out different.
It's different.
When you're angry and hurt, the A comes out different.
Absolutely.
So all that is informed by the actual sound before the words.
True. It almost feels like magic.
Mm.
You know, it feels like magic because, sure, you might have done, even if you say this is the theme I want to explore, you will only know that this is the chord progression I'm going to use once it feels a certain way, and then that's going to determine how it lands. Are you elongating? Are you shortening phrases? But it's magic. It's actually just real magic because I don't think science can explain it. Maybe they might explain why we feel the way we do, but that feeling, you know, Msaki calls it song catching. She says, you know, songs are always flying up in the air and you catch one, and it's really just magic, and I love it.
Oh, I love that girl too. Song catching. It is 10 to 2. Let's take a quick pause and then we'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio. SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfm, leading the conversation.
So the public is invited to nominate persons who have expertise or knowledge in the field of broadcasting, journalism and media, and or broadcasting law and any related fields for an ad hoc appointment to the Appointment Committee of the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. 3 committee members will be appointed to serve a 4-year term from August 2026 to the 31st of December 2029. Persons with a financial interest in broadcast or printed media are not eligible. Motivated nominations, nominees' acceptance, and a short CV should be addressed to the registrar on the email bccsa@nabsa.co.za. Nominations close on the 17th of June 2026. And for more information on the tasks of the Appointment Committee for the Broadcasting Complaints Commission, visit www.bccsa.co.za and see the Constitution. Only the best qualified nominees will be called for an interview.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
Listen, I'd love to take the credit for all the impeccable music that you hear on the show. It's a collaborative effort between myself and my producer, so it's all of our taste. Someone just asked if I can put my playlist on socials. We'll see what we can do. No, I mean,
Put it out there, share it.
Listen, my will go everywhere. They always say my car is schizo because I don't play playlists. So you'll tell me how you do it. I don't play playlists. I just play songs. So we could be bumping to Beyonce 1 minute, Rihanna the next, it's Munei, the next minute it's Amadotana Aseweseli, the next minute it's, Shui.
Yes,
so
I love that.
we go all over. Very schizo. Do you have particular sounds in you? How do you get into...
It depends what I feel like. I don't play a lot of music.
Okay.
But I fixate.
Okay.
So since Zoe's album came out, I've been playing that. I've been playing The Vault, and I'll play 3 songs on repeat, like on my way here.
Until Zoe comes out and says stop.
Yeah, right? It's like, okay, you can... for now I've been playing the first bit, and this week I've just been playing the last half of the album. So that's how I do it. But if I'm with friends, I'll play maybe 3 songs, and then from there I'll just start thinking of other songs that are like the same vibe.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
How do you feel, by the way, about us listening? And because you said, so you fixate, you get obsessive, and then you've been playing the first bit, and now you've moved on to the second bit. Because then that makes me think about when Adele released her last album.
Yes.
And she insisted that the streaming services
not make it
shuffle.
Yeah.
It must be in the order. For you?
The first album listen should always be in the order.
Okay.
I think also that way you get to hear, why would you shuffle it at the first go? There's also factors that add to that. I think people put out too many singles. So by the time the album comes out, people already have favorite songs. But I only put out one single before the project came out. And I always recommend that if you listen to it from beginning to the end, you can follow the thread, you can follow the story, you can follow the journey. And then after that, then you can have favorites, or you can have a way, you can then rearrange. But I think it's great if you can just listen to my story and then make your own after. Like, I've put so much work into this, guys. Listen to it in order. Yeah.
Okay, we'll listen to it in order.
Yes, please.
We shall. I want to play a song before we end our interview, but I also want to ask you, because we are in June 16, and you are quote unquote a born free. Your thoughts around sort of just reflecting on this moment and perhaps the role or the challenges that this generation faces?
I think it's really difficult, but I think it's difficult in a different context. I think that should be celebrated, that the context in which the difficulty exists is not someone shooting you for being in a neighborhood that they believe you shouldn't be in. But there's also still new challenges, youth unemployment. I also think we're consuming substances quite a lot, as a country, especially alcohol. I do feel we've been let down by the people who are meant to be, in charge and taking care of us. But there's also other internal challenges that we face, identity-wise. I think a lot of it stems from not feeling so secure economically. So as a young person living and trying to make meaning of being on earth, firstly as an individual and then as part of the greater collective, I think we need to, just saying let's all come together is so vague. I think we need to find reasons within ourselves that make us want to work hard against all odds. And the same way that these leaders who struggled then, who are now currently imposing the struggles on us, were able to stand up then during those difficult circumstances. I think we're able to do the same. I think there's some good thought leaders to follow. There's also some good examples. There's also good things that we can keep doing together. So that's all I have to say. Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm going to let you intro our next song for us and give us a brief context, and then it will take us into the top of the hour news. So thank you so much for coming through on the show and for the conversation.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Really
I almost whipped up my phone to take a little clip, and then I remembered going to, Nkosiami branding, and Monet might be like, please, I'm not in my chakra ensembles, so don't do that.
I really am not, but the song we're going to hear now is Karangwa, featuring the amazing Duduzo Makatini, and it's a song about seasons, life seasons. Enjoy.
Musimungwe wa pepo kuru lentato Chedzacho shika Shinadzo naba Jipapo Ne musimungwe Namasi aria lentato Shinadzo naba Machina ngara Jipapo Karangwa ingwe
On the top stories, announcement expected on government's approach to migration and suspect arrested in Tlamulo Sambo's killing released. For SAfm News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good day. President Cyril Ramaphosa is expected to address the nation soon on government's approach to managing migration. Minister in the Presidency Khumbudzo Ntshabeni said that government had received and approved the Interministerial Committee on Migration. It is in line with the National Action Plan Country Report on Migration. Over the past several months, the country has witnessed mass demonstrations against undocumented migrants. Civic organizations like the March on March movement are planning a nationwide march on the 30th of this month. Ntshabeni addressed the media in Pretoria.
Government has been, for the longest time, seized with work to deal with migration. And we have been consolidating that work. But we'll leave the details of this comprehensive approach to be explained and outlined by the President to the nation.
The 23-year-old suspect was arrested in connection with the killing of 19-year-old in Tlamulo Sambo at Mossel Bay in the Western Cape has been released from custody. He was set to appear in the local magistrates court today, but his case was struck off the roll due to insufficient evidence. Police say Sambo's death was not related to unrest in Asla Park area of Kononqaba. The unrest broke out on Friday following a march against undocumented immigrants. 2 Mozambican nationals were killed. The SAPS has confirmed the suspension of 9 of its officers in relation to the Medicare 24 tender process. They are members of the Bid Evaluation Committee. Alleged underworld kingpin Vusumuzi Ketmatlala is the owner of Medicare 24. The suspension of the officers comes after the dismissal of organized crime head Richard Chibiri. National Police spokesperson Athlenda Mate.
The affected members have been placed on suspension pending the finalization of disciplinary investigations. The SAPS remains committed to maintaining the highest standards of integrity, transparency and ethical conduct in all its operations. As the matter is subject to ongoing processes, the SAPS will not comment further at this stage.
A senior Hawks investigator says it would have been possible to cordon off the Isipingo depot in KwaZulu-Natal to create sufficient space for the 541-kilogram cocaine consignment to be counted. Kwazikwake Sibiya, who is a member of the Hawks Serious Organized Crime Unit in the province, is testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. The evidence that Colonel Gavin Jacob had previously presented suggests the cocaine had to be moved to the Isipingo police station because there was insufficient space to count and process the exhibits at the depot. Sibiya was among the Hawks and crime intelligence officers called to assist during the drug bust in June 2021.
It was a possibility to turn off the whole area and close it down. It was a possibility to close the area so that we were able to operate. But it would have meant that even though those containers that were close to this container that we were intending to search, they would have been also to have to be moved so that we can have enough space to work.
President Cyril Ramaphosa is currently officially launching the rollout of the injection in Secunda, Mpumalanga. Earlier, UNAIDS said South Africa's rollout of the HIV/AIDS prevention drug Lenacapavir was a perfect step towards expanding the country's measures to fight the disease. UNAIDS's director for South Africa, Lesotho and Eswatini, Alanka Malvia, says the drug is convenient to take.
It is easy to take because you have to take it only twice a year. Too early to make or learn lessons, but a couple of things which are clearly emerging is, number one, demand generation and community mobilization are essential requirements for it to become effective at the service delivery point as well as in the community. We should not think that this will be the only way. We should combine it with condom. We should combine it with the oral PrEP which was given even now.
Recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa is expected to address the nation soon on government's approach to managing migration. I'm Ondelambana for SAfm News Headlines at 2:30.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
We see a completely non-racial society. We don't believe, for instance, in the so-called guarantees for minority rights, because guaranteeing minority rights implies the recognition of portions of the community on a race basis. We believe that in our country there shall be no minority, there shall be no majority, there shall just be people.
And when you look at the youth today, they are very comfortable. They don't want to do anything. That's something that the youth from back then never had. And it's something we can learn from that to actually stand up for ourselves as well. Stand up for your brother or sister next to you. Because today, when you look at a brother or a sister struggling, instead of helping them, you would rather laugh at them. But I believe that back then, they would fight together so that everyone can be better. Because that's literally what they did.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
So we're taking things quite mellow this Friday. I mean, normally on a Friday, hey, kuba ne party around here. But today we're all mellow and chilled. That was Gabby Matuba with the disruption of the black child, leading us into our book circle conversation. She decided to come in today. and I have Dr. Atambile Masola to thank for that.
Yes.
Because Siwela never comes in.
So I hear.
Like, ever.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
She doesn't even Skype me visually. She's just
No
like,
Zoom.
we will talk on
I hope
the
it
phone.
changes from now on.
Right, at least once in a while.
Okay. We'll reconsider.
Yabo, we appreciate it. Siwela Langeni joins us, co-founder of Book Circle Capital and author in her own right. And of course, Dr. Atambile Masola, award-winning South African poet and academic. We're going to be in conversation with both ladies. Thank you so much for coming through. Much, much appreciated. Unjani sisi? Ngiza ngikubiza ngosisi today.
Hey, and while Valampedi now, I'm just going to be butchering the language. Please don't.
You're good.
I'm good, thanks, and you, Bridget.
I'm fantastic. I mean, where do we begin today? Because you always lead the charge before we get into talking to Dr. Atambile.
Yeah, it takes a bit of adjusting being in studio, but let's make it happen because it's about the books.
Yeah.
So we'll feature one book. I mean, we're like a week away from June 16. So the first book we'll talk about is Tsietsi Mashinini. Elusive Hero of Soweto by Sam Mate. And I understand this is Sam is going to be with you guys sometime in the week as we build up to the 50th celebration of June 16. But in this book, he talks about this elusive hero. Tsietsi Mashinini. Growing up, we heard so much about him. And he finally pens a book with help of his family, where he talks about, how he was instrumental in the events of 1976, and then how he then came at odds with the ANC and later died, a sad death in the end. But books, as you and I always celebrate, bring people back to life, and this is another way that Sam Mate has done this for Tsietsi. So that's the main book we're featuring today before we go into Inheritance.
I mean, yet another, I think, must-read book to be added to our list. Indeed, we're just talking to Monet around his project and the importance of him also archiving the leaders and the liberators that are lesser known or maybe are becoming forgotten in the context of it all. And I think these books do exactly that. Yeah,
absolutely. And in Inheritance, where we're going to go into with Dr. Atta, she talks about erasure. And I think all the work we're seeing now, especially non-fiction work in South Africa, is all about addressing that, bringing all those people back to life, that reclamation of stories that were lost over time. So super excited. So I don't know, do we
I mean, you always do the introduction, but before you do that, they just whispered, and they should have reminded me in the first hour of the show. So the question on social media is, and I'm going to ask you two ladies as well, what one book or maybe books would you leave for your children to read, or would you insist your children read? So on social media, I've got my answer. I narrowed it down to 4 books, but we'll get to it later. Introduce our guest.
So our guest today is Dr. Atambile Masola, who's become like a sister to me. Actually, we realized every June now we do something with her. She's Cape Town based, and she's just come specially for the launch. So she's an academic, she's a writer, she's written children's books, she's written academic books, and this is like her 3rd book this year. Basically, Akalali. She's our author for today. She writes a lot about women and bringing their work back to life. Recently, one of her biggest projects that I enjoyed is her work on Noni Jabavu, bringing back all her articles from the Daily Dispatch. Inya Tibuzwa Kwaba Pambile book we spoke about beginning of the year, and she translates because Upalang is Xhosa. So we spoke about Biko Ndibala Intando Yam. She's one of the translators. So she's just that girl that gets things done.
I mean, where do you find the time? Welcome, Dr. Atambile. Where do you find the time?
I mean, I'm going to take Suela everywhere with me. Who needs enemies when you've got a Suela in your life? Where do I find the time? I think I was just saying before the show, I think I'm just in a good season right now. I mean, and I think a lot of it has to do with since Ilifa, which came out in 2021. It's just been such a wonderful wave and such a wonderful reception. So when and I was quite shocked because it's a book of poetry, and you know how people perceive poetry. We are an autobiography kind of, or biography or life writing kind of country readership. So ever since then, having publishers come to me and asking, what are you working on, and being that fortunate. And I think the responsibility then is to ride the wave. But then on the other hand, it's not like creativity just comes in that way as well. So it's also, I think, building and crafting a life that is receptive to the kind of creative and academic writing that I do. So I live in Cape Town. I live a quiet life. And I enjoy that. And I've curated my life around the fact that I am a writer.
I mean, we don't write at all, but I talk about myself. I feel like 3 books in a year, even for the most sort of steadfast writer, 3 books in a year is really commitment. And for someone who moves in so many different spectrums of literature.
So the trick with that, and I think Suela would have mentioned it when she spoke about Inyati, I collaborate a lot.
Yes.
So the book on Noni Jabavu that she mentioned, I did it with Uma Kosazana Qaba. which was a really wonderful collaboration. And actually, the other kind of behind the scenes of books is that a book can come out in 2023, but we've been working on it since 2019 or 2018. The same with the Inyati Buzokoba Pambili. I was one of 3 other editors, Uspogas Makadla and Ubabalo Makokwana. So that also helps in that, I'm not straddling all those things by myself. And then, of course, the Biko book, I just came in right at the tail end where I was editing together with Prof. Sesandi what Prof. Mtuze had done. So that also really, really helps me. And I think it's another way we think of writing as a solo kind of endeavor, and it is by and large. You wake up and you just do your books and all of that, or the story comes to you. But there are parts and there are other kinds of books. And I think the greatest help has been kind of academic writing, actually, is where I found I do a lot of collaborations, co-writing, co-editing. And so that helps a lot. And then I kind of think about I can't remember who I was speaking to this week. I was like, I think of myself as a project manager. Like, I think of all my books. And so I kind of map them out in that way. And if you think of a project manager, if they've been asked to do something else, they can't say no to something else. And I'm getting better, hopefully, at saying no to certain things. There's something in my inbox right now. I saw it and I was like, mark unread. I'm going to come back with a no for this one. And they're always so yummy. This is the other thing. They're so always so yummy. But it's just practicing that ability to say yes and no when is necessary.
Absolutely. So I read that in a lot of sort of review of your work or how you... I mean, I'm not a writer. When you talk to writers, you feel so intimidated to find the right word. Like, a lot of reviews speak of your approach to text as one that really isn't conformative, isn't rigid in its structure, and very much representative of a lived, evolving language. How do you get that right, especially when you are translating into indigenous language? Because people really do hold a reverence around their language. Absolutely. I have so many Xhosa friends, people think, but I'm not.
You're in good company. You too.
You know what I mean? And I know just how proudful people are about their language.
My kind of entry point into it is seeing our African languages as lived languages. Yes. So, and as someone, I studied Xhosa literature, and so I have a sense of it as a literary language. When I go to church, I go to an Xhosa church and we read the Bible in Xhosa, and I understand the reverence, and it really is a kind of a reverential kind of language. And I think a lot of it actually has to do with our history and the ways that missionaries meddled in some of that. And so people kind of place it on this pedestal because of this kind of contested history. But more often than not, and I think what I tried to do in Inheritance and in Ndibala Indandoyam, or at least the approach that I took with Ndibala Indandoyam, was that this is a living language. And so I also did English literature. No one's mad at the fact that when we speak English, we're not speaking like Shakespeare. If anything, people would be mad if you went around speaking like Shakespeare and John Milton and all those chaps, because it's moved. But the trick is how to balance the historical foundation of the language and the fact that a language must move. So in the poetry, and poetry is freedom. No one's going to say this is wrong. Translation, especially of nonfiction, it's a different thing that you have to do. But poetic translation for me has given me a lot of that freedom. And so when people read Inheritance or Ilifa, and I had to say this a lot when the book first came out, is that you're going to see Xhosa that you speak. You're going to see who read Xhosa poetry, which has a very rigid sort of stanzas, 4 lines per stanza, rhyme scheme. I don't do any of that because I don't have to, because I'm charting my own path. I am wanting poetry to reflect my voice. And so I cannot sound like Umqhayi. I cannot sound like Unonzizi as much as I love them. But I can dedicate my book, or, Nonzizi Mqotho is like my muse in a sense. I step off where she kind of left a foundation. And so I think she wouldn't want to wake up one day and come back and be like, why are you writing like me? Write like yourself, you know? And I think that's the legacy of what those historical writers have left for us.
Siwela, I mean, you're so quiet today, and you normally chip in these conversations. Let's take a quick pause. We'll come back on the other side and interrogate more on the work contained in Inheritance, because it also archives and reflects a lot of Black female voices. So we'll come back on the other side of this. It's just gone 20 past 2 o'clock. It is the Book Circle on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
What's the one thing that gives you hope about the youth in South Africa?
The current one that we have are ones who are energetic, optimistic, who are eagerly ready to go for what they want, what they wish to be, who challenges the status quo in terms of thinking and approach, and which becomes exciting. For me, they resonate with the generation of the 1976, but they have two different approaches. That one was more militant and fighting for their rights. These ones are just changing the scenario and the status quo of how they want the country to be and what it is perceived to be.
Khomotso Anthea Ramolabang, Portfolio Committee Chairperson on Correctional Services.
From the class of 1976 to the generation of TikTok, AI, and unemployment, the conversation continues on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
South Africa, history repeats itself, and it all begins with a moment we'll never forget. South Africa versus Mexico on the 11th of June. Relive the rivalry, feel the pride, and witness the kickoff of the FIFA World Cup 2026. Catch the opening match live on SABC 3 at 9 p.m. or you can stream it on SABC Plus and follow every moment on SABC radio stations nationwide. This is more than a game. It's our story, our passion, our time. All of us, all in Gaufela, only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube.
We are in conversation with Siwela Langeni and Dr. Atambile Masola. And I was saying to my tech Uguti the other day, they let me get away with saying Gaufela. And then one of my texts came and they were like, no, man, it's Gaufela. You know, and I was like, oh, actually, yes, it is Gaufela. That's how I hear it all the time. So why did I put a G there? But hey, that is the beauty of language.
Yes, the joys of language. Yes.
The joys of language. Let's talk about Inheritance. Let me see the cover. Oh, with such pride and glee, she gives it to me. What a beautiful cover.
Thank you.
Okay, before we get to the context, the image, the lady in front.
That's my grandmother. Beautiful. Vuyelwa Gladys Masholoku. And beautiful. Yeah, she's my maternal grandmother. And it actually is so resonant because it's one of the pictures she gave me before she passed away. So she gave me her passbook. She gave me this picture. I also have a dress. You know, after someone has passed away, then they give you. So I have a dress. It's like my funeral dress because it's a black dress that she wore to funerals. So the story goes. Yeah. And like a blouse. And I have her sense of creativity. So she was a seamstress. Which low-key I think is just like, if in another world, had it not been for apartheid, she would have been a designer.
Yeah.
And so she's kind of like the kind of birthplace of creativity in that way. And I think I wanted to honor her in that way. And there's so much of her actually in the anthology itself. And so, yeah, when I said to the publisher, Nick, this is what I'm thinking, he was like, okay, let's make it happen. And I mean, imagine taking like a small little picture like this, trying to get it into high res. And then, and he was there for the whole thing. I mean, even the idea of keeping, this is the original border actually that you see with like the sticky tape because it came from a photo album.
Yes.
But it was actually a portrait that she kept above her bed. And I don't know, I just always loved the feeling of herself. You know, she wanted to remember herself as youthful. And I guess there is a lot of resonance about memory. So that's the cover.
Oh, I love that. Also, what you just said about wanting to remember oneself as youthful. I mean, it's a completely different conversation. I remember asking my mom going, do you feel old? Like when you think about it as someone in your late 60s, do you feel old, or do you still feel like you're 23? Like, how does it feel? It's a whole nother conversation. But let's get into the contents of the book. I mean, talk to us about, the reflection also in some of the voices of these Black female writers.
Yeah, so there's something quite interesting in that. When you're writing a poem, you're not really sure what's happening. And I try to write in this introduction about how ethereal poetry is, and songwriters know this. I think sometimes you're driving and a song or a tune or something. There's one poem that did that. I was driving, and I know exactly where I was driving. I was on Rivonia Road, and it's the poem Kwela Sisi Uyapi, and it just literally came to me, and I was like, this one I'm not going to lose. So I took my phone. I was driving, but I was like, I'm going to voice record it as it's coming in my head. So even with the stories of the women, there are 2 or 3 maybe poems that really speak to that. It's translated as History Now, which is Imbali in the original, Listing, and Mothers in Conversation, and Mothers in Prayer, and Erasure. These are the English translations of the books. And what I do, and In Memoriam as well. And actually starting with In Memoriam, the original was Hlati, who's my paternal grandmother. And so I write a poem to her. But then in English, it didn't quite, there are some poems where I've kept some wordings here and there because they're just impossible to translate into English. But with that one, I thought, I don't know what to do with, because Hlati, people understand it as her clan name, and that's what we called her. And so it didn't quite work, but the spirit of the poem itself is in memoriam. I'm trying to memorialize her. And then the poem Imbali, which is history, it's about the work that I do, actually the academic work that I do, which is about write yourself. Zibale, because there's no guarantee, and I've literally seen this already in my lifetime. There's just no guarantee that our stories will live on, and so our stories should live on. Again, why am I thinking of Shakespeare and John Milton? It's because people have kept their stories on. What is it about our stories that people don't want to keep in? And so that book History is about that kind of mandate, which I kind of express in my academic work, but it felt like it needed a poetic expression. And then the poem Listing, and why can't I remember? It's actually so the book actually is bilingual. Yes. So when you buy it, you're actually getting a 2-for-1 special in that it's the original and when I say original, I mean the isiXhosa and the English. So Listing was actually Kuzilanda originally, 53. And 52 and 53. And that one it's almost like a recounting of like how I come into this work. So I list all the people that led me to do this work. So I'll just maybe read the first few lines. I'll read the English. First, it was Namhlophe's stories on the radio because Mama insisted I listen. Then it was Zenzele by Nozipho J. Marare, which I found at the library. Suddenly, there was Daughters of Africa because of Ati. I borrowed and they didn't die from Boitumelo, and it goes on kind of listing the and you'll be able to see when I list a title, sometimes I don't list the author, sometimes I list the author but I don't list, and it's all my friends. Literally, I come into this work because my friends, my mother, my family introduces me to all these people. So that's like an homage to the writers themselves and what they do, as well as the people in my life who recommend books. And there's like this whole circulation of how books go around. And then, the first time I read Bessie Head was because a friend of mine, Untadi, borrowed me a copy. And I just wanted to honor that. And again, it's kind of like this present and past as well, when you talk about like these women and how their stories resonate, it's because of other women who have done the work of making sure that their stories don't die. So I think that's the kind of, and then of course there's a poem where I try to take on the voice of my grandmother who was on the cover, which title I cannot say on public radio because my grandmother was so feisty. She just said things the way they are. So people, if you want to know, like, come listen tomorrow. Maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow. But she was actually making a commentary about South Africa. It was like at the cusp, and I tell it as a story. It was at the cusp of democracy, and she just has this image of what is this new country that we are coming into? So, yeah.
Well, listen, as we perfectly timed, because we have to wrap and go into the headline news. So, Siwela, in our last 40 seconds, a reminder of the events tomorrow with Dr. Atambile.
Yes, we are launching Inheritance at Book Circle Capital, Melville 27 Boxes at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, where we'll be able to hear what we've just heard and so much more that we can't say on radio as she wanders.
I love it. So tomorrow, 2 o'clock, we are at Book Circle Capital. Be sure to come with your book if you already have it, or come with your wallets.
Yes, we want the wallets. Yes.
Bring the wallets, take a picture, get the book signed and autographed. Ladies, thank you so much for coming through. Thank you so much for ensuring that Siwela actually comes.
Look, I hope I don't have to come all the way from Cape Town to make sure that happens again.
Right?
Just call me if it happens and I'll make sure.
I shall indeed. That was Dr. Atambile Masola. That book is out, Inheritance. You can definitely cop it at Book Circle or wherever you get your books from. Siwela Langeni, as always, thank you for the time. It's 2:30. Time for the headline news, and then we'll get into Nalibali.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa is expected to address the nation soon on government's approach to managing migration. The Mudimule Regional Court in Limpopo has heard the details of how accused number 1 Emanuela David splashed money on a luxurious vehicle, and Mali's military government has banned the use of motorcycles with medium to large engines outside major urban areas in an attempt to tackle armed groups. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
In case you missed it.
Let me go to Mtata. Tabo, good morning.
Morning, Aunt Kathy, and good morning to
Yo,
SAfm
Tabo,
listeners.
Aunt Kathy. So early on a Friday morning hour, Mara. Yo.
I have a lot of respect for you.
Okay, let me say I appreciate it, Ke.
Tabo just made my day. Imagine. Hi, Aunt Kathy. I have never heard it ever on radio. He is just out of line.
Morning, Rahadi, how are you?
Wabona, litomile.
That was National Briefing This Morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. 50 years later. Youth Month. The Voices.
Soweto, under fire. The country's largest township had a dark cloud hovering over it. June 16, 1976, presented a new form of resistance towards the Afrikaans language policy introduced under the Bantu education in 1953 under the then apartheid government. On that fateful day of June the 16th, what was supposed to be a peaceful protest by black students against the Afrikaans language policy turned ugly. Police fired at thousands of protesting students, killing 176 of them and leaving thousands injured.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa. 50 years later. Only on SAfm. Leading the conversations that move us.
50 years later. Youth Month. The Voices.
We understood that the struggle was never only about language, it was about power. Who gets to think, whose knowledge counts, who gets to move through the world with dignity, and whose remains trapped inside systems of dispossession. Leaders like Zef Mupiping understood this deeply when they warned that Bantu education was designed to produce submission rather than liberation. And the students of 1976, including young women like the Mulite sisters, answered that call with extraordinary courage. They refused the idea that black youth are still confronting the unfinished question that they raised. What does liberation mean if political rights expand but economic power and land and knowledge remain deeply concentrated? That is why June 16th is not only a memory, it is a responsibility.
From the class of 1976 to the generation of TikTok, AI, and unemployment, the conversation continues on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
50 years later. Youth Month. The Voices.
Despite living in a very dynamic and complex world order, they continue to be resilient, dynamic, hardworking, and future-ready. Young people are found in our creative arts, in sports entertainment. They are at the heart of business. They are entrepreneurs using their energy and creative mind to develop dynamic products that continue to sell throughout the world. Our story of South Africa is not complete as we mark 50 years towards the anniversary of the 1976 Soweto uprising. Let's dedicate this time to shine a spotlight on our young people, empower them more, and allow them to live their dreams.
From the class of 1976 to the generation of TikTok, AI, and unemployment, the conversation continues on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Hello, friends, and welcome to Nali Bali. Have you ever seen someone take more than they need? Maybe grabbing all the sweets, keeping all the toys, or not wanting to share? Sometimes we forget that being greedy doesn't make us happier. In fact, it can make others feel sad, left out, or unfairly treated. When we take only what we need and share what we have, something special happens. Everyone gets a chance to enjoy, play, and feel included. Sharing brings joy, builds friendships, and helps us learn to care for one another. But greed closes the door to kindness and makes it hard for other people to trust us. So next time you have something special, a treat, a game, or even your time, remember that sharing doesn't make you lose anything. It actually makes your world bigger, brighter, and full of happy friends. Today's story is called Flee, written by Kai Tuomi. But before we listen to today's story, let's all get up and... Long ago, when the world was young, Flea was not tiny like he is today. Back then, Flea was almost as large as an ant, and when he jumped up and down, the bush felt shook.
Oh no! Grab everything and run for it! Here comes Flea!
The animals of the village would shout when they saw him coming. The animals left with whatever they could carry: pots, pans, glasses, food. They made for the hill near their village to watch as Flea jumped and sailed through the air, high enough to blot out the sun for a moment. Flea landed with a crash, breaking whatever happened to be in his way. Houses were squashed flat, gardens were destroyed, and fields were left pitted with holes. Flea only stopped jumping to drink whatever the other animals had left behind in their rush to escape, and to eat whatever he had not flattened.
Oh, there goes my precious marula juice. I was saving that for the end of year party,
said Impala, sniffing.
I cannot believe it. Now he's eating my grasshopper cakes. I was keeping those for Elephant's birthday bash.
Chameleon said.
Oh, at this rate, there won't be a birthday bash. Flea just smashed the roof of our village hall,
said Elephant, trumpeting.
That is it. We cannot go on like this,
Secretary Bird said, stalking about on her long legs.
We could try talking to Flea,
suggested Elephant.
Baboon already tried that. Flea won't listen. He thinks that just because he is big and because he can jump, he can do whatever he likes,
said Impala angrily.
Guys, what can we do then?
Chameleon asked.
We go to the gazoo,
said Secretary Bird.
The gazoo? We can't do that, Secretary Bird. You never know what you're getting when you go to the gazoo.
Impala whimpered.
Well, it has to be better than what we're getting right now. Fine then. We'll leave at once,
said Elephant. And so the animals set off across the bushveld. The gazoo lived in a hut made of giant dried flowers. As the animals neared, they noticed purple smoke billowing from the hut's chimney. Around the hut, flags of many colors fluttered on the enormous thorns that someone had rammed into the ground.
I'm scared. We should go back.
Impala said.
No, the gazoo can help us,
said Secretary Bird, puffing out her chest.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
Said a loud, friendly voice. The gazoo appeared in the hut's doorway. His body was covered in feathers plucked from different birds, 4 yellow eyes picked out from the feathers.
Well,
said Secretary Bird, looking down at her own feathers.
We have a problem with Flea.
Ah, he who jumps, isn't it?
Asked Gazoo. Elephant nodded.
Yes, Flea ruins everything he jumps on, and everything else he just eats and drinks.
Ah, so is he greedy too, you say?
Asked Gazoo.
The greediest. He ate all my grasshopper cakes,
said Chameleon, changing colors in excitement.
In that case, this may help you,
said the gazoo. A spindly hand appeared from the feathers holding a blue bottle.
If he who jumps were to drink this potion, well, let me tell you, you will see.
Once back in the ruins of their village, the animals found Flea resting against an umbrella tree. On their way back from visiting the gazoo, they had come up with a plan to get Flea to drink the potion.
Oh, Flea, you forgot to eat this.
Said the animals, putting all the abundant food on a table. Flea opened his eyes and looked over the food.
Oh, I'm feeling rather hungry.
Flea's eyes fell on the blue bottle.
What is that? Forget about food. I want that. Give it to me.
Flea said excitedly.
Oh, this? Oh, no. You can't have this. This is a special mountain juice that they say is the most delicious drink in the entire bushveld,
said Elephant. Before Elephant could finish talking, Greedy Flea sprang forward and snatched the potion from him. With one big gulp, Flea drank it all.
Well, I wouldn't call that the most delicious juice in the bushveld. Actually, it was,
said Flea, licking her lips. Flea burped, then whistled. Her legs began to twitch and her hands to rattle. Her eyes changed color.
What's happening to me? I'm shrinking!
Flea shouted. Her normally big voice became squeakier and squeakier. As the animals watched on, Flea shrank until soon she was no bigger than a peck of dust.
What have you done to me?
Flea shouted, hopping about on the ground. The animals could not see her. They could hardly hear her because she was so small.
She's gone,
said Impala, laughing.
Gone? I haven't gone. I'm right here.
Flea shouted. Flea launched herself into the air, and she landed on Impala's back and took a bite.
Ouch! Something just bit me,
shouted Impala.
I'll give you some ointment later. But for now, it's time to celebrate because Flea is gone. Let's have a party,
said Chameleon. And even though the angry, greedy flea that was no bigger than a peck of dust kept on biting them, the animals did just that. And so we come to the end of another Nali Bali story time. Today's story was called Flea, written by Kai Tuomi. Did you know that reading and telling stories to children at home can help them do better at school? If you want free stories to read to your children or for your children to enjoy on their own, visit the Nali Bali website www.nalibali.org or Mobi site www.nalibali.mobi. You will find stories in 11 South African languages as well as tips for reading and sharing stories with your children to grow their potential. Also look out for the bilingual Nali Bali Reading for Enjoyment supplement with great children's stories and activities available in newspapers. Nali Bali, it starts with a story.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, it is the final moments of the show. It's just gone 3:45. We are going to be catching up with Kaya Mahlangu, saxophonist, composer, arranger, and educator ahead of the Joy of Jazz. It's the 27th Standard Bank Joy of Jazz Festival, and it's going to be taking place from Friday the 25th of September, that entire weekend at the Sandton Convention Centre here in Johannesburg. And of course, Tate Kaya Mahlangu is one of South Africa's most respected jazz musicians, not only as a saxophonist, composer, and arranger and educator whose career has spanned several decades and multiple landmark eras in local jazz. And Tate Kaya, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for the time. Much appreciated. I mean, I guess maybe just briefly for us to reflect back reflect back to the very beginnings of your musical journey. Let's talk about where it all started.
Well, it started way in the late 50s, early 60s. I started playing penny whistle. There was a lot of elder brothers who were playing in the shop because I lived next to a shop. So you'd find 6 guitarists and about 6 or more penny whistlers and, the old Jocko T box, and the broomstick and the twine that was used as a bass. When you pulled the string harder, you got high notes, and you loosen the pull, you get lower notes. So my fascination with music started there, and going to church with my aunt, the Salvation Army. I guess that's where my love for wind instruments started, the Salvation Army. But then I progressed to play bugle in the Boy Scouts, and then progressed to play trumpet. But when I discovered an uncle of mine had a saxophone, which was what I really wanted to play, and I never stopped going there. Then one day he said, "Oh man, I can see you're in love with this instrument. You can have it." Then I was like a boy in a toy shop, And I used to sleep with it. That's how much, I was in love with the instrument.
At that time of, receiving that instrumental gift and obviously beginnings to explore music, did you already feel that this would be the option for you moving into your future, that music would be the career?
Well, it had started before. I remember I was doing Standard 5. I don't know what you call it today.
Grade 7.
and everyone was asked in class what would they like to be. And when my turn came, I said, I want to be a composer. And Mr. Masemula, my class teacher, then said, "Oh, do you think your parents will agree? Because it's a tough industry, I said, well, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it,
and here you are at that bridge. living out your childhood dreams.
Exactly.
Your career has spanned several decades, and obviously there's been so many incredible moments in it. But when you sort of look back for you, I can imagine there's still so much more to be done, so much more to be explored when it comes to creation, when it comes to the language of music.
Right. I still feel that I'm in my prime, you know. I remember one young girl said to me, "Oh, you're still in music. Why don't you retire?" I say, I'm not going to wait for my death, you know. As long as I breathe, I'll still be functional, either as a teacher or as a performer as well.
And the teaching of the music and Tatekaya, how important is that? And especially in jazz, because I think there's so many incredible young jazz musicians in the country right now that are sort of charting a new path and a new sound, but still very much paying homage and looking back to yesteryear's living heroes and legends like yourself. How important is it to bridge those to bridge that sort of gap and to ensure also that transference of the knowledge, the transference of the continuance of the legacy?
It's very important because, you know, in my time, not many musicians were trained. Musicians, people were self-taught, and there was very little material in terms of books that one could refer to get some knowledge. So we depended on each one teach one bafana. So if you knew something, you taught the other brother. And my passion for teaching came from when I couldn't get answers from some of the elders, you know. And in retrospect, you look, you say, oh, well, they probably couldn't explain it the way because they were not schooled musicians. It was just raw talent and hard work, because talent plays a minuscule part. It's the practice, the hours you put into mastering your instrument. That's what creates the better musician, more than just the talent itself, you know. And I know a whole lot of brothers who didn't attend the music school, but they were great composers, great players, you know. Yeah. So then when I studied, I thought it should be an important thing to be able to impart knowledge to the next generation, because we're all part of an ongoing tradition. Yeah.
Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, it's coming up the last weekend of September. Always quite the coveted stage, I think, for performers as well as appreciators of music. For you, what does it mean? What does it, sort of represent? Being on that stage, still being able to perform to sold out audiences, still being able to bring your music even to new audiences, because it's such an intergenerational experience.
Oh, yeah. I think it's one of the premier jazz events in the world, you know, by bringing young talent, old talent, and talent from overseas, you know, to bring it to the shores of South Africa. So I'm very grateful that I have this opportunity also to present the music of Kipi Morketse alongside my music, you know. Kipi was a very influential figure in the South African jazz scene. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we look forward to seeing you on stage, bringing us the music that moved a generation. And I can't wait. I'm sure music lovers alike cannot wait to be in the room and take it all in. That was Ntate Khaya Mahlangu, saxophonist, composer, arranger, and educator. We're going to play just a bit of streams as we prepare to wind down the show. All right, that is where we begin to wind down the show in our last few moments. We're going to rewind it back to the Madlanga Commission, just reflecting back on this afternoon's cross-examination of Hawks Lieutenant Colonel Kwazegwakhe Sibiya, who's been on the stand today and is attached to the Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit, which deals with the investigation and dismantling of drug trafficking syndicates. Let's go to that package.
You were not going to the depot to fetch drugs. You were actually going to conduct a drug bust. Were you armed? Did you take protective measures, the three of you? Clarify a non-existent dispute.
I wouldn't know, but I'm stating it also on my third paragraph here. I'm stating it on my third paragraph here. On Friday, approximately 12:20, I was requested by Colonel Mojela and Captain Muchenchana, but I don't know why didn't I add Captain Mashao, because I was communicating with him on the phone to submit a further statement to the one I submitted before. I'm trying to explain now with what transpired on the day in issue.
That's not answering the question by Commissioner Kumalo.
Yes.
Commissioner Kumalo is saying the SAP 13 clerk, warrant officer Perumal, says he was never asked about this by Jacob. Oh, and then Jacob himself does not say that this was ever an issue between him and Warrant Officer Perumal. And then you too, in your earlier statement, do not say that this was ever an issue. There was counting. Warrant Officer Perumal is there. Once the counting is done, Colonel Jacob says, Brigadier Nyuswa has said that there's a safe place where these exhibits are going to be stored. All of you, all three of you are consistent on this. So all of a sudden, there's inconsistency, and then now Warrant Officer Perumal is standing all by himself in saying this was never an issue. You and Colonel Jacob has suddenly flipped or changed. All of a sudden, when with the two of you as well, there was never an issue around this. And there is this strange statement that says you were required to clarify. What issue was there to clarify when everything was consistent amongst the three of you? That's the question. What was there to clarify?
If they did not need this statement, Chairperson, they were not going to take it. So it shows
no, that's not, the question is not about what they required. The question is about why would it have been necessary at all? This has nothing to do with the people who asked you to clarify. Or rather, this is...
For this afternoon. A great big gratitude for you choosing to be with us this week. You could have been anywhere and you chose to be here. Ashraf has got the next Madlanga update for you later on in the day on the National Pulse. We'll leave you now with Ondelambana and the top of the hour news. Have a restful weekend, and inshallah, God willing, we do it again next week.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
SAFM News with momentum. Those with financial advisors have a better shot at generational wealth. Speak to a Momentum accredited financial advisor for advice that meets your context.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team on the top stories. Announcement expected on government's approach to migration, and Mali bans the use of motorcycles. For SAFM News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. President Cyril Ramaphosa is expected to address the nation soon on government's approach to managing migration. Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, said that government had received and approved the Interministerial Committee on Migration It is in line with the National Action Plan Country Report on Migration. Over the past several months, the country has witnessed mass demonstrations against undocumented migrants. Civic organizations like the March and March movement are planning a nationwide march on the 30th of this month. Chabeni addressed the media in Pretoria.
Government has been, for the longest time, seized with work to deal with migration. And we have been consolidating that work. But we'll leave the details of this comprehensive approach to be explained and outlined by the President to the nation.
The Modimolle Regional Court in Limpopo has heard the details of how accused number 1 Emanuela David splashed money on a luxurious vehicle. David, one of the 3 accused in the break-in and theft at President Cyril Ramaphosa's Palapala farm, bought a Range Rover amongst others. The vehicle was bought after the infamous theft in Billabilla in February 2020. More than $500,000 hidden inside the sofa was stolen. David has, however, told the court that the Range Rover vehicle which he bought was on behalf of his Zimbabwean friend known as Tony. During the cross-examination, advocating Keteni Munyai wanted to know why the vehicle was driven from a dealership by the accused David instead of the supposed new owner.
If I hear you correctly, the agreement that I had with this Tony was that I'm far. Please do me this favor. I call the dealership. There's certain cars that are limited. Please, right now I don't have excess of whatever fund. Take 5,000 from your personal and secure. This is the reference number that you should put on a payment. He gave me the reference number. I went to my FNB account. He provided the account. Then I with the reference that he gave me, then I paid to secure this particular Range Rover for him.
The matter of 2 Malawians and a Zambian national arrested for allegedly smuggling drugs for 34 million rand through the Beit Bridge border post has been postponed to Thursday next week for bail application in the Musina Magistrates Court in Limpopo. The accused persons, Mabuchi Dayo Kumwenda, Philip Chanza and Tandi Piri, have been remanded in custody. They each face 4 charges, including dealing in drugs, money laundering from proceeds of crime and possession of illicit goods. The trio were found in possession of meth, a substance used for manufacturing mandrax. Prosecutor Advocate Mashudu Mudau says due to the severity of the charges, the state will be opposing bail.
Count 1 will be dealing in drugs, which will be contravention of Section 5B of Act 140 of 1992, wherein we are alleging that on the 27th of May 2026 at Beit Bridge Court, which is in the district of Wembe, the accused did unlawfully deal in dangerous dependent-producing substance or an undesirable dependent-producing substance, to which methaqualone.
Mpumalanga Health Department has identified over 30 healthcare facilities across the province to administer the HIV/AIDS prevention drug lenacapavir. Provincial MEC Sasekani Manzini says it is imperative that all the people of the province have access to the injection. Mpumalanga has recorded 17.4% HIV infections. MEC Manzini has urged people, especially youth, to abstain from unprotected sexual activities.
We are going to be rolling out this lenacapavir in 31 of clinics in the province and targeting 31,540 of our patients in the province. We are going to be having our own license moving forward in the country. Continue to encourage everyone, not only young people, but all people, South Africans, to know that some young people must abstain, because it's a good thing. We're seeing a high number of teenage pregnancy. We'll make sure that they take the lenacapavir, but also understand that we still have to be faithful. We still have to condomize.
Mali's military government has banned the use of motorcycles with medium to large engines outside major urban areas in an attempt to tackle armed groups. The insurgents often move across Sahel terrain quickly on such vehicles, launching attacks and evading security forces. The BBC's Makochu Okofa reports.
The ban is expected to affect many people, especially in rural areas of Mali where motorcycles are widely used to move people, goods and services. The authorities have also suspended the import and sales of motorcycles and spare parts for 1 year. Traders have been given 3 months to declare existing stock. The measures come after an attack in April claimed by Al-Qaeda-linked Jinim and the Tuareg Azawad Liberation Front. Armed groups seized the northern city of Kidal and attacked a military base outside the capital where the former defense minister Sadio Kamara was killed.
Recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa is expected to address the nation soon on government's approach to managing migration. I'm Mondilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 3:30.
And Momentum is part of the Momentum Group Limited, an authorised FSP and registered credit provider.
For World Championship finale, Muriri praises Bruce's approach to World Cup squad selection, and Capture shines at Rivera to lead US Women's Open. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
It's going to be one of those hectic days here, never mind it being a Friday. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the National Pulse. What for you are the issues that moves the pulse of the nation? In fact, the conversations we ought to be having. You can raise it right away by calling in live 086 000 2032. WhatsApp 0614 104 107, and that's text or voice note. Remember, 30 seconds, please. In fact, where are you now? What are you doing like right now, physically? You want to send a picture? That's great too, but where are you? You can tweet and you do that, tag SAfmRadio and tag me, Ashraf Garda. So welcome to the show. Lots to consider. What about Major General Richard Shibiri being fired? We must talk about that, and we will. The Cape Town Mayor, Jordan Hill-Lewis, will talk about their budget and the implications thereof. And as part of our big issue, we continue talking about youth unemployment by having a chat with the NYDA. And need I say it, as you heard on the news, Lena Kapaver, in terms of what has been put out by the Minister, Ramaphosa, and then Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, this injectable HIV prevention drug. We'll talk about that to Mia Malan as well. All of that coming up and a whole lot more here on the National Pulse.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
All of a sudden, they just went out of their cars and came advancing towards us. The first white policeman threw a tear gas. It was the first time we saw a tear gas can. We didn't know even what it was.
And I think it's an event that not only our generation connects to, but future generations will also connect to, because the reason that I today am able to walk into the rooms that I can and have opportunities is because of the education that I received. And that would not have been possible if it weren't for the bravery of those students and the sacrifices that were made that day. And if there's any lesson that can be learned from that, it's that if we want to effect change and make a difference, we won't do so by simply waiting for permission.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
Right, let's get with the biggest issues that moves the pulse. In fact, Emzon Dile, the Uber driver, listening into the show, texted or messaged to say, hey, I'm listening to the show, did a pickup at the airport and now heading towards the drop-off, but connected here to the National Pulse. And that's great that you do that. I mean, you're part of that. Richard Shibiri, is the former head of organised crime following internal disciplinary proceedings. If you recollect, he was found guilty of misconduct for bringing the police service into disrepute by associating himself with a known criminal. What are the big takeouts from this? Andy Mashaile was a security strategist with us here on the National Pulse. Andy, appreciate you joining us today.
Please wait.
Andy, do I have you there? Maybe not. He says, please wait. Let's see if we can just reconnect with that in a moment. By the way, as we do that, so yes, you are following this National Lena Kapaver HIV AIDS prevention rollout.
Hello.
And what do you make of that? You may have any thoughts on that specifically. And then regarding the Cape Town budget, we'll talk about that, but you could well be from the city of Cape Town, and you may have heard the mayor of Cape Town, in fact, talking about it today. What do you want to take out from there, right? Andy, do I have you there?
Hello?
Yeah, Andy, you're live on the National Pulse. Hi.
Good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and how are you doing?
I'm very good indeed. Well, I don't know how is Richard Shibiri. What would he be thinking right now?
He would be thinking, he is serious where he is. He is thinking of going back. He was thinking of going back to work and find it difficult now to can accept the outcomes that have been pronounced by the disciplinary processes, the outcomes of the disciplinary processes. Hence, his intention to go to the CCMA to contend. And I'm definitely sure that it will end up in the labor court. And ultimately, the ultimate outcome would be a golden handshake, because SAPS is going to say that the trust relationship is irretrievably broken down.
All right, irretrievably broken down. But what you're saying, if there's a golden handshake, in fact, he would be dismissed with a packet of gold to take with. I mean, he'll have a bag of money.
Yes, indeed, if he wins in the labor court, because I am certain that the CCMA would be aimed at a strategic poking of the reasons, poking of holes in the reason of the organization, meaning SAPS from its dismissal arsenal of strategy and tactics. So he will want to find out what the weakness is, so that he can take a chunk of the gold stakes that would then be set aside for those who SAPS would be thinking of giving a golden handshake.
All right, let's go back a step to you can just take us through how did it get to this situation where Major General Richard Shibiri has effectively now been fired. I mean, just take us back through the process of what was said about him. What did he do? Never mind his earlier pronouncements have been very, very anti-corruption.
Yes, let me start off there, Ashraf. A very good man, a man who investigated the murder, the brutal murder of Major General Maswanga. And you remember some few years back, he investigated Major General Maswanganyi's murder and successfully prosecuted people, led to the prosecution of a 52-year warrant officer from the VAL. Subsequent to that, SAPS says, we are going to dismiss you because you are having a generally corrupt relationship with people like Mr. Ket Makala, and you know very well that Mr. Ket Makala is a known criminal, and you associating with him and exchanging monies, whether you call them loans or you call them whatever you want, that drags us into disrepute, and we cannot associate ourselves with you and your relationship with Mr. Makala, and therefore go your way, we want to go our way.
I mean, would you say, based upon that relationship with Ket Matlala, that once it was discovered or uncovered, and I mean, he confirmed that in fact, the SAPS had absolutely no choice in the matter?
Yes. The minute that a police officer, particularly a senior officer within the law enforcement agency, admits that he has a relationship with a known criminal or a known suspect, or a known lawbreaker or a serial lawbreaker, the organization has no choice and no chance. And why to keep him? And why would they want to fire him? Look, it affects the integrity of his own investigations in the event of investigating other crimes. You cannot go and investigate theft of lollipops when we know that your friend is a hijacker and you have been seen in the company of that guy who is hijacking cars and is involved in stock theft. And we know that he has been part and parcel of stock theft. So as the organization, look, we can't work with you. We don't trust you. Simply put, what we are being told with this dismissal is we don't trust you.
In terms of that, again, it goes back to the Madlanga Commission and the ad hoc committees and the fact that so many people have called in on shows like this, been so skeptical, like what an absolute waste of time, waste of money, just charade, nothing will happen. Are we not finding day by day that in fact something is happening? There's a domino effect here.
Ashraf, this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. that we are getting from the Madlanga Commission in terms of its modus operandi, in terms of the content, their terms of reference, as well as the outcomes of the various phases of the Madlanga Commission. No commission in history after or post-apartheid has sat down and has referred people, and people were arrested, and people were denied bail, and people were saying the shoes are burning, can't you be merciful to me? We have never seen people trying to duck and dive like Mr. Mokhoti as well as Mr. Karim, who would not want to sit at that hot seat. We have seen people drinking tons of water at the Madlanga Commission, and we have seen those same individuals behind bars and them being put on bail and them actually being further investigated and prosecuted. So kudos to Ntate Madlanga and the commissioners. This is once in a lifetime experience for those of us and yourself who believe in the rule of law and who believe that justice denied is justice delayed. And I'm sure the commission operates from that adage that says we are not going to delay justice, we are going to unleash justice.
Okay, so notwithstanding your point about Richard Chiburi, in fact, maybe taking it to the Labour Court, I mean, action in this case has been taken. What more should we expect from the SAPS?
Look, with the suspensions that we learned of a few hours ago, and the notices of intention, 9 all in all, this tells you that SAPS has seen the light of day, and SAPS is under serious pressure from the findings of the Madlanga Commission. And SAPS as an organization wants in its house and wants to ensure that its integrity and its glory is restored in a way and manner that would link to what the Madlanga Commission is doing. I'm sure the nexus between SAPS and Madlanga Commission is solely driven now by arrests and prosecutions and suspensions as we are seeing them in SAPS and the notices of suspensions that have been served to senior members of the SAPS. And by the way, lieutenant generals, not just only ordinary sergeants.
Yeah, high rankers, yeah. Just lastly, what do you expect to happen next?
I expect, one, from those that have been served with the notices of intention, I expect arrests. I expect them to be forced to go through to the Madlanga Commission. Those who sat on the bid adjudication committee, those who actually facilitated, as we learned, that some of them signed the service level agreement. Whether they knew or they didn't know, I would want the Madlanga Commission to assist us in that space.
That's where we will leave it for now. Andy Mashaile, security strategist, reflecting on the fact that the Major General Richard Chiburi now fired. You, of course, have your own thoughts, and a key factor here on the National Pulse is reaction. So what's your reaction? Let's hear it.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Well,
there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Ha! Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with ta! Ta!
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
former million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the first draw this Tuesday at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
Well, we'll chat to Mia Milan about Lena Kapova coming up later on, an important issue around HIV prevention that comes up. But for now, let's talk about the city of Cape Town. And a budget for the city has been tabled by the City of Cape Town Mayor, and of course, effectively now the leader of the DA, Jordan Hill-Lewis. And we thought, let's talk about it because, of course, one of the key factors that they've raised, and often many people talk about, is just what is a city, any city, in fact, what do they do for the most vulnerable people in a city? So in this case, Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis, I appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Such a pleasure, Ashraf. Nice to join you.
Absolutely. Tell me about some of the, you've raised some issues in your budget speech today about some key points that you've highlighted around benefits to pensioners and indigent households. Tell me about that.
Yes. So, we are continuously trying to find ways to better protect lower income and middle income homes in Cape Town. We have to fund the infrastructure program that we run to keep the city functional and make sure that it continues to be the most functional city in the country. And we have to fund that while still making sure that middle income families and particularly lower income families are protected. So what we've done is we've actually increased the rates rebates all the way up to 620,000 Rand. So at the moment, the first 450,000 Rand of your property is rates free. We've increased that from 450 all the way to 620 in an effort to protect those families in particular.
So that's one, but there's more. How does that compare, firstly, in terms of the increase compared to other municipalities? And explain to me what motivated that.
Okay, so we've actually done because now all of the cities have tabled their budgets. So we did an exercise where we compared all the major cities in South Africa, the metros, and Cape Town's provision for protecting lower and middle income homes is by far the biggest in the country of all those metros. So, for example, the next biggest in Joburg is only 250,000 Rand in rates rebates, whereas we've just raised ours to 650,000. And part of the reason we've done so is to try and offset the impact of that court judgment. The impact of that court judgment meant that we would not be able to, if we had just left it at that, it would have meant that we would not be able to protect lower income homes as much as we had been. And so we had to find another way to do it. And the way that we found, we put our heads together and did a little brainstorming session. And the way that we found is to do this significant increase in the rates rebate.
Okay, how, just in terms of your thoughts, and I'm sure you've done some research on this, how would this then impact on the residents of the city? Because when you have that type of increase in terms of rebate, it could well change lives in the same way that an interest rate increase, has an impact negatively if you have a bond, right?
Yeah. No, this doesn't impact on the revenue of the city because, remember, we're trying to fund water and sanitation infrastructure mainly. That's our biggest. There's other infrastructure in electricity and so on, but the biggest thing is water pipes, sewer pipes, waterworks, and so on. So the impact of the court judgment was that our fixed charges for water and sanitation would go up for those households, and so we were trying to protect them from that. So if your fixed charges for water and sanitation go up and your rates go down because of this rebate, this increased rebate, then you are altogether square. And that's what we were trying to achieve, is that the average family would be in the same position afterwards as before, that they would not see or suffer any significant increases. And that's the solution we've come up with.
All right, let's move on to the issue of the budget around infrastructure, safety and security.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, we are pushing very hard on infrastructure because this is what actually makes cities work in South Africa. If you're not investing in infrastructure, your city will slowly go backwards, and then it will pick up pace, and things will start to fall apart. And that's basically what we see in cities across our country. So we said in Cape Town that we would never let that happen. We have to invest in infrastructure. It's difficult to fund. You got to really figure out how to pull that investment money together, but you've got to do it. Otherwise, your city is in peril. And then, of course, the other biggest concern on everyone's minds is safety and security. And so we have put enormous resources, more than 1,200 extra officers these last couple of years onto the streets of Cape Town that are funded. Those are Metro Police officers funded by the Metro. And we've deployed them in every single part of the city, every ward. For the first time, we've done a cross-city deployment. Every ward gets some officers. And that is already making a really helpful difference. Residents are often reporting back the difference that they see those new officers making.
Okay. You talk about the difficulty of funding a budget like this. So how then did you navigate it and come up with it?
So, well, the first thing that we tried was to link your infrastructure costs, your fixed costs, to property values, and that's what the court case was about. But that's fine. We moved on to a different methodology, and that's why we came up with this rates rebate to protect families against that increase, and using a mixture of funds that we generate ourselves. And of course, we also go to the international market and we take long-term loans. Using a mixture of those two, we are funding our infrastructure investment budget in full.
And how does that again compare to how other municipalities, small or large, go about funding? I know you're not directly involved in that, but you certainly have an oversight of just how they do it, because the comparisons I think are very important as we lead up to the local government election.
Absolutely. And again, all of the budgets have been tabled, so we can literally go and check what all of their budgets say. And we've done that comparison, and we've published that comparison because it is absolutely revealing. Cape Town is spending more than far more than any of the other cities in South Africa on basic infrastructure investment. Not only that, it's spending more than most of them combined, in fact. So it's very, very alarming how little those other metros are actually investing in basic infrastructure maintenance and care and investment in new infrastructure. For example, one shocking thing that we found was one single water project in Cape Town is bigger than the entire city of Johannesburg capital budget. Not just their water budget, their entire capital budget. And that is just one project of many that we are doing in Cape Town. So that just puts into perspective how our investment is dwarfing the rest of the country. And that's not just about coming top of the pops or first in the stakes. It's about what it means on the ground. What it means is greater dignity for people, because better infrastructure means better services for more people. So we can roll out more sanitation, we can roll out better toilets, and so it means better dignity for everyone in the city, and it means a more functional city that businesses can invest in, and so you get into that positive cycle of a growing, thriving city that we are in,
all right,
whereas your other cities are not.
Okay, we'll make those comparisons in the days ahead too. Let's end with the issue of Liam Jacobs, of course, if I can. He's just moved back to your party, and lots of conversation about that now. I mean, yes, I've sort of heard quotes from the DA that he's now seen the light and he himself has seen the light. But more importantly for now, there's no way someone like that will get back to the DA without having let's call it a leadership plan in place. What's your plan for him? It can't just be as an ordinary member. It can't be.
No, he actually is. He's not getting any public representative job. He's not going to parliament or anything. He's going to be a part of our national campaign team as an organizer, and he's going to go around the country and help in our election campaign. And I really welcome him. As I said at the announcement when he came back, to err is human. What I actually respect a lot is when I can say, you know what, I did this thing, I tried it, but as he trusted Gates and McKenzie, he quickly figured out that was not a trustworthy person or party, and he came straight back. And I respect him for that.
All right, your line breaking up, so we can't continue for now, but we'll probably have other chats about the DA in the weeks. Jordan Hill-Lewis, thanks for your time. Executive Mayor of the City of Cape Town. And as you heard regarding Liam Jacobs, at this point in time, no promises, ordinary member of the DA, but certainly a part of their campaign trail in terms of convincing, the public, the electorate, to vote for that party. Just gone 3:30 years on Della Mbana with the news headlines.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, 3 senior police officers attached to Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, the Hawks in KwaZulu-Natal, have reportedly been suspended, and 2 other officers served with letters of intention to suspend. President Cyril Ramaphosa is expected to address the nation soon on government's approach to managing migration, and angry residents of the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo have attacked health workers, forcing them to abandon the coffin. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Doming Kapele.
Jimmy, next week this time we'll be reflecting on Bafana's match against Mexico on Thursday night. But that's another conversation. For now, you've got stories about the Blitzbokke, right?
Absolutely. A very good afternoon to you and our listeners. Well, South Africa head into the final HSBC Sevens World Championship event of the season with a chance to complete a remarkable double after already securing the World Sevens title, Sevens Series title earlier this year. The Blitzboks will begin their Bordeaux challenge against familiar opposition, Great Britain and Kenya, who both pushed South Africa hard in Valladolid, and await on the opening day, ensuring there will be no easing into the tournament. Another strong showing in France could see them crowned world champions as well. But Captain Impi Visser says that the squad is not getting distracted by what is at stake. In football, Bafana legend Surprise Muriri has commended Hugo Broos for how he selected his squad for this year's 2026 FIFA World Cup. Muriri, who is a member of the 2010 World Cup squad on home soil 16 years ago, knows all about the level and the kind of footballer needed at the World Cup. Mamelodi Sundowns legend is part of the 2010 World Cup legend squad that is in Mexico for a friendly with their Mexican counterparts for an exhibition match on Sunday.
I think also you look at the way Hugo Broos also selected his team. It was more of a team that knows each other, that he knows that he took care of the change room, the players that are very important, to make sure that the spirit in the change room is very good. So we've got full confidence in them, and they must just know that they can do much better. We've got, as a country, we've got a tendency of undermining ourselves as Africans also. So we must make sure that we go out there and surpass our expectations, because everything is possible. Anything is possible.
Elsewhere, global icons Shakira and Burna Boy will debut Die Die, the official FIFA World Cup song, at the opening ceremony in Mexico City next week, Thursday. They headline a star-studded lineup that includes Alejandro Fernandez, Mana, and South Africa's Tyler, amongst others. The show will begin 90 minutes before kick-off, and the performance supports FIFA's Global Citizen Education Fund, aiming to raise $100,000 to provide children worldwide with access to education and football opportunities. In athletics, Olympic champion Noah Lyles stormed to victory in the men's 100 meter at the Rome Diamond League, clocking 9.88 seconds. The American beat Cameroon's Emmanuel Eseme and Botswana's Tebogo Letsile, while Italy's Marcel Jacobs finished fifth in 9.99 seconds. In the women's 200 meter, St. Lucia's Julian Alfred upset world champion Melissa Jefferson Wooden, winning in 21.93 seconds. And then in motorsports, the Las Vegas Grand Prix has secured its place in the Formula One calendar, at least until 2037. with a new 10-year contract extension. The first race in the U.S. gambling and entertainment capital was held in 2023 and has drawn hundreds of thousands of visitors every November. It has generated more than $3 billion in economic impact for the Southern Nevada over its 3 editions, and the images of single-seat race cars tearing down the neon-lit Las Vegas Strip have become very iconic. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour, but Ashraf, before I go, I see Mama Joy is still making headlines. It seems like she's still complaining.
What's she complaining about?
She's still complaining about the fact that Sports Minister Gayton McKenzie left her out of the list of fans. So this time around, she's saying that it hurts that the minister claims that he can't take her because of 800,000 that was spent on her, yet a supporter who was with her, for whom the same amount was spent, is on the list that is heading to Mexico.
Is she going to the World Cup, Mama Joy herself? Isn't she sponsored?
She was actually going to. I thought she was already sponsored. I thought she's over this whole Minister Gayton McKenzie situation. I really thought that now she has a sponsor and she'll be going to the World Cup. As far as I know.
Can I ask you a provocative question? Who's the Mama Joy equivalent from England? Who's the Mama Joy equivalent from Cote d'Ivoire and Egypt, and the Mama Joy equivalent from the USA? And, you can take your pick, Portugal.
Listen.
Did you get my point?
I get what are you trying to say?
That we give the supporter, the supporters are important, but we give certain supporters far too much prominence to then compared to the actual team. You agree? No. Okay, I think we may have lost me just for the moment. But do you agree with it? I'm not for 1 minute suggesting you mustn't have supporters. Absolutely. Supporters are lifeblood of clubs that support them. But at what stage does a supporter become a player, if you get my point? And actual taking center stage at an event like they are that important. Aren't they just that, supporters?
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
No, that's real cash.
Mm-hmm.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
So I'll be talking about the World Cup and who should be supporting the team and who gets the top treatment in terms of being the supporter. Let's talk about something that is closer to home, that has an impact on people right now, and that is the launch of what is now the injectable HIV prevention drug, lenacapavir, right? That was done today by the Minister of Health, Aaron Motsoaledi, together with President Ramaphosa. So let's try and understand it. It's an issue we touched on a few months ago, but it's now happening. Mia Malan is the founder, editor-in-chief of Becky Sisa. Mia, appreciate you connecting with us on the National Pulse.
Ashraf.
Thank you. Give us perspective. We touched on it before, I know, but just so we can get up to speed with what has actually happened here.
So we are trying to prevent new infections. That is the way that we're going to slow down AIDS in this country further. Now, at the moment, we've got about 140,000 new infections per year. if we roll out this new injection called lenacapavir correctly, and if we have enough doses, it's possible that we can end AIDS by 2043. That is how scientists have calculated it. But in order to do that, we will need to get between 18 million and 36 million doses in total between now and 2043.
Okay, and this is different because I also know at the time, sometime last year, when Donald Trump and the Americans were very antagonistic towards South Africa and what they perceived South Africa's policies on many things, that we stand to lose certain benefits in the health space around HIV too, right?
Yes, so the US government, the Trump administration, is giving some countries the donations of lenacapavir. It's not giving South Africa any of that injection because of politics and the issues that you've mentioned. But we are getting donations from another donor called the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, TB and Malaria. Now, at the moment, until this morning, they were giving us about 1 million doses over 2 years, but there's been another announcement today which upped their investment to about 3 million doses over 3 years. So we'll have more doses. It's still not enough to end AIDS, but it's a great deal more than what we had this morning.
All right. Let's talk then about the processes, because I heard about an injectable HIV prevention drug. So how does this differ compared to what others would have taken before?
So we've had HIV prevention medication, mainly in South Africa, a pill that you take each day. And this medication is made of antiretroviral drugs. It's the same medication that people who already have HIV take, but this is taken in a different way. It's taken, they call it pre-exposure prophylaxis, which is just a smart term for pre-exposure, taking medicine before you get exposed to a germ, which would be HIV in this case. So when you take this medication, it blocks HIV from getting into your cells. In other words, it can't infect you. And the whole idea is to be able to adhere to this medication because it only works when you take it. It's not like a vaccine that you take and then it works lifelong or for a very long period. It only works for 6 months at a time. It's a little bit like contraception. If you take a 3-monthly injection to not get pregnant, it only works for then. If you want to prevent pregnancy again, you need to take it again. With this medication, it's the same. But if we give it to enough people, then scientists say that we could really end AIDS as a big public health problem by 2043, which would be a major achievement for us because we would prevent people who are HIV negative. Remember, this medicine is for HIV negative people from getting the virus. And that, in order to end AIDS as a big public health problem, what that means in figures is we need to bring down our 140,000 infections that we have in 1 year to about half of that, less than half, 65,000. Then we would no longer, scientists say, have such a big problem.
Okay, so just to be clear, when you say if we give it to enough people, so how much or how many are enough people?
So modeling scientists calculated that we need to get between 1 and 2 million people each year between now and 2043 to take the injection at least once. In other words, they don't have to necessarily take a follow-up dose. According to their calculations, people need to take it at least once, just in the way that they've calculated it. Having said that, that doesn't mean that people who use it shouldn't take a follow-up dose. You use it for as long as you think you're at high risk of getting HIV. Again, it's like contraception. You don't necessarily use it for the rest of your life. You use it at periods of risk. And our health department has identified 4 groups for now that are at a high risk of getting HIV. And those 4 groups of people are young women and teenage girls in South Africa who are between the ages of 15 and 24. And then sex workers. The 3rd group is breastfeeding and pregnant women. And the 4th group is gay and bisexual men and transgender people.
Okay, let's then talk about the rollout, because I mean, clearly, the logic would be, provide this for everybody in the country who's HIV negative anyway, and that's the finest way of prevention. But the reality is, I would think there's a cost factor. So how are then, people and communities targeted?
So, as I mentioned, at the moment, they will target these four groups at high risk that I mentioned.
Right.
That doesn't mean if you're not part of those groups that you can't get it. They're not going to send you away from a clinic. But we have to know that right now, we only have 38,000 doses in clinics. We have more that's on its way, but right now, we don't yet have a lot of doses. We will get more towards the end of the year. And in addition to that, in early next year in 2027, we're going to see generic doses. The doses, the lenacapavir we're getting right now, are the original medication. That's from the company that developed it. The company's name is Gilead Sciences. Next year, we will see 6 companies making available generic, cheaper versions of the medicine. Our government, 2 of those companies, will make it available for about $20 a dose, so $20 an injection, and that will cost more or less over a period of a year for a person, the same as what the government pays for the daily HIV prevention pill. So the reason scientists are so excited about this injection compared to the pill is because it's easier to remember to take. You only have to take it once every 6 months. With a daily pill, many people forget to take it every single day, or it just doesn't work for their lifestyles. And what research has shown us is that if you give people a choice, if you tell them there's 2 options now, there's a pill and there's an injection you can choose, then the chances of them using a form of HIV prevention medication increases quite significantly compared to only having one option.
Okay, that's interesting. You did say, it's a preventative once every 6 months, assuming one takes it and then stops taking it in the second of that 6-month period, so in the year, what happens then to you?
So when you stop taking it, it is recommended that if you take it and you think you could still possibly contract HIV, that you continue with regular testing afterwards, but that you maybe then switch to the daily pill or to condoms for about a period of a year after that. And the reason is because this medicine takes about a year to clear your body entirely. It gets gradually lower in your body once you stop to take it. But as it gets lower, the medicine is in your body, but it's not enough to protect you. It's just little bits of the medicine that is there. And the risk you could run if you then get exposed to HIV is if you wanted to use the same medicine as treatment, if you do become positive, you may be resistant to lenacapavir as treatment. Just to make it clear, remember, HIV prevention medicine is made of it's the same medicine that you use if you're HIV positive. You just use it in a different way and in different combinations.
Okay.
So lenacapavir can also be used for treatment.
Okay, well, very, very enlightening indeed. Appreciate your time with us today, Mia Malan, founder, editor-in-chief of Becky Cecil. Thanks for your time on this, I suppose in many ways, a momentous day. It depends how you take it, with the launch of lenacapavir, this injectable HIV preventable drug, as opposed to taking a tablet every single day. Injectable once every 6 months. Any thoughts you may have on that? Let's get your reaction after this.
They say the early bird catches the worm. Great advice, unless you're the worm. Generic so-called wisdom doesn't work for everyone, so I settle for a financial plan that's one size fits some. Momentum accredited financial advisors take the time to get to really know your unique situation. Advice meets your context. Momentum, your journey to success. Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized financial services and registered credit provider.
The Big Issue on the National Pulse.
Right, you know the story. Every week we've been running a series on a very important theme, on a very important issue in the country, therefore the big issue. So the big issue this week has been youth unemployment. Absolutely, the reasons are pretty obvious, because the high numbers of youth who are unemployed in the country are staggering and they are unacceptable, hugely worrisome. But also, we just kick-started Youth Month, so either we go and celebrate or we actually highlight the biggest concerns that young people are experiencing in our country right now. So with that in mind, let's get a different perspective from, in this case here, the National Youth Development Agency. With me is Tsepo Molloy, who's the Head of Research and Economics at the NYDA. Tsepo, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Very good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me on the show.
Thank you. First of all, let's talk about, the NYDA. It's been around. I can remember it for years. How do you measure your impact as an agency, considering you have youth in the agency name? So that's a very clear focus.
No, thank you very much for that question. So the NYDA exists for mainstreaming and supporting youth development across the country. And our mandate is rooted in improving the social and economic participation of young people. So in practice, this means that we provide programs such as grant funding for young people to start and grow their businesses. We offer business support, business development support, skills programs, work readiness interventions. And we also run one of the largest public employment programs known as the National Youth Service, where we place about 100,000 young people in various communities and sectors to gain valuable work experience and earn an income. So how we measure the impact of the work that we do, it's based on a number of factors, but key amongst them is whether or not young people are able to get access to opportunities, be it in the labor market or in the entrepreneurship space.
Okay, let's then talk about the numbers. Youth unemployment, as you know, the numbers are just horrific, right? How did we get there?
Sure. That's a 50-mark essay question, as students would say. But I'd say that youth unemployment in South Africa is largely structural in nature. So over the past decade, what we've seen is that economic growth has remained very weak and, importantly, not sufficiently labor absorbing. So many young people are entering an economy that's simply not creating enough opportunities for them. And we've also not addressed a number of historical challenges facing young people as it relates to skills mismatch. So the education and the skills that universities of higher education are providing vis-a-vis what the labor market demands, there's a mismatch there. We've also have not addressed issues around spatial inequality, where young people are still placed very far away from economic opportunities. And we also know that face young people, particularly those that are based in township and rural economies. So in many cases, when we engage employers, they tell us that they look for work experience, while we know that young people are just seeking their first opportunity, and that creates a very difficult cycle. And this is why, as the NYDA, we constantly are having engagements with government, with private sector, regarding the removal of work experience for entry-level roles in the state and the private sector. But the problems have not started now. The South African economy has been stuck in a chronic crisis for the longest time, and we simply have not unlocked the opportunities to grow the economy and absorb the young people.
Okay, so let's talk about responsibility. We can. The numbers, as I've mentioned, are just frightening, and they're not sustainable, and yet it's been sustained, right? So who ultimately is responsible for moving South Africa's youth from a position of youth unemployed to youth employed?
No, and I think you're quite spot on that. The figures are quite alarming and shocking. As we speak, about 4.8 million young people are neither in education, in employment and training. I do think that's certainly a ticking time bomb. But as it relates to the solution and responsibility, I would say that there's no single solution to youth unemployment. It requires a coordinated approach involving the government, the private sector, educational institutions, civil society, and young people themselves. But I would argue that South Africa needs stronger, more inclusive economic growth, particularly in labor-absorbing sectors. We also need greater support for small businesses. We need stronger work to education transition. We need to see increased investment. You'd know that the president has been on a drive for investment mobilization, and we also need deliberate youth-focused economic policies. What I mean by that is that we approach economic policy in South Africa as it relates to young people as if young people are by the way, rather than placing young people at the center of economic growth and development. Given that we are a very youthful population, as a country, how do we think about leveraging and tapping the potential of the young people in our country? The private sector, likewise, also has got a very important role to play in as far as investment, in as far as supplier development, in as far as mentorship and enterprise development initiatives. And with us as well as the custodian of youth development as a country, we also need to continue to ensure that we strengthen partnership and practical interventions in order to improve youth participation amongst young people, employment participation amongst young people.
In terms of solutions, I mean, many people speak about, skill set. Others are, reduce the minimum wage. Others talk about them doing sort of informal type of work. Then entrepreneurship. What if from the NYDA perspective? And I understand there's an overlap here. What for you would be the three biggest priorities that could eventually shift us from massive unemployment to employment?
The first would be around the economic growth, because the rate at which the economy is growing is not growing at the pace fast enough to be able to absorb the large numbers of young people entering the labor market. So we simply are not creating enough opportunities for young people. So there's definitely a need to make sure that we grow the economy, but not just grow the economy. Grow the economies in sectors that are labor absorbing. If you look at the latest GDP figures in South Africa, in fact, over the past decade, what you'll see is that the economy is now dominated by the finance and professional services sector, and as well as your mining sectors. So those sectors are largely capital intensive and do not necessarily absorb the large numbers of young people. The second would be around what you mentioned around the ensuring that the skills that we produce and the qualifications that we produce in institutions of higher learning, those are fit and proper for the labor market, and especially in modern day where we are moving towards the digital economy, where young people are expected to compete in a world of AI, of automation, of technology. So making sure that the skills that we provide them are certainly fit for purpose in terms of young people being able to participate in the labor market. Then the third would be around thinking about how do we better support entrepreneurship, specifically for young people, as we know that young people face a number of barriers as it relates to entrepreneurship. So making sure that it's not just about the funding, but also about mentorship, about business skills, about providing them access to markets, about financial literacy and long-term support, given that we also know that South Africa also has got one of the most concentrated economies in the world, as portrayed by the latest research from the Competition Commission. So even when we support young people, how do we make sure that young people are able to compete and survive in an economy that's largely concentrated? I'll leave it there.
All those things. Just a quick one before I let you go. I mean, on the issue of entrepreneurship, isn't the danger that many people are looking at entrepreneurship as a job as opposed to an actual business? One person, two people is not really entrepreneurship, it's a job.
No, most definitely. And the type of entrepreneurs that we fund as an agency, we normally categorize them into two parts. There's young people in the sector, in the sphere where we call they are self-employed. So this is a young person is able to procure an equipment, machinery, for example, a lawn mowing machine, and is able to provide a service in his community and get paid for that. Then there's the formal sort of entrepreneurship where we need to support young people as it relates to formal business registration, the formalization of their business, helping them in terms of building financial discipline, the usage of various platforms, digital platforms, and developing their skill sets in that area. But notwithstanding what I said, I also want to caution that even though entrepreneurship remains an important pathway for young people, it should not be romanticized. It's quite a very intensive space, and young people need to be supported in that space.
I think that's a good point. Let's end with this. Being Youth Month, we're doing this drive where we're banking voices of many people at the forefront of youth development and getting their thoughts on important issues. So to you, right, what gives you hope about the youth of South Africa? One short answer.
So what gives me hope about the youth of South Africa is their resilience, it's their creativity and their determination despite the difficult economic conditions they face. So across the country, young people are starting businesses, they are learning new skills, they're embracing technology, and they're creating opportunities for themselves and their communities. At the NYDA, we continue to see young people with innovative ideas, with entrepreneurial spirit, and the desire to contribute meaningfully to society. And as a country, we need to make sure that we back those young people and unlock their potential.
Okay, what gives you hope? Resilience. Appreciate your time. Tsepo Molloy, the head of research and economics at the NYDA, which is the National Youth Development Agency, part of the big issue we've been featuring all week. Next week, we'll do another big issue on another big issue, if you get my point. Right now, it's 4 o'clock. Here's the news with Ondala.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, SIU raids Mpumalanga car dealership and health workers attacked by angry residents in the DRC. For SAfm News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. The Special Investigating Unit, the SIU, and the Hawks have returned to a Mpumalanga dealership to attach additional assets, including a 3 million rand Bentley Continental GT that was allegedly hidden there. The raid is part of an ongoing investigation linked to the looting of about 2 billion rand from Tembisa Hospital in Gauteng. The Special Tribunal obtained a preservation order to preserve the vehicle linked to the alleged Tembisa Hospital looting kingpin Hangwani Maumela. Selby Mahoto is the SIU spokesperson.
This morning there was an order that was granted at 11 o'clock, and this is pursuant to the order that was initially granted, because we found that there was a violation, there was a disregard to the order that was initially granted. So what we are seeing here, it is not necessary. What is happening here is not supposed to be happening, because we are simply here to execute a court order, and that as part of the investigation into the Tembisa Hospital irregularities, there was an order preserving the assets. We found that sometime around the 12th of May, we found that there was a movement in relation to the vehicle as one of the preserved assets.
3 senior police officers attached to the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations, the Hawks in KwaZulu-Natal, have reportedly been suspended, and 2 other officers served with letters of intention to suspend. The action is believed to be linked to the alleged disappearance of a drug consignment from a Hawks facility in Port Shepstone in November 2021. The matter is a key focus of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, where several police officers have testified on the theft. Hawks spokesperson Colonel Katlego Mogale declined to confirm or deny the suspensions, saying the matter is part of an internal human resources process. Lieutenant Colonel Kwazikwa Kesibiya, a member of the Hawks Serious Organised Crime Unit in KwaZulu-Natal, has testified before the Madlanga Commission that photographs taken during the 541 kilograms cocaine bust at the Sipingo Depot in 2021 were forwarded to Colonel Gavin Jacob. Evidence before the Commission has revealed that officers at the scene did not call in the local criminal record centre to process the scene and capture photographic and forensic evidence as required by national instructions. Sibiya told the Commission that he used a state-issued cell phone to take photographs. His evidence is being led by Advocate Mpilos Kakane.
I was using my phone, yes. Okay. And he was also using his phone. Not my phone, a state phone. A state phone, yes. Okay. And obviously, I think you had some debate about calling LCRC and those that are supposed to be the ones that take photographs, right? And those photographs, I think you said they were submitted.
I forwarded all the photographs to Kenneth Jacobs, who was then the investigator.
President Cyril Ramaphosa is expected to address the nation soon on government's approach to managing migration. Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, said that government had received and approved the Inter-Ministerial Committee on Migration. It is in line with the National Action Plan Country Report on Migration. Over the past several months, the country has witnessed mass demonstrations against undocumented migrants. Civic organizations like the March and March movement are planning a nationwide march on the 30th of this month. Ntshavheni addressed the media in Pretoria.
Government has been, for the longest time, seized with work to deal with migration, and we have been consolidating that work. But we'll leave the details of this comprehensive approach to be explained and outlined by the President to the nation.
6 people have died when 2 vehicles collided on the R542 road between Van Dyks Drift and Blinkpan near Middelburg in Mpumalanga. Spokesperson for the Department of Community Safety Security, Eliza Moetimusi, says the vehicles collided head-on with 4 other people sustaining serious injuries and admitted to local hospitals.
The deceased include both drivers of the LDVs and 4 passengers from the vehicles. 4 more people sustained serious injuries and they were rushed to nearby hospitals in Middelburg and Emalahleni. The cause of the crash remains unclear at this stage. However, the investigation is already underway.
Angry residents of the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo have attacked health workers, forcing them to abandon the coffin. Officials have condemned the incident, warning that it could lead to the spread of the deadly disease. At least 381 cases and 63 deaths have been confirmed in 3 provinces in the east and northern east of the country since last month. SABC correspondent Chris Okamringa has more.
A team of health workers came under attack in the town of Katana in South Kivu province as they attempted to carry out a safe burial of an Ebola victim. The residents were angry because they were denied access to the victim's body. Many communities in the DRC observe traditional funeral rites that involve touching the deceased during burial. But health workers have prohibited the practice because the bodies of Ebola victims are highly infectious. Chris Ochamringa, SABC News, Kinshasa.
Recapping the top story, the Special Investigating Unit, the SIU, and the Hawks have returned to Mpumalanga dealership to attach additional assets, including a 3 million rand Bentley Continental GT that was allegedly hidden there. I'm Ondilambana for SAFM News Headlines at 4:30.
And in sports this hour, Banyana's Dlamini Japan friendlies says Japan's friendly is crucial for WAFCON preparations. Dorman appointment stirs debate ahead of box opener, and Leclerc heads Hamilton in Monaco first practice. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Friday afternoon, we should start with a check on the M1 North in Pretoria. Can be very busy some Fridays, but today it's not too bad. Traffic moving, busy but moving, let's put it that way. In fact, the whole of Gauteng looks fairly normal. That includes queues on the M1 South to Winnie Mandela. It includes a busy N1 up as far as New Road. There is a couple of breakdowns between Allendale and New Road, so a bit of pressure as you head up through Midrand today. The N3 South from Alex Sound down in towards Galilee Centre looking a bit busy. There is some queues on the N12 and R24 routes arriving from Ekurhuleni into Galilee Centre as well. Durban, a major backlog coming in on the N3. It's a crash near Pavilion Mall. Traffic heading into Durban from Pinetown backed already from the Paradise Valley interchange. Breakdown, usual spot N2 South near Clare Road Bridge. Queues heading towards Spaghetti Junction, and a crash at 45th Cutting today. So that section of the M13 leaving the N3 at Sherwood is under a little bit of pressure. Let's have a look at Ashburton Market Road section on the N3. That checks fine if you're going into Pietermaritzburg. Not great if you're trying to get to Durban. Coming off the Pietermaritzburg bypass, a broken down vehicle at Market Road, and there's a queue extending right back towards New England Road territory. Cape Town, again, there's a crash in on the N1 going out of town at Marine Drive, so traffic backlogging from the elevated freeway. Once you get past that, there's a breakdown at Plattercliff Hill, so it's heavy from Canal Walk in Century City, and plenty of pressure at Crossroads on Govan and Becky. If you're going through sort of Philippi to Khayelitsha, that section of Govan and Becky very slow. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Tell me, did you see the campaign in the Star newspaper that had blood on every single page of the newspaper? It's part of a significant campaign put together by the Menstruation Foundation. We'll talk about that as part of our marketing and branding feature that we do every Friday nowadays. So look forward to that. Excuse me. Look forward to that around 10 to 5, in fact. Okay. We'll also talk about this issue that is so concerning. More than half of all statutory rape cases have been withdrawn or are withdrawn. And later on, we'll chat about Ukraine and Russia and the USA, and where does all that fit in with Tembisa Fukudi? So lots to consider. But first things first, we'll talk about the issue of the Scopa and their decision to lay criminal charges against the former RAF CEO Collins Letswalo. All of that coming up next year on the National Pulse.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
It was not a racial war at all. It was the black students against the system.
At the current rate that unemployment is increasing, and parallel to that, we have more and more graduates also graduating, but we have no way to fit the graduates. We have no way, you know why? Because the focus is on school and graduating, but there isn't, especially in the business sector, there isn't any growth and there isn't any injection from the government to say, hey, you know, let's rather expand the sector so that we can handle the capacity of graduates being produced yearly, you know.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so let's talk about this. The Standing Committee on Public Accounts, SCOPA, has resolved to request the Secretary to Parliament to lay a criminal charge against Collins Letswalo after he failed to appear before the committee on November 2025. So just about, 6 months ago, right? Let's understand this with Advocate Justin Erasmus, the chairperson of the Personal Injury Plaintiff Lawyers Association. Advocate Erasmus, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf.
Thank you.
For having me. Glad to be here.
Thank you. Let's talk about it. Why is this significant?
Well, it's significant because it's indicative of a much bigger problem. The subpoena that Scopa sent Mr. Letswalo is not something that can be ignored. They're the proper oversight committee. They have a right to call him there, and he has an obligation to go there. He just, to put it in blunt terms, showed them a middle finger and said, I'm not going. The reason I say that it's significant, though, is because it's part of a much bigger problem. During Mr. Letswalo's tenure as CEO, he quite drastically changed the culture at the Road Accident Fund, where it became an organization that does a number of things, or rather didn't do a number of things. It forgot that it's about victims. You know, I'm talking about widows, orphans, seriously injured people. It began to ignore the rule of law. And it forgot, and this is Mr. Letswalo ignoring the subpoena as an example, it forgot that they're there, they spend public money, and there's public accountability. And, you know, I can sit and I can go through a large number of examples where, you know, in the daily functioning of the Road Accident Fund, the Mr. Letswalo's actions are mirrored by his staff. I mean, one example, you know, the Sunshine Hospital got, if my memory serves me correctly, 181 orders for payment against the Road Accident Fund. They were just ignored. You know, they did terrible mismanagement of their own processes. You know, until about 2020, the Road Accident Fund had a large panel of attorneys, and the system worked well because those attorneys could engage plaintiffs. It offered checks and balances. It offered efficiencies. The Road Accident Fund fired its attorneys without putting a contingency plan in place. That resulted in, still today, we go through, many years later, we have 5 courts running in North Gauteng where we hear default judgments that are just unopposed because the Road Accident Fund just doesn't get around to opposing the matters. So millions and millions of rands every week that going unchecked through the courts. So basically the judges and the plaintiffs are almost having to do the fund's job of looking after that money and seeing that plaintiffs are not overcompensated because the matters are not opposed.
And I mean, your point that they don't get around to pursuing the matters, that would be a case of, is it either negligence or willful intention not to pursue the matters for reasons that we don't quite understand?
Well, Mr. Letswalo was always opposed to a litigation process. And I think that he just thought he'd be able to move away from that. And he had we had almost, I'm going to put this crudely, I apologize to your listeners, but it seemed like he had a God complex where he thought he was untouchable. And he would just do as he wanted to do, didn't want to litigate, was wanting to move away from it, and then just didn't understand the consequences. If you don't enter an appearance to defend to a summons, it goes to a default judgment. The plaintiff stands in court unopposed, leads the evidence, and the judge might chop the number down a little bit, but the eventual settlement is going to be much less or much more than it would be otherwise, because there's no defendant there to play their role and say, hey, but what about this and what about that? You know, it's as a plaintiff, a predominantly lawyer with a plaintiff's practice, that concerns me. I want the defendant there. You know, I want opposition. I want a fair result, and we're not getting that now because of this.
So So at the moment, I mean, the point is to lay criminal charges. I mean, they haven't actually been laid as yet, but that's the intention. Do you find that already that will change the landscape around the road accident fund? Just even the intention?
I hope that they do it, and they must do it, because it sends such a clear message to the people who are still at the road accident fund that you can't continue with this culture. The Road Accident Fund did not have that culture. It has many fine people. I've been doing this work for 25 years, and the Road Accident Fund has got good people working there. But the culture of the organization was changed under Mr. Letswalo's tenure. And I think that the laying criminal charges by Scopa is sending a very loud message to the people who have bought into the new culture, saying, you cannot continue like this, guys. You are accountable to the public, you are accountable to Parliament, you are accountable to the Minister. You have to do things, you must respect the rule of law, and you must do your job properly. You no longer can do as you please. And that, for me, is the message that the laying of these charges sends to the Road Accident Fund.
So let's end with this, right? I mean, so let's say there's changes that takes place, starting, of course, with the prosecution of Collins Letswalo. So further down, you use the word culture maybe 3-4 times. In terms of your understanding of it and the wish list, how would you therefore would like to see the Road Accident Fund being managed, being governed?
I would like to see a management of the Road Accident Fund that doesn't see plaintiffs, people, injured people, and their legal representatives as the enemy. They should see us as their customers, as co-stakeholders in this process. And I would like to see them work with us rather than try to work against us. We are equal stakeholders in a process which is an extremely important process for the country. You know, the Road Accident Fund provides a massive social safety net for a very large number of people. It's got to function properly, and to function properly, all stakeholders must engage each other, must communicate, and must work together. Where the Road Accident Fund has difficulties, they must engage people like PIPLA, other organizations, let's see, okay, what can be done now. But it starts with an attitude change, and thankfully with Mr. Letswalo's exit.
All right. Thankfully with his exit. I wonder what the reaction will be from others. Advocate Justin Erasmus, chairperson of the Personal Injury Plaintiff Lawyers Association. Thanks for your time. Right, what about reaction from you? Not just on this, but on everything else we've been speaking about, on the issues of the HIV prevention injection. What are your thoughts on that? On other issues that have developed in the country, including the conversation with the City of Cape Town around their budget relief, which they say outscores others too. You may want to pick up on that and a whole lot more. And of course, the issues around developments, once again linked to prosecutions, and then the big issue around youth unemployment, as per the chat that I've had with the National Youth Development Agency. All that and more here on the National Pulse.
Get into the beautiful game with the Free Spa Limited Edition Soccer Ball when you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products. Like 120-gram Simba potato chips, buy any 2 for 34, save 10 Rand. Or 8 kg Spa Wolf dog food, excluding puppy range, for 149.99, save 80 Rand. Price is valid from 25 May till 7 June 2026. While stocks last. Only at Spa. T's and C's apply.
Do you have a car you'd like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars is just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far. Sanmuran, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Mahlangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanmonani, hello, my name is Zazi Kunene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Awafani. Catch Amalanga Awafani on SABC 1. Do yourself a favor, tune in every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC 1. That's for sure.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
Right, let's get to your thoughts. Sipho, piloting the plane at the Viking Garage. Hi, Sipho.
Yes, hi,
Yeah.
Ashraf.
Good, man. Go for it.
Ashraf, man, I'm worried, man, or I'm concerned about Mr. Swallow. You know, there's a point that he raised about road accident, Frank. Whether he's wrong or guilty or not at the moment, I'm not worried. But he said there were white-owned law firms who were milking RAF. And as a result, when he came in there, he closed those tabs. And as a result, they ended up going after him. Can we also go deep into those allegations about him?
Well, that may come up.
You might find he's guilty on his side with doing his own things, but what he was raising there, he found that and then he also was eating. Now those whom he closed for, they are pressing him, because if you check most of the interviews here, you can tell with man.
Yeah, but listen, I mean, if there's grounds as per SCOPA, not because of you and me, if there's grounds as per SCOPA that suggests that we need to look into this person's dealings, then it doesn't matter what you and I think and what other good he may have done. That's how they're going to challenge him. I mean, that's just the way it is. He's the boss. I mean, he ought to know better. Sipho, thanks for that call. Let's get further comments. And there's been a whole series of arrests, I suppose, in the last few days, in today as well.
SAFM, I'm struggling to understand this thing, man. Sorry. We're seizing the assets that belongs to Angwani Maumelo, but we are not arresting him like any other people that are linked to this Tembisa hospital that are arrested. Unless if I don't understand this law, can someone come in and help us on why this one is not arrested while many are being arrested? Thank you.
Well, okay, I think it's an interesting point. I mean, maybe there are processes that we need to follow. So let's see at the moment. I mean, what we do know is that you seized Morgan Maumella's Bentley, which is linked to the 2.3 billion rand Tembisa hospital scandal. I get your point about the Bentley. What about the person? Maybe that's next. But I think there are like multiple processes that are taking place, because I mean, from what I'd seen now in terms of live coverage, it looks like the owner or the manager of the dealership, Omar's dealership, also been, he was cuffed, if not cuffed, sort of put into the police van, and again on what actual charges is worth considering, because that may come up as well in the conversation. Let's get to further comments from you.
Hi, Ashraf. I don't think a lot of people know this, but retirement age should be around 60, 65. And even though an employee has that written into their contract, it's very difficult for the employer to actually retire that person if they don't want to retire. And that has implications in the job market. It means that older people are hanging on to their jobs, perhaps understandably, but what it's doing is not clearing out that position to allow a younger person to fill that position. And perhaps this is adding to the unemployment problem that we've got in this country. Thanks, Mike and Kabeja.
Okay. Do they really understand it? Interesting point that you raised, Mike.
Hi, Ashraf and SAFM listeners. South Africans are not xenophobic, man. South Africans are just angry because they are not getting jobs, because employers are preferring foreigners than South Africans. I've got a suggestion here. I think we need to start exposing in each and every municipality who is the labor inspector. If we can expose those things around his area of duty restriction where he is supposed to look after. If we found dodgy employment of foreigners, that person need to account. That's how we can get rid of this problem that we are having now.
That's okay. That's your solution. Let's see. There's others too, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Zach from Protect Glen. Ashraf, Minister Chavenu, every time when she's on the news, she's always intimidating South Africans on the issue of immigration. She's saying the government has been dealing with the issue of immigration for the longest time. My question is, why are we having Mexican drugs cartel in South Africa? Why are we having Somalians sponsorship cartels in South Africa? Why are we having Nigerians drugs cartel in South Africa if the government has been dealing with the issue of immigration? She's saying nothing will happen on the 30th of June. There will be no march. She's forgetting that we have the right to march. She's forgetting that. This minister is agitating us. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, in terms of cartel, I mean, cartel is not necessarily a negative word. If groups of people, be them Somalians or Nigerians, are in the country legally and they are allowed to trade legally and they form a cartel, that's no different from having a shell garage as part of a multinational shell garage, which is Dutch based in South Africa. I'm talking about if they're doing it legally. So the fact is, in fact, there needs to be a lot more collaboration, even among South African businesses at township level, and why we haven't done that. I mean, there's the township economy, and many others have done that. We need to escalate that, in fact. Then what's illegal is illegal. I mean, that's just my quick thoughts on that. Right, let's get a call in Germiston. We go. Katlego, hi.
Hi, Ashraf. Can you hear me?
I certainly can. Go for it, Katlego.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on the Letswalo matter. I mean, and also the unemployment issue that you're speaking about since it's Youth Month.
Yeah.
On the Letswalo matter, I really don't understand why organizations hire CEOs, and when they implement changes, the organization is up in arms. I mean, you can tell that the guy was only trying to implement certain strategies to save the company money, but he ended up catching strays for that. But most importantly, I would like to comment on this issue of unemployment, particularly amongst the youth. We need to realize that unemployment, particularly, it's created by issues such as nepotism, issues of tribalism and racism. And if you look into it, you'll realize that actually the economy, what we inherited an economy that was not built by us and it was not built for us. So I urge all young black South Africans particularly to actually design their own economies. And let's design...
Oh, I think we've just...
Nothing will stop us.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've just lost you for a second. Okay, can we leave it at that? Thank you for that. Nothing will stop us. Design our own economy. Interesting points you raised. Thank you for that. In fact, talking about the minister in the presidency, we're talking about Minister Kombudzo Ntshavheni, as some have alluded to. She, in fact, says that people have a constitutional right to march, but then made the points that no one will actually conduct a shutdown. Listen to this.
Let me start on the question around the deadlines. So South Africans have the right to protest, and they can march in terms as provided for by the Constitution. But South Africa have no right to take the law into their own hands. And as we have indicated before, there's nobody who's going to do a shutdown of this country. And we must be very clear about that. And if we then disclose what our categorization of the people behind the marches and everything else, we may compromise the work that is being done by law enforcement and net joints. So what we are communicating, which the President will detail, is the issue that there is work that is being coordinated, as we have indicated in previous briefings and also in the debates in Parliament and also in other statements issued by our colleagues within the criminal justice cluster. Government has been for the longest time ceased with work to deal with migration. And we have been consolidating that work, but we'll leave the details of this comprehensive approach to be explained and outlined by the President to the nation. And historically, you will recall that even the Department of Labor have been involved in a number of inspections. Some of them have been joint inspections. But we'll leave let's allow the President to address the nations. We'll be willing as GCIS to come back and field questions with the Justice Cluster and net joints if needs be, if there are questions that the media would like address arising from the state, from the address by the President to the nation.
Right, let's leave it at that. You may want to react to that, as I expect you to do here on the National Pulse. Right now, let's get up to date with what's happening around the country, around the world. Here's Ondela Mbana with the news hits.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the Special Investigating Unit and the Hawks have returned to a Mpumalanga dealership to attach additional assets, including a 3 million rand Bentley Continental GT that was allegedly hidden there. President Cyril Ramaphosa says HIV and AIDS has left a destruction and scars in many families across the country and the globe. And the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation has launched its hashtag Youth Lives Matter campaign in Soweto ahead of the next week's 50th anniversary commemorations of the June 16 uprising. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Hose.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We're fairly busy on the M1 North through Midrand. There are a couple of broken down vehicles causing obstructions in the high volume before you get to New Road. So traffic going up from Sandton from about Marlborough Drive all the way up through to a point just before New Road's fairly heavy. Backlog coming into Joburg as well. A breakdown at Buccleuch. So from Allendale, that's all a bit tight. The M1 from Buccleuch down to William Mandela is heavy. Keep in mind, there's still no traffic lights. William Mandela and Monte Casino. So getting from the Bryanston side across the highway and into Four Ways quite busy as well. R24 arriving into Galuli's heavy from the airport, pushing a queue back as far as the Edenvale exit. Now, if you're Durban bound today, all sorts of traffic to work through coming out of Pietermaritzburg. There's a broken down vehicle at Market Road earlier, which backed everything up. That's being cleared, but there is now a crash before Market Road. So that traffic coming off the Pietermaritzburg bypass on your way to Ashburton stays fairly heavily backed up. And then you've got a queue between the Paradise Valley Junction and Pavilion Mall. That's a crash driving into Durban. 45th cutting, a collision there holding you up coming off the N3 at Sherwood as you head direction Westville. That's one probably to avoid. And a lot of traffic around the Moses Mabhida precinct. Umgeda Road outbound at Stanford Hill remains closed. So a lot of traffic just diverting through there. Cape Town today, busy at Somerset West. You've got queues both ways on the N2 at Victoria Street. And then you've got more queues out at Onverwacht on that section of the N2. That could be a traffic light trouble. And if you're heading out of town, the N1 outbound from the city centre, slow to Marine Drive. A crash just by that Milnerton exit. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Jimmy, you want to start with, you have news about Banyana, right?
Yes, Banyana goalkeeper Andile Dlamini says that the team is fully aware of the challenge awaiting them ahead of their 2 international friendlies against Japan in Osaka this weekend. South Africa will take on the world's 5th ranked side tomorrow and the 9th of June as part of their preparations for next month's CAF Women's Africa Cup of Nations. And Dlamini says that the squad remains positive and eager to test themselves against one of the best teams in women's football.
But when it comes to our mentality is just taking every challenge as it comes, because we know what's at stake here, and we know what we are preparing for, and we have to adapt to every situation that we face, whether it's on the field or outside the field, if we want to conquer Africa and become the champions again.
Elsewhere, FIFA have admitted a website error which allowed around 60 fans to secure World Cup tickets for free The governing body confirmed the tickets for the group stage matches in Toronto were cancelled, with fans given 7 days to repurchase them at full price. FIFA said that it regrets any inconvenience caused, and the glitch adds to mounting ticketing controversies, with U.S. authorities already investigating allegations of inflated prices and misleading sales prices. Despite promises of a sellout, seats remain available less than a week before kick-off on the 11th of June. In rugby, World Rugby has appointed New Zealand referee James Dolman to take charge of South Africa's Nations Championship opener against England at Ellis Park, a decision sure to spark debate among Bok fans. Dolman was at the centre of controversy last year when Franco Mostert was shown a permanent red card against Italy, later rescinded by the disciplinary committee. He has also been involved in contention calls in matches against Australia, and the Boks will hope that Dolman has a quieter outing this time as they launch their campaign in Johannesburg. In terms of cricket, reports suggest that 15-year-old batting prodigy Vaibhav Suryavanshi is likely to be named in India's T20 squad when the selectors meet tomorrow. The 15-year-old lit up the IPL for Rajasthan Royals, topping the charts with 776 runs, including a century and 5 50s. He scooped multiple awards, including MVP and the Orange Cap, and would become India's youngest ever debutant. Now, India are set to play 2 T20s in Ireland before 5 matches in England, with the squad announcement expected this weekend in Mumbai. Then in basketball, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver has condemned the court invasion during Game 1 of the finals in San Antonio, saying that major sport events provide an enormous platform to do stupid things. A spectator filmed himself running onto the court and approaching Spurs star Victor Wembanyama before being tackled by security. He was arrested and, along with a second individual, handed a lifetime ban from all NBA arenas. Then in motorsport, Charles Leclerc led Lewis Hamilton to a Ferrari 1-2 in a first practice at the Monaco Grand Prix. Leclerc was 0.226 seconds quicker than Hamilton, with Red Bull's Max Verstappen 0.513 seconds off the pace in third place, ahead of Mercedes of Kimi Antonelli and George Russell. On that note, it is a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Perfect. Thanks for that, Chumit. Can't believe it. There's like 1 week to go to the World Cup. In fact, 6 days. Oh my goodness. That's the FIFA World Cup. Oh, we talk about the cricket one as well too, right? Okay, let's get to the markets next.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when am I care?
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from My Way, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years, and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
I'm Samela Kilpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Ha! Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with "Ta! Ta!"
But look at her now.
now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, to the markets we go with Botswana and Patlele, the last markets for the day, for the week in fact. You want to start with Mr. Price?
Yeah, afternoon, Ashraf. Mr. Price, the stock shot up 15% as the guys reported for the financial year that they're outperforming the retail sector. Retail sales were up 4.3%. Profits as per headline earnings per share up 8%. Thanks to cost controls, margins are improving despite a high competition environment with where promotional sales are a lot, and the group is seeing broad-based gains, with the telecom space being the fastest growing up 10%. Their at-home businesses remaining healthy along with the clothing business. When you look at it from a cash flow perspective, you're seeing that the cash generator is around about 8 billion, and they're sharing some of the spoils with their shareholders with dividends paid at 592 cents. Management is on the outlook is looking constructive, but they're cautious considering the Middle East effects could be hitting on consumer spending and supply chains. And when we look at the market, in terms of global food price index, it's suggestion that food inflation is controlled and concentrated rather than broad-based. We see vegetable oil and dairy products are stabilizing, but cereal, sugar, and meat continue to signal highs, and household spending should get impacted in the coming quarters from that perspective. And the U.S. reported a greater than expected labor number with stable wages and unemployment rate unchanged at 4.3, and this has seen markets taking yields higher along with the dollar. The pricing in some level of interest rate hikes to come from the U.S. economy has experienced a healthy labor and a ticking inflation. This effects has seen the gold price down by 2.4% at $4,306 an ounce. Oil is also under pressure, down 0.7 and $93.70 a barrel. Bitcoin sits at $60,860. Meanwhile, equities also participated in the sell-off on this positive news and the risk of an interest rate hike. We see U.S. indexes are down 1.6. In terms of the Nasdaq, S&P down 1.8, Dow down 0.2, the DAX is down 0.5, the JSE is down 0.8, led by losses coming from resource sector 3.9. Industrials were up 1%, financials were up 0.3. The rand is sitting weaker against a stronger dollar and weaker commodity pricing. See the rand against the dollar is at 16.43, the rand against the euro is 18.99, and rand against the pound sitting exactly at 22 rand.
Okay, there we are. Thanks for that. You have a great weekend, Paswani. We'll connect with you and your team on Monday.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
We'll talk about that fascinating campaign using the Star newspaper around menstruation coming up in our marketing and branding feature coming up just now. But for now, there's lots of people I need to talk to, and you have your fingers on the pulse, I know that. So what does the nation feel right now? Butana in Rosebank, hi.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, what are you feeling?
I don't understand this intimidation by ANC minister. These South Africans never talked about shutdown. They talk about protest. They are raising their grievances. Now this ANC chaps, they are adopting national party strategy by discrediting the frustration of South Africans.
So what did the minister do that is intimidation? You tell me.
Well, he said no, there's not going to be a shutdown. Never talked about shut down those people. Okay. Why didn't they do the same thing when the ANC in July, when they had a shutdown of 10 days? What happened with the 10 people of interest? What happened? 400 people killed. But the ANC orchestrated that thing.
Okay, all right, I hear you. Okay, I think you've made your point very strongly. I need to move on to others. So you're saying, who said anything about a shutdown? Butana in Rosebank. They did talk about people being sent packing after June 30. Yes, right. Selby in KZN, hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah, how's it, Selby? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. The minister saying that they've been long still dealing with this issue. What's they been doing? the Department of Labor, what they've been doing. Employers have been replacing South Africans with immigrants, illegal immigrants, for that matter. What is it that they've been doing? This problem has been going on for years, for more than 10 years. Employers have been replacing South Africans. Even they've been even smuggling people inside the country to come and work here in South Africa. So what is it that they've been doing?
Okay, I think you've made your point and you've asked your question, Selby, in KZN. What have they been doing? I think that's a fair question, that in fact, no matter what one may think about the growing number of South Africans who are protesting against undocumented foreign nationals, they have put it on the agenda to the point where that it has not been put on the agenda for a long time, meaning that undocumented foreign nationals who've been undocumented, that has been allowed to just grow, so I think, for a long time. And it certainly has been put on the agenda to resolve. Whether the approach is, as some have said, vigilantism or kick them out and a level of antagonism, I think is another whole conversation completely. Right, Colin in Cape Town, hi.
Hi, Ashraf.
Yeah.
Ashraf, I've got a good remedy for HIV.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm appealing to all those that the lady mentioned, your guest, bisexuals and prostitutes and people sleeping around and not using condoms. If only they can live their life according to God's will, they'll and ask for forgiveness and they'll turn their lives around. Because without God, those people will continue and will continue having HIV.
Colin, you still there? Okay, Colin's made his point. Well, listen, I hear what you're saying, and many actually may well subscribe to your point. But the reality is we can apply that same principle to 20 other things in South Africa, where you have people who are godly, who are religious, whichever religious persuasion they follow, and they still commit crimes and they still do things that are wrong. So that means there has to be another preventative. There has to be a medical prevention outside, your godly prevention, which I take note of anyway. Sam in Durban, hi.
Chef, I think I have a possible solution to the immigration issue.
Please, we need to
hear.
have
marching, and I presume, I'm unsure of this, that they are affiliated to the MK party. But in any event, the solution is very simple. Recruit the guys, sell them to Putin in Russia. He's paying $10,000 a month. They will maybe make a career of it. Putin is on the back foot. They have experience in recruiting people and selling them to Russia, and that's a possible solution.
Selling them back to Russia, and that's a solution. Okay, yeah. I hear you, and I have a sense others are going to say that's tongue-in-cheek. Sam, thanks for that. Trelawney and Ladysmith, hello.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to your listeners. I just want to really commend the program that has been delivered and rolled out by the president of the Lekapanavir. It is a groundbreaking development which is going to go a long way in terms of ensuring that the scourge is being managed and is being kept. However, there are unintended consequences which might lead to the populace being promiscuous in terms of dropping the guard and not being vigilant to ensure that they still apply other remedies and preventative measures that are out there. However, this is a positive direction, and I hope this should inundate all the centers of the people, because we tend to be very negative as South Africans. We are like a nation which does not appreciate anything, no matter towards the positive direction or whatever, and you end up not understanding really where government is doing positive things when people are not really voicing out that that is a good thing. I think it's a very good program that the president has rolled out, and it must be taken further to the communities which are adversely affected by the scourge of HIV and AIDS.
Okay, I think you've made your point very strongly, and I hear what you're saying, And listen, this is what comes through as well with many of the callers, because in many ways, your call and others reflects the pulse of the nation. It reflects what the feelings of what people are feeling, right? Your point is right. Often it doesn't mean we don't have problems. We talk ourselves down like as if we're like the worst people in the world. We get everything wrong. And actually that is just not true. That doesn't mean we get everything right either, but it's just not true. So point taken from you as well. Right, let's talk marketing and branding after this.
Hi, I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That's Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
Marketing and branding on the National Pulse.
Right, so, well, we did this last week. We'll do it every Friday now. We'll at least have a feature once a week of where we talk marketing and branding. Now, part of that is, did you see, well, physically at the Star newspaper and then posts, digital posts of the newspaper that featured like, well, blood, right, on the page, not one page more. And it continued virtually, like, I think every single page. And you wonder, like, what's that all about? And then it gets to later on, and here's the punchline to it. The message is, a newspaper can absorb blood, but not the shame. So what are they talking about? What was it all about, in fact, besides the shock value or the fascination around it? I understand it was linked to the Menstruation Foundation. Let's find out more about what was that all about with Alison Hingle, who's a copywriter at the Joe Public Agency. Alison, appreciate you connecting with us on the National Pulse.
Thanks, Ashraf, and thanks very much to your listeners.
Much
we always appreciate the time.
Thank you. Well, let's start first with this. I mean, what was the problem? Because the problem must have come from the Menstruation Foundation, right? And they approached your agency. Yeah.
Well, I think it's also it's a concern for a lot of us at Joe Public, and I'm pretty sure across the country is the sort of shocking number of women and young girls in South Africa who are experiencing period poverty. And then we came across the Menstruation Foundation and the incredible work that they're doing to combat period poverty. So this work is very much a collaboration between themselves, us, and independent media. We're looking at numbers. We're looking at 8 million South African women and 4 million South African schoolgirls who can't afford period products. And because of that, it's a bit of a shocking situation because there's kind of a knock-on effect. First of all, girls are resorting to things like newspaper, rags, cow dung, which opens them to all sorts of infections. But then even, they're missing school. You have schoolgirls missing up to 5 days school a month. And you imagine that across a year, it's setting them back hugely. They're missing sports, they're missing out on opportunities. They're also vulnerable to things like transactional sex to obtain period products. So we really wanted to see what we could do to help and really get the work of the foundation out there to let all South Africans know about it.
And that work of the foundation, we're talking of the Menstruation Foundation. I mean, what is their
Correct.
work? What do they try and do?
So the foundation are amazing. They were actually started by two men, hence the name Menstruation Foundation, Sivangesi and Marius Basan. And they actually make their own period pads. They make their own sanitary pads in a factory. And I think we're looking at Africa's most affordable, high-quality period pads that they're putting out there. And they distribute them through this network of distribution machines that are sponsored by corporates and by donors into schools that in all sorts of areas that can't actually, or the communities that, families are forced to maybe choose between food and pads. And so these girls can then get free pads in a dignified way, and they can actually stay in school and participate and not have to resort to things like newspapers.
Absolutely. So let's get back then to your messaging. I mean, from where you sit as the copywriter, I mean, that is like critically important. Give us an insight into the conversations that you had, you and your team, in putting this together.
So we were just sort of thinking around, we started off with the fact that a lot of young women resort to newspaper. And then we were thinking, like, could we actually use the medium itself to become the message? So we actually used what those girls are using and then to carry our message. So we wanted to create the feel that each of those newspapers had been used as a period pad substitute. That's why you see the blood having sort of leaked through from the surface down 5 pages into our main message, so that it becomes very eye-catching, particularly on the front page. And that's where really independent media were amazing by testing this with us. So they've been on board right from the beginning, and it's been 3 or 4 months of art direction and testing on printing their printing machines to see if we could actually put it onto the 3 publications that we did across the country. So that's the Star, the Cape Times, and the Mercury in KZN.
And clearly it worked. I mean, why independent media? How did you make that call?
Independent media are very open to it's a cause that's very close to them and close to their values. So we contacted them and they were on board straight away. And we really wanted to, I think the most effective, the way to do this kind of advertising is not just the shock value. It's not just one element to it. There's lots of elements. So it becomes a big and broader collaboration. So we had them coming to the party, so the media people coming to the party to help us. We had this foundation themselves. They've also got some amazing spokespeople and directors of it, like of the foundation, like Babalwa Lacha and Nadine Roos, who are both players for the women Springboks. Then they also took the message out into the world. So we had quite a lot of people and a lot of collaboration between different partners to really pull this campaign off.
Okay, and then the all-important copy, right? So one is this blotch of red from the first page right through, and then there's some all-important line, which is, now repeat it, a newspaper can absorb blood, but not the shame. Chap, how did you get to reach that line? I mean, give us an insight into that conversation.
So the sad part is that the sad part is that there's such a taboo and such a sort of reluctance to talk about menstruation. And the fact is, like, menstruation is such a natural thing. It's such a natural phenomenon. It's not a choice. Girls don't choose to menstruate. We want to normalize this conversation, and we want to get rid of the shame. Shame works in 2 ways, right? So shame is that it's a national shame for all of us that 4 million schoolgirls are not able to afford period products. But there's also the shame that a lot of these girls feel because they're told that menstruation is dirty. They're told that it's a women's issue, which it's not. It's a human rights issue. And they're also told that, that this is something that they have to keep hidden. So we really thought, let's quite literally make menstruation a front page issue and get people talking about it and normalize this conversation around something that is a very natural phenomenon and not something to be ashamed of, something to be talked about, something for boys and men to educate themselves about as well, and for us to play a role in educating these boys and men.
All right, let's talk about the impact, because a newspaper now we know definitely can absorb blood, but actually can it, is the issue of shame, has that been resolved in your campaign?
Sure. It's a big issue to resolve, but I think we're making some progress. I think what we're trying to sort of do is we've had the most phenomenal response to the campaign. And I think this is what's been so incredible is the reaction that we've had from so many South Africans. This campaign has developed a life of its own, really. It's been we sort of put it out there, but it's appeared all over TikTok. It's been on Instagram. It's found its way into people's WhatsApp groups. And, South Africans really are amazing. There's so many people who are willing to help. So many organizations and people have reached out to us. It's actually really overwhelming. These donations are coming in as well. So for just 60 Rand, you can give a schoolgirl sanitary pads for a whole year. And, we've had such an incredible move towards changing the narratives, and people like Babalwa and Nadine, these icons and these people who are highly respected in their own communities, standing up and changing the narratives. And I think Babalwa says something so beautiful. She says that menstruation is as natural as a nosebleed to her. Bleeding, menstruation blood is just as natural as a nosebleed.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And that shouldn't really hold people back.
Does that filter down? I mean, just the last thing, in South Africa, you often deal with the middle class, and then you deal with people who struggle economically, who actually find themselves shortchanged on so many issues. So this campaign that you and I talk about now, and this great talkability, does that filter down to changing the lives of the people who truly can't afford, pads, for example, because they just don't have the money and they're using newspapers? Has it filtered down to them?
Well, I can give you a small example. We visited a school recently with Siv and Raul and also Babalwa. And we were at a school where one of the machines, the dispensary machines or dispensation machine, the machines that dispense the pads is installed. And we were chatting to some of the kids there, and they were saying to us, especially the boys were saying to us that they were seeing menstruation in a different light now. They were kind of seeing it as a different thing and seeing it as something that they need to play a role in. And I think also, like a lot of people have said to us, they're very grateful for the pads because the other alternatives that they have, even though the government has zero rated pads and there's no VAT charged on them, they're still incredibly expensive.
Yeah.
So to be able to actually go to school and have food and not have to pay that cost, it is something that seems to be resonating with people.
Absolutely, and that's probably why, from the Joe Public side and your partners with the Menstruation Foundation and others as well, that I think it needs to be driven in such a way that it becomes an absolute right that they actually have the pads in their possession and not the newspaper. Listen, before I let you go, we've got a campaign because it's Youth Month, and we're talking to different people and saving their voices around what they feel about various issues. So if I can ask you very quickly, like in a one-liner, what do you think still needs to change for young South Africans?
I can give it to you in 3 words: end period poverty.
And
I think it's very doable.
Okay.
I think it's very doable.
Got that. And period poverty. And I think that's very punctuated. Much appreciate your time, Alison Hingle, copywriter
Thank you very much,
at the agency Joe Public. Much appreciate your time there. Right, let's get the news. It's 5 o'clock. Here's Greg Hurst.
Thank you. Ashraf raided car dealership linked to hospital tenders, and Ramaphosa launches a new HIV drug. Good afternoon to you. The SIU has executed a court order the car dealership of Mpumalanga businessman Yusuf Omar as part of its ongoing probe into allegations of financial misconduct and procurement irregularities linked to the Tembisa Hospital east of Johannesburg. The operation forms part of asset preservation measures authorized by the court. The unit also targeted a specific car central to the investigation, which is alleged to have been the subject of a transaction in which a payment was made despite the car not being transferred or removed from the dealership. The SIU says Omar, who was taken inside a police van, is now cooperating and allowing authorities to execute the court order and remove CCTV footage from the dealership. SIU spokesperson Selby Magoto.
What is happening is not supposed to be happening because we are simply here to execute a court order, and that shows that there was as part of the investigation into the Tembisa Hospital irregularities, there was an order preserving the assets. So we found that sometime around the 12th of May, through the curator bodies that we have appointed, we found that there was a movement in relation to the vehicle as one of the preserved assets.
President Cyril Ramaphosa says HIV/AIDS has left scars in many families in this country and across the globe. He was speaking at the official launch of a new HIV prevention drug in Secunda and Mpumalanga, which will be administered in more than 300 public healthcare centres in all provinces.
To young South Africans, know that your future is worth protecting. Take advantage of the prevention options that are available to all of us. And one says all this because recently we saw a rise, and so that we become more and more aware of what we need to do, because lenacapavir is not the silver bullet. Yes, it gives us hope, but there are various steps that we must continue taking.
The Modemole Regional Court in Limpopo has heard how large sums of money were deposited in accused Emanuela David's bank account. David and 2 siblings are standing trial for the break-in and theft at President Ramaphosa's Palapala farm in 2020. In one case, more than 5 million rand was deposited into his bank account 2 years after the farm theft. The accused stole more than $500,000, which had been hidden inside a couch on the farm. Under cross-examination, David told the court that the money came from various sources as he had registered a business.
Business. To source stuff from China doesn't require you to register a business. If I hear you correctly, I have a business registered, but the particular 3 million in question was whatever that I was sourcing, it was under my personal name, not a business. There's something called supply and demand. Obviously, the volume started going up from 2020 to 2021.
The matter of two Malawians and a Zambian national arrested for allegedly smuggling drugs worth 34 million rand through the Beitbridge border post has been postponed to next week for a bail application in the Musina Magistrates Court in Limpopo. The accused have been remanded in custody. State Prosecutor Moshudu Mudau.
Count 1 will be dealing in drugs, which will be contravention of Section 5B of Act 140 of 1992. Wherein we are alleging that on the 27th of May 2026 at Beitbridge Court, which is in the district of Wembe, the accused did unlawfully deal in dangerous dependent producing substance or an undesirable dependent producing substance, to which methaqualone.
The Ahmed Kathrada Foundation's launched its Youth Lives Matter campaign in Soweto ahead of next week's 50th anniversary commemorations of the June 16 student uprising. The initiative seeks to mobilize young people to confront challenges such as unemployment, inequality, GBV and digital misinformation. The launch included visits to the graves of struggle icons like Hector Peterson before concluding at the Morris Isaacson High School. Soweto Uprising survivor and former South African Students' Organisation leader Seth Mazibuko says South Africa's education system still requires meaningful transformation. The top story, the SIU's executed a court order at the vehicle dealership of Mpumalanga businessman Yusuf Omar as part of its ongoing probe into alleged irregularities linked to the Tembisa Hospital east of Johannesburg. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Kuss.
In sports this hour, Blitzbox ready for World Championship finale. Banyana's Dlamini says that Japan friendly is crucial for WAFCON preparations, and Leclerc heads Hamilton in Monaco first practice. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Friday afternoon, volume getting caught around northern parts of Pretoria with roadworks on the M1 North heading up towards Pumalani Plaza. So you'll get to sort of Stormfallen just up the road. You'll hit a queue up through Montana and up towards the N4 Rustenburg Highway split just ahead of the Pumalani Plaza. And then if you're taking the Rustenburg Highway, there's roadworks down by the R101, the Bonaccord exit, and that's quite a heavy delay. You might sit there for about 30 minutes to work through that. Central Pretoria got a breakdown on the M1 North at Rigel, so that's a queue back towards Buerta Avenue. Two breakdowns on the M1 North before you get to New Road. So traffic coming out of Joburg this afternoon, really backlogging from about Marlborough Drive on the Mike 1 all the way up to New Road. Into that, the N3 from Limbro Park and the M1 from Rivonia are heavy as well. And then, of course, Friday sees a big queue on the N12 down at Protea Glen. Now, if you're driving in or out to Pietermaritzburg on your way inbound, a stationary truck before Market Road, just up the road from Ashburton, it gets heavy. And there's a crash and breakdown on the N3 Durban bound around Market Road. So coming off the Pietermaritzburg bypass, that's quite busy as well. Crash at Pavilion Mall, still queuing if you're driving into Durban from Pinetown. Queues from Paradise Valley. 35th cutting, or 45th cutting at least, has a crash scene holding up, leaving the N3 at Sherwood on your way to Westville. And Umgeda Road remains closed outbound near the stadium, so lots of pressure in that Stamford Hill part of Durban. And the M7 queuing at the N2 highway. Cape Town today, an annoying little queue heading down in or out of Retreat. The traffic lights on the M5 Prince George Drive at Retreat Road are not working. There's all sorts of congestion all over that area. And coming out of Cape Town Central off the elevated freeway, collision still with us on the M1 outbound at Marine Drive. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So, two big issues. I mean, the U.S. Congress has defied Donald Trump. They've passed the Ukraine aid bill. How significant is that? What does that really mean? We'll talk about that just now. But before that, there's the story of the Charlotte Matleke cardiac unit, Joburg Hospital, former Joburg Gen. And there's huge concerns about the numbers of heart surgery-linked mortalities at that facility. We'll talk about that with the DA's Jack Bloom after this.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
When I have control over native education, I will reform it so that the natives will be taught from childhood that equality with Europeans is not for them.
today's youth, we live a very selfish life. We're always thinking about, how do I grow myself? How do I improve myself? And yes, refining and growing in self was important. But the youth of 96 was willing to risk their lives for future generations to have something that almost seems so basic now that we forget that it was once not promised. It was once not guaranteed. Learning in your mother tongue, being educated in your mother tongue is something that we take for granted today.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
So let's talk about this. It's such a disturbing issue. There's been multiple reports about it, but the DA's Gauteng health spokesperson, Jack Bloom, believes that we are set for another live esidimeni episode. In fact, he could say it could actually even be worse regarding the numbers of heart surgery related patients who have died at the Charlotte Maxeke cardiac unit in Joburg. Let's find out more about it and the allegations of a cover up. Jack Bloom with me. Thanks for your time. Much appreciate you connecting on the National Pulse.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good to be with you.
Thank you. First, let's understand it. What is the problem?
Well, the problem is that according to an official reply that I got from the Gauteng Health Department, the early information they had given me about supposedly improving mortality for heart surgery at Charlotte Johannesburg Hospital was actually false, and they had to admit their mistake. And according to their own figures, about 100 heart patients have died after surgery in the last 3 or 4 years, and that amounts to a mortality rate of 14%. Now, that's actually catastrophic. Overseas, if there's a mortality rate for heart surgery of about 2 to 3%, they have an immediate inquiry. So, I've raised this as a real red flag. In addition to the fact that a prominent heart surgeon resigned in October last year, he said his conscience couldn't allow him continue in such a terrible situation. There was very poor management there, and that patients were suffering as a result. So, I had a demonstration outside the university yesterday because these are joint appointments at the cardiothoracic department, and there's also the registrars have also lodged memorandums of disagreement about what's going on there. So there's a lot of dissatisfaction there, and I'm not seeing the action to fix up the situation there, address the grievances there, and make sure that the appalling surgery mortality rate is brought down drastically.
How do you link the high mortality rate with regard to cardiac surgery to possible negligence versus maybe the patients are coming in too late, or in fact the facility just cannot cope with the demand?
Well, look, according to the department, they're short of ICU beds, and they're short of anaesthetists, and that's a general capacity problem in our hospitals and should be addressed as well. But there's a particular problem that I've picked up from various sources in the cardiothoracic department, that there's appalling mismanagement there. There's a lack of expertise, and that patients whose lives could be saved are not being saved. And there was an additional figure they gave me. I asked for the number of sepsis cases, which is part of what they call the morbidity figure. This is after the operation. Once you're in the ward, what complications do you suffer that you shouldn't have suffered if there was decent care? And it turned out to be 22% last year. That's 1 in 5 patients has a complication, an avoidable complication after the operation. So what you have is that 1 in 7 patients is going to die because of the operations. And if you survive the operation, 1 in 5 person is going to get probably sepsis that should have been avoided. And this is a disaster. If I look at the number of patients that could have been saved over the years, it could well equal life at Sedimeni.
All right. I mean, that number of 14%, I get it. How much of that, are you able to nail it down to, let's say negligence, medical negligence?
Well, the department denies that. From what I gather, I think there is substantive medical negligence there. So look, what I've been calling for all along is an independent inquiry, and I think that's what the university should push for. I think it'll clear this up once and for all. If we want to maintain standards, we have to have accurate statistics. So the very fact that I had to ask a question twice and they had to admit that they gave me inaccurate figures previously shows you they don't have accurate statistics. Now, how do you run a very specialist department at our leading hospital and you don't have accurate mortality statistics to hand? These should be really things that you monitor on a month-by-month level. And they're not doing it. So I think something's seriously wrong there. And I would urge the authorities to have an independent commission of inquiry. I've already alerted the health ombuds, who has said that he will be doing an inquiry. But I think it's urgent, you know. I don't think we want a year-long inquiry. We need something to intervene as soon as possible, because if you look at the numbers, I think you could well have a scale of deaths and suffering on the life of Sedimeni scale.
Okay, I've noticed the resignation, if I've got it right, of Professor Adam Mohammed fairly recently. And of course, he went public about it, saying he can't get paid for doing work that he can't do, and obviously completely disillusioned really with that particular hospital, right? But to your point about having the media conference at Wits University, right? I mean, you've made the point, and I just want to pick it up here. In doing that, you spoke about Wits. And you've asked there Vice-Chancellor Zebulon Belekasi to investigate the causes of the appalling high mortality rate, right? At the hospital, I get that, right? And then you're saying the Wits Medical School has failed heart patients by allowing poor management to endanger their lives, and training in this speciality may collapse. Now, Wits have responded through their spokesperson, Sharona Patel. She's saying this is a matter that does not fall within the purview of the university. Help us understand that.
Well, this is my frustration. They did have a memorandum of agreement that was signed with the Gauteng Health Department, and in fact, the Gauteng Health Department has not implemented, and that's part of the problem. I think the university's role in this is that they haven't sufficiently taken the complaints seriously. They are the guardian of standards, and the fact of the matter is that, as a training platform for future heart surgeons, I think they're failing dismally. I worry about the future of heart surgery in future years, because if we can't graduate heart surgeons now, what's going to happen when we need them in future? Okay. I think that the university can play a much more positive role, and I hope they respond positively to my call for a commission of inquiry, because that will clear the air once and for all.
Okay, well, what about, the Gauteng Health Department? What about National Health? What about the Minister of Health?
Well, I think the National Minister of Health needs to intervene, because quite clearly Gauteng Health Department is incapable, they're corrupt and incompetent. And in fact, he has done this before. He did this in the case of the Life of Sedimeni tragedy. He was the one who appointed the health ombudsman. He stepped in last week. He went and visited the Johannesburg Johannesburg Hospital to see what the problem is, why they couldn't fix it 5 years after the fire. So once again, because provincial authorities seem incapable of doing a good job, that includes the Premier as well, I do appeal to the National Health Minister to step in, as he has before. It shouldn't be necessary for a National Health Minister to step into a provincial function, but lives are at stake. And I think that he is a medical doctor himself. He knows the Hippocratic Oath, and we really have to do the best for our patients. So yes, I would welcome his involvement and an independent commission of inquiry, and then we'll see the truth of what's going on at this hospital.
Okay, in the meantime, that threat, that concern that this could be similar or even bigger than the Life Esidimeni crisis that comes from the DA's Gauteng Health spokesperson, Jack Bloom, referring to the Charlotte Maxeke Joburg Academic Hospital. Appreciate your time on this issue, Jack Bloom. Much appreciated. Reaction? I expect it. What do you make of it? Do you go to formerly Joburg Charlotte Maxeke Hospital? Do you go there? Are you aware of these numbers around, cardiac deaths, cardiac-related deaths in terms of surgery at 14%, higher than perhaps most countries in the world? What do you make of that, and what would be the solutions around that? Let's connect here. This is the National Pulse.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook. YouTube and X at SAFM Radio. This is Global Watch on the National Pulse.
In fact, we get to Global Watch in just a moment. In the meantime, let's get further thoughts on the presidency, the office that is, right?
Afternoon, Ashraf. If Minister Javed said they've been working on migration as a government, it's very funny how long does it take to sort out problems. Because if you look at the the tracking guys, ADT, how long? It's more than 5 years they've been complaining about this. More than 5 years, and they never resolved that problem. They are still striking today. Anonymous in Devon.
Thank you for that. More point made. Here's another.
Ashraf, an unintended takeaway of your conversation on retirement, very briefly this afternoon. I feel South Africa must revisit their retirement policy. It doesn't work for the elderly. Some of the elderly people are fit and healthy, so they've got to stand aside. Okay, it's for a good cause, but the government must create an economy that is viable, that creates work for all. Young people, middle people, old people, if they can still do it. Why are judges allowed to go to work until they are 90 years and so on? It doesn't make sense, Doctors also. So in South Africa, you are forced to go on retirement against your will. The government must create opportunities for everyone.
Government must create opportunities, but sometimes can they truly create opportunities for everyone? I mean, are they capable of that?
Hi, Ashraf. Hoping you well. This is Daniel. Ashraf, the minister in the presidency, Mr. Chabeni, he's saying there's a law in this country. If it is true there's a law in this country, the government will let so many people to enter this country irregular, number one. Number two, I tell you, people are taking the law into their hand just because the police are doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. And this whole thing is just a joke. Thanks, Asha.
People are doing absolutely nothing. See, there's a sense of just disillusionment from people, which I can understand, isn't it?
Ashraf, this is sad. Seriously. A young girl passed away in KZN after she bought chips from the spaza shop, so-called investors. At 2 years of age, she passed away. Just like that, Ashraf. A sad state of affairs. South Africa is a banana republic. Sad state of affairs. Ashraf, good afternoon.
Why would you say it's a banana republic? And I heard what you said about the state of affairs. Absolutely. It's horrific. It's tragic. But that would link to that store that's selling those foods and maybe, checks and balances which are inadequate to then paint a picture of the entire country as a banana republic. I think is pushing it a bit too far. Just my thoughts. Just one more that I've got.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to the SAFM listeners. It's Mfunda from Durban. I find it disingenuous of the presidency to come out and have that speech, because it was definitely not dealing with the problem, but it's just to water down and creates a perception that there's some conspiracy to overthrow the government. No, it's not. It's people actually putting down legitimate issues. Sit them down, table, discuss your plan of action and work it out. That's how a normal functioning government does. It doesn't apply apartheid tactics of scaring and creating unwarranted fears.
Okay, got that. Right. And again, you may wonder, tactically, is it the right thing they've done, or have they got that completely wrong? Who advised them? Government, that is. And also saying, there will be no shutdown, when I don't think there's been a call for a shutdown, has there? Unless I've missed something. Right, let's talk about the USA and Ukraine after this.
This is Global Watch on the National Pulse.
Right, let's talk about matters in the globe. The US Congress, well, the House, that is, they passed legislation that would aid Ukraine and sanction key segments of the Russian economy. Now, this outside of the fact there's been objections from the Republican leaders, and that's Trump's party, Republicans versus Democrats, who warned the bill would undermine negotiations designed to achieve a comparable but stronger result. Let's try and understand what's at stake here. Dambisa Fakude is the senior researcher and director at AfroSid. Dambisa, good to connect with you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Help us understand this.
Well, it's the second time, by the way. Day before that, you had that rebuke from the representatives of the Congress to Donald Trump, forcing him to halt the war in Iran, and now we have this vote again, insisting or going against the wishes of Donald Trump. Would have loved to see halting of support for the Ukraine, and at the same time also halting the sanctions against Russia. So this looks like a defiance from his own party, and we don't know what's going to be happening henceforth. But he still has the right, of course, and I think that's what he's going to be doing henceforth, ruling with decree. So he will veto whatever it is that the both houses of governance in the United States decide. If he's not in favor of any decision that they make, he will certainly be beginning to rule by decree, particularly as the midterm elections approach.
And I mean, what are the risks for him in ruling by decree?
Well, he's been doing that from the beginning because he knew he liked shortcuts, of course, as you know. So issuing statements and using the Truth Social, which is, by the way, can't be held responsible. You can say as much as you want on your own personal social media. And I think most of the time it does that because it takes shortcuts and avoids possible pushbacks. But that's what he's going to be doing, and he's been doing that by and large since his second term started. And I anticipate that with the midterm elections coming and many of the politicians and members of the Republican Party fearing that they might just lose power within their constituencies, and they're now trying to push back or at least demonstrate to constituencies that they are against certain decisions by Donald Trump. You are likely to see him ruling by decree.
What are the risks? I mean, you said, one thing is having opposition parties opposing him, but when people within his own party oppose him, there must be inherent risks involved in that.
Oh, yeah, but at the same time, these are politicians, right? They've allowed him because they're fearing that if they went against Donald Trump, his mega supporters would have gone against them. But they now realize that the political opinion and public opinion in the United States against Donald Trump is turning very fast, especially after this so-called war of choice in Iran. Many Americans are now looking at the price of gasoline, as they call it. We call it petrol, they call it gasoline. They're looking at the price of gasoline, and they look at the price of goods in general in the United States. Prices have gone up because the price of oil continues to rise, notwithstanding that Donald Trump, this is a businessman who understands that irrespective of the supply of oil, which has not been interrupted, at least to the United States, they are still receiving oil as usual, but the prices of oil, unfortunately, are not determined by the United States. They're determined by an international global market. And that continues to increase. So he continues to tell the Americans that they are not going to be impacted by the shortage of oil, but he stops short of informing them that notwithstanding, the prices are still going to rise. And that's exactly what we're seeing happening, because many of them are saying if we have a new access to Venezuelan oil, plus we have our own oil, which has always been almost sufficient for the American market, why the price going high? And I think now chickens are coming home to roost for Donald Trump. He has to explain to the people of America the impact of the disturbance of flow of ship and oil from the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay. I mean, just to broaden that, it's interesting you mentioned the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, there's two issues that are largely unresolved. The issue of Ukraine, Russia, ongoing, ceasefire, no ceasefire. Then the issue of the, Iran, Israel, USA together, and the broader issue of the Palestinians, where, often we hear about ceasefires being imminent and yet it continues with bombings in different places. Where are we at with all those places?
Well, the Ukrainian war has, to an extent, been compromised by the continual violations and the killing of people both in Lebanon and in Palestine. And people are saying, of course, it's double standards. While the entire world is condemning Russia for what it's currently doing with its unwinnable war in Ukraine, at the same time, we don't hear similar noises consistent with what's happening both in Lebanon and in Palestine. So that has been impacted. So the Ukrainian war is, to an extent, taking a back seat. The major countries that continue to support that war, as it's always been the case, are the Europeans. But Americans, of course, are split because of Donald Trump, who has since shown signs of rapprochement between himself personally and Vladimir Putin. We also have Israel that continues to want to create its own havoc, not only in Palestine, but now we see that happening in Lebanon. Again, Donald Trump is involved there. He told Benjamin Netanyahu in no uncertain terms that he mustn't go ahead and attack South Beirut, but we know that the Israelis have not listened to Donald Trump. They continue targeting public and civil installations in Beirut, particularly southern Beirut and other parts of South Lebanon. So nothing has changed. We're actually in a much more dire situation than we were 2 years ago, not only in Gaza and the West Bank, but also in Lebanon. And the Ukrainians are continually receiving attacks and bombardment from the Russians. So nothing has been solved, notwithstanding that Donald Trump has said he was going to solve all of these problems when within 100 days, that's what he said. And alas, we are where we are today.
I certainly remember that. So just to end with, we're on to news time. If nothing has been solved, what's the one thing you'd be looking for? A short answer on that?
Well, Gaza ceasefire, proper working permanent ceasefire, that has not been happening. Palestinians continue to be killed on a daily basis by Israel.
Okay, that's where we're going to leave it. Tembisa Fakode, appreciate your time. He's a senior researcher and director at AfriCID, right? 5:30, news headlines. Here's Greg.
Quick look at the headlines. The SIU's executed a court order at the car dealership of Mpumalanga businessman Yusuf Omar as part of its ongoing probe into allegations of financial misconduct and procurement irregularities linked to the Tembisa Hospital east of Johannesburg. A member of the Hawks Serious Organised Crime Unit in KZN has testified that it was Warrant Officer Dan Perimal who said there wasn't enough space to store a consignment of 500 kgs of cocaine at the Isipingo police station. And Ukraine says it's carried out marine drone attacks on vessels in the Sea of Azov. It said it targeted cargo vessels and a tanker carrying stolen grain. A full update at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Afternoon, if you're heading down out of Joburg towards Lenasia or Protea Glen, quite a heavy backlog again from Eldorado Park down towards the Klipsray Valley exit. After that, of course, you said into the Protea Glen junction. Crash scenes around four ways today. It's on Winnie Mandela, the 511, just up after Uranium if you're on your way towards Dainfern. It's very slow traffic there on your way to Dainfern or Dipslip. Also, a crash going the other way, Vickoppen at Waterford Drive, causing some delays as well. The M1 North slow now as far as SAmRadio Road. In Pretoria, you've got roadworks on the M1 North before the N4 Rustenburg Highway. So that's a queue from Storenville. And then on that Rustenburg Highway, a big delay into a single lane roadwork section by the Bonaccord exit. Durban, a lot of pressure around Moses Mabhida this afternoon. Part of Umgeni Road north of Sandile Tusi is being closed. There's a lot of congestion in that Stamford Hill part of Durban. M7 at the N2, very slow going, both directions. And if you're driving up into Pietermaritzburg from Ashburton, there is a breakdown before Market Road causing delays. Ironman on Sunday in Durban, closures all over the M4, the Ruth First Highway. Cape Town, there's no traffic lights. Retreat Road at the M5, Prince George Drive, so heavy backlogs in that part of town. And the N2 outbound, still slow via Hospital Bend as far as Langa. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
Show me, you have that Blitzbokke story when you talk about, right?
Yes, South Africa are heading into that final HSBC Sevens World Championship event of the season with a chance to complete a remarkable double after already securing the World 7 Series title earlier this year. The Blitzboks will begin their Bordeaux Challenge against familiar opposition Great Britain and Kenya, who both pushed South Africa hard in Valladolid await on the opening day, ensuring there will be no easing into the tournament. Another strong showing in France could see them crowned world champions as well. But Captain Impi Visser says that the squad is not getting distracted by what is at stake. In football, Banyana goalkeeper Andile Dlamini says that the team is fully aware of the challenge awaiting them ahead of the 2 international friendlies against Japan and Osaka this weekend. South Africa will take on the world's 5th ranked side tomorrow and next Tuesday as part of the preparations for next month's CAF Women's Africa Cup of Nations. And Dlamini says that the squad remains positive and eager to test themselves against one of the best teams in women's football. Meanwhile, Bafana legend Surprise Muriri has commended Hugo Broos for how he's selected his squad for this year's 2026 FIFA World Cup. Muriri, who is a member of the 2010 World Cup squad on home soil 16 years ago, knows all about the level and the kind of footballer needed at the World Cup. The Mamelodi Sundowns legend is part of the 2010 World Cup Legends squad that is in Mexico for a friendly with their Mexican counterparts for an exhibition match on Sunday. Elsewhere, global icons Shakira and Burna Boy will debut Die Die, the official FIFA World Cup song, at the opening ceremony in Mexico City next week, Thursday. The headline a star-studded lineup that includes the likes of Alejandro Fernandez, Mana, and South Africa's Tyler, amongst others, with the show beginning 90 minutes before kickoff. And the performance supports FIFA's Global Citizen Education Fund, aiming to raise $100 million to provide children worldwide with access to education and football opportunities. In terms of athletics, Olympic champion Noah Niles stormed to victory in the men's 100 meter at the Rome Diamond League, clocking 9.88 seconds. The American beat Cameroon's Emmanuel Eseme, who clocked 9.94, and Botswana's Tebogo Letsile, who clocked 9.95. In the women's 200 meter, St. Lucia's Julian Alfred upset world champion Melissa Jefferson Wooden, winning in 21.93 seconds. Jefferson Wooden finished second in 22.17 seconds, while Anavia battled third in 22.39 seconds. Meanwhile, in motorsport, the Las Vegas Grand Prix has secured its place on the Formula One calendar, at least until 2037, with the new 10-year contract extension. The first race in the U.S. gambling and entertainment capital was held in 2023 and has drawn hundreds of thousands of visitors every November. It has generated more than $3 billion in economic impact for Southern Nevada over its 3 editions. Meanwhile, still staying with motorsport, Charles Leclerc led Lewis Hamilton to a Ferrari 1-2 in first practice at the Monaco Grand Prix. Leclerc was 0.226 seconds quicker than Hamilton, with Red Bull's Max Verstappen 0.513 seconds off the pace in third place, ahead of Mercedes of Kimi Antonelli and George Russell. And Fernando Alonso rescued what could have been a high-speed crash at the harbour front in his Aston Martin. That's it from my side.
Okay, great. Have a great weekend to me. And of course, we'll debate and we'll argue about many things, including the Blitzbokke and Banyana and the World Cup Monday, which will be like 3 days before the World Cup then. Thank you.
50 years later, Youth Month, the Voices.
This morning, very early, I had the privilege of flying across Soweto in one of the helicopters. And I may say that practically every one of our offices have been burnt, with the exception of 2 or 3. Our bottle stores and beer halls have been wrecked and, of course, robbed. There were still cars and buildings with smoke coming out of it. I could say that there are about 120 damaged vehicles or burnt vehicles that have been turned over.
The students of the Witwatersrand University had a protest meeting with very revolutionary slogans. And I want to appeal to the rioters in Soweto and to the students of the Witwatersrand University to desist from doing this sort of thing.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later, only on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
And the last bit of economic talk for the week with Jimmy Muyaha.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to our listeners. We finish off the week in rather confusing territory, but probably having something to do with all of the data points that came out today. We've got Eurozone data from a GDP perspective that came out that surprised to the downside. At the same time, we've got US data on the jobs side that suggests that the US labor market is maintaining its strength and improving. Non-farms numbers came in better than expected. This resulted in the US dollar recovering a lot of the ground it had given back, including against the rand. It's back at 16.50 against the US dollar. Against the euro, the dollar against the euro has gained about 2/3 of 8%, but the rand against the British pound is back about 22 rand. Against the euro, it's back about 19 rand. So there's been a lot of weakness from an emerging market perspective. If we look at equity markets, they certainly weren't spared, but I think the bulk of the heavy downside came through from the commodity space. The silver price is back below $70 a fine ounce. Platinum is back at $1,800 after being closer towards $2,000 a fine ounce. Palladium is back at $1,260 odd a fine ounce, and the gold price even shed about 2.8%. It's back at $4,347. All of those moves resulted in resource stocks being down 4.3% on the day's trade. The industrial stocks were up 0.75%. Financials were up 0.4%, but that wasn't enough to see the all-share finish still in the red, more than 1%, and the top 40 a little over 1% in the red as well. Internationally, it wasn't much better. The Nasdaq is down almost 2% at the moment. The S&P is down more than 1%, and Asian markets haven't yet had a chance to react to some of the data points that came out, but even they closed out in the red. The Nikkei was down 1.3%, the Hang Seng down 1%. And European markets, the only European market that finished in the green on the day's trade was the FTSE in London. That was up about 1/3%. The DAX in Germany was down about 0.5%. So going into next week, we're going to take a look and see how markets continue to digest these updates and continue to make sense of the data points that are coming out, and perhaps whether or not some of these data points will drive decision-making from an investment and a trade perspective. For now, before we go, one final look at the price of Bitcoin. It's back at $60,000 a Bitcoin. In rand terms, with a slightly weaker rand, still puts it below $1 million rand. We've finally broken below $1 million. We're at 995,000 rands for a single Bitcoin because the Bitcoin price has shed quite a bit on the day's trade. So there's lots to look forward to going into next week to see if markets can recover, to see how markets make sense of the economic data. But for now, we take a slightly weaker rand going into the weekend. We take a sell-off on a Friday. We come back next week with fresh eyes and hopefully markets recovering then. Back to you, Ashraf.
Right, perfect. You have a great weekend then, and we will connect on Monday.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
Right, I need to get to you so you can call in. You can tweet using the hashtag The National Pulse, tag SAfmRadio and tag me, Ashraf Garda. You can, what else? You can WhatsApp, right? Voice note or text. You got all those options. So, but let's get to the calls first. Churchill in Umtata. Hello, Churchill.
I'm fine, Ashraf. Ashraf, I'm sorry, man. I wanted to, I'm disappointed by the reaction of the Minister of Justice, Ms. Kucharin. The tone is, from where I'm sitting, is arrogant and it's reckless.
What did the minister say? What did the minister say specifically that so disappointed you?
She was commenting on the 30th, the March and March on the 30th.
Yeah, that deadline. Yeah.
Yes, that deadline, and her tone was that they are going to stamp their feet on those who are going to be breaking the law and such and such. But I wanted to say, sometimes there are times where you have to apologize to the people because there has not been a political will in dealing with the issue of illegal immigrants. And the ordinary people are the ones that are bearing the brunt on the ground. I remember a recent example is is the Chief Justice, Justice Meyer, when she delivered the what you call the judgment on Palapal. She first issued an apology. and accepted the blame. Because let us be clear, when this issue of illegal immigrants was raised by Mashabas and them, it was made a political football. Now it's exploding right in our faces, and we're unable to deal with this issue. And if those who are living in glass houses could be given an opportunity to go and live in Alexandra, in Kualanga, and just for a week, they would experience this because they're not experiencing what the ordinary people are experiencing.
Yeah. Okay, point
Just
taken.
to unite the people, tender an apology and appeal to them to march, but do everything within the law, not to be arrogant and be
Right,
reckless.
I got that. So basically you're saying no, absence of apology, nothing that says, hey, we messed up, we're sorry about that. Churchill Mtata, thank you for that. By the way, just to your point, you made the point that the Minister in Chabeni, Minister of Justice, in fact, Minister in the presidency, so very much in the heart of where the president sits and carries on their work, which I suppose is even more telling in terms of their positions, isn't it? Tsepo in Pretoria, hello.
Ashraf.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just worried that our government is making us look bad. We're being made to make sure that the law is being upheld or is being pushed forward. Because right now, we have people who are protesting that there are illegal people in the country. I mean, there are immigration officers, for God's sake. These people should be working and then making sure that they are moving in these businesses and or all these spaza shops. We've been told by the president in the SONA a few months ago that we should in the spaza shop business will be officially 100% South African. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening on the ground. But then somehow when we protest, then we'll be made to be evil people who are xenophobic and whatnot. But then it's nothing new. I'm just worried that the law is not doing what it's supposed to do, and we are being made to act instead of the law, on the space of the law. That's just my concern.
Point made there as well. Thank you for that, Tsepo in Pretoria. And I mean, it's a fair comment. If you measure so many of the measurables within which government had to act over the last decade or 2 decades, then government has slipped up over many. So then naturally, there's a deep level of dissatisfaction from the people, citizens, which is completely understandable, isn't it? They do the same thing, I would think. Right, let's get to another call. We go to Sekukune Klabirwa. You're live. What's your point?
Oh, thank you, Ashraf, for taking my call.
It's a pleasure.
Look, those who support the 30th, the first thing they should ask themselves, the very same people that are complaining about, is them who are hiring them. They're in their houses, in their garages, in their yards. So now they come in live on radio, many of them as if they are innocent. No, we cannot allow what you call in English vigilantalism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vigilantism you're talking about. Yeah, okay. Well, you definitely can't. I mean, then you just have a country that's out of control. Yeah.
So those who go says these people are taking tech shop and so on and so on, they must first, if they are serious or if they must first remove them from their own yard because it's them who are taking them. So we cannot allow people roaming around the streets asking people what's your ID, what's your surname, and so on and so on. That we cannot allow as South Africans.
Okay, I think you made the point.
And we cannot allow also black on black. We cannot allow. That will never happen. If they want to do things, if one person can come in the street and open a shop, they're not going to ask for that ID.
Yeah, but maybe you can say you can't allow black and white either. I mean, why would it be any different for white people? Like, if you can't push people out, you just can't. I mean, there are laws, right? I get that. Klabirwa, okay, but I think you've made your point very, very emphatically. Thank you for that, right? Johan in White River. Hello, Johan.
Hi, good evening, Ashraf. I hope you're doing well. Good evening to the listeners.
Thank you.
I phoned you about a month ago and we had a discussion about why do we need all the information to dismiss somebody from your organization? You don't need a criminal case to be found guilty in a criminal case to be dismissed from an organization. And today, I think somebody listened to me in the SAPS because we've got a general that's been dismissed for misconduct.
Okay, so you're saying misconduct as opposed to an actual criminal conviction, and that's the way to go. Yeah.
That's
All
if
right.
you want to get rid of people, get rid of them for misconduct, not for criminal
Okay,
conviction.
we heard it first with Johan in White River. Thank you for that call, Johan. Right, let's see if we can pick out. There's lots of other WhatsApp comments that we've had. Let's see if I can get to that in a moment. A reminder, we podcast many of the conversations we have live, that is. So if you're up for it, well, you should. I mean, you listen live, but then you want to listen again and get your to listen in to what you've just heard. So how about you downloading, go to our website, podcasts all available, download them, share that to your networks, it'll be great, and then have this conversation with them all throughout the weekend about some of the biggest issues that have affected us as a country. Amongst them, the Madlaga Commission.
Still ahead, more key moments from the week.
Right, so it's day 114 of the Madlaga Commission of Inquiry into corruption, criminality and political interference within the country's criminal justice system, right? So today's witness was supposed to have been suspended KZN Hawks boss Lesesha Sonona, but his testimony was postponed as a result of Sonona's lawyers having fallen ill, so the lawyer himself being ill. Now the Hawks Lieutenant Colonel Kwake Sibia took the stand today, and he is attached to the Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit, which deals specifically with the investigation and the dismantling of drug trafficking syndicates. So Sibia's testimony has been quite the eye-opener, with him having confirmed that the decision not to cordon off the scene involving the drugs was made by Colonel Jacob, and that he did not challenge him as he was his senior. Listen to this.
When they opened the bags, yes, right, you were still within those two cars at the very least.
But we are also advancing front towards the road.
Also, towards the road.
That is why you see the bags now are placed on the side. And even here on the bottom of you can see some.
Some of them are under the police van.
Yeah.
And were those empty under the police van? So
even these ones here at the bottom, you can see what there were bags there.
Okay, now I want to understand something then. Those bags, were they still full, or the exhibits were offloaded from the bags totally?
All the exhibits were offloaded now.
Okay. So what my issue is that was still within those two cars.
Yes.
Right? And it doesn't seem to at least be beyond those cars, the front bumpers or anything.
Remember, we moved the bags to the front of the parking. Then we started opening a bag, placing exhibit there, then going like that until we finish offloading all the bags.
Okay. Maybe my point, let me put my point, and then it will go back to the security at the depot. Would you still feel that this exercise that is there at this page couldn't have been done at the depot at the time?
I had already said that if we were going to close shop,
yes,
it was going to be done. It was going to be done if we were to close shop now, meaning that cordon off the whole area next to the container. We are going to do it.
All right. Then let's go back to the depot. Right. One of the, and I don't want, so you, earlier on your statement, you say the decision not to cordon off was not made by yourself. It was made by Jacob, am I correct?
Yes.
And you didn't question, we've established that you didn't question why he doesn't cordon off the scene. And did you engage him about that?
You comply and complain later. And it remains like that. It don't change. In the police, if your commander says, this is the decision I'm taking, you cannot challenge your commander.
So no matter how unlawful that decision is, or no matter how difficult it is for you, you can't say, obviously, I don't want to participate in this.
No, Chair, obviously you cannot take an unlawful instruction.
Okay.
But if the commander says, my decision is for us to move and process this exhibit at the CP or SAPS. I cannot come and say, no, why are we going there? Why are we not doing it here? It's his decision. He's responsible for it. Then he will need to explain why did he take that decision.
Right, and there's more sound that I want you to hear, because he also added that he had no previous experience in drug seizures or container inspections, and that it also made it difficult for him because he had no idea how a drug bust should be handled. However, when questioned about the similarities in his statement with Senior Hawks Officer Colonel Gavin Jacobs, well, this was his response.
Luggage, and he said, yeah, then I'm mistaken. But that's exactly what you're doing. So I sit here with the impression that you either copied his statement or you sat down and agreed what you were going to put in your statements on this issue. Please disabuse me of that impression if you can.
Chair, I never copied his statement. He never copied my statement. Obviously, I report to Kenneth Jacob as a unit commander. Now and then we'll have discussions. Not to say we are telling each other what to write in your affidavit. No. We might have had discussions about the very same issue, but it was not for the purposes of deposing an affidavit.
So one possible explanation from what you're saying is this common mistake of the two of you that you both now correct in the witness stand may be a result of the discussion that you normally have, and you might have discussed this, and that's where it came from.
Yes, Chair.
All right, thank you.
Right, so there we are. That's the Madlanga Commission for today, for the week, in fact. And to confirm, Lieutenant Colonel Kwazi Kwake Sibia has concluded his testimony. Right, let's get straight in the few minutes we have remaining to get to your voices. There's lots of comment. What about the state of Cape Town?
Ashraf, man, Asad Sandile you're speaking from the Eastern Cape. It is absolutely unnerving. I'm listening to this Gordon Lewis fellow speaking about the DA and what they are doing in the Western Cape. Soldiers on the ground. Guys, you go to our locations, and this gentleman is speaking absolute twat. It doesn't happen in those areas. It only happens where you can see, where there's going to be cameras and there's going to be this. You literally have to, you phone the people that are in the location. You phone the people that are in these places. And these things are not taking place there. These politicians, when they are punting for these votes, should stop lying to the community in this manner. I lived in Cape Town for a number of years, and it didn't happen then. It's not going to happen now.
Point taken. Listen, I mean, we've actually tackled them on those issues of Cape Town and these two cities within one often enough. Today was very specifically on the issue of the budget, and therefore not about the other issues. But you're quite right. No matter what, one can glamorize some aspects of Cape Town. There are other aspects that are quite shameful, isn't it?
Good afternoon, it's Dumso from Waterfall in KZN. Maybe it's high time that we consider actually kicking out the ANC. Maybe they should go back to exile and rethink what was the struggle for, because it looks like they've forgotten. Maybe they must go and live in these other countries outside Africa and see how the hardship is over there, so that they can understand that when you are in leadership here, you must do what needs to be done for the benefits of the people, because it looks like they've forgotten. Maybe they must follow. They must leave as well. They must leave the country. Maybe that's what needs to be done on the 30th.
Maybe they must leave the country.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. If people are going to march or to put a stand still in a peaceful way, why are they so worried about what the minister was talking about? So, which means they want to loot. They want to loot and grab at willy-nilly people's property and kill people. That is what they want. SM Deben.
But who wants to loot? And I mean, how do you know that that's exactly what they want to loot. Here's another.